Yeah, I also said
Oh!
because I do.
That was you. You did say that. That was the comment that was under there. That was the comment. Let's go over here. Alright. Alright, I'll be ready in like 1 second.
Dude, I got nothing but time. I gotta work out at some point today, but that can be whenever.
Very nice, very nice. Alright, we're gonna go to Electromagnetic Storm. And we're going to...
Perfect. Oh,
Yes.
damn. Awesome. That's the friendliest map, too.
Indeed. I agree. And so, hopefully we can go into the water containment facility and find a bunch of pops in there, because they like to roam around in there. And it's an electromagnetic...
Oh yeah, that's right, we're doing the thing. The pops.
We're doing the
hornets,
things. And hornets, if we can.
Okay.
Oh, actually, hold on.
What's up?
I'll keep it
1
short.
second.
What do you need? Got everything you need? Deal.
There we are.
Hopefully
Classic
people are
Luke
friendly.
Goblin.
I just
I
woke up,
sure
I'm
hope.
ready for PvP.
True. Based. Oh, I just got level 69 in Rivals. Very hype.
Oh, fucking awesome.
So hype. I wish you could lock your level.
Right,
What are you
yeah,
at?
just be 69 forever. For rivals? No, I think I'm like 60? 61.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, you're cooking. You play.
Yeah, but I never played rank. I don't think I've ever played rank in rivals.
I think
though.
I love
feel
it.
like
I think you should. I think it's anxiety riddled to like go into comp, but my experience is good in Rivals. I feel, even if it's like
I played
the OMM ladder
ranked in
sucks.
Overwatch. I played ranked in Overwatch, but I always used Rival as like my fuck around game, you know? Like when I didn't feel like sweating in comp.
Yeah. So fair.
Yeah, so I just never played rank. I think I played rank
Hey, could you grab me a wrench?
just a little
Actually,
bit that
never
one
mind.
season
I'm
to
good.
get the Sue skin, the Invisible Woman, the black and red one.
Ooh, I do like that one.
I played it enough just to get that.
Love that. That's the skin I used for a very long time, Sue. Very long time. It is. People agree that it's the nicest skin they dropped on, like, the battle pass.
I got for some reason this game loading in my computer doesn't like it. Once I'm in, I'm
No,
fine.
huh?
It's weird.
I wish that there was explanations for things like that.
It gave me a Stitcher. That's okay.
Arpeggio. Well, come here. Come here, friend. Come into this building where it's nice and dry.
Well, no,
Wait,
you're not
never
gonna
mind.
drop it. I'm okay with the Stitcher. I'd rather have a
Don't you
Stitcher
dare say anything to me. Don't you dare. I have 2 green guns already.
I was just hoping for a Pharaoh. Oh,
There
an
you go.
anvil? Fuck.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I have
I'll
a
take
goddamn.
the fucking anvil.
Hell yeah, brother. I have a. You're the.
Wingman from Apex. Did you ever play Apex?
I didn't know. No.
There's a gun called the Wingman, and the anvil is very similar.
Hell yeah. I love the anvil. I got the key for it, so I'm or the blueprint, so I'm good. I'm good on that.
Oh really? Oh, so
Yeah,
you can
brother.
just fucking make it whenever you want.
Hell yeah, exactly.
I'm jealous.
Now mind you, I'd still be buying my anvils because, you know, I mean, they get 3 a day and they're fucking,
They're
I mean, why?
expensive.
They are, but I like it. I like
$15
it.
a piece.
17 grand, but you know, maybe it's just the good time you're looking for. Is this it? No, it's not it. Oh, damn it.
What are
Where's
you
the
looking
fucking
for?
key? The fuel
Oh,
cell
the
key.
pops and oh, for the depot.
Yeah, just in case we found it. I'm not
The
like looking
box
for
thing?
it, but yeah, we get double credit on these maps. So.
Oh, lightning.
About to explode. Oh. Lightning does strike twice in the same place. I just saw it. Even if it's a video game, it
I'm
counts.
looking for the box for you.
Mighty. I can't find it.
It's hard to see in the rain. It's all dark to see. Oh, good
Shut
job, man.
up! Shut up! Shut up, you stupid car! Hell on us.
Oh, where are you? I hate trying to
Where
find
art
this
thou?
thing. And sometimes
you know
it
what?
spawns like so far from the depot too.
You know what? We're just gonna give up on it. It's all right. We got other
Sure.
fish to fry. Yeah. We might have spawned in next to it, but
We got plenty of time.
well, we're after the pops. That's the real big money right here.
Alright, looking at this apartment.
They've been cool. Oh, you're good. Looking whatever you like. Oh, also, since we are here, you need a light bulb. There's a free light bulb. I told you about tips that we like and we're given. This is a tip I was given. This light bulb right here is all reliable.
It's always in here? Every time?
Always here.
I wonder why. Yeah, you're right. There's a fucking light bulb. Thanks.
No,
Where?
oh yeah.
Let me see where I'm at. Electrical substation. Okay. Good to know.
There it
Oh,
is. God tried striking you down with that secret.
Put the light bulb back.
Put it back.
Go to water treatment control.
Wait, what was that? Arc
Go to that
courier.
arc courier.
What is? Oh, never mind. I see.
Up there.
I was like, wait, what is this little symbol on my?
Oh.
I'm a thingamajig. You probably need some stuff in here. Let me see. I'll take a look. I'm gonna take that. I mean, I don't need. Actually, you don't need shit here. Never mind. There's nothing good in there, but please take whatever you want.
I'm just chilling. I'm not like Blue Goblin right now.
Let's go to water treatment control.
Water treatment control. There's some really good shit here.
Up there.
There is.
I just like to I like to ping them out because it's easier for me to see them. Like,
Oh no,
ping 'em.
I like that too. Don't worry about it. Ping all you want.
There's a hornet. You said we need hornets, right?
We do need hornets, but you know, we're gonna pursue hornets as a. Okay, we need a hard mode. We got hard mode. Here we go. Let's do it. Okay,
Why
I'm
is
going
it hard
inside.
mode?
Oh, because hornets are kind of assholes.
See, that's why if I had a pharaoh. Fuck off.
Are you safe? There's a door open right here.
No.
Oh shit. Remember how I said that I was fine? Well, I'm actually not fine. And I'm dead.
Oh my god! Where did the lever come from? Where did the lever
Very
come from?
specific places. Very specific
God.
places. It's okay. We do that. We do that.
Oh, they have a fireball too?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. You know what you can do? You can press
okay
you can
if
press the
there
button.
wasn't-
Press the button. Go try to escape. Go try to escape.
Where is it?
It's right next to you. It's like oh no, it's like that way.
Where we came from?
Yeah, it was literally right where we came from. I don't know if we can make it, but yeah, I don't see it. It's not in sight. Yeah, we walked right past it. It's alright. Let's get going. Yes.
Sorry, I lost your anvil.
Don't worry. It's okay. It's fine. I am gonna smoke.
Hornets? Yeah, no, but Hornets, I shot at it because, like, I typically have no issue with Hornets, but I usually have a Pharaoh. Like, a Pharaoh, you shoot the little fucking, like, things on the side, the little fan things that, like, keep it flying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that anvil.
Those, like, 3 shots in that thing, and it's dead, you know?
Anvil is good for 1 shot on each of those fucking propellers.
Oh, I know. Where did the leaper come from?
Oh, he was wandering around near the leaving area.
See him.
Oh no, he done did a snaky.
Okay, so that's my fault.
No, don't trip, it's fine.
If I knew there was a leaper nearby, I wouldn't have shot. See, that's why I do a free loadout this early in the morning, because I make stupid decisions.
It's all good.
I lost your anvil.
You're so bent out of shape. Let's just play a game. Here, we're gonna do free loadouts though.
Please give me a Pharaoh. I just want a Pharaoh. The queue times are crazy at this time
What do
of
you
day.
mean?
I've never played this early. Usually when I play, it's like you ready up and like you're in, like instantly. It's just because it's so early. Just trying to find enough players.
Sorry, I'm just like locked in on the smoke here.
So? What are you apologizing for?
Oh, I didn't even have. I don't know.
I have my
I'm just
vape.
not being very communicative at the moment here.
What are you talking
Not
about? You've been
I'm not
talking to me the whole
communicating.
time. You're overthinking
sorry,
it, Dan.
I don't know. I'm just hitting this thing. I'm hitting it hard because I'm like the timer.
Hit it.
The timer.
Hit it. Yeah, that's why I like the little vapes, like for when I'm gaming, so then I don't have to like babysit one or anything.
If you want to join us on the next one, yeah, I'll happily invite you. Happily get you into the next one.
Why don't we just go now? Or get them now. We're in queue. Anyway.
Is he
It's not like
already
we're
there?
in a game.
He's not. He hasn't opened up the game.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
She tried.
I
Yeah,
had a full night's sleep, so I'm like, let's go. And you're. How long have you been awake?
Oh, actually, good question. Oh no. I like these streams because you guys feel pity on me and maybe, but this is literally just me living. I'm just living.
You living?
Here I am. I'm just living.
This is...
I'm not living optimally. I'm just living. All right. See you soon. All right, so
He gave me a stitcher.
back to the treatment.
Let's go to water treatment control.
But we can also get next to we can get you another light bulb if we like.
Oh, I don't do that bad, dude. Let's just do your pops and whatever.
Wait, why run? Oh, we're like around. I don't think I've ever been over here. What the hell? Can we go through here?
I think so. My audio is stuttering. Because it does that when it's raining for some reason in this game. I think it's a bug.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not like all the time, and it's not constant. One of my buddies that I play with was having the same issue, so I was like, okay, cool, it's not just me.
I wish I
be
paid more attention to the like.
it might be a PC problem. It might not be.
Electrical substation.
That's your car.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess since we're right here, we might as well.
Might as well grab it.
Yeah, I just meant like if we were going, if it was gonna be like out of the way, I didn't care.
Yeah, no, we're all hey.
Be careful of lightning, my friend.
Be careful of lightning. It will kill you. Actually, no, it won't. It'll just take away your shield.
Up there.
Oh,
Far.
lovely, lovely snitch. All right, let's make our way. Let's make our way.
Making our way over there.
Oh,
Get
hold
some
on.
shit.
Probes. Wait,
Forward
probes
dance
don't need
dance.
shit. Fall down fast. Wait, hold on. There's double probes. Hold on. We're gonna actually open these probes. If you want to open the one behind you,
What?
is there another one behind you? I swear there's two. Am I tripping? Yeah, there's another one right there.
Oh, there is. Yeah. They're so loud.
They are.
What is going on with my audio right now?
Right. Get
Search it,
some
you
looted
dumb
from the other
bitch.
side. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
it's finicky. There's 3 more. Alright, I guess we're looking for probes. That's like a secondary mission thing. Because
Oh.
we're
I didn't
already
even
at
notice
2
that.
stars.
I saw that though. It popped up again.
Yeah.
That's painted.
Damn, there's another one up there? What the hell? Hold up.
Maybe it's because of the map condition?
Yeah, I guess so.
Lightning storms, because maybe they can't like fly or something in the lightning storm?
Well, they
Alright,
yeah.
this is where we fucking died though. There's a wasp
This
there.
is where we weren't together. If we're together, we're fine. We're fine.
I just want to make sure there's not a fucking leaper up here again.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's that wasp. Oh, there's the probe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
What
get
the
it.
hell? Oh, you got another one over there? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's take those out. We're taking those out.
Yeah. Oh my god, you bitch.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah,
There's a big boy up there.
yeah.
Oh, that was a wasp. Never mind.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
there
I'm
is a
saying.
leaper. There is a leaper here. We're getting down.
What?
We're getting jump over this ledge. Jump over this ledge. Jump over this ledge. Jump over this ledge. Jump over this ledge.
Yep. Okay, I didn't roll anything.
It's okay. Either. Oh, not this door. Not this door. Not this door.
I went below. I'm below. I'm below. Alright, that one's dead. Got one here though.
Make your way back upstairs and into this door here.
Yep. Oh no! Leaper!
Come on,
leaper,
you
leaper.
get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here.
Coming! Close the door!
You're touching things.
Fireball. I know.
No, hold on. Just wait. Just let it be open. Just let it be.
You
Let
gotta
it
wait
be.
for it to open. Right, I know. I'm just panicking.
It's okay. It's okay. We got this. We got this. We got this.
I just done leaper. I saw the leaper and I was like, oh!
The leaper does make heart accelerate. This is true. Those things tend to be worth.
They're still looking for us. I can hear them.
Oh, they want them things. By them things, I mean my things and your things.
I do need to find some shield recharges.
Oh, you don't have a shield recharge.
I used it back there.
All right. Don't worry. I suppose we both need them, huh?
Yeah.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna go loot those fireballs that we have, And inside of them, we're gonna. Uh-oh, there's people. People are outside. Maybe they're trying to work on mission shit.
That
So I'm gonna
labor,
get.
maybe.
Yeah, because you do get points from
Maybe they're
laborers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah,
Alright,
and you
one
need
second,
the,
1 second.
You need the leaper cores to fucking to level up one of the benches.
True. Yeah, I'll finish that one. Alright. I don't think I needed that. Yeah, we've got hornets. We need pops. We haven't seen a single pop yet. What are the chances? So you're gonna use those arc cores as like a shield recharger. You see what I mean?
I don't know. How do I do that?
So you put it on your quick use loadout, and you use it on yourself, and it'll.
Oh, you can actually. Oh.
Mhm. If you didn't
This
get one, I was
whole
gonna use one on you.
time? No,
Right.
no. I pick up art cores all the time. I didn't realize I could do that on the fly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's because that's what they're crafted
That's
out
a
of, and
fucking-
so.
Oh no!
Uh oh, what's wrong?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Oh, I'm lost. Oh, nice. He spiraled. He
Oh, there's
spiraled
the
to his
leaper.
death.
That leaper's over there.
He
My
made his way over
audio.
there, huh? Okay, so there's some mushrooms for you. Those are
Oh,
mushrooms you're gonna need.
I got tons of mushrooms.
You have more than 12?
I'd have tons. I'm
Okay,
telling
then.
you, I've been running with my boyfriend, and every time we load in, I do the looting too, Augment. So I have 2 of the booty holes, you know, the stash pockets.
Oh,
He
nice.
brings
Very
me-
good.
He brings me stuff, and I just put them in there.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. He got you locked
yeah,
in.
he's been.
Let's go.
He's
My
been very
man.
caring. I'm just like right now. I'm just here to fucking.
Volleyball, huh?
Yeah. I don't need anything specific.
All right.
Take that
There's
fire
more
over.
mushroom. Naturally, we don't find any pops. Somehow, there's not a single pop in this whole building. Who would have known?
Because you're looking for them when you don't want to know who to find.
Yep. Here. It true. It true.
Someone's extracting. You hear the
Yeah.
whee. I love
They
that
let
sound.
everybody know. I do too. I'm a fan of this.
I want it as like my alarm when I wake up in the morning.
I mean, I can make it your entry alert if you like it that much.
No.
But yeah, I didn't think it was that much, but you just let me know because you need an entry alert too. You heard?
I'll have to think on it.
All right.
That's a pretty big decision.
It is. I get it. I do understand. Wait, what is this? This is actually. Oh, it doesn't go up. I was like, where does that go up to? But I was hallucinating.
You know, one of my favorite sounds though is like when you're ready up, when it finds the match for you and it goes bum, bam. I fucking love that.
Yeah, that is hard. It does go hard. And you mean in this, right?
Yeah, in our group.
Yeah.
The sound design in this game is so fantastic.
Agreed.
You know what I wish though? You know how you just breached that door? I wish that if you were with somebody and they breach it with you, it goes faster.
Wow.
I feel like that would be a nice change. Somebody ran through here already.
Wait, there's no sound anymore all of a sudden. What the hell just happened to my sound? Where's my sound? Hello? Where's my sound? I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the game anymore. Hold on one
Are
second,
you
let me
tabbed
reset
out
the...
of the game?
No, the
It's my
the
sound,
homie
my
Red
sound.
Seek used a Tangia and it yelled space. like kind of after it, you
Oh,
yelled,
and now your shit's all borked. Oh no.
and oh, there it goes, and now it works. What the fuck? I don't know what just happened, but it was for a second it shit the bed. Very cool coincidence. Sometimes there's a bag right there.
Yeah, like one of
Sometimes.
the medical bags.
Yeah. That's nice they how he's. Oh.
Jolt mine blueprint.
Do you already have one of those?
Have that. Yeah. That's easy money,
Alright.
though.
It is, yeah.
Shut that little orb up. If this were
This whole
space,
audio.
you'd be purging the filthy green skins, you motherfucker. Wait, I'm getting space mail from the Emperor. He's
Hold on, we're
saying
getting
I
Tanja here.
robbed Tangia. I'm a filthy heretic.
You are filthy heretic, Red Seek, and don't you forget about it. Don't you forget it. Oh boy, I'm gonna get electrocuted. Thank you for the Tanjas and yelling space into my ear. It was very good timing. That was wonderful, actually. I didn't know what was happening. I was like, bro, did she activate something? No. Oh, there's things. Yeah, I thought you activated something. Because the homie, like, you panic yelled. You were like, you were saying something about being excited. Okay, here's the homies. Here's the homies. Hold on one second. Oh, open your face. Open your face. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, we good. We good. Just gotta do a little shield repair here, and we're Gucci. I think that's a pop right there on that. Yeah.
Over there.
Oh, it's already been destroyed?
Yeah.
That bastard. You bastard. Oh wait, okay, never mind. That was just a fireball. There's another fireball. Hey, open your face. Yeah, the pops have this stupid ring around them. Damn, they made them hard to find, didn't they? They fucking put those bitches somewhere.
Yeah.
That's right. Most irritating. No new technology. Okay, is that the space marine way? No new technology. All right, let's go up here.
Over here.
I'm hopeful we find some of these goddamn pops up here. Get their attention. I want their attention. Let them know I'm here. Don't let them know I'm here. Oh, there's one.
There you go.
I didn't get its credit. Oh, I did. Yeah. Pee pee poo poo. I get the credit. Yes, yes, yes. You bitch. I win, you lose. I'm smart, you dumb. I'm big, you small.
Oh, spiders.
Be careful. Careful.
Oh, I gotta reload.
She says, yep. She says, yup. Oh. So the best way to deal with these ghosts is to use
I'm
your
out of ammo.
Oop. There you go. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll get ammo. We'll find some. Who's making that fucking noise at me?
It's
Shut
the
up.
camera.
Shut up.
We're getting shot at.
Yep, we are.
Friendly?
No, they're not friendly. Why are you fucking asking that? What?
Maybe
They're
they'll
assholes.
be friendly. Sometimes people just start shooting because they assume you'll shoot them. But if you say friendly, I have no ammo, so.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they're throwing shit.
I have no ammo and a free loadout, my dude. Like, I'm just questing.
Alright.
Okay. Enjoy my stack of shit. Free loadout, buddy.
Yeah. I should have just shot at their bitch asses. Oh well. Let's just go with it. Let's who would have thought there'd be random motherfuckers in electromagnetic storm? Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know.
Alright, how about let's play Marvel Rivals?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like a console is just, for some reason, like the console players are more aggressive. Like if I play without crossplay on and just PC servers, like more often than not people are friendly. I feel like I've made more friends than enemies in this game.
Oh, sorry, Neff.
It feels bad getting like killed though and losing your shit.
It does feel bad losing your ship.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't a freeloader, so I don't really like lose anything.
Yeah, kind of take the steam out of it.
Yeah.
I'll
And that always
I'll keep going, Neff.
happens,
I don't know
like-
if you're gonna stay up or not, but
Stay up?
no, the homie Neff was just waiting for us.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't want to stay playing something I'm not feeling good about.
I'm sorry. I'm shitty.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's
We
always
once
what
we start
happens
getting
with
shot
art,
at, we're not
like-
gonna we're protocol. You get shot, we're shooting back. You didn't have bullets though, so it wasn't really.
I didn't have anything. Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
shit.
have any throwables either. I have literally nothing.
All right, let's see here.
I'm launching.
Oh, I was like, I'm not saying you in game yet. I'm gonna start smoking.
Yeah. I had to.
Thank you,
close
Jess.
I do think it's funny though when I get killed, like especially in that scenario, because not only was it a free loadout, but like I didn't even have ammo. I had nothing but like trash in my inventory. Like I had nothing good.
Yeah, I just had that jolt mine blueprint, but that didn't matter. I've seen that thing a million times.
Yeah, it's pretty common. That one specifically, I feel like I picked it up a few times.
Especially in that building.
Alright, I am in.
Alright. Alright, let's go on some quick match.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father
There we go.
began. I hope I make him proud.
I'm excited to play with your Gambit. It's so good.
Yeah, how were your ranked matches?
I got up to Plat 1, and I think we
You
could
were
get into
saying
Diamond, but we'll see. We'll see. It likes to fight me and make me
Do
pain
you
for it.
solo queue? Right?
Another place in Destiny
Yeah,
is
it's the
for
saddest thing in my life.
someone has to protect it.
I did it for 4 days straight. Like
Oh my god, Dan.
I did one of these streams, and it
Why do
start. You know how it
hate
started?
yourself?
You know how it started?
Oh.
With the title, "Stream doesn't end until I leave Diamond."
God.
I was
how long
one
did
or
it
two
take?
games away from
I suppose
the
we'll find out soon
Grandmaster
enough.
when the stream started.
Place.
The battle starts
I didn't-
in 5,
I didn't end stream for 4 days.
3, 2,
My
1.
god.
And yeah, I was in platinum.
There's a
Oh, did you just die? Oh man, that's it's like I have like these mines and they're going to kill you if you don't watch where you step, you stupid.
We're better when we work together.
Oh my god, you guys don't learn. Where is that stupid fuck? Where is that stupid fuck?
Better stop that vehicle!
I got you, I got you.
You okay, yeah.
Get the fuck off me, Venom.
Guess it takes a spider to beat one.
I needed to do that 1 second later.
We're better when we work together.
Our friends are here!
Oh, I missed him.
Good as new. Mine's in place.
Spider-Man.
Uh-oh. Well. Oh, they don't know yet. Wow, they literally could have stayed alive and gotten the same effect. They just had to go into their base.
Double
Just needed
kill!
a few repairs.
Oh shit. I'm reloading. Fuck.
Who gave me his awesome shield?
You know what to do, spiders? Distance restoring.
Stop them!
We make quite a team. Mine's in place.
Oh my god, Venom.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh wow, I'm getting lit up.
Got you. Shit.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Give the lid back. I've got yours. Woohoo! I know that sound.
Where's my-
It's spider time!
We have gotten this before.
No coming back from that.
No, that's
Dude, I haven't seen the snows this year.
Yeah, aren't you in a place where it's
It tends to not snow here very often, no, but I understand that there was supposed to be from the little one that was there. He said something. And I took his word for it.
Lid back. I've got yours.
I took his word for it.
Oh, I did. I did.
You're up, little one.
Captain, come back!
Oh, did you explode? That's weird. Did you step on my mine? It's like you guys don't know what these mines do. It's like you think it's nice, pretty Halloween atmosphere or something. I mean, it is nice Halloween atmosphere, but it's more than that. How dare you? How dare you, Venom?
We make quite a team. Powering up.
No! Get me out. Idiot. I have a dash. Stupid.
Oh god.
He spit me out over the edge and fucking...
I'm sorry.
This is gonna hurt.
Dead.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
No.
Actually, no, I'm not.
Spider time!
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. No
No
chance to
coming back
stop
from
them!
that. Who are there so many of them? Here comes trouble.
Double KO!
Good job, spiders. Time for some fireworks.
Oh no! It's okay. I got way too close to them.
Extra power. Back in action. You know what to do, Spider. Powering up.
Gambit never falls!
In place.
That's okay. No, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do.
They hit a checkpoint. Now my
We needed our whole
time to
team,
stop
and
them.
they were winning that one.
Just needed a few repairs.
Come on, Jeff, back up.
Come on, Jeff, pick up.
Better stop that vehicle.
Systems restoring.
I don't know. I'm not using my net. Wow, you guys kept me up. That's crazy. I don't know how you did that. That's crazy.
Whoever they are,
Living through an ult is like some next level shit, in my opinion. I don't give a fuck. Alright, yeah, they're pushing hard and I'm by myself.
No, you're not. I'm right behind you.
Well, I mean like by myself without like the rest of them.
No, Jeff got me again. Be an idiot. Spit me out like you did before.
it's Spider time!
Idiot. You didn't learn the last time.
Gambit never falls!
It's okay, it's okay, I'm gonna get back there. Yeah, I thought I could get over and fucking hold my net on him, but I can't fucking ever do it to fucking that motherfucker. One day I'll be so excited when I finally get him with it. Oh my god. I exploded. No, I way exploded. There's very little you can tell.
Don't count us out yet.
Damn it, done. Oh, fuck you, Emma. Oh my god.
The final 10 seconds. Double KO. Keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is gonna hurt. We made quite a team.
Gambit never falls!
Oh, fuck off, Gambit.
Now you do the same
Nice.
thing, we.
Good
Here
job.
we go.
You
We
held
did
that
it.
point.
We fucking did it. Thank you for helping me do my fucking job
Look at
effectively.
you! Look at you!
Oh, shucks. I finally got the cute MVP, guys. Let's go. Wow.
I'm telling you, you held that last point like crazy. I thought it.
Oh, wow. I top fragged. I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, you fucking good.
Wow.
Trying to tell you.
I knew racing for it all. You had MVP, my man. Thank you. Wow, level 69 and MVP. All right, guys. What's our MVP highlight? Crunch me one, dude. I love Crunch. They're so good. Bunch of Crunch.
You're up, little ones. Time for some fireworks.
If this is hard,
Systems restoring.
no dude. Oh, I didn't get that kill though.
You never stood a chance.
Oh, I did get that kill. Oh, that's right. That was the Gambit burst because Gambit's ult explodes and does damage. Is that right?
Yeah.
It does. And so when that goes off, that's actually your ult killing someone. Interesting. Interesting.
I think I got the assist for it. No.
You have to get the assist for it.
Yeah.
But it's your ult doing it. Like I wasn't ulting right there. You ulted. And it showed like an ult screen for me.
But I was behind you though, so I wouldn't have like. It's because of you that kill happened because you were forward.
But I like
Just
that they
take it, man. Just
I
let
like
it.
that it
Just
shows.
fucking just make
I'm letting it, but I'm liking because in the past I was mad that people would talk shit about Rocket's ult boosting them, and only boosting them, but like they're not realizing it was an offensive ult and like it had the potential of like really pushing you through a fight. It did need healing, but like it was doing a lot. Now that it is healing, now that it's healing, the damage is like when you have a rocket ult, it has to go down because it's that powerful. Oh, you can't make it to work. Wow. Well, enjoy your day off one day. I mean, they understand, I'm sure. Remember the one time someone jeffed me into their spawn? I was like, this is bullshit. Yeah, dude, that's the strat. When you're jeffed, if you just go into spawn, that's it.
I think they patched that out so you can't do that anymore. I remember that though. Yeah.
What do you mean? Why not?
What do you mean why
That's
not?
That's perfectly reasonable.
You'll need a top-notch team
To
to
trap
you can't
them
do it
in
all
your
the
own
time.
in your own spawn where they can't get out.
No, because what you do is you take them in your mouth and then you bring them into your own spawn and then you take them and you spit them and then they instantly die.
Right.
I mean, it's the same thing as like Jeff has to die to get any value from his ult. He has
That's true
to
though,
die.
because that Jeff last match, he swallowed me twice, and both times
They call me D-Talk now.
he spit me out, and I dashed back to safety. He didn't kill me either time. He swallowed me.
Straight up.
But he killed himself though.
He killed himself. Amazing. Dude, yeah, one of my favorite things I've ever read on Reddit was like people
30
talking
seconds
shit about
before you
Jeff.
attack.
And it's
Get
like,
ready.
yeah, my Jeff is most valuable when he commits suicide. And I was like, oh my god, in a video game, that is insane. But the truth, what is the truth?
Hundreds of potential stratagems at the moment, Johnny.
It's a shame that they did that they did it to like the cutest character in the game.
I'm not
too.
sure you want me to answer that.
Yeah. Grizzle.
The battle
Not
starts
true,
in
definitely has to
5,
die with character, but
4,
barely.
3,
You can basically
2,
cheat it.
1.
Harder than that.
He can, yeah, he can surf the walls too.
There are some people that are like really fucking good at jobs, and I commend them.
At least when my
Oh,
husband
I
isn't
know.
trying
There's
to reprogram
a
me to do his homework.
Yeah, there are some really good Jeffs. I've been fucked up by a good Jeff. Dude, he does not want a piece of me. He keeps running away the moment I do anything. Oh wow, I exploded. I shouldn't have dashed on him.
Oh,
Oh.
you're Daredevil right now. Sorry.
No,
You
it was my
still
fault.
have to deal with the devil.
I dashed at it, and I shouldn't have.
You know the program, Herbie. Always use the power.
They're sneaking from
Back to my old
Keep going!
Star-Lord back here.
Sorry, I just got back here. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna go ahead and be mean.
Apologize to me,
Don't you
Dan.
ever tell me not to do things. Ever. Do I look like your boyfriend?
Apologize to me.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Let's see here. I don't know why that would be a reason not to apologize to someone, but
You did nothing to apologize for.
The wounds are gone.
I'm getting handled right now.
Thanks.
Hold on, do I need to be someone else? We have the incredible.
I'm even struggling right now.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Revenge is us against the world. A gift from Khonshu. This was Khonshu has it. The moon haunts you. A gift from Khonshu.
Oh my god.
Needed that, thanks.
Fuck you.
Oh, I have a Hawkeye I need to take care of. Okay.
I'll do my best to carry on.
I'm trying.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It's not on you.
Shields up!
A gift from Khonshu. A little pick-me-up.
A little help, please.
I am
I
the
fucked
light
up my.
in the darkness. Alright,
You're doing great.
Against the world!
Fuck.
According to Dr. Richards, the blood team is nothing more.
Oh my god, Groot, I'm so sorry.
Mid-old.
We're just getting. I don't know what's going on here.
Steamrolled a bit, huh? I'm gonna go Penny, since that's where my winning happens.
I'm psionically linked to a giant robot. Hi, Lynn. You know what to do, spiders?
don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I don't know how I didn't grab him, but I missed him. Somehow I missed him.
They got you covered, Herbie. Keep going. Only 60 seconds left. I'm counting on you, friends. An extra Time for some fireworks. We go up to where lyrics say.
Born again!
Of course, and they all get res. Why is this team so sweaty so early in the morning? In quick play.
Time!
Yeah, it's very sweaty.
You've got my back. I've got yours. Final 10 seconds.
Us against the world!
God.
You know what to do, spiders? This is gonna hurt.
Fucking die,
Oh my God.
Adam.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
That was my fault.
Wait, come on.
Shields up.
I pushed up to kill that Adam because he's the one keeping them all alive right
Get the job done.
Sorry I didn't take care of that faster. I finally got him down.
now. Get out of here.
For real. I don't know how she had so much life. We were all on this. How?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Enemies.
Goddamn Spider-Man. Damn. No, it's just a run.
It's alright.
Well, you can't expect to win
It's
them all.
alright. It's always quick play.
Yeah, it's true. Wait, they had 3 healers? How did I not even notice that they had 3 healers?
Yeah, it was Gambit, Adam,
That
and
explains why nobody was dying.
yeah. It true. It true.
Um,
Run it back?
I'm gonna go. Yeah,
You need
I'm
another
gonna
one?
refill my coffee real quick. I will be right
Okay.
back.
Sounds good. I'll smoke a little bit and see you in a second.
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by coming to Earth and live streaming the celebration. Galacta here, giving you all the Rivals Day buzz.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. You up here?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Maybe I should
I
start
like
playing.
that sorry,
Go ahead. I was gonna say playing
was-
Mag since you're such a good matchup, but go ahead.
I was gonna say, I like that our Bucky's name is Mustard.
Mustard!
Yeah.
Beautiful. And thank you, Red Seek, for the fucking Gigantify. Sorry I didn't acknowledge. You fucking legend. Let me see this bad boy even bigger. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is a beautiful pose. That's an emote on... I didn't even know that was a Twitch emote. What?
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
30 seconds before
Yeah,
you
I
attack.
think a Mag was looking at me today from the character select screen, and
That's some nice armor you
I
got
think it might be time.
You can play whoever you want.
Oh, Rocket.
Play
I feel bad. I'm
Always
always hogging Gambit.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You should feel that. I'm joking.
I feel like I should because like I
Time for some
The battle starts
fireworks.
in
quick
5,
block him
4, 3,
every match.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I just play other people now, and I'm like, my Gambit.
Protective shield.
We made quite a team. This is gonna hurt.
You got somebody up here. Oh, it's Iron Man.
You're up,
Fuck.
little one. Systems restoring. Lines in place. Lines in place.
Oh no!
Oh, I don't know why I stood so still. I'm so dumb. I'm literally gonna watch my playback because
I thought you got like stunned or something, or
Just needed a few repairs.
I'm just stupid. I'm so sorry.
oh, it's quick play. I don't care.
Don't you ever say you don't care. That means you don't care about my apology.
I don't think I needed it.
I'm joking. I can get it. Silly.
Better be.
I'm counting on you, friends. Systems restoring. Lines in place.
Fucking Iron Man is up here.
Where's your Iron Man?
He's up here.
Time for some fireworks.
Maximum pulse!
I just stopped him from doing his fucking ult, so that was cool.
I'm sorry.
He got me though. He got me. No, it's okay. I got my ult. They're not ready for it now.
It's spider time!
Enjoy the amplifier. It's just really, really dangerous. It's like so dangerous. It's like you don't want to actually enjoy this amplifier of yours. I'm glad you didn't. That was very smart of you. Easy on it.
You're up, little ones. Spider nest upgraded.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta go do something.
Time for fire. My trap worked. Mine's in place. Defenses are down.
Maximum pulse!
That was a terrible shot. But hey, I guess we got that one. Okay. We're doing it.
No, I got rezzed by that rocket and then
Don't be like that though.
I know. I got rezzed and
Oh
everything.
no.
I'm trying to get to
Okay, you're good.
Spiders get the job done.
okay.
It's spider time!
Never miss.
God.
You got me back. I've got you in 60 seconds.
You guys got this. You guys got this.
You know what to do, spiders? Feeling stronger already. This is gonna hurt.
A shield?
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm opening a portal.
Just keep fighting a little longer.
Shield. SC. I've tagged a potential hunt.
Systems restoring.
Portal.
I am strengthened for battle.
The final 10 seconds.
Better when we
That's great.
Oh, amazing.
Did you web him?
I did.
Oh, that was perfect then.
Oh, beautiful. I love Penny, dude. She's been so fun, dude. She's been so fun.
I love a good penny. You are a good penny. I've had pennies on this. Look at that! 2 in a row!
Oh my god, guys! 2 in a row! Oh my god. You're a bad strange bro. He just... What do you mean bad strange? What? How did I get MVP? I didn't even top frag. Someone from the other team that's like raging. Quick, easy thumbs up for that mag, or for that strange. That was a good portal he did at the end there. Blocked the door.
It was the enemy strange talking shit about our strange. Even though it's our
We make quite a team. Powering up.
strange. and then he replied saying that's strange. That's actually really funny.
That's so good, actually. Let's see here. I wish you could.
I didn't do anything that round. That was like all our rocket.
I want to do live. How do I do live? The live feed?
Oh, it only sent it to us. I didn't have it to send to the whole thing. I'm stupid.
Don't you dare say that about Black Magic. I'm gonna tell her boyfriend. Is he on Twitch? Is he Twitch?
So when he was out of work for like 6 months because he tore his tricep muscle and he had to have surgery to like reattach it.
Yeah.
So when he was home, he was streaming. And then it's like every once in a rare while now he'll stream, but it's not like he's not like consistent with it. He works a lot.
Okay. Does he Blue Magic? What's his handle?
Blue Magic. His name is actually Mr. Pregnant 3D.
Hell yeah. Hard. Hard. There's depth to that name.
He used to play like Counter-Strike on like a semi-professional level, like way back in the day. And his name that he like actually cared about like got doxxed and shit, so ever since then he makes like stupid names that he doesn't care about.
Got you.
There's like, no, everybody always asks me like, why is his name Mr. Pregnant? I'm like, I don't fucking know, it's just like a random name he put. I just tell people he's a seahorse. That's why he's pregnant.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
He's a seahorse.
I like that explanation for it. Because then there's actually good reason behind it. I see you.
I think it's also too like, you know, needing a name that
Somebody
is
should get
like
the dog a snack.
available in like every game, you know.
You'll need
Like when
a
you put in a
top-notch
name,
team to win
nobody's
this one.
nobody's picking Mr. Pregnant 3D.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope
Yeah,
I can
it's
fly.
true. Yeah, he doesn't have to worry
Kind of
about
the
that.
same reason like people ask me like, why do you spell black magic like that? I'm like, because then it's never taken when I want to use it.
It's true. It's yours. And it makes
I've used
you
it
like
since Xbox 360, because I use it for like every game. So.
I like the upside down A's as V's as a W. See what I
Pretty sure
did?
I'm
Another
still
letter.
the coolest hero in any reality.
W, yeah.
I can be reckless now.
You're so
Oh.
clever, Dan.
30 seconds before you attack.
No, it's just vernacular. That's all it is.
You sounded like the aliens from Mars Attacks. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't seen Mars Attacks. Damn
No?
it.
Oh, it's so good. The cast is like stacked. There's so many people in that movie. Classic.
It is a class.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Legitimately funny too. It's like a funny movie.
The battle starts in
That might be
5,
like one of the earlier films
three,
I saw Jack
2,
Black.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You're up, little one.
He's way up there. Hopefully he knows it. The old man.
This is gonna hurt.
Well done, Star-Lord.
Fighters get the job done. Mine's in place. Powering up. We're better when we work together.
I am Groot. Love this. Oh, he's so...
I do too. And he hits you with the inspirational "We Are Groot."
Yeah.
I love that shit. Oh yeah, that's a sexy from our invisible woman. Or their invisible woman.
Gotcha, bitch. Psylocke on point. Get that bitch.
Mine's in place.
Our Star-Lord's name is Helen Keller.
Oh wow, great.
The Helen Keller.
You're up, little ones.
I got you.
This is gonna hurt.
Reloading. I got you.
You're good. There's only so much we can all do, right?
Oh, you're down below.
Oh no! Sorry, I thought it was. I was gonna try to do that. It is my duty to stop the
You need
fight.
to stop
And,
that vehicle
well,
in
Ready
its
for
tracks.
another
No,
go,
no,
Spider?
you're okay.
not completely. I should try to
Fuck
not
you,
die.
Iron Man.
It's more important, but still.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Now you do the same for me, Wee.
Mama Coco got you killed. I'm sorry.
Powering up. You know what to do, spiders?
Maximum pulse!
I'll turn them into splinters, attack group.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Oh no, that was not it. That was not it. I got CC'd and couldn't move. That time for real.
Don't
Okay,
count us
well,
out
there you
yet.
go, Wanda. Yeah, that's spicy. To be Wanda and just walk up on someone and just suck them. I'm gonna stand there and try. Oh damn. Yeah, the best way to deal with a Psylocke ult is actually to stay together.
It's spider time!
How was you trying to get out of the circle?
Distance restoring.
Oh wow. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be Daredevil because I feel like he wants to. He wants to be our. We had a weird conflict of who puts what where, and you know, I'm not gonna let Fruit. I'm gonna Daredevil a little bit.
Stop that vehicle! Like paging back.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh god. Oh no.
There's nothing you could do about that when I didn't
No,
have
I'm
it.
okay. I'm okay. Well, I was okay.
You were fine. You were living. Then they just absorbed us because I went off of tank and now we're way more squishy.
You're on my radar.
I kind of blame Helen Keller. That sounds bad to say.
That's actually hilarious.
This is a team effort.
Brother, you think I'm not watching? I literally tell you in your ear that I'm looking at you. You think I'm lying? Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There's nothing you could have done about that. There's nothing you could have done about that. I thought I was doing pretty good in there, and then she stayed alive.
Still have to deal with the devil.
We don't stop for no one. Look who we got here. Now you do the same for me, Wee.
Portal.
Maximum pulse!
Let the devil
That's who Gamma was looking for.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that was Iron Man. I was like, bitch, I was literally blocking. Okay, I guess I can be Iron Man or Moon Knight. I guess they want him.
Shit. I missed my anti.
Thank you very much. Damn it, never fall!
By the eye of Agamotto!
No!
Wow. Oh, Iron.
Not the eye.
Wow.
I
fucked
got
up.
Agamotto.
No, I did too. He Agamotto'd you, and then he came right after me. Like, I don't know how he made such quick work out of my health. That's crazy. I have never seen such work.
Extermination!
I actually want to see that from him. No, that was just really dumb on my. Oh, I can't watch that Reaper. Oh.
Can't expect to win them all.
Weak shot.
Yeah, it was totally our fucking Helen Keller's fault. 18%
Damn it, Helen Keller.
accuracy on a Star-Lord is crazy. Is like actually crazy.
Damn you,
I mean,
Star-Lord.
I know
Even though we
it's just
matching
quick
number.
play, but what the hell?
Oh damn it! I didn't thumbs up you. I swear. You got SVP.
Okay, I don't care.
You're gonna be mad forever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Never forgive you.
No.
Never.
Have you tried the Annihilation match?
Yeah.
It's not
okay.
It's
I
not good.
wanted to. I was excited about it when I heard it, and then like I played it a couple matches, and I was like,
Yeah, I feel it. I feel that. I'm gonna keep giving. I'm gonna run it back another time, but yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
I mean, I guess it's good for like fucking around, but that's about it.
Yeah, agreed. I kinda wanna try some
You'll need a
stuff, but
top-notch team to
you
win
get
this
jumped.
one.
You can't help but get jumped in that.
Oh my god, there's people everywhere, and then you get the matches
I'm
where
here to finish
like
the fight that my
everybody
father
goes.
began.
I
I hope I
saw
make him proud.
like an Instagram reel of it was just a whole team of Venoms.
exists where Magneto yields.
Everybody went Venom and the whole team.
No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Sorry, I had an evil moment as I chose Magneto. Say that again.
No, I was just saying I saw a video of like a whole team going Venom.
I love that. And they all just dove everywhere.
No, they were all just twerking in a circle.
Oh, beautiful! I love that.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Metallic curtain.
Have you made your decision yet, Namor? Do you stand with Krakoa?
Such an allegiance between land and sea.
Damn. Okay, so it has its own.
You are still a mutant, no matter where you dwell. Would you deny your own people?
Careful how you speak.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I've never
2,
played
1.
live, so
No, I feel that. I just.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I feel like myself again. You cannot hurt me.
Magneto showing the kids how it's done.
Double KO.
I forgot I have a sword.
yeah.
That was too
I was like, why did
I
I?
don't know how you use it, but I've been killed by it, so I know you got one.
It is a triangle button. I also have just one with my melee, but I have one. You've given me another one.
Mind if we make a quick
Sorry,
stop
buddy,
at Odin's vault along the way?
You cannot hurt me. I feel like myself again.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Gotta teach me that trick, Loki.
him.
Dude, I feel insane right now.
Oh, that's what it was. I was like, where am I getting shot from? It was the Scarlet Witch ball. Did that get you?
What?
My ult?
No.
Oh, I got a back.
Oh, I need to back up more also. I also need to back up. When I don't have two things to use also, like, especially. Let's see if I can practice dunking on a cloak with my new
Now you do the same for me, will you?
ult.
Leave them to Khonshu. Kinetic blade.
Oh, I'm healing. I'm healing. Oh my god.
Oh, she can suck me. I didn't know she could suck me. Damn, she literally doesn't even have to aim. Like, she literally just looks kinda at me.
No.
It's crazy.
Right. Yeah.
Oh man.
Pure chaos!
I'm so sorry, what?
Out of here.
I'm so sorry, what?
What?
I thought when I gave my shield I was giving it and using it. I'm not using it. I have to use it and give it. Interesting. Oh.
That was a nasty strange ult. He fucking portaled and then ulted right on top of me. I had nowhere to go.
Yeah, no, there's
Much better.
I'm learning a lot about mag here.
Okay, let's go play this. Let's go play this way. You gotta win every match.
Get that vehicle moving again!
You cannot hurt me.
Disappear!
But I'm learning so much.
Shall not be removed so easily.
Oh my god, these walls.
I will say that the team is letting themselves down by not using another tank here.
By not using a what?
The tank is like, or the team, not you. We know what we don't do here. And if anything, we're like the only cohesive thing apart about this team.
You cannot hurt me.
Yeah, I'm bad at this. Is it your first time playing him?
Oh yeah, this is my first time playing him. Yeah.
You're doing fine. Yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Still got an edge.
Oh, like there's things that like there's no shot that ever happened.
By the eye of Agamotto.
How do they not die?
Oh, not the Agamotto.
How disappointing.
Double kill!
I feel like myself again. You are under my protection. Best do be more careful next time.
Alright, we're moving. This is good.
Yes.
You're halfway there.
Yeah.
Keep going!
I feel like myself again.
Almost there. Watch her back out.
Taking charge. Unleash the Vishanti's power. You shall not be harmed.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my god! Get the fuck off me!
We ended up. Yeah, we did. No.
No, I was apologizing to the blade.
I know, I'm apologizing. I'm saying you don't have to be or anything.
Oh, I'm trying.
No, there's nothing. I was helping them farm ult. Is what I was trying to do.
I shall not be removed so easily. Much better. Magneto!
Okay, so I need to charge that a little bit longer. I need to not ult as fast as I did.
I shall not be removed so easily.
I need to let him say all of the fear Magneto. Well done.
Just as expected.
Just a Moon Knight. Not too bad. I've been taken out by that twice.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, whoops.
You are under my protection. You cannot hurt me. Still got an edge.
Mind if we make a quick stop at those bumps along the way?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I shot you with a bullet, is what I did. Yeah, I was like, and here you go. And no, that's a bullet that I now have to reload on.
My power cannot be quelled.
Your god is suffering.
You are under my protection.
There, like that.
Down to 30 seconds.
Leave them to punch you.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh god.
The final 10 seconds.
Should have dashed, but I was trying to heal.
Keep fighting it.
My leg.
It's okay. First game is mag. I got this third point. I'm cool with it.
I mean, you're positive. You're 15 and
Am I?
9. Like, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
15 and 9. You blocked fucking 36,000 damage.
Okay.
Almost as much as the enemy. Enemy Strange. With his giant ass shield, so. I would say
Okay.
pretty good for your first game.
Alright. Yo, cheers. Thank you.
No.
And yo, I chopped down a fucking tree with that fucking axe, so let's keep going.
Yeah.
That gambit axe. Do you need more time?
No. What? No.
What no? What no? Oh. Well, I can see why people don't like Mag. He is very, very unagile, but...
Yeah,
Pick
he
your
seems
hero.
like he moves
Or
like really
villain.
slow.
I'm not judging.
He is a slowpoke.
Be wary. No timeline exists where
We
Magneto
have Spider-Man though.
yields.
Hopefully he's a good Spider-Man to keep people busy. So me moving slow won't be an issue. And we have group
Yeah.
balls. You have covered.
What?
Hopefully our Hawkeye is decent too.
I love a good sniper.
Perhaps we should give these humans good reason to hate and fear us.
So what do you get from me?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Gambit charges Magneto.
Right there, look at it. Okay, look. Look.
You not liking how Gambit shoveled the deck?
Honestly, I was just
Yeah.
expecting the card tricks from Doctor Strange.
And now it takes 30 seconds to reload, but totally worth it.
Detonates upon striking enemies. The explosion leaves residual kinetic energy within the target, inflicting secondary damage.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Neat.
3, 2.
Very, very nice.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Damn you,
Got
Groot!
it?
I'll fight you. Be back in the
I
game.
hate when Groot does that shit. People do that with Mei in Overwatch because she has an ice wall. People
Right.
fucking, like trap you and spawn when you're like trying to play the game.
Heads up, back guys.
Like on your own
Yeah.
team. Like, your own team.
Let me guess. Your Namor's friends?
Oh god. I need help. There's a Thor on me.
Looks like the mission area
Oh, you're
is
okay.
yours to capture now.
Sorry, I forget that I have
No, thank you.
other
It's okay,
duties.
it's okay.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
You are under my protection.
And always use a shield.
I need to use that more often.
Thank you.
Mission area is yours.
Yeah, I have no way to get up there, right? Like, like I have to walk around.
You could stand on this thing here and then like hit it.
Oh yeah, good call, good call.
Yeah.
You shall not be harmed.
A shield. Now, merci.
I feel like myself again.
Look what just crawled out of our mouth.
Your attacks are futile.
Fuck you, Thor.
They hitting real hard.
You are under my protection.
Sorry, I was with a old girl.
Taking charge. Our enemy has been spotted. You are welcome.
By penguin game, it's mostly
You've captured more
for
than half of the mission area.
the rest
Keep
of the
going.
team.
Much better.
Like if I'm talking
Alright.
to you,
Namor's
I'll
alone
just
again.
tell you.
That's for the best.
You know.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you see me pinging a bunch, it's not me like yelling at you. It's like me like yelling at the rest of the team. Like when I say
Oh, you're
group up
good.
and shit, that's me yelling at them, not you. Have fun.
You need not fear.
The god of thunder!
Well,
It'd be like that though.
Glory's almost yours.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Spider-Man over here. Oh, sorry.
No weapon.
Never got your back.
Oh, this is way too fun.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Well, that was a decision you made.
Namor's alone again.
Oh my god, it's just nice.
Yay, my first mag kill!
Good guys next time.
Yay!
Yay!
I saw
With the
that.
ult, yeah. Yay! I fucking did it!
And look, you didn't die.
I didn't die. Oh,
Our past was mired in loss and grief.
oh.
But the future belongs to
Oh,
mutant
yeah,
kind.
moves. Alright, let's see here.
Magneto is his own
Happy
master.
birthday! Happy 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The happy birthdays, yes. Let's see my old. I have
Been waiting a long time for a battle like this, I tell you what.
It's gonna be an epic one.
Yippee! We're
You sure
doing
you
it!
wanna
We're
go in
doing it!
just a
Happy birthday!
I'll send you home fighting against gods with a handful of arrows.
Birthday!
Touche.
Birthday!
Is this
Oh my
where
God, I was
my
in a-
shackles
I was-
begin,
Battle
chat?
starts in
I
5,
was in a
My
match
shackles
earlier.
of Magneto.
2, 1.
It was like yesterday or something.
All you need
where
to do is capture the mission area.
Just
Got
like
it?
everybody was spamming the happy birthday.
You're surrounded by gods and
Everybody
cosmic
Yeah.
was
wizards.
spamming it.
If I had it, I would have done it with you.
It's super loud for some reason.
It's unfortunately
I don't know why.
aged, but it'll be around for a long time.
What am I? Invisible? Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I think I can take it.
The mission area is yours.
Your attacks are futile.
Double KO.
Thank you for that assist there. I was using your sword there.
Oh, yeah. Anytime.
Oh
Use
hell
my
no!
sword.
My sword. You have my sword.
Insignificant gnats. You are under my protection. Kill that bird. Full potential.
We ran them down. What the fuck?
We run this shit. I am Magneto.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, you're right there.
Hello.
I am blind.
Oh hell no! Who did that? I just made it infinitely harder to get to. Whoever did that.
You are under my protection.
An extra force field? Great.
We are through. David never falls.
I'm.
Ah, much better.
Thank you, Haley.
Always glad to help.
I'm just.
Come
The
over
area's
here,
almost
people.
yours.
You shall not be
Come
harmed.
on, okay.
Us against the world.
Oh, please.
You cannot hurt me. Never miss.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
No.
All that to kill a Moon Knight. I should have held that up. I see.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Control lost.
It's okay. We already.
I tried to stay
that was-
alive. Oh
they
wait,
literally-
yeah, we. Never mind.
They literally killed
I
us
didn't
one
realize-
time.
Yeah, we got it tonight. I didn't even realize we got it to 99. I was like, oh,
In
I
two-
have to hold.
2 rounds in a row.
I don't
I was
think
acting
that's
like it was
welcoming
fucking
committee.
overtime though.
That's true.
Pick up
It's
your
alright.
toys, you mean.
You shall not be harmed.
You got them all. Control seized. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Unless they have a portal, they're not gonna. Which they don't even have a strange. So won't be able to make it.
Gotta be quicker than that.
Thought you would
G.
tell me.
G. I love that commercial. That's probably like top 10 commercial of all time for me.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a good one. And like when it dropped, it was. Damn, man, what did the guy laugh before me do? We did beat their ass. We really did.
Oh, did their tank leave? I didn't even notice.
Did they? Oh yeah, they were 5. There, it was only one in. He only died one time. That was my first mag game, or was that second?
Second Megan.
Wow. I didn't top frag. I second frag.
No, but you did really good though.
Oh no. I'm not. That's not bad. That's a good thing. That made proud.
Yeah, you did really good.
Magneto arc. I'm gonna put it into my title here. How long do you have
What?
to play? I don't want to like.
I told you. I just like I gotta work out at some point today, but that's all I have going on. I mean, I make dinner later, but you'll probably be sleeping.
What are we having?
Tonight I am making fajitas. Thick fajitas.
Nice, very good choice.
Yeah.
Very
They've
good
been
choice.
marinating. They've been marinating for like 36 hours.
Ooh. Okay, what are we marinating in then?
Oh my god, it's like a whole bunch of shit.
Bunch of shit.
Everything.
You're not supposed to marinate
Everything.
stuff in poop.
Well, no, not.
Poop isn't.
Hold
good
on,
for
I'm
delicacy.
unlocking.
All right.
things
Where's
for
your?
the event? The event.
I can be annoyingly in the room, and that's one of the ways I can do it.
Annoyingly in the room.
Yeah, like I nag like that wasn't an answer that I was looking for, and so I make like silly like haha, you see, this isn't the answer.
I think that's just good streamer etiquette.
Is it? Okay. I just
so.
want to make sure. I just want to make sure people don't feel like I'm rude or something. And I do a little nagging here.
What the fuck? You're overthinking it.
This is literally. I grew up with this. Okay.
I know, I
Always old.
understand. It's learned behavior. I get it, but in the event, like, what is this like Galacta skin? Like, how do you...
Oh, you want to add me?
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by
What? Add
Hey,
You want to get it?
Rivals.
Yeah. So here,
This day is
you
all
should
about
assemble
you.
with me. You should assemble. You should get my assembly code on screen and just punch it in. Oh, actually, I'll invite you. I'll go like this. Here, I go black magic. Ooh. Boom. And then we go boom.
Accept.
And now, I wonder if you could invite me too, but now you're gonna gain these points, right? And when you gain these points, it's gonna give you, after, just because we did one of them, we only need to do one thing, and you're gonna be able to unlock the costume. Yay! I will join your crew. Look, we're like each other's crew.
Yay. So wait, what is this then?
So these are to like gain us extra points. And like
Oh, the blue stuff. Got it. Got it. No, like in the, so you know, in the like the gacha thing where it's like the vending machine and you can get stuff.
right.
I unlocked, like, it said it was a Galacta skin, but like how do you, where do you even use that?
Oh.
She's like not even a character.
Got you. You go, you know, in your battle pass. Here, one sec. I actually have to refresh my
Oh,
game.
I see. Oh, I see. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay. Yeah, I like this
It's
skin
so
better.
kawaii, dude. It's so
It is.
fucking
I like
kawaii.
it. I love it. I like
Annoyingly in the
the sunglasses
room.
a lot.
Have the nerve of existing around other people, the audacity.
Right? How dare you?
Yeah, but I can, I don't know. I feel like it can be like, oh. We're staying on that topic.
O'Reilly's.
Damn, you just, that is actually where my brain does go, so like a lot of the time with it, so, well done. Let's go.
It's the ADHD. You know, we all share that like same brain cell. You know.
We do.
I'm kicking off Galacta here, giving you all the Rivals.
It says that I get monies? No, not monies. Well, I do, but we have to earn it. So let's go earn some monies. Actually, let me finish
Yeah,
smoking.
I think we gotta play matches once we're like, now
I'm
that we're like
kicking-
bumped out, I guess. I saw that the other day and I didn't know how it worked. And I never play rivals with people. It's like a game that I usually solo queue.
Yeah, so we are each other's assembly crew, and now we're doing a thing.
And it says like if we play, we gotta play matches.
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by
Correct.
coming to Earth.
Matches, inflict
Hey,
damage,
rivals!
take damage.
This day is all about you and me.
And
Go
so
out
then we're
there.
supposed to on in 1 day in 19 hours. I'd probably still be alive. There's gonna be the anniversary day, and we're supposed to, like, you can actually go to. Actually, have you been here? Yeah.
The Times Square.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody just like hangs out. It's like a hangout.
I actually haven't been here. I haven't been here.
Oh, yeah, you don't fight anybody. Just hang out.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest
Yeah.
fellow hero in any reality.
It's literally just people just posted up.
Yeah, where are you? Oh, there you are, I see.
You got him, soldier.
This is gonna hurt. You know what to do, spiders?
The shield? Not bad.
3 days and 10 minutes, or 10 hours. So, is it in 3 days and 10 hours, or is it 1 day and 10 hours?
They call me Sandlock. That name shall do.
I don't know.
I bet you it's the event that starts in that time, and then like the actual days, like 3 days or whatever.
3 days, 10 hours. So where did you hear 1 day?
It's on our.
Where did you see that?
That's on our.
I think that's just
About
when
time I got a
like the challenges refresh, and you can like do them again for more points.
Oh. Maybe I just do the trip.
Rivals days. Well, no, I thought that's. I think I was thinking the same thing.
Many thanks.
Let's see here. Can I web up there?
I'm trying to fly up there. Nah, it doesn't let me go any higher.
3 days. 10 hours. Alright. I'm almost done with my smoke here. Let's go
You're
get some
fine.
work done.
I am chilling. I'm not.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began.
Oh, never mind. I'm Mac.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
So for some reason, for me, on Twitch, it's not showing you in like any category. It just says that you're streaming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't say. I refreshed my browser see because I thought it was just me.
I am not the man
How about
I
now?
used to be.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let me refresh. Maybe I'll even open a new tab. Maybe that tab is bored.
I thought you, of all people, would be used to dealing with devils.
Let us know.
Real demons is where I came to trust.
Boing.
I suppose it's nice to know that even you have standards.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh no,
4,
I'm on my way.
3,
Oh god, babe.
2,
Yeah, it's there now.
1.
It is there. Yeah, I don't know. I think.
No, it might. It's probably just my Firefox.
No, I had to update my title. We have this way of setting it that does work.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. No, that was on me. I got a little overzealous. I saw him really low and then he didn't die. So that was on me. I need to learn not to pursue that.
Is a mutant's greatest gift.
Oh, okay. I'm going damage.
No.
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
It's my fault. I didn't realize we
No,
were defending, so I came out of spawn like real late.
It's all good. Seems to swap
It's not
that.
my fault.
Don't you dare talk about stuff that way.
Rise and fall.
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Oh my god, I'm fucked. I need to go get water after this round. I'm so dope.
Water is...
Guess Khonshu's got my back after all.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I'm doing terrible this round. I was
feel
just
like
off
that.
to a bad start.
Yeah.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop
I
them.
haven't gotten a groove.
It's all good. I feel like that.
I hate this map. Like, where the fuck am I going?
Right. What the fuck are we doing?
Yes.
Better stop that
What is this
vehicle!
brute thing looking thing?
I don't know, but his walls are blocking all my
Thank you very much.
Oh, I just wasted my ult. Or not my ult, my on.
My
It's okay. I've been standing on their point for like 30 minutes now, so.
Rise and fall.
I'm not healing as much as I want. I'm dying very often. It's just...
Khonshu, watch over me.
I love my
A lot of my heals
fucking.
keep getting blocked, but this Groot knows where to put his walls. He keeps
Better
cutting
stop
me
that
off from
vehicle!
healing.
A good Groot is nasty, dude.
They made it halfway! Stop them!
Thank you very much. That's one of our targets. The moon haunts you. Love battlefield medicine.
So cold.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god. Get out of here, Reed.
He stopped them in their tracks!
Down here.
Don't worry.
Oh shit.
Rise and fall.
Again! Agamotto.
Thank you very much. Still got an edge.
Why is that there?
I know that pillar's balls. Oh damn, I got taken out by that. So hold on, when he yells "armed and dangerous," do you automatically lose? Oh no, I did get hit by it. Okay.
Still not
They
dead.
hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I was like, damn, I just got hit by like this like life decay, but I didn't even see where it came from. But it
Oh
it
my
was
god,
clear where it came.
Angela!
Dad just beat up inflated muscle SpongeBob. I did. Anchor arms SpongeBob was mine. My target.
Better stop that vehicle!
Damn, Khonshu has the moon.
Trying to keep Angela alive. Flying
Oh, you lucky bitch ass Groot. He was so scared of me. Wait, what was that? He like did his body busting. He like fucking nutted on. He like fucking chest slammed me.
Eyes on one.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Check this place out.
Every time I throw my heels at somebody, they walk into a portal, and I just like waste them.
This is real
It's okay.
power.
It's my own fault. I just like agree with all this match. This whole match was just.
Yeah, it be like
I'm
that.
playing like booty cheeks, yeah.
It's okay. I'm also. I'm gonna join the heal squad. Just see if we can't hold this last. Oh. You don't this.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Feeling fantastic. Disappear! Psionic surge!
It's insane.
You're 1 and 7. Don't worry. I'm 2 and 3 and 7.
Give up so easily.
We're
I don't think
absolutely
I
jinked out
don't
done.
think yeah.
Yeah, we got him. It's nice seeing this big old boy get flattened there.
Portal.
This is real firepower. Fantastic.
Ooh, I just got pounded by my husband.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too.
Nice.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I don't know. I feel like it was just my fault. It was
Don't
just
even
off
trip.
that match. I did more DPS than I did healing. I played like shit. It was my fault.
We throw it back into the fucking queue. Let's
Yeah,
do
but you
it
said you were
again.
gonna get water. You said you were gonna get water. You should do that.
I did say that. Good call. Here's my headphones on. Alright, I'm back. Boy.
I already unlocked something from that.
Ooh. What'd you get?
It's a fucking emote.
Oh, it was it the box?
It's with the
I'm kicking off
with
Rivals
the
game.
fucking fireworks
Hey, rival.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's locked though. We're not gonna be able to use it until it's available, until it's actually the holiday. Or the celebration. Yeah. But you can equip it. I mean, I get it. It's to generate hype. What's up, Mr. Sir? How you doing, Mr. Savage? Good to see you. Good to see you. Boy, we're just in here playing some rivals. I'm on my Magneto arc, dude. It's crazy. Boop, 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 boop. Are you getting ready to go live? Our boy, Mr. Raging Savage here. Friend of the channel. He let's see, he was doing some gooping. He was gooping hard.
Getting the goop.
Yeah. I love a chicken bacon ranch pizza. Oh wait, Pizza Hut melt. I've never even heard of such a thing. Oh, you ready? Are you ready for the? Oh, maybe I should check the anniversary stuff. Let's see. Ooh, I got 300 credits. Yay! Wait, no, I got 100 credits. Yay!
Galacta here, giving you
all right.
all the Rivals Day buzz.
Are you ready for me to queue up?
Yep.
I mean, they really did everything for Black Widow this season. They gooned her out. They gave her healing.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like that vintage skin. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is super vintage.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Magneto.
God, is that a Lord Spider-Man?
Magneto yields.
Tis. Melt just like you take the pizza folded. Oh, okay. Oh shit, I be eating pizza like that all the time. But it's a crispy shell. Wait. The whole thing is crispy? Out like it's all encased? I would say you're up late, but I assume you haven't slept in the bed yet. Exactly. Thor. You get it. I called you Thor.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same
Thor.
fate as Genosha.
Defensive.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Will you be able to put aside our past and trust us on the field of battle, Spider?
I couldn't even trust you to write an accurate news story,
It's like
Eddie.
a crispy
What's
taco
changed?
pizza. I'm in.
That sounds delicious.
This is me later on if I ever make it out of
3,
Diamond
2,
or
1.
I'll be stuck Magneto forever.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Because Magneto, I understand, like in those higher ranks, like you don't play game unless he gets banned. Like he's in every game because he's just like he's a steady tank with a lot of potential. Yeah, I get that.
Oh god, we got a cat back here.
Your spiders never stood a chance. Kinetic blade.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
You cannot hurt me.
Self-guided fireballs?
Mission area is yours.
No time for the go. We still got work to do.
Your attacks are futile.
It's spider time!
Oh my god.
Shields up! Us against the world!
I don't even. I threw that nowhere. I threw it into. Like I just said, here you go.
This is real firepower.
I got fucked up at this one.
That's what I call rebirth.
He put the mental cuffs on Magneto. This was like during the trial of Magneto or something. They're like magnetic man proof.
Spider infestation.
Oh my god.
Your spider
the fuck out of here. This captain.
Oh wow, I died. I actually didn't even realize it was happening.
I couldn't heal you.
No, yeah, no, I was like, oh, you stupid bitch. I'm about to pull out my, oh shit, I'm dead.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh my god, I'm trying!
Oh, we got Penny.
Your spiders never stop. Against the world!
You are under my protection.
This is real firepower!
That's okay. I'm feeling some goofy. Irate. Hell yes, brother. Go enjoy your goof session. I look forward to your future as a gooper. I will be goofing. I hope to goof with you. Oh no! Oh no!
Are not.
I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna rise up like a fucking.
Widow, kill this fucking Iron Man. One job.
Wait, I don't. Oh, it doesn't kill people automatically.
Maximum
It's okay.
The jump spinning was good. I would have been fine with it. Oh my gosh.
I was hard stuck trying to understand what was going on with that. Like, I was hitting her. Like, on the playback, it would show I was hitting Dagger, but nothing was happening to her. And so.
I have no
I
idea.
don't.
I've never played Magneto. I don't know how it works.
Well, I was just the tickle monster, and it makes me sad. You know? I want to not be the tickle monster.
This fucking Venom skin is
30
so
seconds before you attack. Get
insane.
ready.
with the
Yeah,
with the
Yep, it
Jello
has-
cheeks and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. It has a skirt and everything, dude.
I love the colors. It's great, but it's like
Yeah, it's
so
to help Venom appeal.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
You know?
3,
Raging
2,
Savage.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
couldn't have happened
Got
to
it?
a better character. That's good.
You know,
Today we
I agree.
fight
And the
as
emote for that
allies.
matter.
Do not give me reason to alter that
What a
arrangement.
meme.
What a meme.
What a meme.
I feel like myself again. You need not.
Once I get you stuck, behind you.
I'm so sorry.
No, what are you sorry about?
Just this widow dying and everybody's dying. Get off me, Captain! Get the fuck out of here!
They have triple support, so. Damn, I don't know how that just killed that trip.
time is so much fun.
Of course they did. Sorry, I'm not doing anything.
My strength returns. You need not fear. Taking charge.
I literally didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything. Holy fucking shit.
Nice little.
Rebirth is a mutant's
ditty.
greatest gift.
Yeah.
When's
I'm
your
good
album
for those.
coming out?
Probably when there's somebody that
Ooh,
gets
found me
mega
something
addicted
fine.
to the channel and also like the audio, and then they compile all my VOD songs into an album and make something, but probably not so good. I unfortunately pretty lazy.
Get out of my face, Cap! This Cap won't leave me the fuck alone. Fuck out of here.
Taking charge.
Oh my god.
I don't know how I'm not doing anything to anyone, but I'm not doing anything to anyone.
You're helping.
I'm really not. Oh, I needed to bubble. Fuck.
We got trouble.
I forgot how to bubble. It is a sweet team up power for Magneto, but I'm also
Is a mutant's greatest gift.
just really bad with him. Yeah. It's okay. I'm gonna solo
You get a
tank
weapon. You get a weapon.
and
You
win.
get a weapon.
I'm dead.
You'll have to keep
Don't
fighting
worry.
until we have
Yeah.
a winner.
See?
Oh, Venom, you're alone.
My power cannot be quelled.
Oh my god.
I'm
this
sorry you
fucking
guys had to
Jeff.
deal with that widow. It was you.
Jeff is dead.
Jeff is dead. Don't worry. I'm
I'm gonna
100
die.
meters away.
Oh.
I'm like 3,000 meters away. I'm almost there. Oh, there we go. I have a weird feeling something's gonna. Yep.
That's always been a complaint of mine. The spawns in this game are so far.
Yeah. It's meant to be. I think like everybody gets their ults and does their flashy ults, and then people die, and then people go, "Wow, I did good," or "Wow, I saved my whole team." You know. And then.
It takes so long, like the distance. I mean, like before you spawn to get back to point, it's just it's. So
Oh well,
far.
that's
It's
how
like,
they reward
it's like
it,
100
yeah.
meters, yeah. But like
Yeah.
in Overwatch, it's like I don't know, it's like 70 to 80 meters, but like that extra.
I'm kicking off right. Galacta here.
Ain't real.
Giving you all the
You ain't wrong.
wrong
Oh, here it is. It's on this screen. It's on. Oh, Van Dyne's grand opening. I don't know what that means, but there's.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
So it looks
I
like
think
that's
you
how
can
you're gonna
like
get.
a Psylocke skin. Yeah.
I think this is gonna be like the event that they do for the anniversary.
Don't you guys have a vehicle?
And
to
so in
stop
order
or
to get the
something?
event legendary for Psylocke, you have to. Or no, but it says you're going to. Oh, never mind. You don't get lattice, or you get lattice. You don't get the fucking. Oh wait, is that what is this shit called? Lattice is the money. Units. You're gonna get units. You're gonna have to spend lattice. I'm almost certain. Ah, keep it going.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
So I think I'm almost to Lord on Gambit now.
Oh, you'll love to hear that. That's so close.
Yeah.
Or does that mean? Or you're like Centurion?
Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
I have to see exactly how many points.
Oh wait, I was gonna be back. What am I doing?
I'm here to finish the fight that my father...
Muscle memory.
Let me read my stats or skills real quick.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is this really what it's come to? Working with petty thieves?
Who's the one being petty, home? Last I checked, we was both.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But I swear, Loki shall prevail. My weapons missing after this.
Simmer down, Spectre. I couldn't fence
The
those
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
relaxation, just who Gamble was looking for.
A little help, please.
You need not fear. The shield treatment wouldn't hurt. Your attacks are futile.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I feel like myself again. You need not fear.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
From behind. Watch out.
Come here, Spider-Man. Come here, bitch.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Coward.
Keep up the momentum.
Let me, bitch.
Just who Gambit was looking for.
Bro, Jeff over here. Got him.
Well done.
You need not fear. They're coming from behind.
Fuck out of here.
Do that again. Much better. They hitting real hard.
You are nothing.
Mind if we make a quick stop at those vaults?
Oh, nice. Oh, holy shit. He jumped at her. And he blocked the whole fucking ult. Wow. Sexiest shit I've seen. Oh, moving fast with Magneto is dangerous.
Yeah, that's probably why he was so cool. He was fast all the time, dude.
It's gonna be insane.
You need not fear.
I have a shield.
You're halfway there.
Whole
Keep
hop
going.
off. What?
The enemies talking shit.
Devil's Rain!
These guys are so mad.
I can feel them. Onward to Ignis.
Quick play too.
Yeah, dude, no doubt.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god, nobody dies in a Luna ult ever. I'm dead.
Oh, that was not right.
I'm on
Well done, really not.
My power cannot be quelled.
Nope, he's just gonna die.
Yeah, he didn't go to safety when he killed. He just died. Which, you know, I've probably done the same a lot. I get it.
Get that vehicle moving again.
It seems we have company. Ah, much better.
Anyone willing to help?
You shall not be harmed.
Wolverine behind.
He just took me down.
Get to that tree and get this over with. Turn around, they're sneaking up on us. Oh, win his hand!
I kind of wasted my ult, but out of
No, that won it. That won the point. That won the point for sure.
I feel like
That
myself
20%
again.
damage boost is not to be underrated. Dude, I can't get used to my fucking range. It's so short.
yeah, you gotta be like right up on people, I think.
I should have bubbled, but I didn't remember that I had it.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
I feel like myself again.
Controlling me.
Oh god.
I tried bubbling you, and I again I
Wolverine's
threw the
dead.
fucking rock at you.
Oh shit.
Good medicine.
Scarlet Witch is just so
My power cannot be
she's just sucking on me, you know.
She is.
I don't know what to do at that point.
Gambit got your back.
Is he doing this?
Khonshu has his eye on you.
He's a constant drain of resources.
I feel like myself again. This day we prove ourselves.
Got eyes on one of them.
A little help, please. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh
my god.
Shields up.
I had a weird feeling I was about to pull that out of her.
Better watch your back. I got you covered.
It's okay, we're melting them.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Okay, they literally. Wow. Holy shit. Okay, they wanted me. Okay, they got dared. Oh, never mind. I guess he was just whipping all of us. That was actually really good done. I thought he.
Get that vehicle
Okay,
moving
never
again.
mind. I just felt all of that
We've
whip
got
all in me.
trouble.
All of that whip.
Much better. This day we prove ourselves worthy.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Invisible?
Well done, Khonshu.
Insignificant gnats.
Fuck you. Here.
It's okay, I just don't know how to play fucking Agma, though. I have zero Agma. I have zero asthma.
Gambit never fall.
Feel like myself again. You cannot hurt me.
No, there ain't much you can do. That's a play now. Damn, that Gambit ult. It feels like it lasts forever 1 year against it.
Double KO.
Rebirth is a
Get that
mutant's
vehicle moving
greatest
again.
Come over here. Ready's ready to rule it.
cannot hurt me.
Fuck you.
Much
Well done.
better.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
Oh no, not the fire.
The fire.
I tried so hard.
Ain't got so
I
far.
shall not be removed
In
so
the
easily.
end, it doesn't even matter. I had to
Fucking for real. This human torch is just like
Somebody tell Satan.
here comes this bitch.
Futile.
Come here, bitch.
I swear, I always press the wrong button to throw my rock. I cannot help it. Like, oh, I need to heal. Throw rock. I need to throw rock. Heal.
Oh, here he goes.
It just yeeted on me. Which, understandable. I pushed a bit hard there. For what reason? I don't know. That's a great question. None?
Behind.
You'll have to keep
Oh, I'm
fighting
dead.
until we have a winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been dead, yeah.
I'm opening a portal.
Devil's
It
Wrath!
seems we are outnumbered.
Magneto!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I yelled at them to fear me, which technically in the rule books makes me the winner. So it's a little rule in Marvel Rivals. If you ult at Magneto as you're losing, it makes you the winner. So that's pretty cool.
Alright. Well, they tell you that every
Look
time
at
you
this.
lose. Huh?
I know, for real. They literally do. They literally do. Let's look at this SVP. Because you did get some kills that were pretty gas. Damn, after you kill, you give me a full shit.
I was getting my ass handed to me. What are you talking about? I struggled that whole
The
match.
least I could do was stay in front of you, and I was literally jumping out of your way at points. That's crazy.
You do fine. Almost 19,000 damage. So.
Alright, let's keep it going.
Yeah.
I think I knock out. I think it's coming soon.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not
Knockout.
judging.
I think knockout juice is on the way.
I'm here to finish the
You know
fight
what?
that my
I think
father
this
began.
is
I hope I make him proud.
this is sending me.
Like
Sending
you're gonna
me
go to sleep? Is that
The
what you're
nighty
saying?
night bedtime. Yes, sleepy sleep.
Yeah. And then what time do you usually wake up? Your sleep schedule's so fun.
It's so
What
fun.
time
I'll
do
be
you-
up at 3 or
when do you
so.
wake up? Oh man.
Yeah. It'll be perfect.
Oh man.
It's perfect.
What I do may seem dangerous, but I've never
You know,
felt safer than when
as
I'm a
I
spider.
understand, as long as I'm getting enough sleep, it's I'm in good shape.
No, yeah, I mean
30
having a
seconds before
fucked
you
up
went out to
schedule is
do
worse
this.
than like not sleeping at all, you know? But
Right.
Hey, I'm looking for a giant tree and some
you
humanoid
do you,
warriors.
you're crazy.
You seen them?
Yeah.
Kinda my
Yeah.
only
It's
friends.
a
Time for
wild
some
one.
fireworks.
It's not helpful. I'll say that much. It could be better.
Well, the good thing is like you could fix it. It's not like a
That's true.
Battle starts in 5,
fix.
4,
It,
3,
If you wanted to.
1.
there'll be a day, I'm sure.
All I need to do is capture the
Right.
mission area. Got it?
There always is.
The Master Weaver is not going to be thrilled with me for jumping around
We're
realities.
going every which way. I just try to hit as many straight lines as I can.
I'll patch you up.
They literally
Wow.
blocked off their own character. That was crazy.
We made quite a team.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is
You're up, little one. Spider-Man?
gonna put something here.
No, not you then.
I can feel your pain. Sorry. We make quite a team.
No!
Ooh, wait, that hit the spot.
Mine's in place.
Look who we got here. I'm it
Get
up.
shit on.
Get shit on!
Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like as soon as you switch to Penny, we like win.
It's almost...
So good at Penny.
Oh, bye. Oh, Jean, did you just die? Oh, no.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Thank you for the compliment. It's just...
You got it back.
I don't have the strat with old boy, that's all. Once I have his strat,
Right.
it'll be easier.
Of course.
And also, like, the CC she has is insanity. Like, I just forced that ult out of him by forcing a CC from half the fucking screen away. Mag just doesn't have range, bro.
This is gonna hurt.
Fury's almost
Beautiful.
yours.
Beautiful.
Easy. Easy, even.
A protective shield. Perfect.
This is gonna hurt. I should keep it safe.
You love seeing half the tank damage already ripped off of them before they've even gotten out of their, like, wing of the fucking spawn.
Spider is more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend.
We obliterated them that half.
Yeah, too bad Gambit doesn't have a team up with Penny.
I'm saying.
30
Where
seconds
you could
before
put
you
that
attack.
kinetic energy
Get
like in her
ready.
webs, it'd be so
Spider
broken.
upgraded.
That would be nasty.
Time and space. He's just a
I
simple
would love it.
A thief, huh? Ever
Or
stolen
like
an infinity stone from an elder?
turn
Maybe
your
one day, though.
little, turn your little web
There's a
shot
first
into
time for
an
everything,
anti.
Let's talk more with this
Ooh, maybe like a mine that you can throw with kinetic energy so it's not like limp. Because I can't throw mine very far.
Got it?
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of
From
just
what I
like
hear
toss
about
it.
this doomed character, I don't think I'm gonna like him very much.
It'd be nice to be able to just set one. And it has double the power. I don't know. Maybe not double, that's a lot, but a lot more power. But only.
Powering up.
They could make something.
You know what to do, spiders. Extra strength awesomeness.
Oh no.
It's spider time!
Mission area is yours to capture now.
We're gonna work together.
Fuck you, Groot.
No coming back from that.
Protective shield. Perfect. You got them all. The mission area is yours.
No
Oh,
time
that
for a
Groot has to
fatal
be
dog.
so
We still got
mad.
work to do.
He cornered me by myself and I fucking solo killed him.
No shot. I love that.
He's gonna be angry. Sorry, Rocco.
I tried supporting a little bit there, but it was a bit hard for me, for her, for you, for you, for me, for you. Oh shit, it's crushing my head.
Kill that.
Check out these nests.
Just the boost I need.
Mine's in place.
You are nothing.
Arm it up. Someone scratch my back.
Boom. Yeah, you know what? That's okay. We're allowed to die. We're allowed to die. It was my first death, too. Yeah. We've been doing that good of a job.
Yet.
Double down.
Systems restoring.
No. Oh, it's a squirrel girl. Oh, that Magneto is
They don't look friendly.
Bye.
I'm missing all my stuff.
Keep going. I'm counting on you, friends.
Just dying. Now you do the same for me, Lee.
Extra strength awesomeness. Mine's in place.
Got eyes on one of them.
You brought me back.
Fuck out of here, bitch. You stupid squirrels.
My favorite time.
This is gonna hurt.
This shield should do nicely.
I cannot heal you over there, buddy.
Glory's almost yours.
Here comes trouble. Spider can handle anything.
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
Groot, you liking that, bud? You liking that, Groot? I'm feeling crazy with it. This is fun.
Oh, Jesus. Almost got me.
That was beautiful. That's gonna be my highlight. We gotta get that. We gotta get that. That's beautiful.
Victory.
We got
Your mic cut out. What'd you say? That's gonna be
the
what?
Groot. My highlight is gonna be the end, and the way Groot dies is just beautiful. I just love the way he just backs into every single one of my traps. Okay, so let's watch, and we watch him do it. It's like America's Funniest Home Videos almost. Let's see here. Come on, big money, big money. Make it clip worthy. No! Oh, it is! Boom! Lands, falls just like into a whole brick of traps and sets up a stupid wall that doesn't help him, and he dies. And then the whole team just falls apart right here. Because they keep walking into all my mines. I feel ill. I just watched Assassin's Creed Shadow. Wow. It really was. I love it. And my mines were already there. They just backed into them thinking they were my ult mines, but they're my nest mines.
It was very nice.
Beautiful. Alright. Well, that gave me life. You want to do another?
Okay. I was gonna ask if that was your last one or not.
Alright, let's see. And Red Seek, this isn't official, this is just some fanfic, right? Because that sounds icky. Me no liking.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I need them to banish this to the Shadow Realm. I don't like this map. I don't like this map.
This mode? I don't like, I don't like the mode where you have to like go to different points. I get where they were going, but I just don't like it.
I'm here to finish
You got
the
it?
my father began. I hope I make him proud.
I didn't say anything cool. I forgot. No, that's not how it works. Oh, you got the actual clip. Oh, it's so good. Okay, hold on. We'll watch this together. We watch this together. Oh my
30
god.
seconds before you attack. Get
Groot
ready.
desperate then happy. Let's go. I fucking love it. Thank you for capturing this. Oh my god, we're going to watch it together. I promise. Legend and not legendary about Assassin's Creed and Attack on Titan. I'm almost, I think heartbroken would be the best way to describe
4, 3, 2,
that. That is achy.
1. Ready to capture the available area and extract some goodies? Let's go!
How much mayonnaise do you watch there, Black Magic?
I I mean, I watched like Sailor Moon in the 90s, like growing up. I was
Classic.
But not a lot. Like I watched a little bit of Don.
Ooh, nice. Yeah.
And I like the animation in it. And that's usually my problem with anime, is that I just the animation.
Great job! You're loading up on
I don't know what it is. But I like Don. It's really, like, visually cool to look at, you know? It keeps my attention. So yeah, I don't watch like a whole lot of anime, but I'm always down for like suggestions. Like,
Oh no, those are good. Sorry, I was just locked in. Those are good. Don is awesome. Don. We play that Guitar Hero song every week. It's like easy, like what's fun. Oh wow. Penny almost died by mine, but then she got healed.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
You know what to do, spiders?
Don't mind me.
Your team is ready to roll, baby!
I'm doing this my way.
This is gonna hurt.
Looks like resources are running low. Get ready to find another available area. Good news! You've stockpiled half the resources you need to win.
Okay, I'm gonna start setting up mines over here.
Eyeball.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
An extra layer of armor.
I got my ult.
Got a full deck.
Cheer up, Borderlands. Check out these nests.
Check out these nests. It sounds like she says nuts. So funny.
It does. Right as
Great job! You're loading up on
right as
resources.
fucking Jeff explodes too, no less.
They're ahead of us.
What do you mean they're ahead of us?
Mine's in
Like
place.
directionally, like in front of us.
But like, what does that even mean? Well, what does it mean? Check the map.
You've got my back. I've got yours.
Just the boost out.
Sorry, I'm making
This
nonsense.
is gonna hurt.
Very strange way I put this.
You can do it, spiders. We are underneath
Competition. Clear the enemies to extract more resources.
Scatter.
Don't mind me. I'm just
We're not fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, did you get dead by me after trying to ult me? Oh, that's too bad. Get shit on, stupid.
Epic victory!
Yo, Red Sea, thank you. Okay, let's watch that clip. Let's watch that W clip. Okay, here we go. Blocks himself off, backs up. I step out of an ult. Get to watch him land on my mines. Pushes himself in his face. People die off screen. More people die off screen. People keep dying off screen. It is fun. It was beautiful fun. Thank you for capturing that, gentleman. You fucking legend. We can't see unless... Wait, what? What do you mean you can't see? Oh, fuck. Okay, you're right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So he backs up.
Groot, you liking that, bud? You liking that, Groot?
Look at where my nests are pointed off screen there.
I'm feeling crazy with it. This is fun.
Oh, Jesus.
That was fun. People dies off screen. Says it all. Exactly. The beauty of penny mines. Perfectly. If you a good placed penny mines are undervalued, and I've learned that in my time here as Penny. We didn't see it. I heard the laughter though. True, but we also watched it again. Good clip. Thank you for that.
Was that your last one? Are you hopping off? You going to sleep?
I don't know. One more for the one more.
I mean, that was a really good one to end on if you want. Just because I feel bad you've been up for so long.
I think I'll lay there and look at my phone and feel like, damn, I could have stayed there for a while longer, you know?
Alright, if you feel good, it's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, let's keep it calm. Dumping mines. Shit, why did I think of that? It
Pick your
really be
hero,
like that as
or
Penny.
villain. I'm not judging.
Wait, were they talking shit last round?
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began.
Our team?
I hope I make him proud.
Our team was, yeah, talking shit about the enemy team. Saying that they were bots. Our team was saying they were bots.
They were. That they were. Look at them.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
Oh shit, I forgot to check how close I am
30
to
seconds
Lord.
before you attack.
Get
ready.
You're up, little one.
A shield? Merci.
Sounds like you're the one that needs to go to bed.
Cards ain't exactly the deadliest
Sorry.
No.
That
No.
all depends on
I'm being
I'm gonna
silly.
wait for 4
Sure
hours
you don't
now.
want to try something a little sharp.
Perfect.
No, merci.
Good
As long
time
as I
for
keep
a
my
nap.
wit sharp, Gambit will be just fine.
I wish I could like nap.
The
like,
battle
when I
starts in
wanted to.
5,
I'm not really a
4,
napper. I can nap if I'm
3,
sick.
2,
If I don't feel good,
1.
I can nap.
All you need to do is capture the
Yeah,
mission
I
area.
acquired that
You got
ability
it?
as I got a little bit older.
Ooh, boy.
Also,
Glad I brought along
children's,
an extra
As you
like
got what?
children's,
The shield?
children's,
Not bad.
they will,
Oh,
they definitely
the
accumulate that.
children.
The chitrins.
You're up, little one.
Here they come.
Systems restarting.
Just the boost I need.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Get out of here, Strange. This is our point. Oh no, why'd I do that?
I'm so sorry.
No, I fucked up.
I died here.
Just needed a few repairs.
Sarsaparilla. Alright, Sarsaparilla.
Control lost. Thanks for the shield.
I'm coming. I'm spawning.
You got my back. I've got yours. Powering up.
Oh, that's a window that I can't use.
Merci.
Strong together.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm about to get mine with that. There we go.
I got up my point.
You're up, little one. Thanks for the shield. Time for some fireworks.
Look, our next victims. Thanks for the shield.
That hell.
I'm trash.
My trap worked!
Capture more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
We're outnumbered.
Oh, they ulted?
Oh yeah.
It's
The Scarlet Witch sucking on me. Every time.
I wasted my ult. That's unfortunate.
Just needed a few repairs.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Come on, please. Come down.
Behold, dark child! It's the grand finale.
Still got an edge.
I'm so sorry.
What are you sorry about?
Nice deep breath. Systems restoring. You've got my back. I've got yours.
Here. Get the fuck out of here.
Get off my property. Get off my property.
That's my purse. I don't know you. Get the fuck out of here.
He thinks I will just shoot at his shield. Bitch, I know how to flick a stick.
Know how to click this stick.
Thanks for the shield.
They need to do that.
I like the cold.
You know what?
You've
Fuck
got my
it.
back. I've got yours.
There, we have officially staggered them with your ult. That is a useful ult.
On your toes. Here they come.
Here.
Made him ult. We got Eye of Mama Coco.
Ready for another
You'll have to keep
gunfighter?
fighting until we have a winner. Control lost.
Yeah. I heard that through the grapevine. Oh, that was the end of that round. So Sarsaparilla left? Didn't we win?
Wow.
Oh no, that was the first round.
But it's a, yeah, there's like a whole nother round. Like that was our.
Most fighters just climb walls. I'm psionically linked to a giant robot.
An extra layer of armor.
This is gonna hurt.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is that a low-level psychic bond I'm picking up on?
Yeah, I'm connected to the spider.
It doesn't work as well as Daredevil's. Daredevil can like, oh there we go. Oh okay, maybe it does. It's gonna spam it. No.
I've gotten used to them. They don't bother me anymore. Except
Battle starts in 5,
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
When all this is over, I'm gonna drop the dopest album any timeline has ever heard.
I left the beaches of Krakoa for this.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Yeah, I'm
You
looking
bougie bitch.
mad shit.
Yeah.
Gabagool? Pretty sure you can say Gabagool.
Got me good.
Gabagool!
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Get the job done.
A what? No.
Look up behind you.
Get the fuck away from me.
I like the cold systems restoring.
Yeah, I see there's a bunghole. Oh damn! I thought there was life back here. I literally was thinking I was running back to a life pack.
Out of here, bitch.
Remember, that doesn't count.
It's okay. Admit it. You need
God,
me.
I hate her.
The mission area is yours.
I really.
Oh.
No time for a fake old dog. We still got work to do.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were talking about Emma right there. I was like, damn, our Emma, like winning. I was like, she's winning right now. You don't like her that much? Shit.
No. Scarlet,
Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Yeah, don't. I appreciate him not going on my Oh, thank you for dragging them in, Emma. That was very kind of you.
Time for some fireworks.
By the eye.
Oh, nice.
The best I could do is a web for your Mama Coco.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Fantastic.
I'm doing my part.
Yes.
Always glad to help.
I did my part there too. And on that one. And on that one. I just want points for all these kills, so I look like I did really good. Yeah, right, yeah. There's some magic on deck?
There she is, sucking on me. Leave me alone!
She was sucking on me too. Oh, that was the enemies. Oh, I'm dumb.
Oh, that's alright. We got some 90s.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost.
I folded.
Oh, actually, we got it to 99. Yeah, we just gotta take it once. We'll be fine.
We're back in action.
I stood in the Jeff's ult thinking that it was our Jeff, but we don't have a Jeff. And so that was really dumb of me.
Still got an edge.
Hits the ground. A shield.
Powering up. Quick. Time for
No,
some fireworks.
By the eye of tomorrow.
Sorry.
I stopped the Scarlet Witch as I could.
Oh, it was the Mama Coco.
Oh, you got Mama Coco. I was about to do Scarlet. And yeah, then she focused me after that, of course, naturally.
I was born ready.
Powering up.
That one hurts.
Oh, I don't have my phone.
Boy.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh no, not the Jeff.
Oh, no, here we go. It's fighter time. It's fighter time. Oh, how about that? The game says, how about then a loss, loser?
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
Yeah.
Go to
Well,
sleep.
that's what I said. That's what I said. I don't know why I'm saying shit. I'm not gonna know, you know?
Hey, you know what? No. I like I like it when the game says end, because then if it didn't, eventually I'd been like, all right, well then let's take it into comp. But then I would have lost
true.
Black Magic, and then I would have been really sad because then I've been losing. So yeah.
I appreciate the games.
I do too.
I should probably get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Well,
Good night. Good night.
Have good rest.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And you
Goodbye.
also go
Goodbye.
get some rest.
What? No. I have the whole day. I rested already.
You're not gonna rest at all?
What do you mean?
Wow, then
I
go
slept
have
all
fun
night.
working and busting your ass.
Okay, goodbye.
Go.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, here we go. Everyone, we go to night now. I go like this. I find clips. Or not clips. What do we watch today? We watch. I think today we can actually watch. My name is Earl. I think we watched that before though. Why do I feel like we watched that? Doop 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 doo. Good night, GG's, bye. Thank you for the games. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna turn on some television here. How about Ed, Ed, and Eddie? No, I'm not gonna do that. Game of Thrones, get some titties on the screen. So many of these shows I want to watch, but they're not like shows that I would turn on. How it's made. Just give you guys like 8 hours of how it's made. You know what would be really cool? Would be watching, yeah, you know what? I know exactly what we're gonna watch. Oh, but then it has ads. But then I can turn on ad blocker. We're gonna turn on, we have an ad blocker. Wait, we don't use an ad. We don't have to block ads. Ads don't happen. I don't have ads. Okay, cool. You're gonna go to sleep too? I will do that, sir. Yes, indeed. We will do this. Here we go, you guys. Ready? Playlists. We're gonna turn on playlists and we're gonna watch everything. No, there's not everything. You can't just turn on Vsauce and go Vsauce Blammo. Oh boo. Oh boo. Oh boo. Perception. There's only 13 videos. That'll get us through like nothing. Dude, just Vsauce playlist. Boom. That's what I want. There we go. That's so good. This is gonna be so fucking hard. I love this. I'm about to watch this with you guys. Then just curious, what's possible time frame in future games? This week, wake up. Let's play Doom tonight. Yeah, let's play Doom tonight. And I have to admit, I have a game calendar. So like as far as like, and it's not something shared or anything, but like as games come out and stuff, like while I appreciate games, I will have to play, you know, games that I'm very excited for as they come out, and things might get pushed back, but I will play. So December's looking like at least one of the Space Marine games, and then I think you and I can play some like Black Ops. It feels like something you and I just need to do, and we can even do that. Hey, wait, what is this? Not that one. But we have to. It's hard to know because the Scuffeathon doesn't have a plan. The Scuffeathon is everything right now. So without the Scuffeathon having like a good timeline, it's hard to say. But I plan on playing stuff throughout this and that. Yes, Black Ops Zombies. Yes, I will do this. Mr. SJ, of course. Alright, guys. If you've never watched Vsauce, welcome to that. That's a meme that you will actually be able to appreciate now.
That means a 5-pound bag of flour contains about 2.7 billion individual specks of flour.
We popped up as staring down at camera.
Could represent every single human alive on Earth today. 8.1
Honestly, very perfect for fucking Michael Stevens.
30 years old is a question that could roughly divide everyone alive today in half, the yeses and the nos. But can you imagine a second question that could then divide both of those groups in half? Well, if so, and if you kept doing that after just 33 questions, you would be left with more than 8 billion groups, each containing just one person.
This guy may have convinced me that I could get out of the Navy and pursue science. A YouTuber that doesn't even post videos very regularly anymore, or at all. He posted a lot though, not gonna lie. But like, it was always very slow, and he took his time. And you could tell he loved it.
But how many people have ever been born? This many.
Sorry, so that's like, I love that visual. So he talks about like, how many people are being like, dying and coming back to life.
Every year, about this many people die. A little bit more than a quarter cup. But about twice as many as that are born. But how many people have ever been born? This many. 117 billion. But out of all of these people, out of everyone who has ever existed, this is how many you will ever meet. You are a stranger to your own species. This is a video about how you will be forgotten. It's about the ghosts that surround us and how they're getting closer. Our journey begins 2,500 kilometers above the surface of the sun. There, a hot layer of ionized gas begins its reach millions of kilometers out into space. It's called the solar corona. And normally, it's outshone by the rest of the sun.
Thank you.
It gives off just 1/millionth as much light. But during an eclipse, it can be seen. When you are eclipsed, your own sort of corona will remain as well. The memories people have of you, your treasure and junk, emails and texts you sent, the fact that your child has a nose like yours, every appearance you made in the background of a stranger's photo, those are all traces of you that shine while you're alive, but can also continue long after you're gone. Douglas Hofstadter called them your solar corona. I love that phrase because it makes a cosmological phenomenon personal by literally including you. How long will you be here? Well, that's why I made this clock. It tells the time, but it also tells your time. Just answer a few questions, and then, when it's ready, push the red button, and the clock will begin counting down the seconds you have left to live, approximately. Now, whenever you want, you can switch it to show the time, but that's not nearly as fun. Also, this clock never forgets. If you take away its power, it'll go dark, but it's still thinking about you. Next time you plug it in, it will pick right back up where it should be. Now, if you would like a practical, retro memento mori, you can pre-order one of these now. Omnis vulnerant ultima necat is Latin, and it refers to these passing...
There will be ads like this, and I'm sorry about that, but they're at least thoughtful, I feel. Like, he puts a lot of effort into the things he, whatever, endorses, but that doesn't mean buy it, so. I'm going to go figure out my life and go tell Bottom to check her fucking chat.
It's out there representing you whether you're there or not. It won't haunt the world forever, though. As we've often been reminded, you die twice. Once
Boy,
when your
chat.
heart stops
I love you, you're the best.
Sometime later, when your name is spoken for the last time. But whose name has been remembered the longest? Well, signed here on this 5,000-year-old tablet is the oldest written name we've ever found. Kushum, the first named character we know in the written history of humanity, probably. It's not entirely clear whether Kushum is the name of a person or just the title of an office holder. You know, if you want to be really sure, a generation or two later, this tablet was made. It contains 3 names, Gol Sol, and 2 people he enslaved, Inpop X and a woman named Zakalger. These individuals are the reigning champs of avoiding the second death. And with archival practices and technologies being what they are today, your name could conceivably last just as long as these have already. But you know, I gotta say, if you want your ghosts to last longer, it helps to bend the truth a little bit. Toby Jukanov built this interactive globe that shows the most famous person born in every location. Fame is based on Wikipedia data, how long their article is, how many languages it's in, how many visits it gets per day, stuff like that. By the way, out of everyone alive right now, about this many of us, almost exactly a quarter teaspoon, are mentioned on Wikipedia. Now let's zoom in on Stillwell, Kansas. Ooh, hey there, good looking. But here's the thing. I wasn't born in Stillwell. I grew up there. I lived there from ages 5 to 18, but I was born in Kansas City. For a while, a lot of things online said that I was born in Stillwell, so that's probably how I wound up here. But should I correct it? What's more important, the truth or a little lie that prolongs and enhances my nominal ghost? Maybe the truth. Because even if my name is forgotten, images of me may stick around. And that is your second ghost. Your likeness. Figurative portrayals of what you look like. Now, we have no idea what most people who have lived looked like. Long ago, no records were made. Eventually, some were and have survived. So, who's the earliest known person where, like, we know what they looked like? Well, it's probably Gudea. He was an ancient Sumerian ruler, and 27 4,000-year-old statues of him have been found in southern Iraq. They stand out not just for their craftsmanship, but also for the fact that earlier depictions of human forms are either more abstract or generalized, but because these depictions of Gudea are more realistic, are so similar to each other, and have been found spread so widely, it's tenable that they're similar to the actual face of the actual individual as he appeared in life, the first known illustrated person in our history. Even if your figural ghosts don't stick around as long as Gudea's have, things that look kind of like you might. I'm talking about your genetic ghost, your personal genomic variation that can be carried on by your descendants. Now, interestingly, even if your progeny are especially fecund, your genetic ghost probably won't stick around that long. Just how much of your unique genetic code winds up in your grandkids, for example, depends partly on chance. It could be anywhere from 23 to 27%. Your great-grandkids will only contain 9 to 14% of you. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren will on average be no more similar to you than you are to any stranger. In fact, it is at that distance that it becomes possible to be genetically left behind, for absolutely no personal chunks of your genome to be present in anyone. More than 70% of your ancestors from 11 generations ago aren't in you at all. So you're not so much the genetic foundation on which your progeny sit as you are their baby teeth, a thing that served a purpose but was destined to then fall out and be set aside. Where should you be buried if you want to become a fossil? Fossils last a long time. Your legacy could be representing our species in a cool bony pose in a museum millions of years from now. Well, as it turns out, fossilization, the mineralizing of bones into rocky ghosts, is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Bill Bryson puts it this way: less than 1/10 of 1% of a species is ever lucky enough to become fossilized, which means that millions of years from now, all that will be left of every single person alive today in the US will probably just be about 60 fossilized bones, not even one full human skeleton. The best way to improve your chances of becoming a fossil are to be buried rapidly and deeply with no coffin often under the seafloor of a still mass of water at low elevation, where sediment deposits will be swift and fine and oxygen levels low. Some locations that fit this bill are parts of the Black Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, where the Mississippi disgorges, and the mangrove swamps along the northern coast of Australia. But even then, there's risk, right? Earth is an active, churning rock, and erosion can wear you away. Metamorphic activity could melt you back down. So if you want to be a trace for a long time, leave. The oldest unchanged piece of Earth wasn't even found on Earth. It was found on the moon, where geological activity is less brutal. A monolith engraved with your name and biography buried on the moon would be a good idea. Except in, 5 to 10 billion years, our sun will expand into a red giant, engulfing the Earth and moon, likely destroying them forever. So, a copper disk coated in aluminum and gold floating through space would be even better. The golden records aboard the Voyager spacecraft could exist for trillions of years. They could conceivably still be legible even after the last star goes dim. But your final type of ghost will be there too. It's what I call your ripple ghost, the diffused domino effect of all of your actions. There will be people, for example, a century from now, who could enjoy the shade of a tree you planted without ever wondering who put it there. The butterfly effect effectively guarantees us all a sort of anonymous, minute immortality. Just by being born, technically, you changed the universe irrevocably. The tiny and subtle but very real way your mass affects the planet Saturn right now will contribute in some extremely small way to exactly how and when its rings collapse. When the universe enters its heat death and it's the same temperature everywhere, the arrangement of matter in the universe will be the way it is because you existed. There will be no minds to observe it, so you won't be remembered, but you won't be annihilated. But so what? Oh, I've got ghosts that stick around. Newsflash, buddy, I'm not my ghosts. Okay, first of all, yeah, that's exactly why talk of fame and legacy gets so fizzly. For what? I won't be around to enjoy it, and eventually no one will be. But secondly, that's actually a pretty good definition of the self. You are everything you take with you when you die. Your secrets, the things you could have done or said but never did, that's what you are. Now, you could desperately try to do as much as you can and leave as much on the table as possible, but life is short. Too short? Well, Derek Parfit has pointed out that the brevity of life probably has nothing to do with its meaning. If your life was twice as long, would it have twice as much meaning? If we were all immortal, would the meaning of life suddenly be obvious? No. Meaning is separate from the sheer participation we crave. We just want to keep playing this game. And there's never been more game to play. Staggering amounts of what we want to experience have been tamed into beasts, so lightweight and so fast that, like ghosts, they can pass through walls. The soy bomb only lasted 36 seconds, but because a digital ghost of it lingers in Earth's largest haunted house, an average of 40 people have seen it every day for the last 30 years. Old music started outselling new music for the first time in 2015. Today, we each spend an average of 7 hours and 3 minutes a day in a haunted house full of avatars and messages from the living and dead alike. People and ideas and art in the past have become not just accessible, but accessible. We are on these ghost portals so much it's become pretty much the only way anyone finds companionship anymore. For crying out loud, more people on this planet own cell phones than toothbrushes. Documentality is the word Maurizio Ferraris gave to his ontology of traces, but it's also a great word for the extent to which day-to-day life in a society happens as documentation. In a society of high documentality, nearly every transaction, click, step, every memory, everything said or done is vulnerable to recording or simply comes into the world already pre-remembered. Not as an ephemeral oral exchange or a haphazard note, but as a high-fidelity, time-stamped, cataloged artifact. In such a world, it shouldn't be surprising if it starts to feel like there are more things you've said than things you could say. More ways things have been than ways things could be. The future isn't what it used to be. don't get it twisted. Complete documentality is far from here. As I've mentioned before, our estimates of the current human population have about a 2 to 3% margin of error. That means that about this many people may or may not exist. And at any given moment in the US alone, there are about 40,000 deceased bodies whose identities are unknown. When Steve Fawcett failed to return to the Flying M Ranch in 2007, search and rescue efforts sent to find him discovered 8 previously unidentified airplane crashes that weren't him, but had been out there for, in some cases, decades. And when authorities searched for Gabby Petito, they found her and the bodies of at least 8 other people they weren't even looking for. We are not a documented species. We are a bunch of animals walking in and out of rooms. That said, something's changed. The last time a body was interred in the tomb of the unknown soldier was after the Vietnam War, but it was removed in 1998 after DNA testing connected it to a name, Michael Joseph Blassie. In 2014, prosecutors didn't need witnesses or security cam footage to construct what happened between Michelle Carter and Conrad Roy because they had these thousands of text messages. Despite living just 35 miles apart, Carter and Roy's relationship occurred almost entirely through text. So these are not pieces of their relationship, they're not evidence of the whole story, they are the whole story. These messages aren't missing the glances, the nods, the way he or she said it. This is all they each saw. And we have it all. An entire human relationship that happened as, and still is, undying documents. They're all online. Just a few taps deep in the world's largest ocean of documentation. And we just keep filling it up, turning more and more of what we do and see into ghosts, not just to remember, but to experience. When we instinctively watch events through our phones, it's not that we aren't living in the moment, it's that we are. Today, to be in the moment, you have to be fully in the moment. Every part of you, even the eye, you have to charge, and the mind you share with others. See what's happening? We are not just getting more ghosts, we are beginning to live as ghosts, as an account, a like, a post, a view, and it's great. We're spared the humilities of confrontation, and to be an image is to be something. Frederick Douglass and Sojourner Truth knew this. They had photographic images of themselves printed up. To own and control and sell your own figural ghost meant that you had power. But today, being a ghost surrounded by other ghosts causes a certain kind of newfangled anxiety. In his 1985 Amusing Ourselves to Death, Neil Postman describes what he calls the information-action ratio. Now, even though this book predates the World Wide Web, it may as well have been written about it. Let me ask you a modern version of a question he asks in here. How often does something you see on social media cause you to alter your plans for the day, or to take some action you would not otherwise have taken, or provide you with insight into some problem you are required to solve? When everything persists, irrelevance takes over. But the constant scroll of doom and pleasure and distraction isn't just irrelevant, is it? No, it's truly a ghost that can pass right through you. You can sit and stare for an hour and not remember a single thing you were served. We don't do that because it feels good. We do it because our minds want to be unsettled. A never-ending scroll of decontextualized news and horror and comedy and family and backflips isn't some unholy modern abomination of nature. It is exactly the niche we evolved to thrive in. Oh no, my brain evolved to eat berries in a cave. No, it evolved to reach the lushness of Southeast Asia and then cross the Wallace Line, not because it had to, and not because it could, but because what laid beyond was next, and we've got autoplay on. Hey, let's build a thing that floats and, like, we could fit in it. We could call it a boat. Huh? What's that? Where will it take us? Away. We are not the universe experiencing itself. We are the universe ignoring itself. We are the universe looking for something else. In order to be here for long, we needed to not be here for long. I don't think it's the risk or the challenge that motivates us. Good stories and curiosity and adventure are the icing on the cake we really desire, unsettledness. Not knowing what's going to happen next can be exciting. Why? I think in the same way that long necks were selected in giraffes because no one was eating the way up high leaves, and in the same way that white fur was selected in polar mammals because no one was eating snow, imagination was selected in humans because no one was eating possibilities. As soft apes in the midst of climatic change, those who survived didn't wait for natural selection to provide an answer. No, they relied, as we still do today, not on evolution, but on resolution, on picturing and manipulating an analog world inside the theater of their own minds. Up here, we can imagine things that aren't. Hypotheticals, the distant past and future, the way things might be. We can recognize that collecting firewood now will be worth it. We can recognize that if there's no water here, we can bring it to us. The world is not our home. It's fuel for the fire up here where we really live. But because of that fire, we have made the whole world our home. Our ancestors are those hominids whose resolving never resolved. Now, sure, binge watching TV or scrolling a social media feed are pretty different than crossing the Bering Strait, but they're still unsettling, right? What's going to happen next? Each next swipe brings you something different. Like the cognitive niche we built for ourselves, it never resolves. But unlike the travails of our ancestors, there's so much less danger. We can witness and interact safely from home, like pieces of luggage being moved at light speed without moving at all. The internet is a bounty of torques and velleities, pushes that spin us around but don't move us anywhere, and wishes not strong enough to inspire action. We're not amusing ourselves to death. We're amusing ourselves to life. A longer, scarier life. And as always, thanks for watching. Don't forget to pre-order your very own death clock. After you've answered its questions and pressed the red button, the button stays locked down. It cannot change. It's locked to your soul, to your life. Unless you want to give it to someone else or you made a mistake or something, in which case you can reset it by just poking this into the hole in the back. But you better pre-order now, because time is literally running out. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. On July 1st of 2015, a long-standing ban was lifted. Visitors were finally allowed to take selfies at the White House. This is the first legal selfie ever taken on a White House tour. But a year before the ban was lifted, in February of 2014, I met with the president and secretly took an illegal selfie while on the toilet in the West Wing. Thanks, Obama. Why am I admitting to this crime now? Well, it's time for the truth. Who took the first selfie? Really? Very few people would call this a selfie, but it is the oldest known self-portrait, a depiction someone made of themselves that includes head and shoulders. It was sculpted more than 3,000 years ago by Pharaoh Akhenaten's first chief royal sculptor, a guy named Bek. Next to himself, Bek sculpted his wife, Taharet, making this also a contender for oldest known Ussie. But the roots of the selfie go back further than this. We have been making things that resemble ourselves in whole or in part, intentionally or not, for as long as there's been cause and effect. Just looking into a pool of water creates a kind of selfie, a primitive, ephemeral one that you can't preserve or send to anyone, but it is undeniably an image of the self made by the self. Even the earliest life forms on Earth were capable to some degree of self-discrimination. They could differentiate themselves from the environment around them. They have inside them, in some chemical form, a crude, pre-conscious sense of themselves. I call things like that a first wave selfie. First wave selfies are unintentional, automatic, or accidental resemblances something makes of itself in whole or in part, like prehistoric human footprints or the mental images animals have of their own bodies. The first big leap in selfie history, the second wave, began with the first intentional depictions of oneself. Second wave selfies include everything from Chauvet Cave's 32,000-year-old hand stencil prints to the paintings of Jan van Eyck and Judith Leister. But in the 19th century, self-depiction changed in another major way. A technology emerged that allowed likenesses of the self to be made faster and with less skill, that seemed more accurate, less mediated, and more indexical than ever before. Photography ushered in the third wave selfie. In the fall of 1839, outside his family's lamp and chandelier store in Philadelphia, 30-year-old Robert Cornelius stood completely still for about 15 minutes in front of a camera he built using a modified opera glass and a sheet of silver-plated copper. The result was a significant image. It can be found on his gravestone in Philadelphia's Laurel Hill Cemetery. The Smithsonian calls it the first selfie. But they also don't. In that same fall of 1839, a man named Henry Fitz Jr. took a photograph of himself in Baltimore. Smithsonian Magazine and pretty much everyone else has called Cornelius's selfie the first. But in their archives, the Smithsonian calls Fitz Jr.'s the first. The reason for this confusion is that, honestly, we don't know which of these came first. All we can be sure of is that neither of them is the first. Hippolyte Bayard, a Frenchman, wrote of taking a photo of himself in 1837, 2 years before these. But it's been lost. And other, even earlier examples may have been lost as well. Because these are photographs people took of themselves, it's largely uncontroversial to call them selfies. But you know, they're not like selfies. If you've seen my video, Is Cereal Soup, you know what I just did there. Contrastive focus reduplication. That's when you repeat a word in order to focus on prototypical examples in contrast to edge cases. For example, we went on a date last night, but you know, it wasn't a date. In that statement, I'm contrasting what I did last night, which might have been a date, to a true date, which is obviously a date. Okay, anyway, the point is, no one called these selfies when they were taken. They were photographic self-portraits. The word selfie wouldn't even exist for another 160 years after they were taken. So, at some point between this and this, our relationship to self-depiction changed, and our vocabulary had to expand to discuss it. What rough beast emerged to make the coining of selfie necessary? Well, let's keep going. Around 1846, Czech photographer M.V. Lobathal took the earliest known selfie with a mirror. This, of course, would become a classic selfie technique. Mirrors provided an easy, early way to capture the self with a camera. But in my opinion, this mirror selfie from around 1900 is the most arresting. I think you die at least 3 times. Once, when your body stops living. Again, usually sometime later when your name is spoken for the last time. But now, thanks to photography, more and more of us are able to save ourselves from the third, the last time an image of you is seen. The identity of this woman is unknown. That makes it the oldest known selfie taken by a person whose name we have forgotten. This is the oldest known example of the classic outstretched arm selfie technique. It was taken by Joseph Byron in 1909. Images like these were a significant step toward the eventual fourth wave selfie. The presence of a camera or arms or poles in the shot, evidence of how it was made, are hallmarks of the modern day selfie stereotype. For example, a 2013 ad campaign for the Cape Times reimagined famous historical photographs as selfies, and in every single one, an arm connecting the subject to the camera was used. 5 years after Byron's armed selfie, Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova, the youngest daughter of Tsar Nicholas II and great-granddaughter to Britain's Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, took this photo of herself. She was 13 years old at the time, so many have claimed it to be the first selfie ever taken by a teenager. But that's not true. In 1852, 61 years earlier, British chemist William Henry Perkin took this photo of himself when he was just 14. However, even though Anastasia wasn't the first teenager to take a selfie, in another way, she was. Unlike Perkins, whose shot feels like a self-portrait, she took pictures that feel much more like we today would call selfies. The photos she took were personal. She sent them to friends to share her mood and daily life. Here she is posing with fake novelty teeth in 1915 or 16. 4 years after taking this famous selfie, her camera was confiscated. And not long after, Bolshevik revolutionaries executed her and her entire family together in a basement. Conclusive evidence of her death in 1918 wasn't uncovered until 2007. Although her work was cut short, she pioneered the use of photography as a social behavior, as a way to communicate, not just commemorate. She has been called the Kardashian of her day, but despite her influence, she was more of a trendsetter for hairstyles than photography. She didn't usher in a worldwide shift in behavior where young people everywhere started taking selfies. Camera manufacturers didn't rush to make self-portraiture easier, and articles weren't written about how great or how scary it was that young people were taking pictures of themselves. Though the modern-day selfie still wasn't born, it continued to gestate and kick within the womb. One such kick was the use of sticks and poles to activate a camera's shutter. In 1925, newlyweds Arnold and Helen Hogg used a long pole to take this picture. In 1934, Helmer Larsen used a fallen tree branch to snap this selfie with his wife Nami in Sweden. On Reddit, Chooch37 shared his grandfather using a selfie stick in the late 1940s. Here's one from 1957. And going back to 1920, here's Joseph Byron taking a handheld photograph with others. I mention this image because a second camera captured how it was taken, giving us an early depiction of what is now the recognizable human selfie pose. Now, what I think makes this image so significant is that it's another early taste of the selfie as we know it today. As Jens Ruschitz pointed out in exploring the selfie, if you Google self-portrait, you get a lot of self-portraits. There's only one image that shows someone making a self-portrait, Norman Rockwell's famous triple self-portrait. But if you Google selfie, a lot of what you get aren't selfies. They're pictures of people taking selfies. For the selfie as we know it today, the pose of taking one is just as, if not more, salient than the actual result. Blogs and articles containing outrage over people taking selfies in inappropriate places or when they should be behaving differently rarely complain about the actual images. They dislike the performance. In 2015, Joanne Paterna-Patania published a book of pictures of people taking selfies from which she had removed the environment, giving us what feel like selfie poses preserved in specimen jars. The idea that those taking photos can be a nuisance didn't begin with selfies. Far from it. There's a long tradition of photographers, especially tourists, raising eyebrows for being annoying, centering themselves over the location, and being predictably herd-like. For example, the Pisa pushers found in Italy. The modern-day selfie that was to come, however, makes a person look like a tourist everywhere they go. Not because everything suddenly became a landmark, but because people have always loved looking at themselves. And as cameras became smaller and easier to handle, it was inevitable that people would start snapping more self-portraits. Vivian Dorothy Meyer took really cool mirror selfies in the 1950s and 60s, but she kept them to herself. Her selfies were unknown and unpublished during her lifetime. A couple of years before her death, she failed to make payments on a storage unit she rented, and her works were auctioned off. 6 months after her death in 2009, a collector who had acquired them uploaded her images to Flickr, and they went viral, inspiring exhibitions, a documentary. A road in Paris was even named after her. The popularization of instant cameras in the 60s and 70s made taking selfies physically and mentally easier. You didn't need to know how to develop the film yourself or feel self-conscious turning in selfies to be developed. But instant cameras with mirrors on the front didn't come around until decades later. Selfies still hadn't reached a tipping point. In 1969, Michael Collins took the first reverse selfie, a photograph that contains everyone but yourself. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin are in this lander right here, and every human, living or dead at that time, is on this ball of rock. Only Collins himself, behind the lens, is absent. In 1983, Hiroshi Ueda submitted a patent for a telescopic extender for supporting a compact camera, an early selfie stick. And 2 years prior, Lester Wisbrod started what was to become a personal tradition, using his new autofocusing compact camera to snap selfies with famous people. Wisbrod was the pioneer of the celebrity selfie. Still though, no one was using the word selfie. Selfies hadn't become a thing yet. But then, something happened in Japan. In 1995, 19-year-old Toshikawa Hiromi, known as HiroMix, was nominated for the New Cosmos of Photography Award by world-renowned photographer Nobuyoshi Araki. She submitted a portfolio of snapshots she'd taken of her daily life, and she won the grand prize. There was already a unique culture of photo diary and photo booth use among young people in Japan, but HiroMix's sudden fame amongst teenagers and the educated elite made the practice a thing. Suddenly, young people all over Japan wanted to be like her. The New York Times called it HiroMix syndrome. Increased demand for cameras that made self-portraiture and proto-Instagramming easier led camera manufacturers to speed up the release of features that served immediate, frequent photography. HiroMix took a lot of photos, tens of thousands, and her work generated polarized reactions. Some critics adored her, while others found it all baffling. Now, by the time selfies were called selfies, the same debate was started again. But it was about the behavior HiroMix had brought into focus more than a decade before. You know, it's hard to say who took the first selfie, but in my opinion, HiroMix took the first selfie. Her work hastened and christened the arrival of the fourth wave selfie, the selfie as we know it today. Now, if it hadn't been her, it would have been someone else. People love looking at themselves, and it was becoming easier and easier to do so. But HiroMix popularized taking pictures of yourself as a social sharing activity, more akin to speaking than remembering, less a memory than a message. Nowhere is this more clear than in the story of the first camera phone picture. On June 11th, 1997, while his wife was in labor, Philippe Kahn jury-rigged together a makeshift system involving his StarTAC flip phone, a Casio QV, and a Toshiba laptop. When his daughter was born, he took a photo with the camera and used the laptop and phone connection to immediately email the image to more than 2,000 people. Social media is strongly associated with the fourth wave selfie, but as we've seen, it wasn't its origin. Instead, social media was simply a mouth that showed up later and demanded to be fed them. Online, we have no bodies. We can't just walk in and be seen. We have to upload images of our bodies for them to be there. Selfies are an easy solution because they don't require other people's help. But on top of that, there's a sense in which A photo of yourself taken by someone else is that person's point of view. It's their story. But a selfie? Well, a selfie's point of view doesn't belong to another person. When I look at a selfie of you, I'm not a third observer looking at you through someone else's eyes. It's just me looking at you. Selfies allow us to be online firsthand, not secondhand. In the same way that brown bears who migrated to the cold lands of the north evolved pale guard hairs and became polar bears, as humans migrated into the cold lands of the screen, they evolved selfies. By 2006, everyone knew that something was happening. The New York Times published an article that year about how young people were suddenly taking a lot of photos of themselves. Was it weird? What did it mean? Not once in the article is the word selfie used. But it could have been, because sometime between 1995 and 2006, the word selfie was born. Selfie with a Y had been a word since the 1600s. It meant self-centered or selfish. But selfie with an IE is new. The earliest recorded usage of it is from a September 13th, 2002 post on Dr. Carl's self-serve science forum. Australian Nathan Hope uploaded an image he took of how busted up his lip had gotten, and he wrote, "Sorry about the focus, it was a selfie." Hope has been hailed as the inventor of the word selfie, but says himself that he probably heard it somewhere else first, which is likely. The word selfie is a hypocorism, a pet name, an affectionate, familiar, cuter version of an existing word. Australians are famous for doing this. Barbecue, Barbie. Mosquito, Mozzie. Australian, Aussie. Self-portrait, selfie. They don't only use IE, they love O, S, and Z too. Australian English has given us probs, rando, totes, saws, preggers, and yes, even doggo. MySpace was an early incubator of thriving selfie colonies. But in 2004, when Facebook launched as a serious social media platform for people at elite universities, there was a brief feeling that selfies were falling out of favor. However, when the iPhone 4 debuted with a front-facing camera in 2010, the selfie was declared officially back. In 2013, usage of the word selfie had jumped 17,000% in the last year, and Oxford dictionaries declared it the word of the year. Everyone knew what a selfie was. We started calling things that existed before the word selfies as well. But that is an anacronym, a word used out of place, in time. Anacronyms can be words that have lingered around too long, like when we say we're dialing a number on a smartphone, even though actual turning dials are no longer involved. Or when we call this tinfoil, although it's actually the cheaper and more durable aluminum foil that superseded it. Anacronyms can also be words from today, like selfie, that barge back into the past, like calling these medieval church singers the first boy band. Nailing down the definition of a selfie in the modern sense is tricky, of course. Does a selfie need to be a photograph? If not, why? If so, do I need to be holding the camera? Does the use of a timer or a drone I'm not even touching mean that it's not a selfie, or just a different kind of selfie? Are humans a selfie, since God made us in his image? Because of questions like that, I prefer what I've been doing in this video. Just allow a selfie to mean anything that something has made that resembles itself or part of itself. That covers a lot of stuff, but can be broken down into 4 waves. First wave selfies are unintentional. The second wave began with the first deliberate depictions of oneself. The third, with photography's promise of recognizable self-depictions that were significantly more accessible. The fourth wave is when selfies became a thing, a cultural phenomenon motivated by a desire not just to have images, but to be images. Throughout the 20th century especially, we found ourselves increasingly surrounded by images, news, and travels and products and stories. The entire world outside our head could be seen like never before. Not in person, but through images. In the midst of this image world was the human animal, an organism that got to look at images, but wasn't one. Which was too bad, because to be an image was to be something. Well, selfies gave us that power. They put it in our own hands. Photography allows more of us than ever before to delay the third death. But the fourth wave selfie flattens the boundaries of time and space now. We can be anywhere, whenever. Does my face need to be depicted for it to be a selfie? Well, in October of 2013, Kim Kardashian posted this image on Instagram. Within a month, Belfie had been added to the Urban Dictionary. A Belfie is a selfie of your butt. Butt selfie, Belfie. Belfie guides and histories and even a Belfie stick soon followed. And this all raises a serious question about society. If a selfie of your butt is called a Belfie, shouldn't a selfie of your face be called a Felfie? And as always, thanks for watching. Let me show you something I've been working on. It is a star projector. It puts stars all over your bedroom. And who doesn't love that? Me. Because it's always just the same stars I could see if I went outside. That's why mine is different. It shows the night sky not from Earth, but as seen on TRAPPIST-1e, an exoplanet that was one of the first targets of the new Webb telescope, because it's very likely to be friendly to life. Whether or not anything lives there, we don't know yet, but what we do know is that it is the furthest known habitable exoplanet from which the naked human eye could still see our sun. You can turn on this projector and see us just as others might. Alien others. Problem is, the Curiosity Box is a limited edition thing, and the box this comes in already sold out. That's why it's important to join now. We are now taking pre-orders for our winter box, and for the holidays, it's 50% off. I won't spill too many beans, but the winter box contains something that will help you if you have no choice. Don't miss our best deal of the year. Get your first box for just $30. That's 50% off by using code Black Friday. And don't forget that Mel Science is now part of our family. It's the perfect way to get your kids thinking and curious. Let me put my brain food into your gray matter mouth. Join today. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. At the age of 18, Carl Sagan looked like a teenager. But it doesn't take long in an old high school yearbook to find teenagers who look surprisingly old. These people are all in their 20s, but so are these people. This is Elizabeth Taylor when she was just 17, and here are some high school students from the 70s. Did people used to look older? Brandon McCarthy asked on Twitter, and evidence poured in. People shared photos of their parents in their early 20s, their dad at 21, their mom at 18 or 19, their dad at 45. One user shared their husband at 27 and what his father looked like at 23. And there's pretty much an entire subculture around how old footballers looked decades ago. 24, 31, 33, 29, 27. It's not uncommon to think that there's something more grown up about the way people used to be, to look back and think that people seemed older at a younger age than they do now. Let's call it retrospective aging. It doesn't happen to everyone. People do not and never have aged similarly, and there's even the opposite observation that kids these days grow up too fast. But it's a popular question and subject of numerous memes. So, is it real? Or is it an illusion fueled by cherry-picked examples that feeds rosy nostalgia for a time when people were tough and didn't have it as easy as you kids have it now? Well, as it turns out, both. Humans today really are aging more slowly than their historic counterparts. Changes in lifestyle, nutrition, smoking habits, healthcare, early life conditions, and skincare, particularly the use of sunscreen, are a huge part of it. By comparing measures of metabolic, cardiovascular, inflammatory, kidney, liver, and lung function across time, researchers at Yale and USC have found that we are, in fact, staying younger for longer than we used to. So does that mean that 60 is the new 50? Almost. Their results suggest that between the early 90s and the late 2000s, 60 became the new 56. 40 became the new 37 and a half, and 20 became the new 19. Oh, also, during the last century, dentistry and orthodontics have played a huge cosmetic role in the kinds of faces we see in parts of the world. But, interestingly, when faces in magazines are measured from the 1930s to today, the only significant change has been that across all ethnicities, the media is now exposing us to larger lips. Also, retroactive aging can occur over short time spans. When I was a freshman, the seniors in my high school seemed so old to me. But by the time I was a senior myself, I looked in the mirror and at my peers and I was like, we're them now, but we don't seem as old as they did. What's going on isn't just about bodies. First of all, the seniors I looked at when I was a freshman truly were older than me at that time. They graduated and went away, and later, when I was a senior, I saw myself as I was. But in my mind's eye, I saw the earlier seniors as they appeared to me when I was younger. Retrospective aging seems to also be about perspective. Let's go back to this tweet. This is George Wendt playing Norm on the TV show Cheers. Now, when Cheers premiered, Wendt was indeed 34, but I looked it up, and this image is actually from episode 24 of season 5 when Wendt was 38, so we're not comparing apples to apples here. However, this is an image of George Wendt at 34, and Ashley Fairbanks made some alterations and a good point. However, here's the rub. These alterations don't make Wendt look more like a 34-year-old. They make him look more like a 34-year-old today. Similarly, giving the Golden Girls modern-day hairstyles and makeup drops their apparent age a lot. Superficial styles and mannerisms can often make not just a big difference, but all the difference, which supports the hypothesis that retrospective aging is often an illusion. Modes of self-expression are always changing. Clothing, hairstyles, accessories, makeup, mannerisms, language, body language. Now, modes can come back, but never exactly. The context is always a little bit different. And from what's available or acceptable at any one time, we each draw ways of appearing or being in the world. And even if you don't care about how you look or think about how you act, what options you even have are dictated by what's currently popular or normal or being pushed on people like you. Few of us stay at the stream, drawing what's new all our lives. For various reasons, we often wander away with our catch. Perhaps it's because we settle into an identity we're comfortable with, or fear the taboo of not dressing our age, or simply run out of time to care. But when we're gone, the stream keeps changing, and we get older and continue to use the mannerisms and styles we grabbed a while back. Eventually, to whatever those styles initially evoked, a new connotation is added. Old person. Not because the look or behavior is intrinsically for the elderly, but because those who use it, us, became old ourselves. If you want to look older, what do? Well, you can dress the way older people dress. And the thing is, that's often how they used to dress too. We think people looked older in the past because they look the way old people do today. Dale Irby, a gym teacher at Prestonwood Elementary School in Dallas, Texas, posed for his first yearbook photo in 1973. The following year, he accidentally wore the same outfit again. He says he was embarrassed at first, but his wife Kathy challenged him to do it again. So he did. And he never stopped. What he gave us is a great, exaggerated example of how what once connoted youth comes to be associated with old age. The people we keep seeing a style on get older and older themselves until we think of the style itself as being for old people. Retrospective aging, then, is double-pronged, both real and illusory. People in the past really did age faster than us because of differences in nutrition and lifestyle and medicine, but much, if not most, can be chalked up to the fact that we think people like this are dressed like old people. But that's an anachronism. They're dressed like old people from the future, the old people they would become. Has anyone ever dressed like a young person from the future? Well, it happened in 1941 at the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in Canada. A crowd came out to celebrate and photos were taken. In 2010, the photos were digitized and placed online. That's when this guy was noticed, a time-traveling hipster. Why a time traveler wouldn't bother to blend in, and why, with all of history to visit, he chose the reopening of a bridge in the 40s, no one knew. The photo was confirmed to be undoctored, and researchers put forward the idea that this man was not, in fact, a time traveler, that his shirt wasn't an ironic screen print, but simply bore the logo of the Montreal Maroons, a nearby hockey team at the time. They said his sunglasses and knit sweater were not unusual for the 40s, nor was his portable camera. The only thing that was unusual about him was how casual his attire was. And they're probably right. But this all raises the exciting possibility that someone out there right now, possibly even you, is unknowingly dressed like people in the future will, and your appearance in photos will someday freak them out. You know, it might be fun to start dressing even more casually or in some other odd way on the off chance that you happen to nail it, and years from now you are worshipped as a time traveler. Oh, that reminds me of today's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Would you like to look like you're from the future? Well, every season, those who subscribe to Vsauce's Curiosity Box receive a box full of delicious brain food that we have made that very few people have. Yet. This year, our summer box contains our Moire illusion cards, a bunch of other things I won't spoil, and this, a Pythagorean cup. Supposedly invented by Pythagoras himself, it is widely considered the earliest known practical joke. It works just like a normal cup. Fill it up, carry it around, take a drink. Refreshing. But it punishes greed. If you pour yourself too much, the internal siphon will drain the entire contents. Greed is good? More like greed is wet. A portion of all proceeds from the Vsauce Curiosity Box go directly to Alzheimer's research. So this box isn't just good for your brain, it's good for everyone's brain. And we've got a special treat for you. While supplies last, if you subscribe to the Curiosity Box, you can choose a bundle of some of our favorite items from past boxes that we will throw in for free, just pay shipping. If you're not subscribed yet, I'm ready for you, with open arms and open neurons. Wow. Whoa! Who's that guy? Does he look like a Bill, a Mark, a Justin, or a Josh? Pause right now if you'd like to think about it. According to research from Millsaps College and Miami University, this is Mark. Or at least, this is what we think people named Mark look like. By asking people to make and rate digitally created faces, researchers were able to put together prototypical faces for a number of different names. This is apparently what we think a Josh looks like. A Bill, a Justin, a Dan, a Brian, a Tom, an Andy. The idea that names might conjure certain face shapes in our minds isn't that strange. For example, there's Wolfgang Kohler's famous finding that when asked which of these shapes is named Booba and which is named Kiki, people of all different ages and cultures and languages overwhelmingly assign Kiki to the spiky one and Booba to the blobby one. And sure enough, it certainly seems to work with names too. Which one of these men is Tim and which is Bob? Well, almost unanimously people feel like this is Tim and this is Bob. But are these men actually named Tim and Bob? Well, there's the rub. Just because we associate certain names, certain sounds, with certain shapes, doesn't mean we're right. There's no such thing as a biological name. If a person still goes by the same name they were given as a baby, long before anyone knew what they would look like as an adult, well, surely there won't be a connection. But as it turns out, there is. Believe it or not, in a multiple choice setting, people can guess a stranger's name just by looking at their face. More often than we would expect from luck alone. It's called the face name matching effect. Here's a stimulus from Zwebner's research. Do you think this man is named Jacob, Dan, Joseph, or Nathaniel? By just randomly picking a name, people should get this right 25% of the time. But Zwebner found that people picked the correct answer, Dan, nearly 40% of the time. What's going on? Can names actually cause us to grow to look a certain way? Well, apparently they can. It has been called a Dorian Gray effect. In Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, a portrait of the protagonist ages and grotesquely reflects his evil deeds while he himself remains young and pure-looking. In a similar way, it seems that in some cases, our own appearance can come to reflect the name we were given. But I kind of think it's really more of a reverse Dorian Gray effect. I mean, in the book, Dorian's reality affects the appearance of his portrait, but the face name matching effect goes the other way. An inanimate sign, a name, influences our actual physical appearance. Well, anyway, it's not news that a person's name can lead others to have certain expectations of them and treat them accordingly. It's been found, for example, that multiracial faces given European names are rated as looking more European than the same faces are when presented with non-European names. The expectations a name carries with it may create a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby as a person grows up, they're motivated to fulfill those expectations, carry themselves in ways people think someone with their name should, and even like, dislike, accentuate, hide, use, and avoid different parts of their face and body depending on whether or not those parts match their name. It's been found that faces and names that match are emotionally liked more than faces and names that don't. Analysis of voting data has shown that senatorial candidates earn 10% more votes when their names fit their faces very well than when they fit very poorly. Now, with that in mind, part of the effect could literally come from the fact that although parents don't know what their kid will look like as an adult, the parents do know what they look like, and without knowing it, tend to prefer names that match their faces, which are likely to resemble their child's face as well. but not always. If the dissonance is too great, a person can always change their name, either completely or by simply choosing a nickname. If I had been just a little bit different, I, Michael, could have always gone by Mike. The fact that people can adjust their names to fit them, of course, merely strengthens the face name matching effect. By studying whether the correct name could be guessed when different parts of a face were occluded, researchers were able to develop heat maps showing which parts of the face different names are most characteristically associated with. Apparently, looking like an Anne is all about the tip of the nose. It's the bridge of the nose for Arthurs, and the philtrum, or snot trough, for Benjamins. Aurélies are recognized by their face spiders. Let's go back to old people. How old is an old person? 73.7. That's according to results published in the Journal of American Geriatrics last year. It's the average age people gave when asked, when does old age begin? People under 65 on average said 71, and people over 65 on average said 77. Women said old age began 3 years later than men did. White people said it began 8 years later than non-whites did, and people who felt healthy placed old age later in life than those who felt less healthy. But how old do people want to be? Well, that depends on how old they already are. In America, the only people who are the age they would like to be are 21-year-olds. People younger than 21 wish they were older, and people older than 21 wish they were younger. People who are 40 wish they were 30, people who are 60 wish they were 40, and people who are 90 wish they were 60. When people are asked if they could be one age forever, the average American picks 36, which is actually how old I am right now, funny enough. Here's something else that's funny. Old people are more likely to think they dream in black and white. Not because it's part of the aging process, but because they are veterans of the great black and white dream epidemic of the 20th century. Prior to the 1900s, Aristotle, Descartes, Freud, everyone who wrote about the topic reported that dreams contained color. But as humanity moved into the 20th century, the number of people reporting color in their dreams dropped just as quickly as the popularity of new black and white movies and TV rose. By the 60s, as colored TV and movies became more and more common, reports of colored dreams started going back up. And today, people who grew up with black and white TV continue to report more black and white dreams than those who didn't. And later studies across China found the same thing. The frequency of black and white dreaming correlated strongly with how common black and white TV was in a person's area. So, did black and white movies and TV literally change our dreams? Well, first of all, it's not clear whether dreams themselves actually changed or if people just started thinking differently about their dreams. We're trying, but we still haven't found a way to get direct access to dream content. Eric Switchable has pointed out that as far as we know, dreams may not be in color or black and white, or sepia or anything. They may be primarily indeterminate in color as they happen, and only later, during recall, do we confabulate details about color. He compares dreaming to reading. Is a novel in color or black and white? As you read a story, what do you see in your mind? It might be the case that dreams, vaporous as they are something we simply have a terrible grip on, and that movies and TV shows have given us the illusion of understanding them. In fact, Switchable has speculated that smells and touch sensations are rare in dreams today, but future people with smelly, touchy-feely VR shows might think that they dream with lots of textures and odors and find it strange, maybe even frightening, that few of us see it. But why would we think that dreams were like moving pictures and not normal waking life? Well, no one knows. It might be that motion pictures are just simply the closest thing we have to dreaming that isn't dreaming. Unlike still images, paintings, photographs, tapestries, motion pictures and dreams can contain movement and narrative and cause and effect. And unlike stage plays or real life, motion pictures and dreams are not made of anything that is even remotely similar to what they depict. They're both made of phantoms. Images are uncanny things. A person in an image is frozen in time, but yet can seem to grow old. Our own image can depend on what we are called, and they're the closest thing we have to what our mind does when we're away. Do you get the picture? Or does the picture get you? And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. And here. Michael here. Hey, Vsauce. What is here? What is there? What is there? What really exists? Do waves exist, or are there just things that are wavy? When does a piece of food stop being a piece of food and become me? Do chairs exist? Ontology is the philosophy of existence, and chairs are what philosophers call ordinary objects. Ordinary objects are the plain old common sense things we deal with every day. Spoons, buckets, rocks, stuff like that. Their existence is as obvious as possible, but the more we try to suss out where they are, the more sus they become. First of all, sure, this could all be a dream. Maybe we've all been hallucinating chairs all these years. Or this could be part of the simulated reality, pumped into our brains while our bodies are harvested for energy. But underneath that skepticism, there's a deeper ontological question we need to answer first. Regardless of whether this spoon is made of real atoms or simulated atoms, is it really possible to be made of something? Take a look at these two things. As we all know, 2 minus 1 is 2. There are two things here. There's an origami crane and a piece of paper. I'm just kidding, of course. There's just one thing. The crane and the paper are the same. But watch this. Where'd the crane go? If the paper and the crane were truly identical, they would share everything in common. But clearly, they don't. The paper can survive being unfolded, and the crane cannot. Also, I made the crane, but I didn't make the paper. And the paper was around before the crane. You know, for two things that are the same, they sure are different. This relationship is called constitution. Paper constitutes the crane. It's a one-to-one relationship. But there's another kind of being made of going on here too. This paper, for example, is made not of one other thing, but of sextillions of things. Fundamental subatomic particles, electrons and quarks, or strings, or physical and virtual fields. This many-to-one relationship is called composition. Philosophers call whatever it is that matter is ultimately composed of symbols. A symbol is a thing that unlike a piece of paper, has no parts, no substructure, not even a top or bottom. Now, it could be the case that there are no symbols, that there's just a never-ending chain of smaller and smaller substructure. Philosophers call such a reality a gunky universe. If structure never ends in the other direction and everything turns out to be part of something bigger with no final complete composite, that is known as a junky universe. Point is, believing ordinary objects exist and are made up of smaller things is quite common. It's called ontological reductionism. It's the position that wholes are nothing more than their parts. But our crane and our paper challenge that notion. It seems like being made of some things is different than just being those things. Let's agree on what it means to exist. Let's say that for something to exist is simply for there to be more than zero of it. So Pegasus exists if we mean, are there any winged horses in works of fiction and mythology? And Pegasus does not exist if we mean, are there any physical, flesh and blood winged horses that evolved on Earth through natural selection? Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist. There's this one right here. I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's kind of dry, and a little bit salty. Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe, or an inventory of things we made? Let me put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about in-cars? An in-car is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns. Are there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. Stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands. An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation between land and some water. Now, of course, island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more real than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is
I
there?
love
People like
refrigerators.
Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints, and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, Who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something, does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, you know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me and you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called mereology, and mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any assortment of stuff, no matter how strange or scattered across time and space, composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have two books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took, because its parts are two books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name and no one's ever talked about it before just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter Van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some simples, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because symbols that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, symbols in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or in-cars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of symbols, but that's it. Now, that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms and molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean, they all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are symbols here and that those symbols are arranged into a chair shape. And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with over-determination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of symbols here and any other symbols that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain. Composites are causally redundant. Believing in chairs is like believing that while, yes, the burning gas from my stove completely describes why the water in the pot boils, there's also a magical invisible substance called boilo that comes out of my stove and does the same thing as the flame at the same time, and if there was no boilo, the flame would warm the water just the same, but there is boilo. Chairs are no more real than boilo. Composites overdetermine what happens in the world. They also lead to overcounting. For more on that, let's say hello to this video's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. You may know me from such films as Lady Gaga, Judas Parody, Key of Awesome number 42, and The Emoji Movie. But today, I'm here to talk to you about the Curiosity Box. This season, our subscribers will be receiving many things, including a shirt celebrating the Sherman line, a kit to find out what kind of bacteria grows on you, a puzzle that celebrates the average color of Neptune, and yes, also Uranus, and the first ever at-home demonstration of impossible colors. And right now, if you subscribe with code BOGO, we'll also send you our entire summer box completely free. Just pay shipping. How many things will you be receiving for this one ridiculously low price? Well, you might think 15. 8 things plus 7 things. But don't forget that you're also getting this entire collection and this entire collection. That's 17 things. Order now. That's a good deal. But the ontology seemed wrong. If I count some parts, I shouldn't also count the whole they compose. But if you believe in composite objects, you must, right? I mean, after all, the composite exists. So if this chair contains, say, 100 sextillion atoms, then there are actually at least 100 sextillion and 1 things here. All of the atoms and also the chair. That seems wrong. But wait, there's more. If I take a knife and scrape off a tiny part of this chair, is it still a chair? I think most of us would say that yes, it is still a chair, and it would still be a chair even if I removed a tiny bit again and again. A series of tiny, innocuous removals is called a Sorites sequence. The trouble they cause is that while it seems we must accept that each individual step doesn't annihilate the chair, clearly enough minute removals will eventually leave us with no chair. Nothing at all, in fact. But how can that be? How can subtracting 0 over and over again ever give a different result? Well, clearly, there must be a point at which a tiny change does make a difference. Now, different people might give different answers as to where that line is, but, we could just stipulate the boundaries. We could define chair in some extremely precise way. If we did that, if we defined the shape, function, and history that makes something a chair so precisely that even the smallest deviation could make or break its status as a chair, how could we know if we'd done it right? If we called up God and said, hey, dude, watch this. Okay, see this chair? Well, okay, now we're gonna remove a single atom from it. Ta-da! It's no longer a chair, is it? Would God be like, correct. You guys nailed it. That is exactly right. It was a chair before, and now, in my infinite wisdom, I can confirm that that single atom was exactly what made the difference. Unless there's some explanation for why a boundary should be drawn in a precise way instead of some other way, our stipulations are just arbitrary. Ordinary objects may be unredeemably vague. But being vague may actually be a feature of ordinary objects. For example, how many people is a crowd? 10 people standing together in a huge empty park might be more of like a group, but 10 people standing further apart in a tiny waiting room will feel way more crowded. The fact that our terms depend on context, that they're plastic, makes it seem less and less like they're describing things, and more like they're pragmatic, that rather than telling us what there is, they tell us what to expect. Peter Unger has pointed out that there's at least one kind of thing that can survive a Sorites sequence without paradox. Stuff. If you innocuously remove tiny pieces from something that is just some stuff, you will still have some stuff after each step until you reach a clear and unambiguous boundary. When the last piece is removed, there will no longer be any stuff. This might show that there are composite objects. Stuff. As soon as we pretend that some stuff is a thing, though, vagueness sets in. Suddenly, we're talking about a thing that can lose parts but also can't lose parts, and unless contradictions can exist, words like chair just don't really refer to anything in the universe. Sorites sequences lead to other problems too, like the problem of the many. If removing a tiny number of atoms from this chair leaves me with a chair, well, how many chairs are here? Like, okay, there's this one, but then there's also this one, which is really similar to the first, but it doesn't have these atoms on top of it. You know, I don't have to remove atoms for this to be a problem. All I have to do is try to define which atoms here are part of the chair and which aren't. At the atomic level, there isn't a definite boundary. Near the edge, it will be hard to tell whether a particular molecule is part of the moisture in the chair or part of the ambient humidity. Instead of there being a single chair here, it seems like really there are billions and billions of candidates for the chair. Which one is the chair? But now, suppose that instead of removing pieces like in a Sorites sequence, or choosing pieces like in the problem of the many, we instead discard pieces and replace them with new, similar pieces. This is the setup to the famous Ship of Theseus paradox. Suppose I buy a boat and name it Theseus. Over time, parts of the boat wear out, and I replace them with brand new parts. After, say, 10 years, well, I might realize that not a single part of my boat was part of the boat on the day I bought it. Do I now own a different boat? Have I owned two boats? But now suppose that someone has been following me around all these years and has been picking up each old part I throw out and storing them away in a warehouse. After I've replaced all the original parts, they take them and join them back the way they were 10 years ago. Which boat is Theseus? Both? If we conclude that ordinary objects don't exist, the problems of Sorites, the many, Theseus, overdetermination, and overcounting all evaporate. If there are only simples and they never compose anything, then which one is the Ship of Theseus is easy to answer. Neither. Neither are the boat, and nothing ever was the boat. All that happened was that some simples got moved around. The simples the scavenger has are the simples I possessed when I bought the boat, but there's no mystery of persistence. Removing or exchanging a piece of stuff never left me with the same stuff. There's also no mystery as to which of the billions of chair candidates here is the chair, and the removal of no specific atoms will ever stop it from being a chair, because there is no chair here, and there never was. There are only simples arranged chairwise. The illusion that there are composites that can survive changes in their parts is an artifact of our minds. It's a helpful one that allows us to track certain properties and ignore others, but when taken seriously, it obviously is not really how the universe works. And that's okay. We shouldn't be embarrassed when we talk about boats or chairs. Our words for ordinary objects really do refer to actual phenomena, and therefore are more correct than believing that, say, the sun turned into a black hole yesterday. Unlike the false statement that chairs exist, there is no evidence that saying the sun turned into a black hole yesterday could even be incorrectly describing. Because of this, Trenton Merricks calls the belief in ordinary objects false, but nearly as good as true. This is all silly though, right? I mean, of course there are chairs. If you believe that there are some simples arranged chairwise, then you admit there's a chair, because that just is what a chair is. It's not some additional thing over and above these simples. It just is them. Each is still an atom or electron or whatever, but together they are a chair. Well, not so fast there, chair lover. What do you mean a chair is simples arranged chairwise? The phrase simples arranged chairwise just picks out these simples. There's nothing else for that phrase to refer to. There aren't these simples and then also some other simples that are the simples arranged chairwise. So do you mean that chair is a disguised plural? That it refers to lots of things, just like the phrase these books? Because these books only commits us to the existence of this book and this book, but not an additional object that's called a these books. Likewise, if chair just means this simple and that simple, well then it points to a whole bunch of things, and not one of them is a chair. Sure, chairs exist if by chair we mean a word for all these simples, but if by chair we mean an actual object in the universe, there just aren't any, my friend. Except maybe there is no chair over and above the simples, but instead, something happens when an assortment of simples are arranged into a chair shape. Each member continues to be a single atom or whatever, but collectively, they all simultaneously become one thing, a chair. Okay, so then either there's no chair here, just simples, or somehow a miraculous contradiction has appeared, many things, and also one thing that, despite both clearly differing in that respect, are still identical. It looks like chairs cannot be identical to the parts they're supposedly composed of, but chairs also can't be different from their composite parts because there's nothing else there. And after counting and accounting for their parts, there's nothing left for the existence of a chair to cause or explain. To rescue chairs from non-existence, we need to find a way to show that a chair is independent of its atoms, and therefore distinct from them, but not so distinct that it's impossibly over and above them. We need to find a way to make chairs ontologically innocent, to have our cake and not have it too. Amy Thomason does this in a very clever way. She points out that if I ask you, hey, is there anything in the fridge? And you look inside and see that it's empty and say, there's nothing in it, it would be weird if I came over, looked inside myself, found a single eyelash in the corner and said, excuse me, what is this? You said there was no thing in the fridge, but there was an eyelash. And gosh dang it, the whole thing is actually full of air. Now that would be weird because when I asked if there was anything in the fridge, it was implied that I meant anything to eat. By arguing that the empty fridge is not really empty, I was using the word thing in what Thomason calls a neutral sense. I used it to mean any and all entities that could possibly be described. But you took me to be using thing in what she calls a sortal sense. A sortal is a term that tells us what a thing is in a way that allows us to count how many there are and know when there is or isn't one. Water is not a sortal. If I told you there was water in my basement and you asked, how many waters? I'd have to use a sortal to answer you. For example, gallons of water. Thomason argues that the neutral use of thing is meaningless when used to ask questions. For example, if I used thing in a neutral sense and asked how many orange things are in this video, you would have no idea how I wanted you to carve it all up. Thus, there would be no single correct answer. You might say, one orange thing, your shirt? But then I could say, what? No, there's my left sleeve, my right sleeve, the inside of the shirt, the outside of the shirt. Come on, there's way more than one. Unless we use sortals, any search for what things there are will end in confusion. Not because there are no things, but because it hasn't been made clear what conditions to apply when searching. For Thomason, this means that what we find depends on what application conditions we use. If I ask if there's anything here that the condition smaller than a molecule applies to, you could note each such thing and give me an inventory. Chair would not be on that list. But if I asked you if there were any medium-sized, rigid according to human strength things here, chair would probably go on your list, and no single atom would. If an application condition is satisfied in the world, then the thing it describes exists. So, chairs do exist. If the application conditions for one thing are also sufficient for something else, then if we find the first thing, we have found the other, because its existence is entailed, analytically, by the existence of the first thing, that is, by meaning and logic alone. For example, if I say that I live in a house, you can conclude, without looking, that I live in a building. There's no paradox here. I don't live in a house and a building, two distinct things that defy the laws of physics by being co-located. Instead, the conditions that apply to a house are also sufficient for a building. So, a single chair is not impossibly identical to some collection of many, nor is it somehow over and above its parts. Instead, atoms arranged chairwise merely logically entail a chair. The entailment connects things differentiated by distinct application conditions. When we ask, which one is the ship of Theseus? A puzzle erupts because we're being too neutral. We need to say what we mean by ship of Theseus. If we mean the original parts, then this is it. Do we mean the thing registered to me by the boat authorities? Well, then it's this one. But which is the real one is an incomplete pseudo question. When it comes to Sorites sequences, I think we need to just stipulate where the boundary is. I don't think there's an objective answer provided by the universe or God as to what exactly is and is not a chair. But that doesn't have to mean that there aren't any chairs. It can just mean that every single collection of symbols is its own unique object, independent of our minds, and that we get to decide which to call chairs. Vagueness comes from our minds and our language, but there are no vague objects in the universe. We don't have to believe that our reality is simulated, but I do think we have to believe that it's stipulated. It is a reality that contains not what intelligent machines have decided to give us, but what we have decided we have. There's no fact of the matter as to whether calling this a star is the true way to carve up this stuff. It's a pretty useful way to do it, and helpful for at least human purposes, but star is a thing we imposed on the world. As Michael Jubian puts it, there are no things, but as a consequence, there are as many things as we like. Now, as for the problem of the many, we can simply just admit that there really are billions of slightly different chairs here. Some include a few boundary atoms that others don't, but since they all act and react pretty much in unison, in our daily lives, it just doesn't matter which exact material collection we mean when we say this chair. However, let's go back to our cranes. When we talked about holes, we said that holes might be ontologically parasitic, that their existence seems to require the existence of something else, something that can host the hole. Perhaps our crane is holy too. Not a physical thing in its own right, but a disturbance in some paper. There is no material crane here, there's only some paper arranged crane-wise. But once we start entertaining that notion, we realize that nearly everything we see and feel, all ordinary objects and even ourselves, are ontological parasites. Michael Jubian calls our tendency to think that what is true of a chair is true of the material that is chairing object fixation or property repression. Object fixation is useful and nearly as good as true, but when paradoxes loom, we should remember that while chairs do exist, they are not made out of matter and cannot be touched or felt or tasted. All I can do is taste some stuff while it chairs. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it's not a duck, but it is arranged duckwise. I think that the only concrete physical things in our universe are symbols. Or, since our universe could be gunky, the material world only contains stuff. And yes, this stuff is chairine. But the road paved by the idea that that makes this stuff a chair leads to paradox. To see how we could have made that mistake, let's remember the famous Clintonian dictum that often it depends on what the meaning of is. There's the is of predication, which tells us what something is like, as in, this cheese is floppy. And then there's the is of identity, which tells us what is the same as what. For example, 2 + 2 is 4. To believe that chairs are made of matter, to believe that you are made of matter, is to confuse these two ises. When a collection of properties are extremely thorough in telling us what to expect from some stuff, we tend to just go ahead and noun them, collapse them into a single word, and believe it doesn't just describe some stuff, but refers to it. I think we have an intuitive sense of the thoroughness of properties, and this can be seen in how we order our adjectives. Big can mean many things. A big diamond and a big house are very different in size. Blue tells me a bit more about what to expect, but cheeseburger, oh, that's specific. So specific, in fact, that we call it a noun. The increasing thoroughness may be partly responsible for the fact that big blue cheeseburger sounds fine, but blue big cheeseburger sounds kind of weird. When we embrace the idea that cheeseburgers are not physical objects, but instead exist as an abstract set of properties like juicy, warm, soft, and so on, the specter of ontological paradox dissipates. You and I are not physical objects either. Michaeline is a bunch of different properties, and most of them are very vague. They include things like knowing who Kevin is, being more or less a certain height, having a roughly continuous relationship with the stuff that was Michaeline yesterday. Now, some of what it means to Michael does concern composition, like the fact that I will still exist even if I shave off the stuff I call my beard. If I shaved off my beard, there would still be some stuff Michaeline, but it would be different stuff than it was before. We are able to lose parts and change and grow because we are not made of matter. We are hosted by matter. As Alan Watts would say, the universe doesn't contain people, the universe peoples. Chairs and tables and rocks and buckets and people are not made of atoms. They are performed by atoms. We are disturbances in stuff, and none of it is us. This stuff right here is not me. It's just me. We are not the universe seeing itself. We are the seeing. I am not a thing that dies and becomes scattered. I am death, and I am the scattering. And as always, thanks for watching. As always, links to read and learn more can be found down in the description below. There's also a link down there to subscribe to the Curiosity Box. If you subscribe now, this will be your first box. But remember, use code BOGO and we'll send you our summer box as well, completely free. Give your brain a treat. Support Vsauce, support Alzheimer's research and creators everywhere by joining today. I'll see you there. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where is your mind? Is it in your head? I mean, that's where your brain is, and your brain helps you remember and plan and make judgments and solve problems. But you also remember and plan with phones and notes and calendars, and you make judgments and solve problems with all sorts of things. You know, when you think about it, The brain is really just a wet lump of fat and protein, no firmer than a blob of tofu. But the mind is huge. It's an ever-expanding organ of tissue and wood and stone and steel and people because of communication. Communication allows us to even make other people extensions of our minds. We can access their memories and perceptions and knowledge by simply asking. Or not. I don't need to learn how to fix a car and practice medicine and vulcanize rubber or remember everything. Other people are doing that for me just as I do things for them. We are a species of individuals that is also one big interdependent lumbering growth, a frantic blur of flesh and concrete, a techno-sapien powered by imaginations and passions made real by a hallowed faculty we call reason. Reason, it is said, guides us to truer knowledge and better decisions. It's allowed us to increase life expectancy, suffer less, work together better, and it's bound to take us further and higher until the end of time. Or is it? The organ we use to reason takes millions of years to evolve, but the fruits of reason grow rapidly and are ever accelerating. Over the next 4 decades, we are expected to build the equivalent of another New York City every month. And more concrete was installed in the last 2 decades outside the United States than the US installed during the entire 20th century. This growth means that quality of life around the world is rising. It means that electricity, manufactured goods, food, comfort, and transportation are all becoming more common and accessible. But there are hints that reason and logic are struggling against the complexity of it all, against our growing dependence on the things we've built and their unintended consequences. Nearly every part of life as we know it today involves or relies on a process that releases molecules with lopsided electrical charges. This property causes them to absorb and re-emit thermal radiation, pinging it around so that it escapes into space more slowly. Having more warmer parcels of air means stronger weather events. They can't be pinned to any particular extreme storm, but they make extreme storms in general more extreme and frequent. What's at stake isn't just bad weather, it's disaster. It's more lives lost, more property lost, it's more droughts, more hunger, more famine, more people needing refuge, and an even greater reliance on the very things that caused the problem in the first place. In total, we release about 51 billion tons of such gases every year, and we need to release 0. But how do you rethink everything? Who gets to direct the costs and trade-offs? How do you achieve collaboration between nearly every local and national government when what works in one place won't work everywhere, when decisions affect jobs in one place and food in another, when not just things need to be rethought, but also habits and traditions and values? How do you achieve consensus when a problem isn't obvious to the senses, is far away in space and time, requires solutions that affect people in different ways, and as a product of science always carries some uncertainty? The philosopher Timothy Morton calls something so massively distributed in time and space, and so viscous, so sticky that it adheres to all that touch it, a hyperobject. Every civilization that grows at the speed of reason must at some point face hyperobjects. In fact, the fact that we still haven't found evidence of intelligent life beyond Earth has been brought up as evidence that some sort of great filter might exist that few civilizations manage to get past. That a hyperobject like our impact on the planet might be such a great filter is not a new idea. What it might take to solve it is the topic of Bill Gates's How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. And I decided to do this video in partnership with him and his team because the way we deal with hyperobjects reveals a lot about the mind It's easy and common to think that we would all be better off if everyone was just more rational, right? But what if reasoning wasn't built for what we've become? Let's begin by looking at behavioral inertia. Behavioral inertia is the tendency to keep doing what you're already doing, status quo bias. It can be a frustrating bias if you desire change, but its origin isn't a flaw. If an organism has managed to survive long enough to reproduce and provide and care for its offspring, then the state of its world was sufficient for its genes to spread. That's all it takes to persist. The types of organisms we see around us will naturally be those that managed to persist and didn't, after reaching that point, rock the boat too much. So behavioral inertia can help slow down the accumulation of unintended consequences and the loss of ideas that work, but it can also slow down innovation and adaptation. If the environmental impacts of our society were more immediate and unignorable, it wouldn't be so tempting to apply this inertial brake. But emissions are invisible, and their consequences aren't immediate or local. They impact future people, and people far away, those who are different from us, poorer than us, people we will never meet. This may be one of the first challenges advancing civilizations face, wielding not just the power of technology and distributed cognition, but also the responsibilities. Extending the mind is really cool, but whether or not a species can extend their empathy might be a great filter. Surely, reasoning will allow us to do that, right? Well, what is reasoning? Well, reasoning is a way of making inferences. An inference is a piece of new information extracted from the information you already have. Now, we make inferences all the time. Every living thing does. For example, we don't have measuring tape tentacles that shoot from our eyes, and what actually enters our brain is just a 2D image, but nonetheless, our brains can infer depth by attending to cues like stereopsis, occultation, perspective, parallax, size. Now, when this happens, we accept it as reality. We aren't aware of the visual processing that made it possible, and we don't have to be. If, however, we do consciously consider why a certain conclusion was reached, well then, boom, that's reasoning. Reasoning is the process of making inferences not automatically and instinctively, but by looking at facts and seeing what conclusions they support. When Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth to within a percentage or two of the value accepted today, he didn't do it by measuring the Earth, and he didn't just perceive it as self-evident. No, he inferred it from what he knew about shadows and how long it took camels to move. Stories like that make it easy to believe that reasoning evolved because it supercharged our cognitive abilities. I mean, it clearly moves us towards truer conclusions, better decisions, and knowledge no other species could infer. Attempts to describe the rules of good, orderly reason became logic and mathematics, concepts so general and abstract that while we were still animals, armed with them, we were no longer beasts. But that's the rub, isn't it? If reasoning is so great, why are we the only species with such a sophisticated grasp of it? And if its purpose is truth and good judgment, why don't we all agree on everything? It's tempting to think that disagreements happen because, well, I am being rational, but those who disagree with me are being irrational. Ugh! If only people would just use logic and reason. What's happened to the world? Well, that's a fair complaint if you're arguing over logic puzzles, but the world is not a logic puzzle. This, however, is one. Paul is looking at Mary. Mary is looking at Peter. Paul is married. Peter is unmarried. Is a married person looking at an unmarried person? Yes? No? Or not enough information to decide? Think about it. The answer is yes. You may have thought there's no way to know because we don't know if Mary is married. But look, she either is or she isn't. And if she is, well then she, a married person, is looking at Peter, an unmarried person. If she isn't, then Paul, a married person, is looking at her, an unmarried person. So no matter what Mary's deal is, the answer will be yes. When people get this puzzle wrong and the correct answer is explained to them, they almost always immediately see why it's right and change their mind. Life is not always like that. Let's take a look at a logical syllogism. All elephants are awesome. Michael is an elephant. Therefore, Michael is awesome. The conclusion is logically valid. It follows from the assumptions. But are the assumptions true? No. I am not an elephant. Also, this premise is subjective. I mean, what does it mean to be awesome? Can we measure it with an awesomeometer? So you can see why, when analyzing something like our impact on the planet, logic can only be a partial tool. If some people have more to lose than others, who gets to decide which assumptions are fair? Still though, it would seem that reasoning should be able to help here. If each of us would just attend only to the facts, surely we'd all recognize the same reasonable approach. Problem is, that's not how reasoning works. Since the scientific study of human reasoning began about 100 years ago, it has been found again and again that not only are we bad at reasoning, lazy and biased, but we actually seem almost programmed to be bad, like the flaws are intentional. In an episode of Mindfield, I once used a magician to pull off a little experiment. He asked people to look at two faces and choose which of the two they would prefer to work with, placing their preferences in one pile and those they rejected into another. Then, the pile of people they picked were shown again, and each person was asked to provide a reason for why they chose that person. But with a little sleight of hand, the magician managed to sneak in some of the faces they had just rejected. Amazingly, the majority of people didn't even notice the trick. Not only that, they were able to effortlessly explain the reasons behind their choice. A choice they never actually made. Remembering faces you've only seen briefly isn't the easiest thing to do, but other studies have shown that even if the task involves answering questions about one's political beliefs, things we would seemingly have a firmer grasp on, nearly half of participants will fail to notice that the answers they gave have been reversed when they're later asked to explain them. Point is, we seem practically built to give reasons for whatever we think we must, and not the reasons we actually used to reach a conclusion. What if we don't even use reasons to reach conclusions? Well, let's talk about intuitions. Our brains have evolved over millions of years to react to the world around us in brilliant ways with little to no input from us. For example, when you notice that someone is upset, you don't consciously think, okay, so, well, their eyebrows are kind of in that position and their speech seems curt, their posture is, these are all reasons to conclude that they are upset. No, instead, the belief that they may be upset was just apparent. You intuited it. You know it without exactly knowing how you came to know it. The mood-recognizing parts of your brain operate in a way that is opaque to your awareness. But if someone asks you, why do you think they're upset? You can nonetheless produce all sorts of reasons. Some may have actually been the ones your brain attended to, but they're all just guesses. Instead of using reasoning to come to conclusions, we use conclusions to come to reasons. Now, to be fair, we can go the other way. We love puzzles, and when we don't have a strong intuition either way, we can sit down and mull over various reasons to think one thing or another. Our love of puzzles suggests that reasoning has a survival value. Organisms that found it pleasurable would be more likely to use it. But when we reason alone, even when we have no motivation to reach any particular conclusion, we still exhibit deep biases that seem less like mistakes and more like features. For example, it's been shown that between two otherwise similar products, people will prefer to buy the one with more functions, even if they don't want those functions, never plan to use them, and think they're all pointless and overly complicated. Why? Well, it might be that we find such decisions easier to justify to others. We won't wind up being potentially embarrassed when someone asks why we didn't get the product with more functions. Well, after decades of findings like this, Hugo Mercier and Dan Sperber began to hypothesize that reasoning didn't evolve to help us make better decisions, but instead to help us be social. Humans inhabit a cognitive niche on this planet. We aren't strong or sharp or hidden or venomous. Instead, our advantage comes from cognition, reasoning, and cooperation. We can plan hunts, build traps, and engage in coordinated strategies that can be tested and modified on the fly, not by millennia of evolution. Reason allows us to do those things. It's hard to convince people that your intuitions are true, but if you can give reasons for them, it's a whole heck of a lot easier to convince people that you're right. Being able to argue over what the best thing to do is vital when it comes to coordinating action. Reasons also allow us to justify ourselves in the eyes of others, to explain who we are and express the kinds of reasons we like, what others can expect from us, and what we will likely expect from them. This social theory of reasoning helps explain why two people can earnestly and rationally arrive at two different views. They each have their own unique brain and values and dispositions and experiences, and those are what drove their thinking. The reasons they give may or may not be the real reasons they came to their conclusions, but it's the best anyone can do. The social theory also explains why people tend to give such weak reasons for their beliefs at first, or when their intended audience doesn't need much convincing. It would be a waste of time and cognitive resources to construct grand slam reasons for everything I said and did and thought when it wasn't necessary. Instead, I can offload some of that work to other people. For example, if I say, I want to have lunch at ABC Burgers, well, my friend might respond, no thanks, I had burgers yesterday. And I might reply back, oh, well, that's no problem. They also have hot dogs and great salads. But if my friend said, no thanks, I'm trying to spend less money eating out this month, I could reply, oh, well, ABC Burgers is really cheap and I've got a coupon. Now, what's going on here is that I'm providing reasons only as my friend presses for them. If they press harder and harder, my reasons will become better and better until either I win them over or we come to some different, more harmonious decision. So when people appear to be lazy reasoners or to have bad reasons or none at all, it's usually just the case that they're using reason as it evolved to function. Socially, it starts off weak, improving if others push it, and always tailoring its work to the intended audience. The social theory of reasoning can even explain the existence of biases that otherwise make little sense. For example, it would seem that in coming to conclusions about the world, it would behoove an organism to pay particular attention to information that went against what it believed. That way, they would be able to adjust their beliefs, making them truer, more general, and more complete. To a certain extent, that is what happens, but not always. When someone does their own research, they often come to the very conclusion they wanted in the first place. This is called confirmation bias, our tendency to look for, prefer, and interpret information so that it confirms what we already think. It frustrates our ability to accept new, inconvenient data and is a problem for the intellectualist view of reason. If reason is for finding truth and making better decisions, why would it have this major weakness? Well, because, the social theory says, reasoning is a group activity. Let's say that I think option A is true and the best, and you think option B is true and the best. Well, if we both researched both options and sifted through reasons in support of both options, we would both have twice the work to do than we would if instead I simply came up with reasons for why I was right, and you attended to reasons for why you were right. The confirmation bias at least halves the cognitive work that must be done. Now, sometimes a lone reasoner will have a bad idea, or a decent idea with some bad parts. The reasons they have to justify for and argue for it will be sufficient for them and those who intuitively agree, but they may be weak. However, subjected to deliberation, put forth into the machine of collective thought, it can be evaluated and judged not by one mind or a group of minds thinking alike, but by something very special: the crowd. Humans have long known of the wisdom of the crowds, the phenomenon by which a collection of many people can process information into a conclusion better than any one person could do alone. It's why we don't trust big decisions to a single person, no matter how educated or powerful they are. Instead, we ask a group of people to deliberate, to reason together. In this way, the biases and errors of each is smoothed out and the decision wiser. In a famous example, it's been repeatedly shown that if you ask a bunch of people to guess how many jelly beans are in a jar, you'll find that the average of all their answers is closer to the real number than any one individual was alone. What happens is that although some people may guess a number that is like way too big, that mistake is balanced out by the fact that others will inevitably guess a number that is way too small. Altogether, their disagreement evens out into spectacular accuracy. We have now arrived at the problem. Reasoning evolved to be used socially, where many different perspectives had to all deliberate towards a common conclusion. Such contexts are becoming less and less common, and it is becoming easier and easier to simply be a lone reasoner, justifying only a particular viewpoint without doing the harder work of deliberating and acting. The internet gives voices to more perspectives than ever before in our history, but it also makes it easy to disengage from accountability and to find places where everyone believes what you do. Furthermore, because of technology, we confront more issues more rapidly than ever before that we are expected to have opinions about, and the growing complexity and specialization of the modern world makes it difficult for each of us to have well-informed, prepared reasons for the accelerating accretion of intuitions we must form. In response, we look for people who can defend our intuitions for us. The reasons they give don't have to be good, just good enough that we can feel like justification exists. In the past, unconvincing reasons had to be painted on sandwich boards, but now, the democratization of communication means that even unpopular, unconvincing, nonsensical ideas can be presented with the same trust-inducing typefaces and professional look as common ones. People can challenge the weak reasons of others, show them to be contradictory, and produce better reasons for their side. But to what end? It's all preparation for a debate that never comes. We each play a very small role in deciding how society is run. Even if a good faith discussion between a representative slice of America came to a resolution, if nothing can come of it, why not just throw shade and sick burns, or revel in the pleasure of reasoning by treating everything like a big giant puzzle? It's easy to think that it doesn't matter, because after all, those in charge, the brilliant scientists and powerful billionaires, will surely come to the rescue. Some giant techno-salvation is surely on the horizon. Perhaps it is, but everything we know about reason suggests that those implementing it should be held accountable by as many different perspectives as possible. Leaders could lead deliberations and be elected for their ability to moderate social reasoning. But that's boring. Why lead when you could follow? Look at what some people believe and generate reasons for why they're right, and they'll love it. Of course, the hard work, the real work, the work that truly elevates us on this planet is not in telling people that they're right, but in trying to convince others, and in doing so, use reason as it evolved to be used. The future of reason may in fact be the past of reason. In practice, what does all this look like? Well, some researchers have gone so far as to recommend national deliberation days where citizens celebrate by literally joining small groups and talking through their opinions and comparing reasons. Tests of such strategies have shown that a return to the small, targeted discussions our reasoning abilities evolved to excel in leaves all participants with a greater understanding of not just what they believe and why, but about decisions that could actually be made and actions that could be taken. Others have gone even further, recommending that the future of reason at its best is the construction of a lotocracy, a form of government where decisions are made not by elected leaders, but by people literally chosen at random. We decide the fate of a person this way. Why not the fate of the people? What if decisions were made not by politicians alone, but at least occasionally by groups of actual citizens representing differences in thought, not just geography, who were brought together and paid for their time to learn from experts and then deliberate on an assigned issue until a conclusion was reached, or at the least, a recommendation? Instead of being motivated by re-election, money, attention, and power, individuals chosen at random would have only their conscience to guide them. Special interests and corporations wouldn't be able to cozy up to those likely to be elected, because if any one of us could someday serve, they'd have to cozy up to and protect all of us. Instead of the learning and deliberation being done by people you will never meet with offices and buildings you can't access, gradually, over time, more and more of your very own neighbors would have had the honor. People chosen at random would obviously lack the same celebrity status and mandate that elected leaders cultivate and achieve. And iconic figures we relate to aren't bad, but our understanding of reasoning is making it more and more clear that we evolved not to leave the thinking up to a few great minds, but to the authority of the great mind, the lumbering organ of thought that is everyone and everything. This is, in fact, how democracy first worked. Lotteries were used to fill many political positions in ancient Athens. Aristotle explained that the appointment of magistrates by lot is thought to be democratic, and the election of them is oligarchic. An oligarchy is government by only a small number of people. Look, regardless of how reason is brought back to its social roots, if we can build more and better arenas for deliberation and use them to apply reason properly to hyper-objects like the impact of our emissions on the planet, we'll have taught one heck of a lesson to people 100, 1,000 years in the future. I like to think that although widening participation will be difficult, it might provide us with a kind of existential security. The impact of emissions on our planet is not going to be the last hyper-object we face. If we can do a good job with it, maybe far in the future, when our civilization has advanced to the point at which, people can be quantumly recreated or something, they'll look back at our time and say, hey, let's bring them all back to life. We could use the cooperative abilities they had then. Ultimately, the old saying that history is the great teacher isn't a bad guide. We will all someday be teachers ourselves, because someday we will all be history. We will someday be the ancients, and we can choose what that will mean. And as always, thanks for watching.
Have you ever had a Krispy Kreme?
Is this the Krusty
Have you ever gone to Krispy Kreme? Was it crispy?
No.
Yeah, right.
No, this is Patrick.
Is this the Krusty
Hey,
Krab?
Vsauce.
No!
Michael.
This is
When something
Patrick!
becomes part of the past,
I'm not
can
a
it ever
Krusty
truly
Krab.
be experienced again?
Patrick, that's the name of the
Obviously,
restaurant.
my beard will grow back, but it won't be the same beard, and it won't be on the same person. It will be on a slightly older, different Michael. But of course, the bearded Michael of the past isn't completely gone. No, he still exists in our minds as a memory. And in the form of records of the past, like images and video. Hi, I'm the slightly older, different Michael you heard about. I am 130 days older than that guy. Wow, 130 days. You know, it really doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Just as an optical illusion is a distortion of our sense of sight, a temporal illusion is a distortion of our sense of time. Some seem small, like how a minute spent waiting in line can seem to take forever, but an entire day with friends can just fly by. Some seem deeper, like the uncanny feeling we get from recordings that make people from long ago seem more real than usual, or the strange way time seems to sneak by. For example, the songs I liked as a kid, Wannabe, Mbop, Semi-Charmed Life, are as old to kids born today as the literal oldies were when I was born. How could that be true? Am I really that old now? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I know how time works, but yet I don't. Far from being just mistakes, these illusions are the edges of another dimension of space-time. Not one given to us by physics, not one given at all, but one made by our minds. Let's begin with the different ways there are to feel time. Actually sitting down and consciously tuning into the passage of time as it happens is called feeling time prospectively. You can't do that to time that's already happened, except you can. If I were to ask you, without looking, to guess how long you have been watching this video, you'd probably be able to come up with a guess you were reasonably confident in. Well, you arrived at that guess by feeling time retrospectively, by measuring it as it appears in your memory. Now, with that in mind, we are ready to approach our first illusion, the holiday paradox. A 4-hour delay at the airport before your holiday can feel unbearably long while it's happening. But once you arrive, an exciting day at your destination can seem to fly by. Those feelings are all prospective timing. A week later, retrospectively, the delay often feels like a blip in your mind, and the day of sightseeing feels like a much longer, bigger part of your life. These are the long-short and short-long patterns of felt time. Which one you feel depends on whether what you are doing is empty or full. An empty activity is monotonous, unstimulating, unimportant to you, whereas a full activity is packed with sensations, novelty, significance, context change, and challenge. Now, I experienced this during my 3 days in isolation. While I was there, time dragged very, very slowly.
A fear I have right now is that it's just Friday, and that there's still a lot of time left.
But now, years later, it's hard to believe that I spent 3 full days in that room? Jeez, seems like something I barely did. Well, it's believed that prospective time feels fast when an activity is full because you're not busy thinking about time. If you're not attending to it, you're busy with something else, well, you won't notice how much time has passed. But to understand retrospective illusions, let's ask a different question. Does time speed up as we get older? Many of you may feel the same way. Looking back, my childhood feels like it lasted so long, but my 20s went by faster, and my 30s are going by even faster than that. A popular explanation is the proportion theory. It suggests that time seems to speed up as we age because each new unit of time that we live is smaller relative to all the time that came before. The year you lived as a 9-year-old was 10% of your entire existence up to that point. But when you're 30, another year is just 3% more life. Studies have found little evidence that weeks, months, or even years are retrospectively remembered as passing faster by those who are older. But decades? Yes. And while it's true that the older we get, the faster we tend to think the last 10 years went by, that only appears to be the case until about the age of 50. After that, the speed of decades appears to plateau. A leading explanation is that how long a duration feels depends on how many things in it can be recalled. In my normal life, lots of different things happen every 3 days. But during the 3 days I was in isolation, so little happened that I have few distinct memories from it. My mind sees that emptiness and perceives that it was brief. So, perhaps a decline in new experiences and rapid novelty as we age means fewer events our brains decide to commit to memory. So then, looking back, because there are fewer distinct memories from more recent decades, we assume they were shorter. Reflecting on all of this, it's striking just how many moments are forgettable. John Koenig, the author of the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, calls the awareness of how few days are memorable Olika. Over time, our specific daily perceptions of what happened conglomerate into generalized ideas about how things were. Themes, moods, the big picture. What was perceptual becomes conceptual. And concepts are good. They lower cognitive load by wringing out details, leaving us with the broader, lighter gist. But they can also obscure reality, which brings us to our second distortion, chronological illusions. The world of our experience is not made of distinct entities. It's a continuity of fuzzy, overlapping blobs, and we impose concepts on it. For example, is a hot dog a sandwich? Is cereal soup? How many holes does a straw have? Those aren't questions about reality, they're questions about words we made up. Periodization is the chopping up of time into contrived pieces like the Stone Age, the Renaissance, the 80s, the 90s. But here's the thing. When did the 80s or 90s really happen? Mathematically, they refer to years that have 8s or 9s in the tens place. But conceptually? Well, it's not like on January 1st, 1980, people woke up and were like, whoa, 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 guys, it's the 80s, quick, everyone, change your clothes. Concepts say too much and too little. Facts that expose their imperfections are perennial favorites on social media. I made an entire video about them, in fact. But what hasn't been discussed yet is the mechanisms by which we allow them to do their dirty work. Let's dig in and see what we can find. If I asked you to lay down on the floor of a windowless, clockless room and get up after you thought a minute had passed, you'd probably do a pretty good job. But if I asked you to get up after you thought 10 years had passed, that'd be hard. We lack an ability to sense and grasp long periods of time. Also, we can't remember everything that happens. So instead of comprehending history's correct scale and structure, I believe that our minds often just use how we think about past events to place them relative to each other in time. One way we do this is through what I call the conceptual comparison heuristic, a technique whereby we use the similarity of elements in our conceptions of things to judge their temporal distance. If our concepts of two things suggest wildly different times, it's natural to assume that a lot of things happened between them. And if a lot happened, the duration separating them must be large. Alternatively, if our concepts aren't too different, the time between them must be bare of events, and so it feels brief. It's not a bad strategy, but tyrannosaurs died out 66 million years ago, and when T-Rexes began roaming the Earth, stegosaurs had already been extinct for more than 80 million years. To a T-Rex, the Stegosaurus was even more ancient than we think T-Rexes are. Here's another example. When we think of Marilyn Monroe, we think of a young woman, old Hollywood, mid-century glamour, Americana, black and white. When we think of the Queen of England, we think of an old woman in color in England and news headlines. Because those conceptions are quite different, we mentally place each woman in a different time, so it can come as a surprise to learn that they were both born in the same year. Similarly, it can be surprising to learn that Anne Frank and Martin Luther King Jr. were also born in the same year, and if they were alive today, they would both be younger than the Queen of England. When Harriet Tubman was born, Thomas Jefferson was alive, and when she died, Ronald Reagan was alive. This is surprising to many of us because our concepts of these people are anchored to them as adults. But Harriet Tubman was a 4-year-old when Thomas Jefferson died, and when she died, Ronald Reagan was a 2-year-old. Far from just being amusing, chronological illusions can often have teeth. America can feel like an idea fixed long before any of us by the overwhelming bulk of events that came before. But Barbara Walters has been alive for more than a third of America's entire history. And if you were 25, you have already lived through and been a part of more than 10% of America's history. Chronological illusions may also be caused by what I call the construal level heuristic, a technique whereby we place things in time based on whether we construe them concretely or abstractly. In social psychology, construal level theory describes how abstract and concrete thinking relate to psychological distance. That is, how distant something seems as opposed to how distant it actually is. Now, unsurprisingly, it's been found that people tend to think about things that are psychologically distant more abstractly. But studies have also found that if people are asked to think about an event abstractly, they'll consider it more distant than if asked to construe it concretely. This may explain why things can turn out to be longer ago or more recent than we thought. If an event recedes especially quickly from relevance or is suddenly replaced in our daily thoughts by other more urgent events unconnected to it, our minds may shift its construal to a higher level, making it feel further back in time than it really is. Conversely, if attending to the low-level details of an event continues to be important, our construal level heuristic will make it feel closer in time than it really is. Our third illusion of time comes from the fact that time is always moving forward. Because of that, the psychological distances we feel towards things should also always be changing. But not all of them do. The belief that your place in time is stable is what I call the chronostatic illusion. Tim Urban pointed out that it is now the case that Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, The Lion King were all released closer to the moon landing than today. As a person who remembers The Lion King being brand new and remembers feeling at that time that the moon landing was old, this is all very weird. The Lion King seems so much more recent than the moon landing ever did to me. The conceptual comparison heuristic places them far apart. My concept of the 90s will probably always stray from my concept of the present a little less than it should, because the 90s and now have something in common that the 90s and the 60s never did or will: me. Also, my construal level of The Lion King may resist becoming abstract because The Lion King continues to evolve and happen. The mechanisms I use to place things in time have sunk hooks into The Lion King, creating a sort of chronostatic cling that fools me into believing it's more near. The music that was new when I was young has also been tethered in my mind to the idea of new stuff only us kids get, even as it has actually been drifting away, as far away as the stuff I used to think was far. A chronostatic illusion is spectacularly broken when you realize that you have become as old as your parents were when you were born. It doesn't always seem quite right. They came first, and as such, should always be older, but suddenly you're aware of a way in which they aren't. Your age gap with people in the past is not static. Your parents keep getting older right along with you, but the people they were don't. This can lead to empathetic realizations. They weren't any wiser or more folded into the world then than you are now. Considering the temporal perspectives of other people leads us to a fourth distortion, the chronocentric illusion. The belief that our own relationship to time is the best or only frame of reference, or that it's more important and more real than any other. My grandparents used to tell me about how when they were kids, they didn't have television. And I always thought that sounded so weird. I mean, obviously, I knew it was true, but like, what the heck did they do with their free time? It wasn't relatable at all. People back then must have been so different, not real in the same way I was. But I remember a time before the internet, before mobile phones, and it wasn't that weird. The internet and cell phones are still, in my mind, an additional thing we now have. But for my daughter, they will be what we've always had. And when I tell her about a time when no one had the internet and didn't even know they needed it, it will likely sound to her just like the old stories I heard about growing up with no TV. And that's bizarre. My grandparents' childhood was weird. It was the olden days. Mine was totally normal. Protagonist syndrome is the belief that you are the main character of the universe. Recognizing that you aren't is what John Koenig famously called Sonder, the realization that other people, like that stranger over there you will never see again, have full lives, just as important and consuming to them as yours is to you. I'd like to add to protagonist syndrome the concept of ab ovo syndrome. Ab ovo means from the egg, from the very beginning. In literature, it describes a story that begins at the start, ab ovo, as opposed to in the middle, in medias res. Ab ovo syndrome is the belief that the movie of the universe began when you began, that the times of your life are the plot and contain the climax, and that everything before you was just backstory, everything after merely sequels. When you realize that that's not true, that you were not born ab ovo, but in medias res, that you'll die before the credits, and that everyone who has ever lived was a fully fleshed out protagonist in their own minds, that feeling is what I call chronosonder. Sonder not just for people over there, but for people over then. Overcoming the chronocentric illusion isn't always easy. It doesn't help that people from the past are finished. Unlike us who still have choices to make, they tell the same story over and over again. They're also separated by barriers made of their own evidence. The world wasn't actually black and white in the past, and it didn't suddenly become vertical in the present. Obviously, we all know that. But the arbitrary technical properties of a time's recording media can influence our perception of the past nonetheless. If silent films didn't look so much different from what could be done just a few decades later, would it be nearly as surprising to learn that Charlie Chaplin lived long enough to watch Star Wars? When I was in high school, I saw 2001's Pipe Dream for the first time, and it blew my mind. My friends and I honestly believed that it was a real thing someone had built. But recently, I looked it up on YouTube, and I was like, this is clearly a computer animation. What the heck was wrong with us? And what do you know? The top comment was exactly that sentiment. Our perception of the past is constantly evolving as technology does. And that's significant. We don't just think about the past, we also think about the past. The material properties of an artifact can influence our relationship with what came before and push it further away. Faded yellowy color, sepia, SD pixelated video. Technological features can make the past seem like it was never as real as the present. But some kinds of evidence collapse that chronocentric divide. One way they can do it right now is by being demotic, ordinary, personal, candid. Such recordings are much more similar to the media we exchange with each other right now in the present. This footage of people goofing around in a 7-Eleven in 1987 has more than 6 million views, not just because of nostalgia, but because it's like visiting past people in their natural habitat at a time zoo. This isn't some pageant with timeless ambitions. It's a view out the window of a time machine they don't know is there. Another way evidence can corrode chronocentric illusions is by containing a convention more normal than we expect. People in old photos look like serious robots because back then you had to stay in the same pose for a long time to get a picture taken. But also, a long-standing trope in the world of images up to that point was that smiling or looking goofy wasn't a sign of happiness, but of drunkenness or stupidity. But every so often, this image pops up online, and people vehemently debate whether it's actually old or not. Sure, it's black and white, but the expression seems too normal to really be on a person from the past. It is, however, actually an honest-to-gosh picture taken in the early 1900s, one of the earliest known photographs of a human smiling, in fact. The juxtaposition of an expression someone today might make with a medium that suggests a technology of the past creates an opportunity for chronosonder. The subject is both dead and undead, gone but not as unrelatably far as we may have thought the past was. Finally, the chronocentric divide can fade when we find the past captured in a medium that was rare at the time but more common now. This is footage taken by an early HD camera of New York City in 1993. It's pretty cool, but there's something almost uncanny about it. Watching it isn't exactly like time traveling back to 1993, but it looks more like video taken today than many of us expect. It's like peering through a telescope. We can see them, but they can't see us. They appear closer, more actual than usual. We lean in to get grasps of what it was like. That's part of the allure of time travel. As L.P. Hartley said, the past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. But it hasn't always been that way. Time travel wasn't a common feature of fiction until the 19th century. Not because people hadn't thought of it before, they had, but the past and future weren't rich with interesting destinations in the same way they are to us now. In the year 1008, it wasn't an insult to call someone 1000 and late. 1,000 years ago, the culture and technology around you was unlikely to be foreign to your parents, or grandparents, or great-grandparents, and outside of an act of God or gods, you didn't expect them to be foreign to your children or their children either. 1,000 years ago, there were no 80s parties, because the 980s weren't interestingly different. Pre-modern societies viewed the present as a continuation of the past. Changes were interpreted as temporary disturbances of the natural state. But today, we see the present as something special. Change is significant enough and rapid enough now that we would imagine ourselves quite differently had we been born 10 years earlier or later. Zachary Sayre Schiffman points out, we fail to realize that people before the 18th century did not see themselves this way. Instead of having a history, they regarded themselves as having an unchanging nature or essence, whose full realization might be impeded or impelled, but not otherwise shaped by events. Nostalgia existed, but for moments and places gone simply because they were prior to or away from here and now, not because they were fundamentally different and categorically irretrievable. As the discovery of antiquities and new worlds and new species accelerated, as the invention of new technologies and new ways of recording accelerated, the present became less and less like the past. Reinhard Koselleck has argued that between 1750 and 1850, the acceleration of history reached a speed at which static or cyclical views of time had to be replaced with our modern view, which understands the past to be essentially different from the present. It used to be that things passed. Now, there is a past. As technological and social change accelerate, the window of time within which things can be trusted to remain stable shrinks. In such a world, to stand still is scary. Hartmut Rosa observed, the pre-modern experience of being excluded is replaced in modernity by the constantly present, fear-inducing possibility of becoming excluded, in the sense of getting left behind. Things change faster, and we keep keeping up because we are afraid to die. Whoever lives twice as fast can realize twice as many worldly possibilities, and thus, as it were, live two lives in the span of one. Whoever becomes infinitely fast no longer needs to fear death, the annihilator of options. Acceleration becomes a secular substitute for eternity. To achieve this salvation, we try to make things faster and easier to save time. But one of the greatest hoodwinks we ever pulled on ourselves was not noticing that the things we do to save time leave us with less of it and more alone in it. No technological change is only technological. The car allowed people to travel more quickly and whenever they wanted, but once available, it meant people could live further from where they worked. So cities and towns changed, personal associations changed, roads divided neighborhoods, created new opportunities while ending others. Jobs and industries and cultural forms of expression and a whole different society sprang into existence simply because we found a way to move faster. Likewise, smartphones and the internet made information access and communication easier and faster, but that's not all they did. Along with them came new social conventions, new communities, new levels of exposure to ideas and conflict, a new understanding of what it meant to be available. That's a lot to have to adapt to. They even redefined what now is made of. Digital spaces are filled with not just what's being said, but also what has been said. And it's all right there, not tucked into a library across town or on a tiny plaque on a statue covered in bird poop. It's in our hands and outside of time. Things used to acquire signs of age, veneers that tucked them appropriately into their place in time. Now, they're automatically updated to always look like now. Digital spaces are so packed with timeless messages between bygone people that we don't even ask, "Is anyone here?" anymore. Instead, we ask, "Is anyone now?" In order to adapt to all of this, we have to consume information in an increasingly dehumanized, decontextualized, and decentralized way. Each next bit is often unrelated to the last. Our participation is not acknowledged or assumed, and it's all fed to us by machines we don't know and didn't build that only put it in our eyes and ears. The sheer weight of all of this accreting information and its growing accessibility is awe-inspiring. It may even be our purpose. I mean, what else produces such detailed records? Purposefully or not, we record, save, collect, organize, and preserve events like nothing else in the universe. I've said before that if humans were to go extinct, the sun would still shine, the universe would keep expanding, Jupiter would continue being gassy, but the universe would lose its best autobiographer. But the technologies of this project have yet to address our bodies. Enter the TV paradox. Remember the short-long and long-short patterns of time? Well, a new pattern has been emerging and growing in frequency. Short-short. It was first observed in people watching TV alone. They reported feeling like time flew by quickly. Oh, wow, have I really been watching for 4 hours? But later, they didn't remember their TV session as a major moment of significant import or duration. They didn't attend to the passing of time during it. They didn't feel bored or like time dragged, but they also didn't accumulate a lot of new, significant, memory-worthy experiences. Rapid, stimulating streams of experience provide a fullness that makes time fly by, but fractured, desensualized, one-way experiences feel unconnected to ourselves and our larger life histories. Retrospectively, they don't fill up a lot of space. They burn our time on both ends. It feels shorter during and after. Interestingly, short has not been found when people engage with content they have connections with. For example, things they own memorabilia of, made friendships through, attended conventions about. So the pace of life may be taking your life from you, but standing could give you your life back. In the future, we will surely find other ways to overcome the negative side effects of the faster experiences we crave. The development of digital media that engage the other senses, more linked as they are with long-term memory, or that build contexts for us, could help. So could surgical solutions, like removing the parts of the brain that make us not like doom scrolling. Probably first, any anxieties will be recognized as a condition treatable with medication. Now, this is all to say that we live in a transitional period. The conquest of space made the world smaller, and now the conquest of time has made our lives smaller. We live after the conquering of time, but before its resurrection. In the meantime, make some time for time to control you. Be bored, miss out, fall behind, feel time passing. Lose track of time while experiencing only what your body can alone. You might not have the time of your life, but you'll have more time of your life. I'll see you next time. And as always, thanks for watching. A great way to engage all of your senses is a subscription to our Curiosity Box, a seasonal delivery of viral physics toys, puzzles, books, games, all curated and cooked up by us. Our winter box comes with a kinetic torus knot, a device for creating electricity out of produce, try bananas, and lots more. Our mission at the Curiosity Box is to be good for all brains. So we donate a portion of all proceeds to Alzheimer's research and our Inquisitive Fellowship, which just gives money and resources to educational creators so they can make the kinds of videos they want to make. Do your brain a favor and sign up today. I'm really proud of it, and I appreciate all of your support. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Why, though? Why are any of us here? What's the purpose? What does it all mean? Well, sometimes, if we listen closely enough, when we ask, why, we can hear an answer. And it's another question. Why? Why what? Our journey begins here.
Checking the rule book, but you won't find anything in there that says a dog can't play.
He's right. Ain't no rule said the dog can't play basketball.
Is that true? Is there really no rule against a dog playing middle school basketball? Vsauce Magic 8 Ball, is there really no rule against a dog playing basketball? The answer is yes. Or is it? We have begun. The actor who played Air Bud, Buddy the dog, passed away in 1998 at the age of 9. Now take a look at this. Let's talk about World War I. On June 28, 1914, Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, and his wife Sophie were assassinated in Sarajevo while riding in a car. The car's license plate was AIII 118. They were killed by Gavrilo Princip, who said during his trial that he wanted the unification of all Yugoslavs, free from Austria. The event sparked a series of escalations in Europe, the July Crisis, which ultimately caused World War I, a war that ended on Armistice Day, November 11th, 1918. Pretty odd, huh? A spooky coincidence, if you will. But look, odd things happen all the time. Oddness is all around us, especially in the form of odd numbers. The grip they have on our reality is revealed when we release our grip. Notice anything strange? Under the influence of gravity, things move in an odd way. If something starts moving because of gravity, after, say, 1 second, it will have traveled some distance. Now, interestingly, during the next second, the distance it will travel will be 3 times as far as it moved during the first second. During the third second, it will travel 5 times as far, then 7 times, then 9 times, 11, 13, 15. Now, we used seconds, but it doesn't matter what time interval you use. You will always find this pattern, the odd number rule, hiding right there within the very phenomenon that keeps us on Earth are the odd numbers. More like God numbers, right? Is the odd number rule the face of the universe looking back at us? Well, here is something that Galileo wrote. Philosophy is written in this grand book, I mean the universe, which stands continuously open to our gaze. But it cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth. Before this pattern in the grand book of the universe was read and appreciated, people wondered why things fell. Maybe stuff just has a desire to be in its own proper place, right? Rocks with the earth, fire with the air. That makes sense, right? It was fun to imagine causes and write our own stories. But underneath our desire for explanations, a story was already being told. One that is written in the language of mathematics, measure, and relation. Now, many of these stories are being told all around us all the time, one on top of each other. But if we can look past those disturbances, each isolated event is narrating a quiet, simple story, not of why the universe is, but of what the universe is. Galileo recognized what this pattern spelled. Mathematically, it spells, hello, I am speeding up at a constant rate. And that was huge. All this time, for millennia, we had been wondering about the causes of gravity, its cosmic purpose, why it existed. But now, here was someone saying, yeah, cool, but like, what does it do? It makes things fall. Great. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean to fall? Fall how? Now, the human mind alone couldn't answer that, but the universe was telling us. We just had to speak its language and read it. This is, I am gaining velocity at a constant rate, spelled with odd numbers. How? Well, what's an odd number? The concept of oddness comes from the observation that sometimes when you have a bunch of things, everything you have can be paired up. But sometimes that can't happen. Now, when it's possible, when you can pair everything up that you have, it is said that the number of things you have is even. If you can't do that, then the number of things you have is odd. Now, what this means is that the number of objects in an even group is equal to 2 times n, where n is just the number of whole pairs that you have. So n is any whole number. N could be, for example, 50, giving us the even number of 100, which is also the number of legs centipedes have. Or is it? Centa 100, pede feet. Having 100 legs is right there in the name, but it's only approximate. Centipedes have been observed to have anywhere from 30 to 345 legs. Now, 100 falls pretty nicely in that range, but every pair of legs on a centipede is attached to a body segment, which means that in order to have 100 legs, a centipede would need to have 50 body segments. But not a single species of centipede has an even number of body segments. 50 segments is nowhere to be found in the library of centipede genomes. So, while centipedes, on average, have a number of legs quite close to 100, they never naturally have exactly 100. Point is, 2n is the mathematical way to spell even. If I add just one more thing, the amount I have is no longer even, it's odd. If I add yet another thing, I've added another pair, n has gone up by 1, and the number is even again. This means that an even number plus just one more will always be odd. Now that we know how to mathematically spell odd and even, we can move on to moving. If you and me hugged, well, that would be wonderful. We would both get so much out of it. But if during the hug you suddenly ran away from me while yelling, "I'm leaving you at a velocity of 2 meters per second," well, I would be devastated. But I would know that deep down you still cared for me because you told me your velocity. And if I know your velocity, I can know just how far away you are from me at all times. All I have to do is take your velocity and multiply it by the number of seconds that have elapsed since you left. Now take a look at what a graph of your velocity would look like. Here we have velocity in meters away from me per second, and we have time in seconds since the hug ended. Now, if your velocity is 2 meters per second and that persists, then here's a graph of your velocity. But look at this. After a number of seconds have elapsed, like after 1 second, the distance you are away is just the rate times the time elapsed, 2 times 1. Well, that also happens to be the area of the rectangle bounded by a line coming up from the time, your velocity graph, and our axes. Well, that's pretty convenient. After 2 seconds, you are 2 times 2, 4 meters away from me, which is also the area of this shape we've created. After 3 seconds, you are 3 times 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters away. It's always the area. Well, that's pretty convenient. But let's change up the story. What if we hugged? And it was great. I mean, just almost not even a hug, like something new is being invented here. But then, during that, you suddenly leave. You run away from me. And while you run, you yell, "I am leaving you at an ever-changing velocity." Well, I would say, you know what? That is a lot less helpful. Now let's say that this changing velocity you have, that I don't know, happens to be an acceleration of 2 meters per second. What does that mean? Well, that means that your velocity is getting bigger by 2 meters per second for every second that you run. It would look like this on a graph. You begin hugging me with no velocity, and then 1 second later, your velocity is 2 meters per second larger. So 2 larger than 0 is 2. That's your velocity after 1 second. After 2 seconds, your velocity is 2 larger still, so 4, and then 6. Your velocity graph would look something like this. But now here's a question. If you're moving like this, is the distance you are away from me at any given time still just the area of the shape bounded? It's harder to see that because you don't maintain any single velocity for any amount of time. Your velocity is always changing, so we don't have nice rectangles. But we can see that it is true by putting ourselves in my shoes. Abandoned, alone. I don't even know your motion. I don't even know how you're accelerating. It's very scary. But I can decide to take matters into my own hands and measure your velocity as often as I like. Let's say that I measure it just once. I measure it after, let's say, 2 seconds. All right, wonderful. Now the question I want to answer is how far away you are after 3 seconds. All right, so I have this measurement. I know that you were traveling at 4 meters per second. Well, I mean, look, if you're going 4 meters per second for 1 second, then that's a rectangle like this. And it's got an area of 4. But you're not 4 meters away, are you? You're a lot further than that because you weren't traveling 4 meters per second for this entire second. You were at all times actually traveling a bit faster. And I'm totally forgetting all the distance you covered before my measurement, which is not 0. Okay, so clearly I need to measure your velocity more frequently. So let's say that I measure your velocity twice during the 3 seconds I'm curious about. Let's say I measure it after 1 second and then after 2 seconds. Well, now I can imagine rectangles here. This one is 2 by 1, so it has an area of 2. This one is 4 by 1, so it has an area of 4. 2 plus 4 is 6, but you're a lot more than 6 meters away as well, because you weren't traveling 2 meters per second this entire time. You were actually speeding up, covering more and more distance. I'm totally forgetting all the distance you covered over here. Basically, this method will always leave me short. But the more frequently I check your velocity, the better things get. Take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. As you can see, the more frequently I check your velocity, the closer my calculation gets to being based off of what you really did, your actual motion. But also, the more frequently I check your velocity, the closer the combined area of all of my rectangles gets to simply being equal to the actual area bounded by your velocity curve. Which means that the area under your velocity curve, even when your curve is like this, is still totally the distance you are away from me. Now let's take this knowledge and apply it to the odd number rule. Before people knew how things fell, there were some pretty good guesses. For example, if the reason things fall is that they have within them a desire to be in their own proper place, in this example, the table, well then maybe the closer this object gets to the table, the more excited it is to be there and the faster it goes, in which case its velocity would change over time like this, getting steeper and steeper and steeper. But Galileo didn't think that. He believed that when objects fell, their velocities increased at a constant rate. So graphed like this, their velocity would just follow a straight line. Let's draw a straight line. Beautiful. Now, let's divide this graph up into strips of equal time. Perfect. All right, now, as we know, the areas of the shapes we have bounded here are the distances traveled during their respective time intervals. So what's the area of our first shape here, a little triangle? Well, we don't know what it is. We don't have any actual markings here on our axes, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. We'll just call this 1. So in the first second or the first time interval, our object traveled a distance of 1 unit of space. Perfect. Now, how far did our object travel during the second time interval? Well, that distance will be equal to that area. Well, what is this area? Well, one thing we can do to make this easier is to divide the shape like this. Now we have two shapes, a triangle and a rectangle. This triangle has the exact same area as our initial triangle. That's because they are congruent triangles. They both have the same base length, and because this velocity line has a constant slope, it rises the same amount per time elapsed all the time. So their heights are the same and they're both right triangles. Their areas are the same. So the area of this space is the area of that triangle plus the area of this rectangle. What is the area of this rectangle? Well, one thing we can do is divide the rectangle in half with a diagonal like this. And look what we've created. This triangle has the exact same area as our initial triangle. It has the same height, it has the same base, they're both right angles. And look, the same goes for this one. It's a right triangle. Its base is the same as this base, its height is the same as this one's height. Gosh, this is just the area of the initial triangle, but twice. So we have two of them, and we have two of them one time. Okay, perfect. Now let's move on to finding the area of that shape. Once again, I can divide this shape like that, and now I have a triangle, which as we know, has the same area as our initial triangle right here. So we have that area, 1. And then we also have, look at that, 2 rectangles, which as we know, we can divide in half like this, giving us now 4 triangles equal in area to the initial one. So what we've done is we've taken the initial area and we have doubled it, well, once and then twice, so 2 times. Now, as we continue doing this, we find that we're always adding 1 more of our original areas, and then we're always doubling that original area 1 more time. Here we've doubled it 1, 2, 3 times, doubled 3 times. Well, look at this pattern. Right here, we can think of 1 as being equal to 2 times 0 plus 1, can't we? Well, these numbers are whole numbers, and they're just going up by 1. 0, 1, 2, 3. This is all of the general form 2n plus 1. That is how you mathematically spell odd. So the odd number rule is not some kind of magical coincidence. It's just what happens when an object's velocity increases at a constant rate. The answer was right there in front of us all along, written in the mathematical language of the universe. The universe also contains Colorado, one of its best rectangles. Or is it? Let's find out after a quick word from our sponsor, us. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Are you a person? Well, then get out of here. Go poop or something. I only want to talk to your brain. Okay, so brains. Here's my message to you. Treat yourself. Touch more than just my voice. Become a supporter of the Vsauce Curiosity Box, the subscription for thinkers. It comes to your door every 3 months, full of stuff that we have made and things that we love. I'm talking books, shirts, viral physics toys, puzzles, projects, you name it. Its mission is to be good for brains. So we give a portion of all proceeds from it directly to Alzheimer's research, and it makes our new Inquisitive Fellowship possible. A program that literally just gives money and equipment and assistance to educational YouTubers so they can worry less about monetization and the algorithm and more about just making the kind of content they want to make and that this world needs. This year's inaugural fellows are fantastic. 12-Tone, Jordan Herod, Up and Atom, and Jabril. You should definitely subscribe to them. Continue feeding yourself right. Join the Curiosity Box today. Welcome back. Now, Colorado looks like a rectangle, a shape with 4 sides that all meet at the same angle, but Colorado doesn't have 4 sides. It has 697, making it not a rectangle, but instead a hexahectaenneaconticaheptagon. And this was all by mistake. The United States Congress initially defined Colorado as a geospherical rectangle, the space bounded by 2 lines of latitude and 2 lines of longitude. In the 19th century, surveyors set out to demarcate its shape, to actually mark it on the ground. And they did a phenomenal job with the tools that they had. But mistakes were made. Some were large enough that you can spot them on many common maps of the state. In 1925, the US Supreme Court ruled that the borders as surveyed were the correct ones and would legally stand as the official recognized edges of the state, not the originally intended theoretically pure geospherical rectangle, thus ending the shaping of Colorado that began with lines drawn by the Compromise of 1850. 1850. We have arrived. Article 18, Section 5, Paragraph 0 of the Washington Interscholastic Activities Association 1996-97 Constitution, the set of rules Air Bud would have been subject to at the time and place of the movie, states that in order to participate in an interscholastic athletic activity, like basketball, a student must be a, quote, regular member of the school, defined as someone enrolled half-time or more. The section does refer to RCW 28A225010, a list of approved exceptions, but not one of these was considered in the case of Air Bud. Had they been, it would have been discovered quite quickly that Air Bud the dog qualified under absolutely none of them. There is no rule that specifically states a dog cannot play basketball, but there are and were rules that said that this dog, Air Bud, should not have been allowed to play basketball. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Come on in. If you keep going, you will eventually emerge out my other end. And for this reason, it has been said that the human body is like a donut. Yeah, you are just a bunch of meat packed around a central hole. Or are you? Humans have more than one hole, right? I mean, we've got nostrils and ears, the holes we pee out of, the holes we're born from, nipples, our pores. Gosh, there are subatomic gaps between the molecules we're made out of. Where don't we have holes? Well, that is the rub. Literally.
If you cut a clove of garlic in half and then rub that fresh raw end on your foot, about an hour later, you will start to taste garlic in your mouth. That's because the molecules that give garlic its taste are small enough and have just the right properties to permeate skin cells in your foot, enter your bloodstream, and reach your mouth. But you are even holier than that. Every second, day and night, about 60 billion neutrinos from the sun pass through just your thumbnail. So clearly, at small enough scales, how many holes does a human have? Becomes a meaningless question. Ultimately, the human body isn't a solid thing that can even have holes. It's just a loose constellation of atoms and molecules. But if we accept a minimum hole size, the answer becomes pretty interesting. And a good choice for this minimum is about 20 to 60 millionths of a meter, about the width of a human hair. A magic spaceship, 60 microns wide, could fly into your pores like they were giant holes, like craters.
but it couldn't continue on through the vasculature at the other end, or diffuse through cells, or slip between molecules. And that is significant. It highlights the fact that not all holes are equal. A 60-micron wide chip, or string, could be threaded into your mouth and come out somewhere else. But it couldn't do that by entering a pore, or hair follicle. This makes the GI tract what engineers call a through hole, whereas pores, urethras, nipples, ears, hair follicles, birth canals, and the sinuses are blind holes. They can be entered, but eventually dead end, usually at narrow capillaries, permeable only by things smaller than a single blood cell, and the determination to not be stopped. The eyeball can be squeezed under, but you'll eventually be stopped by the conjunctiva. The sinuses are nice big rooms in our skulls, but the only way out is the same ostia you came in through. As for the ear, well, the ear is a blast to go inside, but if you're 60 microns wide, the airtight eardrum will block further passage. It's a blind hole. Now, altogether, counting all of your pores and hair follicles, you've got millions of blind holes all over your body. But are they actually holes? That's a real humdinger, because you know what a hole is, what a hole really is? It's a word. A colloquial, fuzzy, imprecise lexeme that refers to a host of disparate, utterly unreconcilable things that eludes a single precise mathematical definition. In fact, holes might not even exist. I mean, think about it. If I eat a whole donut, have I eaten the hole? Like, is the hole inside me? Or could I eat a donut without eating its hole? Could I go to a store and buy Swiss cheese, but leave the holes at the store? Clearly, holes are at best ontologically parasitic. Their existence depends upon the existence of something else that they can inhabit or be a disturbance in. Of course, the philosophy of holes rarely matters in your day-to-day life. You can call something a hole, and context will do its work and people will know what you're talking about. But take a look at this. Does this have a hole in it? Well, yeah, right, obviously, right here, there's a hole. I can put my hand in it, it can store things, it's got a hole. But now imagine that I could mold it like it was made out of clay, and I molded it down into the shape of a drinking glass. You can see how that could happen, right? Well, does a drinking glass have a hole in it? If this does, then this should too, right? I mean, I didn't pinch the hole shut or glue anything together. All right, sure, fine. I mean, I can accept that a drinking glass technically has a hole in it. But now, imagine that I took this glass and I molded it out and I widened its opening until I had a shape like this, a bowl. Now, does a bowl have a hole in it? Now we're really stretching the use of the word hole. I mean, if someone said their bowl had a hole in it, I would think that it had a hole somewhere else and it was leaking. But sure, let's call this a hole. It's not a very prototypical one, but I think you see where I'm going with this. If I then molded the bowl and flattened its sides all the way out until I had a plate, a shape like this, well, does a plate have a hole in it? Not really. So if a plate doesn't have a hole in it, but this shape did, and I continuously molded from here to the glass to the bowl to the plate, and I never glued anything shut, where'd the hole go? Clearly, blind holes are pretty unique. They can be removed without closing or pinching anything shut. Compare that to the through hole of a donut. There is no way to remove a donut's through hole or add a new through hole without gluing stuff together, squishing things together that used to not be together, or ripping pieces apart, poking a hole through and breaking it. That is extremely significant. But let's go back to the body before we get ahead of ourselves. The mouth is an entrance to both blind and through holes. A 60 micron wide traveler could enter it, meander down the esophagus, and keep going until they were, well, dumped out, but turn down the trachea and they would dead end in the lungs. Now, the area of the throat behind the mouth is called the pharynx. It's a pretty chill place, except not really, it's actually quite warm. It plays a role in warming
and moistening and filtering the air that we breathe before it enters the lungs, including the air we inhale through our nostrils. Now, each nostril leads into a separate nasal vestibule. That's the tunnel that you can explore when you pick your nose. Eventually, those tunnels meet, and sniffed air enters the nasal cavity, a hollow, air-filled room in your face. Protruding from the walls of the nasal cavity are mucousy fins called the nasal conchae, or turbinates, that warm and moisten the air that passes around them. From there, the air flows via the pharynx down the trachea. So, your nostrils and your mouth are connected. A string could go into your mouth or nose and come out your butt. The nasal cavity is quite the hub. I mean, your ear holes would almost lead into it, but the eardrum blocks the way. If it didn't, there would be clear passage from the outside into the middle ear and then down the eustachian tube into the nasal cavity via an opening about here. The eustachian tube controls air pressure in the middle ear behind the eardrum and is normally collapsed shut. But if the outside pressure is dramatically different than the air pressure in the middle ear, swallowing and yawning can gape it open, equalizing the pressure. That's what happens when you pop your ears. It's cool, but it's not a through hole, and that's what we're looking for. And as it turns out, there are four more orifices that lead from the outside into this place, your nasal cavity, and they are the lacrimal puncta. There is one near each of your eyelids. They're tiny openings about 1/3 of a millimeter wide into which tears, the fluid constantly moistening and protecting your eyeball, drain. Once inside the lacrimal puncta, tears flow through nasolacrimal ducts, tear ducts, into your nasal cavity. Which is why when you're making a lot of tear fluid, you can get kind of sniffly and have to blow your nose. That's not snot, that's mainly tears. The point is, a 60 micron wide string could be pushed into any of your 4 lacrimal puncta, threaded through your tear ducts into your nasal cavity, into the pharynx, and then pushed all the way out your butt. Pretty cool. That gives us 8 external openings that don't dead end. But how many through holes is that? I mean, how many holes does a straw have? This clearly has 2 holes, but how many does this have? Is it 1 hole that forks? Is it 2 that combine? Gosh, maybe it's 3. Well, what about this? How many holes does this thing have? Or this? Topology can help us answer every single one of those questions. Here, I have 2 essentially identical pieces of material. Now, they are no longer identical. Or are they? Geometrically, sure, their shapes are now different, but what didn't change about them? Well, that is what topology studies. Topology is concerned with the properties that persist so long as something isn't ripped apart. The famous joke that a topologist doesn't know the difference between a donut and a coffee cup is based on the fact that a coffee cup can be gently, continuously molded into a donut by simply stretching and squashing. No cutting, gluing, ripping, or sewing required. Topologists call these gentle, continuous transformations homeomorphisms, and the cutting and ripping and gluing that they disallow are exactly the kinds of actions required to make new holes or remove old ones. So since a coffee cup and a donut are homeomorphic, they must have the same number of through holes, and they do, 1. We can now more precisely describe the difference we saw earlier between blind holes and through holes and understand why we are separately counting them. Now, blind holes can be erased through a homeomorphism. As such, topologists don't even really consider them, they're just geometric disturbances. Topological holes, on the other hand, cannot be massaged away. And unlike a blind hole, where what qualifies and what doesn't is a matter of opinion, the number of through holes a surface like your body in 3 dimensions has can be clearly defined. If we are having a hard time counting through holes, all we need to do is find something with an easy to count arrangement of through holes that it is homeomorphic with. But first, let's play around with some topological puzzles. Here is a two-holed donut with an infinitely long, unbreakable, unmovable rod through one of its holes. Without cutting or separating any part of the shape, can you figure out how to manipulate it such that the rod goes through both holes? Pause the video if you want to think about it. Remember this shape? It looks like it might have 3 holes, right? It's got a hole there, a second hole there, and a third hole here. But if I flatten it, you can see that it only has 2 holes. It has one there and one there. If the rod is threaded through the shape such that one wire is in front, and I choose one of the other wires to be the middle of the donut, for example, this one, then the rod passes through just one of the 2 holes. But if I choose the wire in the front to be the middle of the donut, well then, the rod is seen to be passing through 2 holes. Likewise, if you continuously deform our original 2-hole donut into the 3-tubed thing and pick this tube to be the new middle, ta-da, the rod is now going through 2 holes. No cutting or gluing required. One more puzzle. Without cutting or breaking, can you unlock this shape's intertwined loops? Well, pause if you want to figure it out yourself. Here's a solution. Simply inflate the bulb of the shape until you can skate a leg of each loop around until they're untangled and ta-da, freedom. All right, let's define homeomorphism a little better. We said it was a rubber sheet or clay-like molding procedure with no cutting or breaking or gluing, and that's a good introduction, but honestly, you can cut all you want during a homeomorphism so long as you glue everything back together the way it was in the end. More precisely, a homeomorphism is a bijective and bicontinuous function. It's a function because it is a list of ordered pairs, where each point starts is paired with where it goes. Requiring that it be a bijection means that it must be a special kind of function, where there is a one-to-one correspondence between points in one object and in the other. No 2 points can map to the same location, and no point can get magically turned into multiple new points. Basically, material cannot be added or subtracted. Bicontinuous means that any cuts made must be later mended perfectly, with points going back amongst the same neighboring points they had before. In a homeomorphism, if parts are scooched over, everything else must flow with the scooch, as if all the points are kind of sticky. There is no smooth sliding along abrupt fissures. The precise test for whether a function is bicontinuous is pretty cool. Now, first, I consider a point in one arrangement. Now, where the function takes that point is its image. Okay, now I choose some neighborhood around the image with a radius larger than 0, and I consider all of the points within it. If the function is continuous in this direction, I should be able to find a neighborhood around the pre-image, the input point, that only contains points that map inside the image's neighborhood. In this case, I can. But in this case, we've got an original point and where it went, but given a neighborhood around where it went, every neighborhood around the original, no matter how small, will always contain some stuff that didn't make it over, which means points got separated but not put back, so the function is not continuous. Bicontinuity means that a function must be continuous in both directions. Okay, now that we can homeomorphize, let's start using it to count holes. Remember this shape? It wasn't immediately obvious earlier how to count its holes, but it is easy if we can use a homeomorphism to turn it into something with an easy to count number of holes, which we can. Both of these shapes are homeomorphic. They both have 2 holes. To see why, simply drag and mold and flow the opening of one of this shape's holes into the tunnel of the other, and there we go. Since we didn't cut or glue, the number of holes hasn't changed. So this thing, just like this thing, always had 2 holes. Okay, what about a straw? Well, sure, informally it can often make sense, depending on the context, to differentiate between 2 openings in a straw, the one you put in your drink and the one you put in your mouth. But that does not mean it has 2 holes. It only has one. A straw is homeomorphic to a torus, Both openings are part of the same single hole, but this process is a homeomorphism and thus does not create any new holes. You can also see that openings aren't holes by stretching one of the straw's openings until it becomes the outer part of a donut. There really was only ever just one hole. But enough about straws. Let's get back to the body. We found 8 external openings, orifices, interconnected by tunnels. But openings aren't holes, they're parts of holes. And we can count those holes. As it turns out, at a scale of 60 microns, the human body has 7 through holes. The human body is not a donut. It is a 7-holed donut. This shape can be molded and stretched into you. First, we choose a hole to be the GI tract, the mouth-anus tunnel. Now into this we roll half of the other orifices. Okay, now we've got something that looks pretty dang human. 7 holes with 8 external orifices that meet in a common space, the nasal cavity. If we squish all the matter in towards the tunnels, we'll notice that our 7-holed torus is topologically equivalent to 4 pairs of pants sewn together at the waists. Your body isn't a donut, it's a bodysuit for a spider. Okay, now to finish, let's make 2 of the legs the nostrils, and 4 of them the tear ducts, 1 the mouth, and inflate the material into the form of a head. Now let's inflate the boundary of the final tube into the shape of a body with its opening in the rear, and we've done it. The human body is a 7-holed donut. Or is it? For every piercing you have, that's 1 more hole in your body. Well, 2 more if the piercing goes through a through hole. Like, I don't know, if you had a thin piercing into your face that went through a tear duct and came back out, or if something like a bullet pierced into your chest, through your esophagus and came out the other side. That would mathematically count as 2 new holes. And there's more. Some people have supernumerary lacrimal puncta on their eyes. Each additional punctum they have over 4 total adds an additional hole to the standard 7. And remember the sinuses and the ostia connecting them into the nasal cavity? Well, they're just blind holes, depressions, but as many as half of us may have at least 1 accessory ostium, an extra hole connecting a sinus to the nasal cavity. Well, now we're talking about a through hole. You can enter one opening and exit via another. Now, these may not be external orifices, but for every accessia ostia you have, that's another topological hole you need to add to your body's total. The thing is, though, most of us have no idea how many accessory ostia we have, unless you've had serious sinus problems or have had extensive scans of your nasal region that have been studied from multiple angles. So, to answer this video's question, the human body has millions of blind holes, like at least 5 million, and at birth, 7 through holes. It would be better if there was a clear answer that applied to all of us for our entire lives, or if finding out how many you had right now was easier. But you'll have to spelunk in your sinuses to know for sure. And that's beautiful, isn't it? We can rigorously define the properties of holes in all sorts of dimensions, and we can study the temperatures at the bottom of craters on Pluto, but few of us will ever truly know the whole truth of our own bodies. And as always, thanks for watching.
Everyone is scared of something. But is there something that everyone is scared of? What is the scariest thing possible?
So what is the scariest thing? Is it thunder? Shadows? Being burned alive? No. It's also not heights or needles, snakes, spiders, sharks. Those things can be scary to some, sure, but not to all. So here's what I mean by scariest. I want a thing, an object, an action, an idea that at my disposal would be guaranteed to elicit fear and panic in anyone who might happen to walk into this room right now, regardless of how old they were, their cultural background, their abilities, or even their neurology. An adventure towards this ultimate terrible thing must necessarily focus on the womb. No, not the kind you came from, but the womb in which fear itself gestates. The mind. To find the scariest thing, we must understand how fears are born. Where are we going? Don't worry about it. Only two things matter. One, I've got plenty of gas, so what could go wrong? And two, our destination is a little bit spooky, and we're gonna learn. Because in order to truly grasp what makes the one true scariest thing, well, we need to dive deeper into how we learn fears. To start out, I commissioned a fear conditioning demonstration on me. You've probably heard that exposure therapy can help people overcome their fears. Well, the same principles can be used to create fears.
Hello, Michael. I'm Dr. Tomislav Zvorzinek from Caltech, and today we're going to do some fear conditioning. Do you have any heart conditions or any serious major medical conditions?
No.
Okay.
You've done this to people before.
Hundreds of times.
And they were
yes.
all okay?
They were all okay. Yeah, everything worked out okay.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
The protocol for fear conditioning involves my being electrically shocked and startled by the sound of a human scream in connection to visuals I see on a screen. Bioelectric sensors monitor my body's physiological reactions. For example, my perspiration, an indirect measure of fear that you can't consciously control. Is this how you run this at Caltech?
Yes, this is the
exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Ah, good.
Minus the restraints, of course.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yeah, everything else is a solid fear conditioning set.
As your usual?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I'm game. Let's help science. The goal of this procedure is to condition me to be scared of something I've never feared before. A mundane, harmless, geometric shape. Something normal people don't find threatening at all. A little bit more scared of the square right now. A clear pattern emerges. My senses are being assaulted only when the purple square is on screen. But am I actually being conditioned to fear a purple square?
All right, Michael, you're all done?
Whew.
How was it?
Well, it felt like I was one of Pavlov's dogs. I couldn't help what I was doing, and I was being trained to do it in response to something. And that something was an otherwise very unassuming geometric shape.
Exactly. With Pavlov's dogs, he had a bell and food, something positive at the end. But in fear conditioning, we have something aversive and negative at the end.
And it worked. Once my brain associated the purple square with being shocked, my physiological response to the square went up and stayed up. The mere appearance of a simple geometric shape made me scared enough to break a sweat.
The results show that you physiologically really ramped up to that purple square specifically. You quickly learned to be afraid on a physical level. You showed fear.
I came in here today, normal old Michael, but I'm leaving as a brand new Michael who is afraid of purple squares.
The human brain can learn to be afraid of almost anything.
To better understand how this works, we need to look at what's going on neurologically. What happens in the brain during fear conditioning?
Well, what we know is that over evolution, over millions of years, we've developed these defensive circuits in our brain. And the amygdala sits on the front of the memory systems of the hippocampus. And the amygdala seems to play an important role in determining what the danger is of something in the world. It tells us what we should be remembering, what we should be learning. That is important to survival.
Our brain actually has two amygdalae, one in each hemisphere. The function of the amygdalae is at the center of fear research, which covers human behavior ranging from the risk-averse to high-risk takers, like free soloist Alex Honnold. Ancient humans who avoided danger and survived long enough to reproduce became our ancestors. They populated the world with creatures like us, organisms that instinctively avoid and are averse to potentially dangerous sensations. Things like pain and being sick, suffocation, the need to breathe. We don't think those feel good, and you don't have to learn to not like them. Even a newborn is distressed by them, which makes them innate aversions. Fear is the anticipation of these innate aversions. When the purple square was paired with electric shocks, my amygdala quickly made that association and began consciously and unconsciously arousing fear in me whenever I saw it. For this reason, I want us to think of sensations as flies, and our amygdala as a meaty little spider spinning a web of fear. The web is pre-stocked with our innate aversions. Whenever an experience is associated with an innate aversion, it's like a fly landing on the web. This alerts the amygdala spider, which weaves a powerful connection between that experience and the innate aversion it's associated with. In my case, that innate aversion was pain, which probably isn't the scariest thing for everyone because, well, some people have a high pain tolerance. Others can learn to suppress their fear of pain. And of course, some people enjoy pain. But the point is, now, that new experience will stay trapped in your web of fear, a new member of the library of things that scare you. To find the scariest thing, we must wander through the darkest recesses of the web. Everything caught in your web of fear is somehow connected to death. Avoiding it, surviving, is after all what makes fear useful. It's why we are still here today as a species. So, if death is at the very center of all of our webs of fear, does that make death the scariest thing? Well, although many people say death is their #1 fear, not everyone is afraid of it. Many acts of courage require caring more about others than your own life. Some older people say they're ready to die. And what about those who commit suicide? Sadly, for them, something else was scarier than ending their own life. So, death isn't exactly the answer we're looking for. The scariest thing will be something else on all of our webs that is panic-inducing even to those who want to die. Dang nabbit, wouldn't you know it? I've run out of gas. Guess I'm just gonna have to walk down this desolate, foreboding road in search of a gas station. Luckily, this is just a movie. My rational mind knows that I'm safe, and it will use that to inhibit my amygdala's fear response. Well, what a great way to make a horror film scarier, right? Take away one of the rational mind's shields, and the amygdala's fear response won't be as inhibited. What we're about to see really could happen, and perhaps will. Of course, we don't just learn fears from first-hand experiences.
Throughout our history, we have used images and words to teach fears to one another, to prepare the next generation for various dangers.
These high school boys and girls are having a hop at the local soda fountain, innocent of a new and deadly menace lurking behind closed doors. Marijuana, the burning weed with its roots in hell.
Why do humans have to tell stories to share fears from generation to generation and person to person?
Language is virtual reality. So when you tell someone a story, you're not just describing, a crocodile, for example. The language in the story has a kind of emotional impact on the listener. So when I tell you some scary story about crocodiles, the amygdala is being activated by the words and the scenarios, allowing the imagination to sort of play with these ideas and scenarios. So you're concocting imagery. So it has a double whammy, and you're getting a very good sense that you should stay away from this kind of thing in the future. As a species, we're very dependent and vulnerable compared to other animals. We don't have sharp teeth and, big claws, and we're not very fast. It takes us years and years to be self-sufficient. So what's happening during those years of development is that we're getting all this information about the environment through stories. And part of that is to know what to be afraid of and what to not be afraid of.
Hello! Hey, hello! Ooh, okay, being alone is kind of scary, right? Oh, but you know what? I'm actually not alone. I am always connected. No reception, of course. I mean, what is this, a horror movie? Yes, it is. And you know what? I'm actually getting a little bit scared right now. A new fear, by the way, has developed in just the last few decades. You see, a while ago, no one had a cell phone. No one was ever connected through the internet constantly. But now, many of us, most of us are. And so that's the new normal. And what's abnormal now is not being connected, not having your phone. Psychologists give that fear a name. It's a real thing that's being studied, and it's called nomophobia. Anyway, the point is, the scariest thing possible, what could it be? Well, an important ingredient might be our innate aversion to isolation. Why are we afraid of being alone?
Human beings are social animals. We need each other to survive. So if we're alone, it lessens our chances of survival. And there's been a lot of research now that shows that when people isolate socially, it actually leads to things like increased heart problems, increased cancer risks, physical issues, mortality. It is very much directly tied to the sense of survival and avoidance of death.
What I find interesting about isolation is I think it helps us capture a lot of tertiary and beyond fears that don't seem to be directly connected to death, but are in a way through isolation. For instance, the fear of public speaking.
Yes, well, that taps into your fear of rejection. And when you feel like people don't like you, you feel alone. And so putting yourself out there, having that possible fear of rejection when you're speaking in public and not knowing how people are going to perceive you, that's very scary for a lot of people.
Which doesn't necessarily mean that you will directly die. However, it connects to our innate aversion to isolation, which, through evolution, we have learned is a bad thing that can lead to death. And so we're afraid of it, avoid it.
Absolutely.
In the very first episode of Mindfield, I spent 72 hours in an isolation chamber. For 3 days, I had no contact with the clock or window, never went out. The scariest part, though, wasn't being alone. I could handle that. The worst part was being separated from the natural cycles of the Earth I was so accustomed to. Night and day, time. The disorientation and helplessness caused by that made me distressed and may have been a reason why, while in the room, all of my dreams also took place in the same room. I soon became unable to tell the difference between when I was dreaming and when I was awake. I was terrified. Extreme isolation like that is not normal or healthy, but we all respond differently. There are people who love living by themselves in the middle of nowhere, and with sufficient forewarning of the effects, I think I could have handled it better. So just being all alone probably isn't the scariest thing. So then, what is? Oh, you know what would make this scarier? Perfect. Let's talk about fear of the dark. Children and adults, and myself often, don't like the dark.
No.
Okay? Why?
The sensory deprivation. It leads you to feel like you're out of control, like you don't know what's gonna be happening. And at the same time, predators tend to come out at night. So when we think back to caveman days, they tend to attack later on in the day when you can't see them. And so there's a natural inclination for us to fear the dark because we don't know what's lurking out there. And there's a lot of things that could come and hurt us.
My wife is pregnant right now. I mean, it's pretty dark inside my wife. Is my kid scared of the dark in there?
Nope.
Why?
Nope. It's comforting for them. And in fact, if a baby is colicky, they can't be soothed. If you put them in a dark room, they calm down. In fact, this fear of darkness doesn't really come out for most children until about the age of 2. That's when I think they start to develop certain cognitive and neural memories and maps about things that might be scary about the dark. For example, your parents tend not to be in bed with you necessarily. They're gone. So these are the people who are protecting you. Well, it's dark, you're going to bed, and they go to their room and you're by yourself.
Right. Okay, so to answer the question, like, what's the scariest thing possible? The darkness isn't necessarily the best one, because if a newborn walked in, well, I don't know how they're walking, but just go with me. A newborn walks in,
Yeah.
It's not going to be like, it's dark. They'll just be like,
Right, it's kind of nice. And you know who else isn't scared of the dark? A blind person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So darkness, I'm crossing that off my list.
Not universal.
So if messing with our sense of sight isn't scary enough, what about our sense of hearing? Okay, I'm pretty scared right now, but I could be more scared. Why is it so easy to condition a fear using sound?
Sound has a specific neural pathway in the brain, which goes from the auditory cortex, thalamus, straight into the amygdala. Now, the funny thing about sound is our visual system allows us to see a threat and prepare for it, but sounds don't. The rustle of some leaves, the footsteps in the distance evokes anxiety. It evokes a situation in which we don't know how to respond because we've not seen the threat yet. We don't know what it is.
Much less information.
Yes.
Sound is a very immediate processing within the brain. So a loud sound creates a startle for anybody immediately. But also some of these eerie sounds that you'll hear, they make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. It's basically hijacking your fear system very directly.
The first time I heard the from the Friday the 13th movies, that stuck with me forever.
Music tells you how you're supposed to feel. And I believe that we are hardwired to respond to music. In dramatic musical writing, you can use all kinds of different devices to create fear.
Here I am walking through the woods. And here I am walking through the woods with scary music. But if one note is scary, two notes can be even scarier, especially if they're dissonant.
There are certain intervals, two notes that are clashing with each other, that universally bother people. They put you in a kind of almost like a fight or flight situation.
Musical intervals that fall outside of conventional harmonies may trigger our innate aversion to things that are different or abnormal. This interval, known as the devil's tritone, is so dissonant that composers purposefully use it to make listeners uncomfortable, from TV themes like The Twilight Zone to hard rock, like the start of Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze. But music doesn't always have to start out scary. The right context can make even the happiest song absolutely terrifying. Once a song has been conditioned to elicit fear, the effect can be extremely strong and long-lasting. For example, the theme song from The Exorcist, Tubular Bells. Terrifying, right? Go listen to it, it's scary. But just a few months before the movie came out, it was a chart-topping pop hit that audiences loved because it was lighthearted and fun. Oh, Strawberry. Very good. But here's the problem with sound. Not everyone has been conditioned to be afraid of the same sounds or music, and not everyone can hear. What about the deaf? Clearly, the scariest thing possible to everyone will not be a sound. Take a look at these paintings. We have a flirty little clown, an abstract piece, and a landscape. Now, these paintings may seem a little bit strange, but I wouldn't say I'm freaked out by them, and I doubt you would either. But now, let me give you a bit more story. The context behind these items. This picture was painted by John Wayne Gacy, a serial killer who tortured, raped, and killed 33 teenage boys and young men. This was painted by Charles Manson, the infamous cult leader who convinced his followers to commit a series of 9 horrific murders in Los Angeles. And this landscape was painted by Adolf Hitler. Your thoughts about these items have probably changed a bit. Psychologists call this phenomenon the law of contagion. It's our tendency to imbue objects with the qualities of the people they're associated with. Now, before and after you heard the story, the items were still made of the same molecules and atoms. But our minds use context to quickly endow them with new powers. Now, these paintings cannot hurt you, but the fact that the context allows your amygdala spider to connect them to other fears, and ultimately, through your innate aversions to death, means they take on a whole new meaning. The right story and context can make almost any object, person, or place scary. In fact, let me ask you a question. What is this behind me? You know what? This old camper isn't actually that scary. Nuts. All right. Things are different now, and I'm starting to feel, yep, an automatic process is already happening to my body. My amygdala now associates this trailer with death and danger. What I'm feeling is actually the same thing that happens when you feel frisson. That's when you're greatly moved by something profound. What's happening is that my amygdala is telling my hypothalamus to tell my adrenal glands to start pumping adrenaline into my bloodstream. This makes my erector pili muscles contract, which makes my hairs stand up. Now, if my body were covered in thick fur, like, say, a cat, this would make me look bigger and more threatening. But of course, a long, long time ago, we humans lost a lot of our fur. But we didn't lose this reflex, which makes it a vestigial reflex. Something we don't need anymore, but we still have. It is known as the piloerection reflex, or more commonly, goosebumps. Anything that's different or abnormal can be scary. Take it, Georgie. Like Pennywise in It, oftentimes the scariest type of predator isn't a human, a creature, or a beast. It's a variation of a human being. A distorted human form that looks, acts, or even moves in a disturbingly unnatural way. Oh my God. One thing many of us are terrified by is a distorted human form. Why?
Our brain and our mind is a kind of prediction processor. We're trying to predict what's going to happen next. So when anything comes in and it doesn't match our template, our sense of categories, then we're cognitively and emotionally aroused. So it activates the amygdala, it makes us a little suspicious, or at least puts us on our toes again.
We have a genetic predisposition to be averse to, or at least aroused by, that which is outside the ordinary. But when you're fresh out of the womb, you don't know what's normal or what's distorted and scary. Researchers at Princeton and Florida Atlantic University demonstrated this by showing normal faces and creepy, distorted faces to babies. Children that were at least 1 year old avoided looking at the scary faces, which makes sense. But younger children, like those who were only 8 months old, didn't. The hypothesis is that at that age, normal hasn't yet been sufficiently established. A creepy face is just another thing to look at. It only becomes creepy when you've been around long enough to know what's not creepy. So, when it comes to finding the one thing that can panic anyone, I'll need to look elsewhere. Because if a newborn baby rolls in here, I won't be able to scare it even with the most vile, scary, unnatural face. Of course, it's not just faces. Distorted natural forms also include bodies, like humans with other animal parts. Or creatures moving unnaturally. Oh my. Oh my. Ooh. Oh my indeed. Wow. You know what's going on here? This is the third origin. Fears can be born through firsthand experiences, like feeling pain, or informationally through stories. But we can also learn fear vicariously by watching others experience fear. It's called social fear transmission, and we tried it out during my fear conditioning demonstration. Our unknowing subject was my good friend, Allie Ward. Allie was invited to observe my experience and witness my reactions. Jeez. Okay, a little bit more scared of the square right now. Right after my test, it was her turn to face the green circle and the purple square that appeared whenever I got shocked.
We're going to use the same shock intensity that Michael had.
Okay.
Except that wasn't true. Allie's test would not include any shocks or startling sounds.
Is it normal to be shaking before this?
I mean, yeah, it's an anxiety-provoking task. Are you feeling okay about doing it?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, all right.
Would Allie be afraid of the purple square just from observing my fear of it?
You ready, Allie?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, here we go.
I feel like I'm gonna barf.
Allie already seems scared. But is she just afraid in general, or is she more afraid of the purple square? Which shape is making her sweat the most?
That's it?
You're all done.
The shock fairy did not come to visit me.
The shock fairy did not come to visit you.
So much adrenaline for no pain. My hands are sweating so much that the dye on my pants is like on my hands now.
So, which shape scared Allie more? Despite receiving no adverse stimuli, but after observing my fear, she had a higher physiological response to the purple square than the green circle.
You were definitely more afraid of that purple square throughout the experiment.
You know, I'm not a gambler, but I think I was thinking I haven't gotten a shock yet. It's coming.
People are always saying that they learn from me, but it's usually, math or science or facts in general. You learned fear.
I still hate that purple square.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Let's organize what we've learned so far. Fear is a feeling that we learn to have in response to things our amygdala figures we would do best to avoid, because in one way or another, they could lead to our demise. Strands of fear silk have connected them in some way to possible death. Now, from talking with experts, in my estimation, there are 8 unique innate aversions selected to engender panic in us by evolution over millions of years. They come pre-learned in our DNA and include pain, isolation, the unknown or abnormal, disease, sudden movement, suffocation, falling, and incapacitation. These form the inner ring of the web of fear. All our fears, from rats to radiation, are based on connections made by our amygdalae to death through one or more of these innate aversions. When it comes to learned fears, there may be no limit to the number we can acquire. As long as your amygdala keeps spinning its threads, the web can extend forever. But here's what's even cooler. When our learned fears are combined just right, they can be scarier than the sum of their parts. Researchers have found that if you've been conditioned to fear two separate stimuli, say a purple square and a green circle, seeing them suddenly together makes you expect a worse outcome than seeing either stimulus individually. Horror filmmakers take advantage of this phenomenon by employing a technique called category jamming. Mashing several categories of fears together to create the scariest villains possible.
There's people like Freddy Krueger, where you've got many things that indicate death and fear, like, you know, the mottled flesh of the skin, the burn. He's a ghost. His hands are blades of some kind. So you're weaving together a number of very fearful associations that most people have.
And his criminal past.
Right, all that together, exactly. If you look at sort of the Alien franchise, you'll see that the face hugger that grabs onto your face is a beautiful hybrid of a spider and a snake. Those are two things that are universally feared, and so this is a kind of category jamming. It doesn't fit in our categories. The designers have basically put them together, so the fear is amplified tremendously. Another example could be just taking something that ordinarily would never be here and putting it there. If you put snakes on a plane, you've got something most people are afraid of, snakes. You've got flying, which people are afraid of. You've also got strange domain crossing. Why would snakes be on a plane? That doesn't make sense, and that's unsettling in and of itself. So you're weaving together a number of very fearful associations that most people have, and that's uniquely disturbing, I think.
So maybe extreme category jamming, combining every innate aversion and conditioned fear, could be the scariest thing. It would certainly be likely to catch anyone in a web of fear. Let's try it out. Now, conveniently, I'm already in a graveyard. So we already have the fear of death, decay, it's dark, I'm alone. Let's add in some scary sounds. A distorted human form, sudden movement, a mortal threat, gore, story and context, incapacitation. Is this it? Is the scariest thing possible just a combination of every innate aversion and conditioned fear? Oh, dear Michael. Conditioned fears know no bounds. So, the scariest thing is that the human mind can be made afraid of anything. Hey, hold it. Both of you, stop. Just let's take a step back. Category jamming together every possible learned fear and every innate aversion just sounds like a cop-out. I don't like that. I want to be more specific. But this idea that the scariest thing is the fact that the human mind can be made afraid of anything, I don't like that either. I mean, it might be the scariest thing possible, but it also might not. What about people who don't have an amygdala? Meet patient SM. Not the snake, the hands. This is all we are allowed to show you. Her amygdala was destroyed at the age of 10 due to an incredibly rare genetic disorder.
And because she doesn't have an amygdala, she cannot learn to register experiences as threats, which puts her life in danger. And that's why we can't reveal her identity.
Patient SM's feelings, the feeling states, the subjective states seem to be absent in patient SM. For example, when she was walking through a park one night, a guy came up to her and put a knife to her throat saying, "Give me your money." And she just kind of ignored them and said, "Well, if you cut me, I'll chase you down and kill you," or something like that.
It was
She had
just
no fear.
all rational.
Yeah, yeah. And she apparently kind of knows that this isn't right, but she reacts in a different way.
Researchers have even purposefully exposed her to classically scary things like spiders and snakes and haunted houses and horror films, and she has exhibited no fear response to any of them whatsoever. For a long time, scientists considered SM living proof that without an amygdala, we are unable to feel fear. But then, one experiment changed everything. Scientists have known for decades that a lack of oxygen will make you feel dizzy and maybe even euphoric before you pass out. But elevated levels of carbon dioxide in the blood induce fear, anxiety, and panic. Patient SM volunteered to inhale concentrated CO2. Her brain interpreted the elevated levels of CO2 in her blood as proof that she was suffocating, a process we are innately averse to. As usual, the researchers expected SM to feel no fear, but for the first time in her adult life, she felt sheer and utter panic.
The great thing about that study on SM is really it was the first time that we showed that these emotional responses can occur without an amygdala.
Over the course of the next year, the scientists tracked down 2 rare patients in Germany who also had non-functioning amygdalae and gave them the same CO2 inhalation test. They had the same panic response. Researchers believe that the fight or flight responses they observed in these amygdala-damaged patients were induced by CO2 sensing neurons in evolutionarily older regions of the brain, like the midbrain or even the brain stem, which control more primal physiological functions. And so, if I want to terrify even the neurologically unscarable, I need our body's internal fear response to elevated carbon dioxide levels in the blood. But the story doesn't end there. SM's researchers later discovered something even weirder. When a control group of people with functioning amygdalae inhaled CO2, they showed a lower fear reaction than patient SM. Why? Well, this question led to a potentially revolutionary rethinking of the amygdala's role in fear. Researchers still believe that the amygdala learns to detect threats that are outside the body so that the body can respond to them. But when it comes to internal threats, it may actually inhibit your fear response. The control subjects knew they were participating in a safe, voluntary experiment. So their amygdalae may have effectively told other parts of their brain, hey, relax, okay, things are bad in the body, but I don't detect a real external threat, so like, calm down, a panic response isn't gonna help, not warranted. So, if you want to ensure the utmost amount of panic in the most people, you don't need to category jam every possible scary and unpleasant thing together. You only need 2 of them. Increase a person's blood CO2 levels and present an external threat they'll believe is causing it. Drowning, waterboarding, coerced CO2 inhalation. They're all variations of the one true scariest thing. Elevation of carbon dioxide in the blood caused by an uncontrollable external threat. Sweet dreams. And as always, thanks for watching. Every single episode of Mindfield ever made is free to view right now on YouTube. Click here to watch the latest season of Mindfield, and click down here to watch other fantastic YouTube originals all about learning. And as always, thanks for watching.
Vsauce, Michael here. Do you want to see the most illegal thing I own? It's a penny from 2027. That's right, it is a piece of counterfeit US currency. Or is it? There are no 2027 pennies today, which means that this is a counterfeit of an original that doesn't exist yet. I mean, sure, if you didn't look at the date, this could pass as real, but will it not truly be counterfeit until 2027? Well, what we do know is that its novelty has a lifespan. It's really cool to show people today it's a penny from the future, but in 2027, it will become indistinguishable from a common penny, and it will cease to be as interesting. I cannot tell you where I got this, but the point is, I can break the law. I am free. Perhaps not free from punishment, but nonetheless, here we are. The thing is, though, I cannot break the laws of physics. Nothing can. Why? Today, I want to look at the lawful behavior of spinning. Let's start with a physics classic. As a spinning ice skater pulls their body in closer, they spin faster and faster. It's really cool, but what is accelerating their rotation? What is pushing them around faster and faster? You can try this at home with a chair that spins and some really heavy books in both hands. Now, to get started spinning, I'm gonna have Jake give me a push. But I don't need Jake. No, watch this. With him gone, I can nonetheless speed myself up by just pulling the books in. If I move the books out, I slow down. Somehow, pulling the books in speeds me up around. Now, if you look up why this happens, you'll probably be told that it is because of the conservation of angular momentum. The conservation of angular momentum. I love demonstrations of it, and this is one of my favorites. This is a Hoberman sphere, a toy that collapses and expands. Doesn't it sort of remind you of me with the books far from my body and then the books close to my body? And it behaves in much the same way. I need to give it some angular momentum to start, but once I do, if I bring all of that mass towards the axis of rotation, it speeds up, and then it slows down. And then it speeds up, and then it slows down. Speeds up, slows down. I love this. Thank you, conservation of angular momentum. But what are you? Well, if you look it up, this is what you will find. For a particle in circular motion around some center of rotation C, the angular momentum of the particle is defined as the product of the particle's mass, the particle's instantaneous velocity, v, and the particle's distance from the center of rotation, r. mvr. This is angular momentum. If you divided me and the chair and the books I'm holding into a bunch of tiny little particles and found the MVRs for every one of those particles and summed them all up, you would have the angular momentum of the entire system of me, the chair, and the books. But notice that this is just a mathematical expression combining three different measures. It's not a physical substance you could pull out of a particle and hold in your hand or put in a jar and study. It's kind of like, taking like my weight and multiplying it by the number of countries on Earth and then multiplying it by the time. However, unlike something like that, this concept is really useful because we have found that in our universe, over time, it is conserved. If the particle is pulled towards the center of rotation, its R value will go down, but angular momentum is conserved, so one of these other variables must go up. Well, at low speeds, mass is essentially constant, so the only option is for the velocity of the particle to increase, for the particle to spin around faster than it was before. If the R value gets smaller, the velocity must get larger, or else a law has been broken. But how do atoms and molecules know to follow this law? I mean, is there some kind of physics police force in the universe bullying everything into compliance? How do all the atoms I pull in know to speed up, and why do they always obey? Are laws like embodied presences guiding matter around? No. I have with me right now 3 things: a lamp, a nail, and a shadow. Gotcha! I actually have 4 things with me. The 4th is Ink's astonishing ruler designed by Vsauce. If you're subscribed to the Curiosity Box, you already have one, or it's on its way to you. And if you're not subscribed to the Curiosity Box, well, you're missing out on the fruits of my mind. I have always wanted a ruler like this, so I made one, and now I and you can have one. It is exactly 1 light nanosecond long, which means that this is the distance light travels in a vacuum during 1/1000th of a second. If I hold my hand just that far away from my eye, I am seeing my hand as it was 1/1000th of a second in the past. Pretty cool. Now, this ruler allows you to measure lengths of things in light picoseconds, sound microseconds, micro-Everests, that's 1/1,000,000th the height of Everest, beard fortnights, decimal inches, and of course, good old centimeters. Now, if you asked me, hey, Mike, why is the shadow of the nail 4.5 centimeters long? Well, I would say, who's Mike? But then I would be helpful, and I would answer that the length of the shadow is caused by the height of the nail and the position of the light source. And that's a pretty good explanation, because if the nail were taller, and or if the light source were lower, the shadow would be longer. Or if the nail were shorter, and or the light source was higher, the shadow would be smaller. Now, these 3 measures, the nail's height, the light's position, and the shadow's length, are all related mathematically, such that if you gave me only 2 of them, I could figure out the 3rd. Always. So I could declare this relationship to be a law, but that does not mean that the law causes them to all have the measure that they do. For example, if you ask me, hey, why is the nail 6 centimeters tall? What causes the nail to have that height? Well, if I said, well, the nail's height is caused by the shadow's length and the light's position, you'd be like, as if. Am I right? I mean, sure, we can figure out the nail's height by knowing about the shadow and the light, but that does not mean that they are causing the nail to have the height that it does. To know why the nail is 6 centimeters tall, we'd have to ask whoever manufactured it or whoever sets nail standards or whatever. The point here is that we should not confuse relationships, laws, with causes. Explanations that involve the causal reasons for things are often better. But what is an explanation? Well, that's easy to answer. Explanations help us understand things. But what does it mean to understand? Does it mean to not stand up fully? Or does it mean to stand underneath and to look at from below? If I can understand something, can I also overstand something? Well, as it turns out, the under in understand does not mean beneath or below. Instead, it means inside, to stand surrounded by, to be a part of. Now, this sense of under is quite common. For example, when you say, well, under those circumstances, you don't mean, well, when those circumstances are overhead and I'm under them. Instead, you mean if I find myself in those circumstances. And that is how under is used in understand. To understand something is to stand in the midst of it, to be part of it, and to be within it. And that is helpful to keep in mind. I cannot walk into something that's crumpled up and closed off. To truly understand something, it needs to be opened up for me, unfolded. And that is what an explanation should do. The word explain literally means to flatten, plane, out. Explain, to make flat. Now, if you'll excuse the analogy, if this is a story I want to read, and it's all crumpled up, a physical law basically just tells me a summary of the story. It'll tell me how the story ends, what language and grammatical rules were used to write it. But an explanation will flatten the page out and allow me to see the details, an actual word, and the word that follows it, and so on, all the way through. So let's unfold the phenomenon of me speeding up my rotation when I pull the books in and find a physical, mechanical cause for that increased rotation. I have here 2 different circular motion paths around the center of rotation, which we'll call C. Now, when a particle is traveling in this outer ring and is suddenly pulled in, it doesn't stop moving around and suddenly just go right in. Instead, it takes a bit of a curved path like this. Now, this is really interesting because in order for a particle to be in circular motion, it must have two things. It must have, put the particle there, it must have a velocity that is tangential to the path, but it must also have a centripetal force, a center-seeking force that always points towards the center of rotation. Now notice that these two arrows are at a right angle to each other. So the centripetal force is not speeding up or slowing down the particle, it's just changing its direction constantly. Ta-da, circular motion. However, when the particle is pulled in and it follows this curved path to this inner orbit, its instantaneous velocity is no longer perpendicular to the centripetal force. Its tangential velocity, tangent to that curve, is going to look something like this. But notice that now the centripetal force is no longer at a right angle. The force that is changing that particle's direction is no longer at a right angle to its velocity. Instead, if this is the normal to its velocity, the centripetal force is pulling the particle forward ahead in its rotation, speeding up its rotational velocity. So as you can see, I speed up when I pull the books in because when I accelerate the books towards myself, I'm not just accelerating them towards myself, I'm also accelerating them around. Now likewise, if a particle were to be pushed out from an orbit like this into a larger orbit, it's gonna not, it's not gonna do this. It's not gonna go, oh, time to go here, woink, straight line. No, it's gonna go like this. Okay, I'll go to the larger orbit. But look, now, on this line, the particle's instantaneous velocity is something like this, and the centripetal force is not perpendicular to that line. This is, let me give that a little V. Oh yeah, nice labeling. All right. So, oh wait, now you can see it. Whoops. All right, so this is the one we're talking about though. This is the one that matters. All right, so the normal to that velocity might be like this. So now notice that the centripetal force is actually working against the velocity of the particle, decelerating it. So, of course, it slows down. When I move the books further out, my rotation slows down because moving them out is also decelerating them. Now, this is why it is harder to pull your arms in when you're spinning than when you're not, because you're not just moving your arms into yourself, you're also accelerating them in the direction of their rotation. Not only is the magnitude of angular momentum conserved, so is the direction. But what is the direction of something's spin? Well, it seems easy enough, right? Look at this. What's the direction of its spin? Clockwise. Or is it? Someone standing on the other side would say that it was traveling counterclockwise. Now, interestingly, this means that if you were to ask the face of a clock which way its hands spun, it would say counterclockwise, of course. In order to unambiguously differentiate the direction of rotation, we need a tool that has no axis of symmetry in any of the three spatial dimensions of our universe. And luckily, I've got a tool just like that in here. I've been keeping it fresh and, oh.
Well done.
I could have sworn oh, there it is. It's my right hand. A human hand is asymmetrical in the X, Y, and Z directions. We've got thumb, no thumb, wrist, fingertips, palm, knuckles. Now because of this property, if we orient two pairs of opposite sides in a particular way, the one remaining pair will be locked. Now, my fingers can only really curl in the palm direction, on the palm side. So if I have my fingertips in the direction of a wheel's spin, curled such that an object on that spinning object travels from my wrist around to my fingertips, well then my thumb will only point in one direction, no matter which side I'm on. From behind, this is now going clockwise, but the right hand rule still puts my thumb backwards. That's very cool. We call the direction that the right hand thumb is pointing the direction of the wheel's angular momentum. But we could also use the left hand. We'd get opposite directions than the right hand gives us, but so long as we all agree to use the same hand, we will all always be on the same page. But as it turns out, of course, the right hand was chosen, and so determining the direction of angular momentum and velocity is called the use of the right-hand rule. Okay, so now that we know how to find the direction of angular momentum, we can explore how that part of it is also conserved. I have here a very special wheel. Whoa! Yeah, it's pretty crazy looking. That's because I wanted it to be really massive, so I wrapped a chain around it. I'm not sure it's really that safe, but oh man, is the effect good. All right, now let's say that, I gotta have my right hand free, let's say that I start spinning the wheel like this. The direction of its angular momentum can be found using the right-hand rule. I curl my fingers in the direction of rotation so that something on the wheel is going from my wrist to my fingertips, and I look at which way my thumb is pointing. Well, it's pointing up. Let's call up the positive direction. I don't know the magnitude of the angular momentum of the wheel right now. It's some number, but let's just call it L. And since it's up, we'll call it positive. I could call it negative. All that matters is that I can differentiate one direction from the opposite. All right, wonderful. So notice that if I spun the wheel this way, I'd have to turn my right hand over to curl my fingers properly. Now my thumb is pointing down, so this would be negative. Let's call the magnitude of this wheel's angular momentum L, positive L. Well, if I got the wheel spinning so that it had an angular momentum of positive L, if I then turned it upside down, its angular momentum will have changed direction. It would have swapped from being positive L to negative L. However, if nothing else is interfering, that can't happen without angular momentum being conserved. So what plus negative L is positive L, our original? Well, positive 2L. And that is what we will see happen. If I spin this wheel like this, such that it has an angular momentum of positive L, and then I turn it upside down, something else will have to have an angular momentum of positive 2L. So like imagine my thumb being twice as long. What is that something else? Well, it'll be me in the chair. This is very cool. So let's make sure we know what's about to happen. I'm gonna spin the wheel this way. Then I'm going to turn it upside down. And so I'm going to see myself in the chair wind up rotating this way. I'll rotate that way. All right, so what I'm gonna do is have Scott step in and give this wheel a nice, healthy spin in that direction. So it has an angular momentum of positive L. I'll take my foot off the ground when he's done, so I'm in more or less isolated system, and I'll turn the wheel upside down and I should go that way. Whoa! Angular momentum is conserved. That's pretty cool, but the conservation of angular momentum, either its magnitude or its direction, is not why turning the wheel upside down spun me this way. Whoops, I kicked my empty cup container. Anyway, what caused me to move? Well, if you do this yourself, you will feel the handles of the wheel literally pushing you, putting a torque on your body. And it has everything to do with a concept I have covered in my spinning video and my video on Ding about Euler's disk. If the wheel isn't spinning and I push it down right here, it'll tilt like that, right? Not very surprising. That's the kind of tilt we would expect. But when the wheel is spinning, all the pieces of matter out here, well, they all have some velocity before I hit them. For example, when a piece of matter on the wheel is out here, it's moving backwards. And when I push it down, it doesn't suddenly stop moving backwards. The wheel doesn't stop. Instead, the pieces I'm pushing are now going to go backwards, as they already were, and down. So they go backwards and down, and then they come back up, and the entire wheel is found to tilt this way, towards me, 90 degrees ahead from where I actually pushed it down. A push down here causes the wheel to move like this. A push down here would cause the wheel to tilt like this. A push up here would cause the wheel to tilt like, let's see, 90 degrees ahead in the rotation, like this. And this is exactly what I'm doing when I turn the wheel upside down. So when I put a torque on the wheel to turn it while it's spinning like this, the wheel actually turns this way. But I have two hands holding it. My left hand winds up getting pushed backwards and my right hand pulled forwards. That puts a torque on my body, which causes me, being pushed back here and pulled forward here, it causes me to be turned. And so I turn this way, the way that we saw in the demo, in the chair. And that is the physical origin of the phenomenon we just witnessed. The key point here is that nothing you have seen happen today happened because of the conservation of angular momentum. Physical laws don't cause anything to happen, but plenty of things are demonstrations of their truth. Now, don't get me wrong. I love physical laws. They truly do represent a conquering of mystery. When we find a way to project definite numbers onto reality and make predictions, that's amazing. But not coupled with causal, mechanical, physical explanations, their generality can come across like magic. Now, magic is fun for sure, but congruences between mathematics and reality? Oh, now that's a sweet nectar. In mathematics, we get to make the rules, pick the axioms. We can even decide what kinds of reasoning are allowed or not. And after doing so, we get to play around and see what happens. Mathematics is the playing of games. Science is finding out what game you're playing. And we still don't know what game we have found ourselves in, but we should keep wondering and never be happy until we get answers that satisfy us. Stay curious, and as always, thanks for watching. I have some pretty exciting news to share with you. As of today, for the rest of the year, every single episode of Mindfield, all 3 seasons, all 24 episodes, will be free to view all around the world. I am thrilled. So go and check those out. There's a very special, well, actually 2 very special things coming on this channel this month. Can't wait for you to see them. In the meantime, if you need more of me, and I always need more of me, check out Ding. I've done about 15 videos this year over there. It's a blast. We learn a lot over there, and things often get a little bit weird. You know, well, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Check it out and find out. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. Down here. But which way is down? And how much does down weigh? Well, down weighs about 1/100 of a gram per cubic centimeter. It is light and airy, which makes it a great source of insulation and buoyancy for water birds. But if you let go of down, it falls down. So that's which way down is. It's the direction gravity is pulling everything in. Now, for someone on the other side of the Earth, my down is their up. But where are falling things going? Why do things fall? Are they being pushed or pulled? Or is it because of time travel? First things first, let's turn the sun into a black hole. We can do that using Universe Sandbox 2. This simulator will blow your mind. I love it. In fact, I love it so much, I put a code to get the game for free in the current Curiosity box. If you're not subscribed to the box yet, you are missing out. Okay, look, for the purposes of this video, we want the solar system. And here it is. Notice that everything's moving pretty quickly around the sun. That's because we currently have the game set so that every second that passes for us is 14 days almost in the game. If I change this to 1 second, we're looking at the solar system in real time. You'll notice that it almost looks like it's frozen. Even though the Earth is traveling around the sun at about 30 kilometers per second, it barely appears to be moving. That is how vast space is. Anyway, let's go back to 14 days. I like that motion. Now look at the sun. It is not currently a black hole, but we can change that. What we need to do is compress the sun. So let's lock its mass so that it doesn't change while we make its radius smaller. Let's make its radius as small as we can. And, oh, where'd it go? Well, it's still there, it's just become a black hole. Pretty spooky, but now let's look at the rest of the solar system. All right, zooming out, and, nothing's changed. I mean, something's changed, it's colder and darker, but nothing's flying off into space or getting sucked in. You see, by shrinking the sun, we didn't change the direction of down for the planets. They're always being pulled by gravity towards its middle, and making it smaller didn't move where the middle was. But also, the strength of that force pulling them to the middle of the sun stayed the same. That gives us a clue as to what down is. The clue is the other thing we didn't change: mass. Mass is a measure of how hard it is to accelerate something, to change its motion. Now right now, these 2 balls have 0 motion relative to me. slapping around this hollow plastic ball is pretty easy. But doing the same to this solid steel ball is a lot harder. Now, gravity and weight have nothing to do with this. Gravity acts downward, not against my horizontal slapping. Of course, gravity does contribute to friction, but friction works against me when I start moving the ball, but works with me when I stop the ball. And the steel ball is harder to stop than the plastic ball. The difference is mass. The steel ball is more massive. It's more resistant to having its motion changed. Mass is an intrinsic property. It does not depend on what's around or change from place to place. It can sometimes be thought of as the amount of matter something has. Your mass is the same regardless of where you are, on the moon, on Earth, in the middle of intergalactic space floating around. But all of this said, mass does seem to care about what's around. Mass loves company. Things with mass and or energy are attracted together by a force that we call gravity. The feeling of gravity is just you and the Earth being attracted to one another. Now, every portion of an object with mass attracts other portions towards it. The average of all this pulling is an attraction between centers of mass. Giant things like Earth exert an obvious pull, but everything does, even a baseball. These two baseballs are attracted together by their own gravities. Except their masses are so small the force is minuscule, and it can't overcome friction or push air out of the way. They're never gonna come together. But if you put two baseballs 1 meter apart in the middle of empty space where no other forces could act on them, they would literally fall together and collide. It would take 3 days to happen, but it would. Isaac Newton found that the strength of the force bringing two things together is equal to the product of their masses divided by the distance between their centers of mass squared times big G, the gravitational constant. If you make one of two objects more massive or move them closer together, the force will be stronger. And this force of attraction is what we call weight. So mass is intrinsic, whereas weight depends on what's around. Now, a weird thing happens when you weigh yourself on most scales. Weight is a force, but scales display pounds or kilograms, which are units of mass. What's going on is that a scale is activated by a force, any force. It doesn't have to be caused by gravity. The scale then displays what amount of mass near the surface of the Earth would be attracted to the Earth with the force it's detecting. Now, since scales tend to be used on the surface of the Earth by people on which the only force acting is gravity, they tend to not be very far off, but they can be easily tricked, and they further lead to the confusion between mass and weight. Notice that weight is mutual. You are pulled down by Earth with the same force that you pull up on Earth. According to a scale, I weigh 180 pounds on Earth, and the Earth weighs 180 pounds on me. But because the Earth's mass is so much greater than my own, and because the more massive something is, the more it resists being moved, our equal and opposite weight forces accelerate me a lot more than the Earth. If you drop a pencil from a height of 6 feet, the pencil doesn't just fall to the Earth. More precisely, they both come together. They're attracted to each other by equal forces, but the same force moves the pencil a lot more than the Earth. When you let go of the pencil, the Earth is literally pulled up to the pencil by the pencil's own gravity, a distance equal to about 9 trillionths the width of a proton. That same force moves the pencil the remaining distance, which is still pretty much 6 feet. At the height of the International Space Station's orbit, you and Earth are attracted about 10% less than when you're on the surface, about 8.8 times your mass, but not zero. For this reason, weightless astronauts in zero gravity are neither weightless nor in zero gravity. Their weight force fails to bring them and Earth together because they move horizontally so quickly that they fall just as fast as Earth's surface curves away from them. And even though they're experiencing 90% of the gravity you and I are feeling right now, that's why they don't just fly away, there are no forces, called G-forces, to resist their weight, since everything around them is falling too. It's resistance to your weight force, stress, deformation, that is needed for you to feel weight. What astronauts in orbit actually lack is apparent weight. Likewise, a helium balloon has weight. I mean, it's made out of matter. It clearly has mass, so it's attracted to the Earth. Let's try to measure its weight force. Oh, okay, it has negative apparent weight. That's because its attraction to the Earth is weaker than the buoyant forces from the air around it that push it up. Now, while it moves up, it pushes air molecules down, but they transfer that force widely, not just directly down onto the scale. Buoyant forces are caused by the fact that whenever you are immersed in a fluid, like water or air, molecules lower down are at greater pressure. They're being pressed by the weight of all the molecules above them and are closer to Earth, so they're pulled to it with a stronger force. Now, having greater pressure means they pack a bigger punch when they collide with things. So, horizontally, those collisions cancel out, but vertically, the stronger collisions from below win out, providing lift, a buoyant force. Now, this even happens on your own body. Across its surface area, air lifts you with a force of about 1 Newton, which is equal to the weight force of an apple. So if you weighed yourself in a vacuum, you would weigh about this much more. But that's not all. Earth's spin causes it to bulge at the equator. So the closer you are to it, the further you are from Earth's center of mass, and the less your actual gravitational weight will be. Down is always changing. I mean, where is Earth's center of mass? It would always be the same as Earth's geometric middle if Earth's composition was uniform, but Earth contains pockets of massive rock at different depths. Water, mountains, it's got moving, changing insides and air and seasonal ice. And though they're far away, gravity extends forever from everything. So the moon, the sun, the planets, all of them pull on you negligibly, but truly. You weigh about 1/1,000,000th of your weight less when the moon is directly above you. This chunky, shifting balance of material on Earth and everywhere else in the universe means that down is always changing. On top of that, Earth's spin skews what you consider the direction of down away from its center of mass, because the push you get from Earth's spin seems to slightly lift you, reducing your apparent weight and bending down towards the equator. The net result is an apparent weight reduction at the equator of about 0.5%. If a scale guesses your mass must be 200 pounds at the poles, it'll guess that you're 199 at the equator. The 9.8 multiplier used so often in physics is calculated based on how these factors affect someone at 45 degrees latitude. All of these influences on the direction of down result in a total vertical deflection that's only ever at most a few arc seconds anywhere on Earth. That's not enough to be felt, but changes in direction and strength can be used to study the shape of the seafloor, determine what's under you, or even help you discover ancient buried rooms. Point is, all of our downs aren't a bunch of radially symmetric lines. Down is an uncombed mess. Now, since solids don't flow, they can have shapes that don't pay much mind to this. But water can flow. So, ignoring influences like wind and tides, the surface of oceans and lakes and puddles is always perpendicular to down. If water could pass through land, or if Earth were submerged in water, gravity would be the same everywhere along its bumpy surface. Such a surface is called a geoid and can be drawn at any altitude. If you wanted to build a table that completely enclosed the Earth, it would have to have rolling undulations, nearly 100 meters at some points, in order to be level, so that a ball placed anywhere on it wouldn't roll. Here is Earth's geoid exaggerated 1,000 times. you'd weigh about 1/100% less, a few grams, here than you would say here, where gravity is a bit stronger. Point is, the strength and direction of down is variable by location and changes over time. So, down is a fluctuating vector. Easy enough, except why should matter attract matter in the first place? Isaac Newton was able to describe attraction, but not explain it. Humanity got closer, however, when Albert Einstein introduced his general theory of relativity. Einstein thought a lot about the fact that everything falls to the ground at the same rate. No matter how massive something is, when dropped, it will accelerate towards the Earth, down, gaining about 9.8 meters per second for every second that it falls. That means that a hammer, that's quite massive, and a not so massive feather, when dropped from the same height, will hit the ground at the same time. Okay, what just happened was an error. In order to fall through air, a thing has to push air out of the way. But if it has a large surface area and a low weight force, it will have a lot of air to move, but won't be able to move that air very quickly. In a vacuum, things do fall at the same rate regardless of mass. This was famously demonstrated by Apollo 15 Commander David Scott on the moon.
And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
That's weird, right? I mean, if a more massive object is pulled with a greater force, shouldn't it fall faster? Well, Newton's explanation was simple. Larger masses are attracted with greater forces, but will also require more force to be accelerated, the same as a less massive thing. Something 100 times more massive might require 100 times the force, but it will be pulled by gravity 100 times more. So everything falls to Earth at the same rate. What a fun coincidence, right? Maybe not. Einstein realized that there's another way for things to appear to fall together regardless of their masses. Imagine a feather and a hammer floating in space, in a room. If the room is suddenly accelerated up at 9.8 meters per second squared, the feather and the hammer will hit the floor at the same time. Furthermore, whether it's the room coming up to meet them or gravity being suddenly switched on, neither object will feel any force pushing them. There's no way to tell which of these happened. This is Einstein's famous equivalence principle. He once admitted that his greatest thought ever was that of a man falling off of a roof. While falling, the man would not feel any forces on him, even though he's speeding up. Free fall is indistinguishable from floating alone in space, from having no forces on you, from not being moved. What if gravity isn't a force at all? What if things fall not because they're being pushed or pulled, but because they're not being pushed or pulled? To see how this could be, we need to talk about straight lines. What I have here is a retractable ID badge holder. This is a great way to test for straight paths because the string is always kept taut. The card I have behind has two lines drawn on it, and if, while I pull the string out, it always stays between those two lines, I will know that I never turned
Hello,
while
Solana.
I pulled it, because
How are
any turn
you?
will translate into a different angle between the lines on the card and the string. Now, if I put two of these on a flat table and pull
Thank
them
you
out,
for the
always
biddies.
ensuring that they go straight
Hi.
ahead, they will never meet. They will be forever parallel. But now, let's put them on a sphere, a curved surface. Again, I pull both strings forward, making sure that they always are pulled out straight, no turning. Wait, they came together. Well,
You're
they
drunk?
didn't turn. Look,
That's
maybe
fun.
there's some kind of weird force that pulled my hands
I
together.
hope you've had so much
and
fun,
just like gravity,
Solana.
I didn't feel it.
I love
but
you
it happened.
too. You're the best.
What
You're
happened
the
was not the
best.
result
Oh,
of a
let's see.
force.
Do I have a
It was
smoke?
just a natural result.
I do not have a
of
smoke ready.
curvature. You might be thinking, wait a second.
I do not have a
those
smoke. On
lines
second
straight
check, I
lines,
checked
they
2
don't look
times.
that straight to me.
The carrier is
Also, what if they just
crazy.
moved
It
along
is.
latitude lines? Then they'd
No,
never
I'm
come
not
together,
tired.
and those look
I mean, I
pretty darn
am.
straight.
But you know what? Life is saying wake up.
Never
Life is saying wake up,
And
Solana.
although
latitude lines
I think it's
look
time to
straight
wake
at
up.
first glance, following one requires turning. To find straight line paths on surfaces, whether they're flat like this or curved, I love the ribbon test. Now you can use an actual ribbon, but I have found that a strip of paper works even better. Let's take a look at this path right here. It's straight at first, but then
I'm
it curves.
almost
Now, if
6
two people are
a.m. I'm
traveling
so
along
hungry. I'm
this
making
river,
spaghetti.
and they
Drunk
look this
Solana
way
making
together,
spaghetti.
the person on the inside
That means you're in a
will
good
cover shorter
headspace, huh?
distance
That's a
than
good
the
place to
person
be
on
in.
the outside.
Huh?
Since both sides of the strip
Yeah.
of paper can
Yeah.
match
Hell
each
yeah,
other,
Solana.
will
Let's
help
make
us
some
find a
fucking
straight line.
spaghetti at 6 a.m.
If the
Yeah.
strip of paper can
Carrier's
lay
in town.
flat, we'll know
Feeling
that
good.
we have found a straight line. And as you can see, the strip can
Feeling
lay flat
good.
and follow the straight
Rich
part
but
of this
starving and
path. But when it comes to the
sleepy.
curve,
Let's
in order to
go.
follow the path now,
Thank you
strip-
for sharing your
well, it has too
richness
much
with me
material
one
on
day.
the
Hey,
inside, and that material
we're going to
bunches
have an
up and
alert
leaves
for
the
that
plane.
around
Therefore,
here.
we know that
I
this
think.
part of the path is not straight.
I'd like to think.
Let's use the ribbon test to find straight
I love
lines
you.
on the surface of a cone. Well, from the looks of it,
Hi,
a line
Solana.
directly from the base to the tip seems like it would be straight, and sure enough, yeah, the ribbon lays flat on that path. But what about
The
a
bestest,
ring
the bestest.
around the cone?
The bestest, the
Nope,
bestest,
doesn't
the
work.
bestest, the
Shorter
bestest, the
distances around
bestest.
nearer the tip of the cone mean that there's too
Alright,
much ribbon
Snake.
up
You're
at
in the
top,
room.
so it doesn't lay flat.
Alright,
Let's see,
Snake.
what else is there though
The
besides
dog.
this?
Venom, the
Just
dog.
right
Up,
here,
up,
and
the
just
dog.
allow the ribbon
Hi,
to
dog. What are you doing?
Huh. A
Hi,
girl
up,
with
up,
curvy
Snake.
looking shape
Up,
like
Snake.
this.
Hi.
I
Hi,
say
good girl.
curvy
Hi.
looking because
You're good
why
girls
does
all the
someone say
time.
at the base, this
You want
path
to
might
eat
seem
some
to go
food?
up, slow down, change direction, and then fall down faster and faster?
You want to eat some
Since
food?
a ribbon on such a cone is flat, it's actually for inhabitants on the cone's surface.
I love that they
perfectly
start
straight.
playing with each other.
If we trace the ribbon's path onto
Right
the
when I
cone,
start
we
saying
can
that.
see this clearly because the cone
Same,
can be
Snake.
flat.
Same.
A straight line on a curved
Bro,
surface
you want some
is
food
called
now?
a geodesic.
Alright. Alright. I get up
on
and
a
food.
sphere.
I get up and food for my
Euclidean.
dog.
Here's another. A line of
I get some
latitude
food.
is
Okay, we
not
get
a line, it's not a
I
straight
wanna
line.
do,
To see why,
let's do a
let's
couple.
follow it with
Let's
the
do the
ribbon.
toppers.
You
Could have
know
been
what?
lazy not doing them.
I have to
Okay.
keep
Let's
kind of
be
lifting.
topper dogs.
Yeah,
So let's see, got
distances
two
around
dogs.
the sphere become shorter
That's
as
what
we go
I've
up,
been
so there's too much
saying.
material
Straight
on the
up,
ribbon up here
dude.
that leaves
Straight
the
up.
surface. This
Snake's
path
like, where's my
contains
fucking
turns.
spaghetti?
In order to turn, a
The
force
tanks
has
in
to
town.
act on it.
Tanks in town.
If no force is
Tanks in town.
this is the path you would take. Notice that the ribbon
Alright, so we're
begins
doing
moving due east,
look,
but
we even
then
have a little
falls
husky.
south.
Girls get the little extra husky.
Einstein
Look,
realized
can you
that
focus?
curvature
There's a
could
husky on
cause
it. Okay,
things to
there's a
be
husky on it.
attracted to one
Because
another
our dogs aren't
without
vegan.
needing to invent the existence
They're
of
not
forces
vegan.
like gravity.
This is the way.
Attraction
They
only
need it for the
happens
body.
if things move
Yes,
along
you
the
agree,
surface.
Van Nam.
If they stay still, they
You're a good girl, Van Nam. Hold
they don't
on.
come together. So for something
on, Van
at
Nam.
rest, how does falling
Very
begin?
good,
I mean,
Van
the thing
Nam.
has to move in this direction, but it's at
Very
rest.
sweet, Van
right?
Nam.
Well, yes,
You're
but
hungry.
it's only at rest in space.
And you want
and
food.
that's not the whole story. Up,
All the time.
down, forward, backward, and left, right are all you
Very
need to
sweet,
describe
girl.
where an event occurred. But
Yeah,
a complete
good
description
food
will also
all
need to
the time.
describe when. Together,
love
these
good
four
girl.
dimensions form the setting in which everything in our universe happens.
You're a good girl.
Space-time. Since we can talk about a falling pencil using just one
Do you listen to
spatial
that part?
dimension,
It's
up
like
and down,
so loud
we can use
when
a
she
piece of
wants it to be,
paper
when she's
to
like-
model space-time
like
for it.
so
Okay, so
ready.
we've got up and down,
She
but we
will
have to
bark.
add another
But
direction.
when she has like a
pencil
treat
moves.
available and I'm
Time.
offering it to her, she
Now,
gets.
if no
but
forces
she
act on
cannot-
the pencil, it
She's
won't
so
move through
silly.
space.
She's
It
so
will only
silly.
get older. And as you can see, if all it does is get older, it won't fall. If space-time was flat, and I let go of the pencil, it wouldn't go anywhere. But now let's allow the Earth, which is massive, to manipulate space-time into,
No,
say,
dude, the food makes
a
these.
cone. Now, with no forces
The
acting,
food makes.
every part of the pencil follows a straight line. But on a cone, as we saw earlier, such a path will look like this. It will fail. This is because distances around the cone are shorter by less. Time runs faster further from a massive object. But to go straight, not turn, every part of the pencil
This
must
is so
cover
hard.
equal distance in space-time.
They love a little bit of
Only when
food
the pencil
topping
hits the Earth
on their
does the
food.
repulsion of their
Makes the
mutual
food a little little bit
by the
nicer.
force pushing the pencil
See?
off
a geodesic.
Don't always get it.
For the
Sometimes I
Earth,
forget to
time
give
is
it
a
to them
series
because
of
I'm
slices from this evolution.
silly.
The pencil's
But
first
when
three
they wake up
geodesic
and we have some
is
food
why
pulpers,
it falls.
they get
Not the
excited.
push or pull, just the pencil's natural.
How long did you sleep? I slept for like 6 or 7 hours or so. Hi, Annabelle.
Now, we only used one dimension of space and one of time because visualizing our universe's 3 of space.
When you wake up in the AM, it is in the AM. Don't you worry.
Or screens, but math.
Yeah. I slept it. I sleep did. As textuses? Nope. They're just fake. I got fake textuses. I'm gonna urine, you guys. I'm gonna urine so hard. I yearn to yearn.
Which orbits nearest the sun and is
Good.
most effective
Good.
by the sun's grip
Good.
on space-time.
Go wake up in the AM.
Experiments have confirmed general relativity's picture of the
Wake her
universe,
up with
to the
alerts.
conclusion that there
Wait.
is no gravity.
Does there wake up?
Space-time.
Did I do wake? Was there?
Curvature,
Are you guys hearing the same alerts?
as
I'm
John
repeating right
Miller
now?
famously put it, space-time grips mass, telling it how to move. Mass grips space-time,
Okay,
telling
good.
it how to curve.
Good.
Relative to the Earth, we don't move very fast. Even jet airplanes move.
Yeah.
close to the
Exactly.
speed of light.
Exactly.
So relative to Earth, we move almost
6 hours is a very good amount. I can last. I can make it all day with this.
The way time is curved
All
by
day
us
with this.
than how space is curved. This has led many to claim that
Oh, wake her up with alerts and she'll woken up. Yeah.
not because of a force called gravity, but because time is moving
Send her a
faster for your head
phone an
than
alert
for your feet. Down
that
is
it'll
relative
play.
and always changing, but
You guys like watching
exists
Vsauce? I love
because
Vsauce.
and is always in the direction of slower
It's so
time.
good.
Bertrand Russell called this the law of cosmic laziness. Everything is naturally steered towards where time is slowest. We call this falling, going down. So you don't have to keep anything on the down low.
I
Time will take care of that.
Yeah, I sleep at least 8 or I'm
And as
so
always, thanks for watching.
Exactly, Anna. 6 hours is not bad. Oh damn, there's both Anna and Solana are both pink, so I thought like Solana was both agreeing with me and being like 5-6 hours good. She's like, but also 8 hours or else I'm a bitch. She didn't say those words, but I did not just call you a bitch, Solana. Don't you dare say that I did that. I was saying like oh my god. Listen, I was I'm agreeing with you. I need to go away and go to sleep. Okay, go to sleep. There's military boys in tank tops checking in right now. Yes, it be like that, Solana. You do need to go. Go to sleep.
Thanks for watching.
Those men have nothing for you. You've already made your riches. You rich lady, you.
Vsauce, Michael here. If you core a sphere that
You
is removed
rich.
a cylinder from it, you'll be left with a shape called
Oh,
a
there
napkin
is
ring.
a mommy.
It looks like a napkin ring. It's a
Yes. Don't we all? Don't we all? In that case,
This means
don't
that
we
if
all?
you cut equally tall napkin rings from an orange and from the earth, well, one could be held in your hand. The other would have
I've plundered enough. Yes. Whoa! The Twitch recap came out.
I mentioned this counterintuitive
The Twitch recap.
kendama with Adam Savage.
Holy shit! We're gonna do that together.
Or better yet, just come see us. We're bringing Brain Candy live to 24 new cities.
1162 hours I've been here.
But right now, we're talking about balls and coring them. I have here 2 napkin rings
That's
from very
crazy.
differently sized spheres.
That's
One is from a tiny
crazy.
ball, just a little tomato that I've cored, so it's got a little hole in it right there. The other napkin ring is made from an orange, but both napkin rings have the same height.
That is, yeah, that's wild that I even was.
The orange, which means
That's a number that you can even have made.
thicker, which means more volume. Both of those effects exactly cancel out. So these 2 napkin rings have identical volumes. They take up the same amount of space.
By the way, orange oil is flammable. To see why the napkin ring problem is true, let's discuss Cavalieri's principle. It states that for any two solids, like
I seen you sleep more than I've seen anyone sleep. Not that I want you to sleep, I just happen to be here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I understand. You keep running that shit as you run in there.
No matter where it's taken from, well then the solids have the same volume.
I am so
These cylinders are built out of stacks
ready
of
to
stickers,
get this
100 in
show
each stack,
going
so the
today.
volumes are the same.
I need to take a shower. I need to go get more swishies. I actually might need to do some warm-up today. Today's like a...
Volume hasn't. It still contains the same
Today's
amount of
a
stuff
little
added
bit of a...
subtracted stickers. And Cavalieri's principle
A little
ensures
bit of...
that
I
they
have to
still
pee.
have
I'm
the same
all... Yep. Pee's starting to activate. Oh, don't pee. Okay, right. Damn, Dan. Don't make us jealous. Uh-oh.
Of the same area as the other.
I make no one jealous. Well, it seems like you did. Solana's jealous of all the time you watched. Alright? Solana's gonna now see hers and be like, damn, it could have been this much. It could have been this much sleep watching.
Cross-section always equals the area of the others. Now, to do this, notice that the area of the sphere's cross-section minus the area of the
The
cylinder's
napkin ring one. This one did not have me as much as other ones, but it's still good. It's still good. Alright guys, I have to go urine. I'm sorry, Solana, I have to leave.
Let's
I have to go
calculate
pee.
the areas of these
I'm going to pee my
blue
pants.
rings. First of all, let's call the height of the napkin ring H, and the radius of the sphere they're cut from, capital R. All right, perfect.
You
Now,
understand sleep
a
more than
cross-section of
me.
a sphere, like
It's
this,
true.
and a
It's
cross-section
true.
of a cylinder, like this, are
Probably
both
like
circles,
all of
so the area
Solana's
is going to
20-25
be
hours
using
combined.
pi times the
I'm sorry,
radius
Solana. My
squared.
sleeping hours
So if we
win.
find the area of the
Hey,
sphere's
win.
cross-section and subtract the area of the
I'd be
cylinder's
sleeping a lot out here,
cross-section.
though.
Draw a little picture of a cylinder here. All we need to do
I'd be
is
sleeping
take
low.
pi, multiply
I'm
it by the
going to
radius
go
of the
pay.
sphere cross-section,
I'm gonna do it. You
square
can't stop
that,
me.
and then
I'm still reading
subtract
chat though. I have my phone
pi
up.
times the radius of the cylinder squared. But what are their radii? Well, if this is the center of the sphere, we can draw a line straight up to the corner of the cylinder, down the side of the cylinder, and then connect to form a right triangle. The Pythagorean theorem will really help us here. It tells us that the length of one side squared plus the length of the other side squared equals the length of the hypotenuse squared. Now, this distance right here, this side of the triangle is what we want. It's the radius of the cylinder. So we'll call this the little r, radius of the cylinder. Beautiful little picture there. So the radius of the cylinder squared plus this side length, which is just half the height of the cylinder, so the height of the cylinder divided by 2 squared, equals the hypotenuse squared. The hypotenuse happens to be the radius of the sphere itself, which is capital R. Perfect. Now let's solve for the radius of the cylinder, which is what we want. We'll just subtract h over 2 squared from both sides. That'll give us the radius of the cylinder squared equaling the radius of the sphere squared minus half the height of the cylinder squared. We can take the square root of both sides so that we wind up with the radius of the cylinder equaling the square root of the radius of the sphere minus half the height of the cylinder squared. Perfect. Okay, now let's take a look at the area of a cross-section of the sphere. Now for this, let's draw a straight line from the center out to the edge of the sphere's cross-section, and then we'll go straight down and connect back up. Hey, look, another right triangle. Let's call this height y, and notice that this distance now, the side of the triangle down here, is actually the radius of the circle cross-section up here. They're both equal. So we want to solve for this, the radius of the circle that is the sphere's cross-section. Okay, so we know that the radius of the sphere's cross-section squared plus this distance squared, which is y, equals the hypotenuse squared. Well, what do you know? The hypotenuse is the radius of the sphere again, capital R. Okay, let's subtract y squared from both sides. The radius of the sphere's cross-section squared equals the radius of the sphere squared minus
y squared. We'll take the square root of both sides and end up learning that the radius of the sphere's cross-section equals the square root of the radius of the sphere squared minus y squared. Y is the height that this cross-section is taken from above the equator. The higher up we take these cross-sections of the sphere, the smaller their radii will be, whereas the cylinder's radius is always the same no matter where we cut from. Okay, anyway, let's take these two radii and plug them into our formula. Okay, the area of the cross-section of the sphere is what we want first. Okay, that's just the square root of r squared minus y squared. Not too bad. Now, the radius of the cylinder is the square root of r squared minus half the height of the cylinder squared. Now, what you might notice is that we're taking the square root of something and then squaring it. So these actually cancel each other out. Perfect, much more simple looking. But now let's distribute pi to the terms inside the parentheses. So pi times r squared gives us pi r squared. Pi times negative y squared gives us negative pi y squared. And then a negative pi times r squared is negative pi r squared. Negative pi times negative h over 2 squared is positive pi h over 2 squared. Great, now we can keep simplifying, but what you might notice is that we have a pi r squared and a minus pi r squared. Well, that just equals 0. So these completely cancel each other out. But what we're left with are terms containing no mention of the sphere's radius. Whether the radius is large or small doesn't matter. All you need to know to find the area of the cross-section of a napkin ring is the height of the napkin ring. Y, of course, is bounded by the height of the napkin ring. These blue areas have the same area as each other. And this will be true no matter where we cut the cross-section across the napkin ring, meaning, by Cavalieri's principle, that both napkin rings have the same volume. Yay. With teeth. But what does this mean for you, for life and the universe? Well, as we know, if you like it, you should put a ring on it. But if you like it, don't know its finger width, and only want to offer it a predetermined amount of material, you should put a napkin ring on it. And as always, thanks for watching. On August 21st, 2017, there will be a total solar eclipse. The shadow of the moon will race across the contiguous United States. It's going to be incredible and a little bit scary, I'm sure. I will be viewing it from Oregon with my friends at Atlas Obscura. I can't wait. But keep your eyes safe. If you want to view the eclipse, you have to have special eye protection. The Curiosity Box comes with such glasses. These block 99.999% of visible light. That's what it takes to be able to look right at the sun. That's actually what I love about these glasses. If there's no eclipse going on, you can still just look at the sun, notice that it's a ball, maybe imagine what kind of napkin ring you'd like to make it into. The current Curiosity Box is my favorite. The one that you'll get if you subscribe right now comes with all kinds of cool stuff. It comes with a poster showing that all the planets and Pluto can fit between the Earth and the Moon. It also comes with science gadgets like these levitating magnetic rings. Ooh, it's pretty cool. Also, a portion of all proceeds go to Alzheimer's research, so it's good for your brain and everyone else's brain. Check it out. I hope to see you at Brain Candy Live, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. And here, I am the real Michael. This Michael was created by a brilliant young man named Mitchell, who brought it to me at a meet and greet after Brain Candy Live. It is phenomenal, and obviously the most handsome Jack-in-the-Box ever. Everest is a mountain that's 8.848 kilometers tall. Its size is impressive. Or is it? Let's cut Earth, the entire planet, right in half straight through Everest and then start zooming out. As you can see, Everest's monumentality quickly disappears against Earth's planetary ginormosity. Compared to Earth's diameter, Everest, in fact, all of Earth's ruggedness, barely registers. Now that can seem surprising since we're often surrounded by diagrams and maps and globes that exaggerate Earth's topography. Now there's a good reason to do that, but it leads to a misconception about just how smooth Earth is. Here's a typical example, a cross-section of the United States that I found on Reddit. The vertical axis spans about 10,000 feet, but the horizontal axis represents nearly 14 million. Stretched to the same scale so as to mirror reality, the actual smoothness of the Earth becomes apparent. On this 1-foot diameter globe, Everest is a bump about 2 millimeters high. Feels good, but if the Earth was actually this small, Everest would be a bump only a fifth of a millimeter high. It's 10 times taller than it should be. Only 24 people have seen the Earth with their own eyes as a circle small enough to be looked right at, not as the whole world, but as a little thing suspended alone in space. The further away you are from a ball, the more of its surface you can see. Now, we don't always notice this because in our day-to-day lives, most of the balls we deal with are so small, they're almost always many of their own radii away from us, and the available amount of their surface visible is near a maximum. Or they're so big, like the Earth, that we rarely get far enough away fast enough to notice this property. But the next time you're near a ball, get close to it. You'll see that as you get nearer, more of its surface disappears behind the horizon, but moving back up will make it available again. For most of us, stuck our whole lives on Earth's surface, such an experience is impossible. With nothing around to block your view, 5 kilometers, about 3 miles, is about the furthest you can see. Now, haze can limit your view and atmospheric refraction can slightly extend it, but for the most part, everything you can see happens within an area of just 80 square kilometers. Now, that's not bad, but it's tiny compared with what there is to see. The higher up you go, of course, the further away you'll be able to see. That's why it's great to be a satellite. Here's the International Space Station. Yeah, look at that nice big portion of the surface in view. Unfortunately, this isn't to scale. If the Earth were the size of an apple, how far away would the International Space Station orbit?
What was that? What the hell, then? What would you do without a fucking head attached to you?
Actually, it orbits here.
Wait, it is there.
2.7 millimeters above the surface. That's how far the stem of this apple sticks up. That's not very far. Oh, here's another fun little 2-scale fact. If the Earth were the size of an apple, your eyeball would be about the size of the moon. We often imagine that from the International Space Station, astronauts see the Earth like this. But they're just not
need to
that
get
far
up
away
from
where
bed,
they actually orbit. International Space Station residents only see about 3%
From bed,
of Earth's surface at any one time. And that 3% is too wide to all fit within a window. When I was in Pittsburgh, their science museum had a mock-up of part of the ISS, and as you can see, out of the window, Earth is still quite expansive. Using special lenses, images can be taken from the ISS that look like circular disk Earths, but the lens is distorting things here. It's fitting much more into the picture. In order to truly witness Earth's entire shape with your own eyes, you would need to either smash your face right up against a window or just be floating outside the station. And even then, you would have to move your head to see from edge to edge. So how high up do you have to go to see the edges of Earth all at once? And
I think I still feel tired.
How much would you actually see?
I want to watch Vsauce with you guys in bed.
Is there
I'm so tired.
to see? Earth is made of stuff. Lots of stuff. Water and dirt and rocks and air, all of which are composed of atoms. Tiny things so teeny that a single drop of water contains not a million atoms, not a billion atoms, or a trillion, or a quadrillion, or a quintillion, but 5 sextillion atoms. Earth is made of even more stuff.
Not a septillion atoms, not an octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, duodecillion, tridecillion, not even a quadtuordecillion, but 100 quindecillion atoms. But since we live only on the surface of our planet, we unfortunately can't see most of those atoms. If the Earth was shaped like a disk or an icosahedron, or say a cube, or a rectangular prism, or two stellated rhombic dodecahedrons, we could see more of the Earth than we normally can. But as things are, we actually see nearly the least of Earth's matter possible because of all solids. A sphere, which the Earth approximately is, has the smallest surface area to volume ratio, the most stuff inside and the least stuff outside. So, how many of these 10 to the 50 atoms that make up Earth are on the surface for us to see?
That's not an easy question. For one thing, technically, atoms on the surfaces of opaque things, like rocks and dirt, aren't the only parts involved in their appearances. Subsurface scattering can and does happen. Regardless, attempting even a rough approximation is illuminating. I asked Grant from the YouTube channel 3Blue1Brown for some help, and he pointed out that if you calculate the number of circles with atom-sized radii that could, packed optimally, cover a sphere with the surface area of Earth, you get about 1.5 times 10 to the 34th. That's a lot of atoms. But then he pointed out that the Earth's surface isn't smooth. Its roughness provides extra surface area for atoms to occupy. Without a complete description of the shape of Earth's surface, every mountain and valley, every bump on every rock, this is just gonna be hopeless, right? Well, here's the thing. Earth is made of little rugged shapes that from far away make big rugged shapes. In other words, Earth's surface can be described as a fractal. There's a regularity to its roughness. In fact, mathematicians have even assigned a fractal dimension to Earth's surface, 2.3. Now, to see what that means, I highly recommend Grant's video on fractal dimensions. It's fascinating. Using 2.3 and assuming that it applies from the scale of a human hair up to that of a mountain, Grant found that the number of atoms on Earth's surface changes significantly, up from a power of 34 to a power of 37. That's 1,000 times more atoms. So maybe we shouldn't count Earth's roughness out just yet. It's smooth, but not perfectly. To put that number in perspective, the human body contains about 10 to the 27 atoms. That's 10 powers of 10 less than the surface of the Earth. 10 powers of 10 is 10 billion. There are about 7.5 billion humans. So, more or less, it can be said that there are the same number of atoms in every human body right now as there are on the surface of the Earth. As I've shown before, all human bodies piled into one place would barely even fill the Grand Canyon. But all human atoms spread across the Earth would almost perfectly cover it just one atom deep. Fun fact, the mass of the atmosphere is about 2.5% less than what you would get by multiplying sea level pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch, by the surface area of the Earth, because Earth's terrain displaces about that much air. Earth's surface is pretty cool, obviously. I mean, it's got lichen and monster trucks and an island in a lake. On an island, in a lake, on an island. But from down here on its surface, we just can't see that much of it. Your view of Earth is obstructed by lots of opaque things. Walls, buildings, trees, rocks, terrain. If Earth was flat, you could see further. But sorry, it's a rough world out there. Or is it? If you could hold the Earth in your hands like this, how bumpy would it actually feel? We already saw that even our planet's biggest bumps barely register relative to Earth's size, but let's go somewhere famously flat, where relative to our size,
terrain rarely gets in the way of seeing lots of the planet, the U.S. state of Kansas. I grew up here and took this footage while driving across the state last year. You can probably see why Kansas is often called flatter than a pancake. However, although it is famously flat, Kansas is not the flattest U.S. state. In a fantastic piece of research, Jerome Dobson and Joshua Campbell defined looks flat like this. If, from a given point, any part of the terrain within the horizon rises more than 0.32 degrees up, about the height of a 30-meter hill at the horizon, a typical person would say, well, hey, that part's not flat. By cleverly applying this rule to topographical data, they were able to give every state a flatness score. West Virginia was the least flat. Kansas was only the 7th flattest. Delaware, Minnesota, Louisiana, North Dakota, and Illinois are all, by this method, flatter than Kansas, as was the number 1 flattest state, Florida. Adam Savage and I had the pleasure of visiting Florida with our Brain Candy live show this year, and as this footage from atop the King Center in Melbourne, Florida shows, it's pretty gosh dang flat. Now, even though Kansas is not the flattest, it is the state most often ranked flattest when the general population is asked. It is truly scientifically flatter than a pancake. It's been demonstrated, but there's more to the story than that. In 2003, researchers took a 130-millimeter wide pancake procured from IHOP and analyzed its local reliefs. They found the difference between high and low points was on the order of about 2 millimeters. If a typical pancake like this was the size of Kansas, 5 million times larger, 2-millimeter high peaks would be 10-kilometer high mountains. In comparison, Mount Everest is only about 8.8 kilometers tall, and Earth's deepest scar, the Marianas Trench, is thought to be just under 11 kilometers deep. So, not only is Kansas about as smooth as a pancake, but so is every other state in the Union, and so is the entire world. If you were a giant holding the planet in your hands like this, you and it would be torn apart by the immense tidal forces created by your gravities. If somehow you could avoid that, though, the planet would feel not much rougher than running your hands over a pancake. But a soggy one, right? I mean, most of Earth's surface is covered in water. Your hands would get wet. Or would they? Yes, Earth is covered in liquid, but the depth of that liquid, like the mountains above, just doesn't compare to the total size of the planet. As it turns out, if the Earth was the size of a typical classroom globe, like this one, 1 foot in diameter, the volume of water contained in, above, and on it would only be about 14 milliliters. That's this much water. It's kind of hard to believe because at this scale, spreading this much water across all of the ocean's surfaces would be pretty much impossible due to surface tension, but this is it. All of Earth's water compared to all of Earth. 90% of the space on our planet life can live in is in here. The other 10% is dry land. So no, you wouldn't get wrinkly fingers playing with an Earth like this. You could sop it dry just with a paper towel. Despite the incredible area oceans cover on our planet, their depth is just nothing compared to the size of our entire planet. Now, you may have heard it said that if the entire planet were shrunk down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball. After all we've seen so far, that seems believable, but as it turns out, it's not true. The misconception stems from the interpretation of the World Pool Billiard Association's rules. Now, according to them, a ball must have a diameter of 2.25 inches, plus or minus 5 thousandths of an inch. Now, some writers have taken this to mean that pits and bumps of 5 thousandths of an inch are allowed. Proportionately, on Earth, that would mean a mountain that was 28 kilometers high. So, since Earth has none of those, Earth must be smoother than a billiard ball. Except, if bumps that high were actually allowed on a pool ball, a ball covered with 120 grit sandpaper would be within regulation. Clearly, the 5,000ths rule is more about roundness, deviation from a sphere, and not texture. In fact, as microscopic photography has shown, imperfections on regulation balls are only 1/100,000th of an inch, or about half a micrometer deep and high. Scaled down to the size of a billiard ball, Earth's Marianas Trench would be 49 micrometers deep. So, Earth is smoother than a pancake, but not smoother than a billiard ball. Nor, as XKCD wonderfully showed, is Earth smoother than a bowling ball. But hold on. Earlier we were using the word flat. Now we're using the word smooth. That distinction is important. You see, the Earth isn't flat like a plane. Instead, it curves. It's a ball. Pieces of Earth, like Kansas, might be quite smooth, but they curve along with Earth. If you were to stand in the middle of Kansas, people on the eastern or western edges of the state would appear to be not level with you, but about 8.1 kilometers below you. That's nearly the height of Everest, and if they stood straight up, they'd be tilted nearly 2 degrees relative to where you thought up was. Now here's an interesting coincidence. Generally speaking, 1 mile from where you are, Earth curves down about 8 inches. 1 kilometer from where you stand, it curves down about 8 centimeters. Now the rate of drop due to curvature isn't a linear one. You can't just multiply any distance by 8 to get the drop due to curvature. Instead, use an online calculator like the one I've linked down in this video's description. You can put in any distance you want. Anyway, the visibility limit caused by Earth's curvature is your horizon. It encircles you like a visual cage, but it's a cage whose radius is determined by how high up your eyes are. Conan O'Brien, at 6 foot 4 inches tall, can see up to 5 kilometers in any direction, but Snooki, at 4 foot 8, can only see about 4.3. To find out how far away your horizon is, geometrically, just use the online tools I've put down in the description below. Earth's texture can get in the way of your horizon, but can also cause things beyond the horizon to peek into view. HeyWhat'sThat.com factors all of this in. Now, if Earth was a smooth sphere, the view from atop Ben Nevis, the highest mountain in the British Isles, would end at the horizon 131 kilometers away, about 80 miles. Such an area would look like this. But factoring in Earth's ups and downs, here's a more precise boundary of what you can see. Loch Traig, Scottish Gaelic for Lake of Death, is only about 10 miles from the peak. That's within an 80-mile radius, but it can't be seen because terrain in the way blocks it. Parts of the Atlantic Ocean and the North Sea, 8 times further away, can be seen. They lie at the limit of Earth's curvature, just before it bends the surface out of sight. These spikes extending beyond the geometric horizon are caused by things beyond it that are tall enough to peak above Earth's curvature. In the case of Ben Nevis, this includes high elevation parts of Northern Ireland. Okay, enough about the surface and what it's like close up. Let's go further away and see more. This will be fun, but there will be a trade-off. The further away you are from something, the smaller it will appear to be. Moving away from Earth will make more area available to see, but that area will take up less of your field of view. It can be difficult to illustrate this in a YouTube video because your field of view, the shape and size of what you can see with your head still, just by moving your eyes around, is about 120 degrees up and down and more than 180 degrees horizontal. A screen is just a window of that space, nowhere close to filling it unless you get uncomfortably close. To help us visualize large apparent sizes, let's replace the spherical Earth with a flat disk that's always the same distance from the observer. This disk can be given an apparent size equal to Earth's from any altitude, and the disk can contain on it everything that would fit within your horizons from any altitude. Okay, so standing on the surface, looking straight down, Earth will take up nearly a full 180 degrees of your field of view.
With your arms extended straight out parallel to Earth, your fingers will point to the edges of the planet, your horizon. From 400 kilometers up, about where the ISS orbits, 3% of the Earth's surface is within your horizon, but the Earth will only take up about 140 degrees of your vision. Your fingers would point to Earth's edges if you narrowed your arms' angles each by the width of 2 outstretched fists. One fist is about 10 degrees across at arm's length. Now, you can move your eyes from edge to edge horizontally here, but you can't quite take in the full width vertically. But from more than twice this altitude, 1,000 kilometers away, Earth is only 120 degrees across. That's one less fist width each. This is perfect. That fits within our narrower vertical field of view. So, from 1,000 kilometers up, about 620 miles, you can just start to see Earth as a complete disk right in front of you at once. However, only 7% of Earth fits within the horizon from up here. Images of Earth taken by satellites this far up, like the Suomi NPP, look kind of weird. I mean, North America doesn't actually take up this much of the globe. Earth's 120-degree width has been compressed to fit in an image much narrower. Compare Africa from its height to the famous blue marble picture taken from 45,000 kilometers away. The latter looks more realistic, like looking at a globe on your desk. Geosynchronous satellites are about 35,000 kilometers high. From their altitude, 43.4%, nearly a whole half of Earth's surface is visible, but the Earth only takes up a meager 17 degrees. You could completely cover it with 2 outstretched palms. That's incredible. But what about from the moon? Well, from that far away, Earth is only about 2 degrees across. You could block it out with your outstretched thumb. However, you can see more of Earth, you can see further around its curvature. From the moon, 49% of Earth's surface is visible. Just 49. If you want to see 50, half of Earth's surface at once, you have to go even further away. In fact, you have to go infinitely far away, which you can't. The most of a sphere you can see at once with your own eyes is just half. But in the real world, way before you were actually infinitely far away, the amount of light reaching you from Earth's surface would become so small and infrequent that you wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Stars, like our sun, are much brighter and bigger than the Earth, but only a handful have, even with our best technology, been resolved as anything larger than just a single point. From 1,000th of a light year away, our own sun would look like every other star in the sky, a single point to the naked eye, only about as wide as R Doradus, the widest star in our sky. From 91 light years away, the point of our sun would dim to a level undetectable by the naked eye. It would disappear. Most of the stars in the night sky you can see with your naked eye are further away than that. We can see them though because they're brighter and bigger than our own sun, which means if there's life out there, living in systems around the stars we've marveled at and written stories about since humanity began, chances are we are not part of their constellations or folklore. We're a dark patch in the sky to them, an ignorable emptiness framing other stars, the ones they marvel at, while not knowing we're here or that there's anything here. And as always, thanks for watching. If you don't follow me on Twitter or Instagram, you are missing out on a treasure trove of premium content. So check that out. And know this, I love you. Oh, and this Vsauce shirt is only available to Curiosity Box subscribers. This shirt comes in the latest box. If you sign up now, you will get this shirt, so long as you sign up before it sells out. The Curiosity Box is good for all brains. It comes to your door 4 times a year full of science gear and toys that I want you to have. I want you to hold and learn from. Also, a portion of the proceeds from every box goes to Alzheimer's research. I'm incredibly proud of it. But what's going on this shirt? Well, it's modular multiplication around a circle. We have the numbers 1 to 40 around the outside of a circle connected to their product with the number 4. So 1 is connected to 4, 2 is connected to 8, 3 is connected to 12, and so on, even past 40. You could keep imagining the numbers continuing. For instance, 1 can become 41, 2 can become 42, and this emerges, the Vsauce V. Many other shapes can be made by using different multipliers or different numbers around the circle. Mathologger has a fantastic video on this topic, which you should check out. I've linked it down in the description. Thank you for being curious, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Do you want my head delivered to your door in a box? Well, too bad. I only have one head, and I already called dibs on it. Plus, my neck is like pure muscle. This head ain't never coming off. The next best thing is what actually comes in the Curiosity Box by Vsauce. It is chock full of science gear designed by us. It's pretty amazing, and a portion of all proceeds go to Alzheimer's research. So a subscription isn't just good for your brain, it's good for all of our brains. Now, if you subscribe right now, there's still time to get this box, the latest one. It is full of brain food, including the topic of this video, a gyroscope. If you hold a gyroscope in the palm of your hand, upright like this, it will fall over. That's not very surprising. You see, the trick is to take the included string and thread it through a hole and then spin the disc around so the string wraps around and around and around and around. Once it's sufficiently wound up, hold the outside and give the string a firm pull. Ah, yeah. Now, the gyroscope appears to defy gravity. The axis it spins around is like glued in place, almost cosmically. If you could get this to spin long enough, you could actually watch as that axis did move. But not because it actually moved, because you and Earth moved around it. That's actually where it gets its name, gyroscope. You can use it to scope, watch, the gyration, rotation of the Earth, as Leon Foucault did in 1852 when the device got its name. But how does it work? Why are spinning things so stable? Also, watch this. If I give it a good spin and then hang it from its own string sideways, it will remain parallel to the ground but precess around. To get to the bottom of what's up, or what's up, as the cool kids are saying nowadays, begin by imagining yourself swinging a ball around your head on a rope. Even though the ball is following a curved path, its velocity is at any given instant straight, tangent to its path. You can demonstrate this to yourself by letting go. The ball will shoot out at the velocity it had at the moment you let go. It doesn't curve away or fly directly away. While rotating, the rope keeps the ball always at the same distance from the center, which means continuously changing the direction of the ball's velocity. Now, that requires force, and in this case, that force is delivered by tension in the rope, the same intermolecular forces that attract neighboring rope molecules to each other and are the reason the rope doesn't just disintegrate. Also, resist the ball's momentum acting on it, such that its velocity changes every next instant so as to always follow a circular path. This center-seeking force that acts on the ball is called a centripetal force. It can be provided by a rope, an entire disk of material, something invisible like gravity, or from the other side by a wall or banked track. Side note, notice that there is no force acting on the ball that goes directly outward, away from the center, what we often hear called a centrifugal or centrifugal force.
You know, the force you seem to feel when you lock hands with someone and you both spin around and you feel pulled straight back, or when a car you're in turns quickly and you're suddenly thrown away from the center. The thing is, this seemingly outward directed force isn't a force at all. It's actually just an object's inertia, the path the object would take if no other forces acted on it, being blocked by a force, a centripetal force. Across sufficiently short timescales, an inertial path can seem like its opposite, a centripetal force, but if allowed to follow its inertial path for a while, the difference becomes more clear. Here is a ball in orbit. If the centripetal force is removed, it will continue along on a path tangent to its previous circular one. The outline represents where the ball would be if it hadn't have been released. Now, at first, the separation between the two appears to occur directly away from the center, straight out. But if allowed to continue, a more interesting path emerges. From the perspective of the outline, which is still moving counterclockwise, the solid ball appears to be receding and dragging behind, clockwise. This is due to the Coriolis effect, which we will talk about soon, but first, let's push some stuff around. It could really be anything, but I would love to use this ball. It's very cool. It has fiber optic properties. It would be awesome to get these into curiosity boxes down the line. I will see what I can do. Anyway, if I push the ball, it will move in the direction of my force. Pretty simple. But if the ball is moving before I touch it, its velocity doesn't just disappear. Instead, both combine and the ball moves according to their sum. The lower its initial momentum, the greater this angle. Now, let's go back to circular motion. Imagine a satellite orbiting Earth. Its velocity is, as we showed before, at all times tangent to its circular path. A centripetal force from gravity continuously swings its velocity around so that every 90 degrees it starts pointing more and more in the opposite direction it used to be. Just like with the ball, a downwards force won't send it straight down. Instead, the vectors combine, resulting in a new path like this. 90 degrees ahead, it reaches the maximum distance it will travel in the direction of our force before going back. The key point here is that a downwards force at this location didn't move the orbit like this. It moved the orbit like this, tilting it 90 degrees ahead of where we acted. Now, imagine the satellite as a small piece of our gyroscope. Pushing down here will cause the piece to assume a path that would take it like this. But of course, since the disk is solid and all of its pieces quite rigidly push and pull each other, the gyroscope itself tilts like this. Or if the gyro pivots around a point below its center, like this. If the gyro wasn't spinning, pushing it down here would have just caused this to happen. But when something is spinning, its component parts have other vectors you need to consider. I learned a fun demonstration of this from a great video by Matthias Wandel. This is a cardboard disc. I cut it out myself. Now I can balance it on the end of a pen, just like this. And if I blow on the side nearest me, it tilts to me. Not very surprising. But if the disc is spinning and I blow in the same place, it tilts to the right. And if I blow on the side nearest you, instead of tilting to you, well, it tilts to the left. If, instead of applying my force in one location the whole time, I instead apply the force wherever the tilt is greatest down, well, the tilt will glide around and around. Watch. I've run out of air, but the point is, this is exactly what is going on when a gyroscope here on Earth is spun up and tilted. The tilt glides around. This is called precession. What's happening is actually very similar to my breath moving around, except instead of my breath, it's gravity. No matter how perfectly upright a gyroscope is, it will not stay that way forever. Any deviation, no matter how slight, will allow gravity to form a torque. A torque occurs whenever a force rotates an object around a pivot point. If the disk is spinning, the effect of that torque will move 90 degrees ahead in the rotation, like so. But now the torque is operating this way, so its effect will have to be felt 90 degrees ahead, and so on, and well, what do you know, the gyroscope precesses. Now, if it wasn't for friction and air resistance and other forces meddling with this disk, it would just precess at the same angle forever. But of course, well, we live in a world with friction and air resistance and all that good stuff, so the disk spins down. In the same way that a slower moving ball is deflected with a steeper angle. As the disk slows down, each piece of it is given a steeper and steeper orbit around. The gyroscope tilts further and further down until it hits the ground and eventually slows to a stop. Take a look at this bicycle wheel. It's like our gyroscope, but bigger. I have a string tied to its handle right here, so when lifted like this, a torque is applied by gravity, like so. It's equivalent to a force up here in this direction, and a force on the wheel down here in this direction. If I let go, those two forces will do their work. Okay, pretty predictable. But if I get this wheel spinning, there will be other vectors at play. A piece of the wheel, moving, say, counterclockwise along with the rest of the wheel, down here will have a velocity tangent to its circular path, but also a torque pushing it this way. That will cause its orbit, like in our gyroscope, to move like this. This force will have its maximum impact 90 degrees ahead in the rotation, so the wheel will turn like this, but, well, there's still a torque here, pushing the bottom of the wheel this way, moving that 90 degrees ahead. We see that the wheel will just keep turning, and in fact, that's what it will do. If I can get it up to a fast enough speed, then, ta-da! An even bigger spinning object is the Earth, and we are all on it, strapped in by friction and gravity for the ride. A ride with some surprising consequences. A helicopter can't just lift up off the ground, remain motionless, and allow the Earth to rotate under it. It doesn't work that way. This is because the helicopter, the ground it used to be on, and the air all around it are all also traveling with the Earth's spin. But if you had a magic paper airplane that could be thrown really far, and you decided to throw it directly north to your friend, Earth's spin would come into play. No matter how dead on your aim was, every time you would find that the plane drifts a bit east, as if pushed by some mysterious force. And likewise, your friend to the north would find that their plane, thrown south directly at you, would always drift a bit west. This is called the Coriolis effect. You are both on Earth, and you're both always north and south of each other, but in a day, your friend nearer the pole travels a shorter total distance around. It's less distance in the same time. Your friend is moving slower than you. Your plane, meanwhile, is spinning at your faster velocity, and it continues to have this velocity after you throw it. As it moves towards the pole, it finds itself amongst slower and slower things, so it pulls ahead of them and drifts east in the direction of Earth's spin. Your friend's plane, meanwhile, finds itself amongst faster and faster moving things that it falls behind. There's a vertical version of the Coriolis effect as well. An object suspended very high, right up above you, will actually fall a bit to the east if dropped, and anything you throw straight up at it will curve away to the west a bit. The higher up object, whose circular path around is bigger, covers more distance in the same time than you. These velocities don't just disappear when things are dropped or thrown up, so you both miss your marks. It's also why the directly outward pointing force you feel when spinning is fictitious. Your inertial tendency to move in a straight line takes you further from the path you're on to where things have to have higher velocities to rotate at the same rate. If you fly out long enough, you'll notice yourself falling behind your original rotation pace, not with it always directly out. Finally, lose weight fast, but not mass, with this one weird trick discovered by a Hungarian nobleman and physicist. People who think the Earth is flat hate him. It's called the Utvush effect. In the early 1900s, Baron Roland von Utvush was looking at gravity measurements taken on ships at sea and noticed that readings were lower when ships were traveling east and higher when they were traveling west. Further investigations found that, yes, in fact, when traveling, on foot, in a car, on a bike, in a plane, doesn't matter, you weigh less when traveling east and more when traveling west. In fact, an airplane flying east at the equator experiences an apparent weight reduction of about 0.9%. So if you want to quickly lose a bit over a pound, about half a kilo, get on that plane. What causes this effect? Well, when you're spinning with the Earth, you have a linear velocity, but gravity, a centripetal force, is always resisting this. If gravity was turned off and the Earth remained whole, you'd be flung off on a tangent that rose above your usual path. For this reason, your inertial tendency to take this tangent path is a sort of lift. It's not enough to take you off the surface. Earth doesn't spin fast enough for that to happen, but just as I can lift something that's on a scale and make it way less without completely removing it from the scale, so too does your inertial path lift you just a bit. Traveling east adds to the velocity Earth's spin gives you and provides more of this kind of lift in a direction away from the surface, making you lighter. Conversely, traveling west decreases your velocity in that direction, lowering its lifting effect on your weight. I will be thinking about this and maybe even weighing myself very precisely while I'm traveling the country with Brain Candy Live. You got your tickets already, right? Don't wait. It is very, very exciting, and I cannot wait to get a chance to see you all in person and be more interactive with this kind of stuff, and do so on a much bigger, louder, personal scale. Also, subscribe to the Curiosity Box for more Mind Dynamite. It's fantastic, and it helps a very, very good cause. I so fully stand behind it. I'm very proud of it. And you know what? Go subscribe to Dong while you're at it. My latest video there is all about some of my favorite free physics simulators on the internet. You are all great. I appreciate your time. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. No rocks from Mars have ever been brought back to Earth, and no human has ever touched anything on Mars. But that's about to change. National Geographic has asked me and Jake and Kevin to talk about Mars because they have a show coming out soon all about how we are planning to turn Mars into a home, a place where humans will soon be living and working. It's a plan set to become a reality in the 2030s. That's cool, but beyond just how, there are everyday life questions raised. We would be literally beginning society all over again on a new planet. Whose laws will Martian colonists follow? What kind of watches, clocks, and calendars will they use? And what will be lost if we as a species gain Mars? Is it okay to touch Mars? What will its flag look like? In 1998, Pascal Lee designed a flag for Mars that was flown at the Hutton Mars Project Research Station, where how humans might live and work on other planets was studied. The flag is a nod to Kim Stanley Robinson's famous Red Mars, Green Mars, and Blue Mars trilogy. Should we have the technological and political ability to do so at some point in the future, we could terraform Mars from a red planet into a green with life and then blue watery Earth-like one. This flag has since been used by a number of Mars exploration societies and was even flown into space aboard Space Shuttle Discovery by astronaut John M. Grunsfeld in 1999. That all makes it a pretty good contender to be the first official flag of Mars. The Outer Space Treaty, of course, prohibits national appropriation of celestial bodies, but it doesn't necessarily stop private individuals or companies from doing so. But since it takes months at best to actually go between Earth and Mars and minutes to even communicate at light speed, how would and who would enforce laws on Mars? If Martian colonists did things that we here on Earth disagreed with, what could we do to pressure them otherwise or punish them for being criminals? One idea, extraterrestrial liberty, is to just give up control and release those headed to Mars from all current Earth-based laws their nationalities hold them to allow them to become Mars citizens, able to make laws, elect, live, and die the way they want, free from any currently existing state. That might be reasonable, but it raises another question. When is Mars now? What time is it there? For colonists on Mars, an Earthwatch would be of very little help. A day on Mars, the time it takes the planet to turn around once, sunrise to sunrise, is about 2.7% longer than on Earth. I mean, that's pretty close, but over time it adds up. Gradually, an Earthwatch on Mars would drift, and the time it said would tell you very little about night and day on the red planet. To combat this, scientists on Earth who work with robotic rovers on Mars use Mars time. They actually live by it. You can download a program that tells you solar times on Mars, or do what many scientists have done. Get yourself a watch that runs 2.7% slower than usual. If every second, every minute is 2.7% slower than it should be, it'll be perfect for matching Mars's rotation. That could spell trouble for Martian colonists, though, who wish to tune into live events on Earth, like sports or award shows. But again, given the immense travel time between the two Earthlings and Martians, may find that having similar timekeeping systems just isn't really that necessary in their everyday lives. Okay, right now on Earth, it is 2016. As we know, one trip through all the seasons from now will have been a year. But in that same time, Mars will have only traveled part of the way through its seasons. If Martian colonists continue to use Earth years, that's okay, but it would mean that for them, years would feel a bit arbitrary. They wouldn't contain environmental cycles like ours do. Perhaps, if they feel disconnected and emancipated from Earth calendars, they'll just use their own Martian year system as well. A few such calendars have been proposed, some divided into familiar week and month lengths, but with about twice as many of each per year. The thing, however, that fascinates me most about putting humans, living things on Mars, is a more touching topic. Literally, humans will likely touch the red planet in our lifetimes, and the first to do so will be famous. But joke's on them? I mean, we, me, you, we're all already touching Mars. Let me ask you this, where did you get that body? That one you're in right now? It's made of atoms and molecules, but they come and go. You eat and breathe and absorb things, use them for a while, but eventually shed or exhale or otherwise pass them through. A month from now, your skin will be completely different skin, all new cells. The red blood cells you've got now will only be with you for about another 4 months. Like a water wave, you're a temporary arrangement of stuff, a really neat thing that dirt does. But not all of this dirt that you are, the dust in From Dust to Dust, is Earth dirt. New stuff is always falling to Earth, anywhere from 5,000 to 300,000 kilograms of space rock, dust, debris, asteroid fragments a day, some of which inevitably winds up being you, part of your body for a while. Now, that may sound like a lot of material, but compared to the mass of Earth, it's small. Some of these ET rocks are debris that's been floating around our solar system since the planets formed. Some has come from asteroid collisions, some has even come from interstellar space, beyond our solar system. What's neat is that because atoms and molecules are so small, even the tiny amount of interstellar material landing here adds up to a lot at the atomic scale. Ask a physicist estimated that if only 0.01% of all the extraterrestrial material falling to Earth comes from beyond our solar system, and even if only 10% of that stuff is water, that would still mean that 50 billion, 50 billion with a B, of the water molecules in your body right now, as you watch this video, were in interstellar space fewer than 1,000 years ago. Some of the space material falling to Earth comes from planets like Mars. When powerful enough impacts occur on its surface, Martian material can reach escape velocity and begin an interplanetary journey. Rarely, but occasionally, this journey terminates on Earth. It's been estimated that Martian meteorites only fall to Earth about once every 50 years or so. That's a long time in human years, but in planet years, that's nothing. Your physical body, right now, likely contains billions of atoms that used to be on Mars and arrived here on Earth in the last 1,000 years. If you consider stuff from Mars that's been here on Earth for less than a millennium as being Martian, well, it's tenable to say that you are 0.0000000000000000001% Martian. But before you get too excited, there's a difference between Martian debris that was roasted and exploded in our atmosphere centuries ago and actual still on Mars material. The difference might be small, or it might be big. When Apollo 11 astronauts returned from the moon, they didn't splash down and then run into the arms of family members. Instead, they were locked away in quarantine for 3 weeks, just in case the moon harbored any kind of previously unknown or unthinkable life form, an organism or virus that could have come back to Earth with them, one that Earth life had never encountered and thus never been naturally selected to resist. The threat of a moon bug pandemic wiping out life on Earth was just large enough that NASA took precautions. Though later, Buzz Aldrin admitted on Twitter that their quarantine facility wasn't perfectly sealed. Luckily, no moon germs escaped and infected all Earth life, probably because there weren't any to begin with. After Apollo 14, the moon quarantine requirement was lifted because it had become sufficiently clear that the moon was devoid of life. But Mars? Well, we still don't know exactly. We haven't found macroscopic life on Mars, but the possibility of tiny things hasn't yet been ruled out. And the incredible consequences contamination could have means it remains a serious concern. There's even an advocacy group of scientists from all over the world called the International Committee Against Mars Sample Return. But it's not just bat contamination that matters, the transfer of extraterrestrial organisms to Earth. There's also forward contamination, the transfer of Earth organisms to things in space. Any life that might currently exist on Mars could be incredibly vulnerable to things we here on Earth barely notice, but accidentally bring there. How sad would it be to one day find life on Mars, only to realize that it's all dead? Everything it had to teach us about itself, about Mars, about the solar system, about life, wiped out just a few years ago by a virus stowed away unbeknownst to us on one of our robotic missions. Extremophile organisms have been found that may be able to survive such a trip,
life here on Earth may have even arrived from space in that way, a concept called panspermia. So, should we be scared of monsters beyond our atmosphere? I'm reminded of the glowworm. In their larval stage, the glowworms stick to the tops of caves and leaves, usually above water sources. Their glow resembles the night sky, the tempting expanse of other worlds beyond our own. Like us, bugs are attracted to this vista, believing it's a way out of the cave. Of course, it's not. The glowworms dangle sticky mucus strings from their perches, snares that capture their prey. Are the real stars no different? A clever trap that keeps alien predators fed? Probably not. But that hasn't stopped space agencies like NASA from forming divisions like their Office for Planetary Protection, a group that oversees plans for missions that might bring Earth and alien life into contact. Currently, all missions to Mars must satisfy the Coleman-Sagan equation. This sterilization restriction works to ensure that the probability of us contaminating places like Mars with foreign earthly organisms is not 0, but at most 1 in 10,000. That was considered acceptable given the number of Mars missions we'd probably do before fully understanding its exobiology. So far, we have no evidence that anything is alive on Mars right now, or has ever been. But that brings us to ANSMET, the Antarctic Search for Meteorites, an effort that since 1976 has found more than 20,000 extraterrestrial rocks in Antarctica. The first one they found in Allen Hills in 1984 was special. For one thing, it's believed to have originated on Mars. It's estimated that about 17 million years ago, this piece of rock was blasted off the surface of Mars by a meteor and reached terminal velocity about 5 kilometers per second, fast enough to leave Mars entirely. After flying through space for a very long time, 13,000 years ago, it got captured by Earth's gravity and fell to our planet's surface. 12 years after its discovery, the presence of what looked like microscopic fossils were discovered on the rock. Could they be evidence of Martian life? The claim didn't convince everyone, but to this day, the structure's exact origins haven't been explained. How exactly to tell whether they're caused by living things isn't agreed on either, but the finding was a major event in the field of astrobiology and the public's understanding of it. The discovery was possibly so momentous that US President Bill Clinton gave remarks about it, saying,
"Today, Rock 84001 speaks to us across all those billions of years and millions of miles. It speaks of the possibility of life. If this discovery is confirmed, it will surely be one of the most stunning insights into our universe that science has ever uncovered."
After his statement, these are the two questions he was asked by the press. Did he believe abortion rights were under attack? And where did he get his tie? The thing is, alien nanobacteria don't wear ties. They don't legislate or govern us or control our lives or look anything like us. If they exist, we'll most likely be in control of them and probably actually not even notice them under our boots. So does protecting or preserving them not matter? I mean, should we just not let them get in the way of our progress as a species? Well, that's a fundamental question that touches upon what we want our purpose to be in this universe. Labeling parts of Mars "don't touch" as parks would be a great way to preserve it as it was before we came, so that our grandchildren and their children can see what Mars was like for, well, most of human history. Others have argued that we shouldn't go at all, that Mars is best left to itself. Humans ruin things, and what right do we have to alter Mars if we can help ourselves? Still, others say, why stop at natural parks? If we find viable life on Mars, it may be struggling to survive. A rare relic, perhaps from a time when Mars was more hospitable to life. They argue that we should help change Mars so that those remaining Martian organisms can thrive and multiply and be their best selves. With our technology,
intelligence and sapience, we perhaps alone in the solar system have the power to help them, and we should help ourselves to Mars second. These aren't just hypothetical philosophical problems, by the way. With plans for manned missions to Mars just a bit under 2 decades away, they're questions we will actually need to answer quite soon. Should humans go to Mars? It would be a great way to spread out, to diversify our habitats so we're still around should anything happen to Earth. And of course, it does give us more space for more people. But for what? Ultimately, Jupiter doesn't care if there are 7 billion humans or 7 trillion. The volcanoes of Io will continue erupting whether or not we write any more poems about love. If humans were wiped out today, the fundamental forces of the universe wouldn't change, and distant galaxies would continue their journeys into the abyss, beyond the observable universe, just as they already are and always will. What good is life to the universe? Perhaps it has none. But we are possibly its greatest and only hope to find out. We may not treat life as well as we could, but whatever this darned life thing is, keeping it around might very well be up to us. We owe it at least that much. And as always, thanks for watching. For more on how we plan to make Mars home, check out National Geographic's new global event series, Mars, premiering Monday, November 14th at 9/8 Central. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. There is an art museum on the moon. Supposedly, we can't be sure until we go back and check, but as the story goes, in 1969, Fred Waldhauer from Bell Laboratories and sculptor Forrest Myers convinced an engineer working on the Apollo 12 lunar lander to hide a itsy-bitsy, roughly 2 by 1 centimeter ceramic tile within the gold blankets wrapped around parts of the spacecraft that would be left on the moon. And etched onto that chip were artworks by famous artists. According to everyone involved, the plan worked. And when the Apollo 12 team left the moon, the wafer was still there. Now, 2 days later, Myers told the New York Times what they had done, and this image of the wafer was published. It contains a Rauschenberg straight line, a Oldenburg drawing of Mickey Mouse. Pretty cool, and the story is likely to be true. If confirmed, that would make this wafer the first and currently only art museum on the moon. But the thumb is covering something. In fact, it's covering Andy Warhol's submission. Why? Well, according to Warhol, all he did was innocently etch his initials on the chip. He stylized them like this. He drew a somewhat funny W for Warhol, and then put a line right across here to make this bit look like an A. That's it, it's just his initials. Here's an unobscured view of a replica. That's on the moon right now. I, however, am on Earth right now in North America, and this is a map of North America, which is cool because if you are in the place you have a map of, well, mathematically, there will always be some point on your map that is directly above the place in the real world it represents. Always. It doesn't matter how you hold the map. It can be rotated, flipped, even twisted, folded, or crumpled. It is guaranteed by Brouwer's fixed point theorem. A fixed point is anything that goes nowhere after a transformation. Brouwer's theorem tells us that it is impossible to completely mix up a set of points if they are bounded, without holes, and transformed continuously with no cutting or gluing. Without bounds, every point can be mapped somewhere new. Around holes, every point can be mapped somewhere new. And if you cut or glue, every point can be mapped somewhere new. But otherwise, mixing will always fail somewhere. A transformation is continuous if, as the distance between any 2 points reaches 0 in the before state, it also approaches 0 in the after state. Each square of this checkerboard is filled with point-like pixels of a unique color. As we transform it, let's have pixels still within the square they began in glow. Okay, as you can see, no matter how you resize or manipulate the checkerboard, it will always glow somewhere. You cannot get every pixel to be simultaneously outside of its original square, unless you cut or move the whole shape outside of the space it used to fill. Here's a question. Do you think you can completely mix up coffee in a mug by stirring? Well, of course you can. Not. Stirring coffee is a continuous transformation of the coffee and everything stays within the same space. So Brouwer's fixed point theorem applies. No matter how well you try to stir, there will always be, after the liquid has settled, at least one point that you stirred right back to where it was before. A fixed point. To be sure, coffee isn't made out of points, it's made out of molecules, but they're quite tiny and very numerous, so within a degree of error, it'll pretty much hold. Fixed points don't just frustrate your ability to fully mix things, they can also suck you toward them. They can be attractive, like the number 9. Try this. Think of a number with more than one digit and then add up its digits. Now subtract that sum from the original number to get a new number. If you do this over and over and over again until you're left with a single digit number, you will always end up with 9. Every time. Also, notice that any number with 2 or more digits minus the sum of its digits becomes divisible by 9 right away. What's going on here? Well, there's nothing mystical about 9ness in general. Instead, it's just a consequence of how we write numbers. Numbers can be written in all sorts of ways, but the most common, base 10 positional notation, makes the 9 trick work. In this system, a number like 25 doesn't mean 2 and 5, it means 10 2s and 1 5. That's 25. So subtracting out just the positional digits of a number removes one member from each group. The digit you have 1 of completely disappears. The digit you have 10 of goes down to 9 copies. The digit you have 100 of goes down to 99 copies, and so on. So the whole thing becomes a multiple of 9. Attractive fixed points also play a starring role in a famous method for calculating square roots. It's called the Babylonian method. The number you want to find the square root of is called the radicand, and its square root is some number that is equal to the radicand divided by itself. Okay? Now, step 1 of this method is guess. If your guess is lower than the actual answer, the radicand divided by your guess will be larger than the answer, and vice versa. The true answer will always be somewhere in between those two values. So after you guess, take both values and find their average. It'll be a point in between, and now use this value as your guess and keep going. You will converge towards the true square root at a pretty nice speed. The number of correct digits in your approximation will roughly double after every iteration. That's pretty cool, but let's talk about infinity, specifically
Aleph numbers. They describe sizes of well-ordered infinities. The smallest is Aleph Null, equal to the quantity of integers that there are. But there are literally larger infinities than that. In order of increasing size, they are Aleph 1, Aleph 2, Aleph 3, and so on. Each one is infinite, but refers to a greater number of things than the infinity before. If you tried to pair up Aleph Null things with Aleph 1 things, you'd literally run out of Aleph Null things first, even though it's endless. You can hear more about Aleph numbers in this video of mine, but here's the thing. There happens to be an Aleph fixed point. Notice that the subscript of each Aleph is equal to the number of infinities less than it. There are none less than Aleph Null, 1 less than Aleph 1, 2 less than Aleph 2, and so on. Each next Aleph number is monstrously bigger than the last, but only adds 1 to the growing list of Alephs. Clearly, these rates are so different, they'll never meet up. But they do. Take a look at this number. Aleph, 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 and so on, an endless cascade of Alephs. How many infinities are smaller than this number? Well, look at its subscript. It's an endless cascade of Alephs, just like the number itself. This is an Aleph fixed point, an infinity so large it is equal to the number of infinities smaller than itself. That's cool, but probably my favorite fixed point related thing is the Borsuk-Ulam theorem. It states that at any given moment, there must be at least one pair of points on Earth's surface that are diametrically opposite one another, but nonetheless have the same temperature and atmospheric pressure. Diametrically opposite points on a sphere are called antipodes, and as I've discussed before, if you place a piece of bread on the ground somewhere on Earth and another one on that point's antipode, well, you've made yourself an Earth sandwich. There are sites that help you locate such opposite points on land, but at this moment in history, you'll notice that most points on land are antipodal to water, which makes sense. The Earth's surface is mainly covered with water, but even though we know that, we don't always appreciate just how gigantic the Pacific Ocean is. Maybe because maps tend to cut right along it, dividing its power. But take a look at this. This is the Atlantic Ocean, all right? This is the Pacific Ocean. It's really more of a water hemisphere. The Pacific Ocean is so large, in fact, it contains its own antipodes, meaning there are places in the Pacific Ocean where you could float. And know that even if you dug a hole straight down through the center of the Earth and emerged on the other side, you would still be in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, anyway, back to Borsuk-Ulam. To see how it works, let's imagine two thermometers on opposite sides of the Earth, A and B. The temperatures they record will probably be different, but if we swap their locations, always keeping them at all times on opposite sides of the planet, their temperature readings will just flip. In order to swap, well, their readings are going to have to cross at least once. No matter how we swap these always antipodal thermometers, a crisscross will have to happen at least once somewhere. Moreover, these fixed points aren't just peppered around the globe willy-nilly. A continuous, unbroken band of them must separate A's region from B's. Why? Well, because if there wasn't such a wall, that would mean there'd be a way to swap them without their readings having to ever meet, which we know can't happen. Okay, next, let's pick a pair of antipodal points on this band and measure atmospheric pressure at both. If they're the same, hey, that's pretty good. Our job is done. But if they're not, we can just swap the barometers along the band. Like with temperature, the pressures they measure swap, so somewhere they will have to have the same value. Even though weather is chaotic and always changing, and even though the other side of the world is very, very far away, there must always be at least two places on opposite ends of the Earth where the temperature and the pressure are the same. This is true, by the way, for any two variables that vary continuously across Earth's surface. 4 is often called a cosmic number. Why? Well, because, try this. Name any number in English, really any at all. Positive, negative, irrational, complex, uninteresting, surreal, infinite, doesn't matter. Now, count the number of letters in its name. This gives you a new number. Count the number of letters in its name and keep going. Eventually, every single time, you will wind up at 4, where you will be stuck looping forever. Side note, if doing something over and over again doesn't produce a different result than just doing it once, the procedure is called idempotent, meaning same power. Taking the absolute value of a number is an idempotent act. Doing it once or doing it a million times gives the same result. Pushing an elevator call button is idempotent. Once pushed, it'll come to you. Pushing it again and again and again and again doesn't make it arrive faster or differently. Anyway, we get stuck at 4 because it's the only number in the English language spelled with the same number of letters as the quantity it represents. About 4 years ago, Reddit user Protocol7 showed that there are no other endless loops except 4, and that while -15 and -17 both contain their absolute value worth of letters, which makes them special to be sure, they obviously aren't spelled with a negative number of letters. 4 is fortunate. There's no escape. A path to it is forced. Oh, fork. It's even on my forearm. Well, I look forward to seeing you again soon. And as always, thanks for watching. I have some exciting news. If you are a parent with young children, or if you are a young child yourself, I have a video over on Sesame Studios that you should check out. Sesame Studios is from the creators of Sesame Street, and it's a great new channel full of really awesome videos for young people. So go check that channel out, subscribe. If your kids use a different account, subscribe through that account or whatever you have to do to get stuff from Sesame Studios. It's great. Kevin and Jake already have videos over there. Go watch mine, check that out, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. If you have a watch or a clock nearby, take a look at its hour hand. It moves, completing a trip all the way around twice a day. Its motion is too slow to see, but try. Really look at it, all right? Now watch how far it travels in 1 second, okay? 1 Mississippi. Done, that's it. See how far it moved? Well, if this watch was the Milky Way, that would be about how far we have traveled in our solar system around our galaxy since the invention of writing. Since the beginning, not of time, but of our history. It's a very small distance, unnoticeable. For most of humanity's existence, there hasn't been writing, physical recordings of events or ideas. Today, of course, we have writing, and we have many different ways to physically store data. We even now have digital ones. But before writing was invented, all humans had
was biological storage. Memories. There was no Wikipedia, no phone book, no library, but what there was old people. Of everyone around, they've experienced the most, heard the most things, had the most thoughts. Even today, with all this stuff around, the oldest among us remain the libraries of things that physical and digital libraries either don't, haven't been, or can't yet chronicle. Aeschylus famously said that memory is the mother of wisdom. But like all storage formats, individuals don't last forever. These can be lost. We can die. These can obsolesce. They can still be around but have no way to be played back or read. They can be abandoned, ignored. These can also just wear out, just as we can forget or develop dementia. Dementia involves a decline in cognitive skills used to perform everyday activities. 60 to 80% of dementia cases are Alzheimer's. The disease is associated with the accumulation of plaques and tangles in the brain, changes accompanied by damage to brain cells and their death. The older a person is, the more likely they are to have developed Alzheimer's. But Alzheimer's is not a part of normal aging. Symptoms of Alzheimer's disease include a decrease in the ability to think and remember, confusion about time and place, new difficulties speaking and writing, changes in mood and personality. As we fight against other diseases and live longer lives, Alzheimer's looms on the horizon as if waiting for us to pass the test of other challenges. As a cause of death from 2000 to 2013, many things decreased, but Alzheimer's has grown. Stopping it, preventing it, postponing its development in our brains long enough that we at least die of something else with our memories is a real goal we can achieve. Your brain fits inside this thing, your skull. Specifically this part back here called the brain case or neurocranium. It's a bone fortress protecting an inner sanctuary called the cranial cavity. Your brain sits right here, except it doesn't really sit so much as it swims. You see, the brain is incredibly fragile and soft and gooey. Model or toy brains tend to be made out of rigid plastic, and actual specimens used in dissection tend to be rubbery because they've been affected by chemicals like formaldehyde. But real, raw, fresh brains, right out of someone's brain case, are soft, like soft tofu. Holding one like this for too long will leave a lasting hand-shaped depression. For that reason, the brain has to float so it doesn't crush itself under its own weight. But it doesn't float in water. Instead, it floats in a special liquid your body makes called cerebrospinal fluid. Now, this isn't a whole brain. This is just the cerebrum, the largest part of the brain. It plays a key role in language, thought, abstract thinking, awareness, consciousness. It thinks it's a pretty big deal. Literally, it's the part of you that does thinking. Anyway, the outside of the cerebrum is called the cortex. Cortex means bark, like tree bark, or a rind, or a husk. If I tear off one of the temporal lobes, we can take a closer look at this rind. It's painted in maroon here. You can see its extent. It's only about 2 to 4 millimeters thick. It's often called gray matter because it appears pinkish yellowish gray in a real brain. Beneath it is the white matter. White because although gray matter contains a lot of cell bodies, the white matter contains mainly axons that are myelinated that send messages from gray matter to gray matter locations. Myelin is a whitish material that insulates electric messages, allowing them to move faster. And fast, they do move. Signals travel through axons at up to 432 kilometers per hour. That's 275 miles per hour. About the top speed of the fastest production car in the world. You could say this car literally travels at the speed of thought. But that's slow compared to the speed of electricity through a conductor, which is closer to 50 to 99% the speed of light. Anyway, the brain is very wrinkly, and that's because a wrinkled shape allows more cerebral cortex to fit into a smaller container. If we could take this entire rind, all of your cerebral cortex, and flatten it out, it would be, well, about like this. It would be about 2 to 4 millimeters thick and have an area equivalent to a square 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, about 20 by 20 inches. Obviously, you can't fit this shape into this shape unless you crumple it up. And now we're getting somewhere. When we crumple the brain up, we get folds. The folds are called gyri, singular gyrus, and the crevices are called sulci, singular sulcus. About 2/3 of your cerebral cortex is buried deep within sulci out of view. As for memories, well, every time you learn something new or memorize something new, your brain doesn't gain another wrinkle or anything like that. Instead, memories appear to be more about connections, relationships, and patterns formed by connected neurons. When neurons fire together again and again, rehearse, their connections and bonds become stronger. They become more likely to fire together again, to be recalled. Roughly, that might be how memory works, and it's a helpful way to think about some interesting phenomena, like the fact that it's quite difficult to list off the name of every book you've ever read. That's like really difficult. But if someone were to just name book titles, you could effortlessly tell them whether or not you'd read the book. Hearing the title likely excites neuron connections more directly involved with the connections associated with your memory of having read that title than a mere prompt to name some books you've read. When brain cells and their connections are damaged, blocked, compromised, or killed, memories can fade and the formation of new memories can be hampered. Learning how this happens in Alzheimer's isn't just important for those diagnosed, but also for all of us interested in memory. In 1 to 5% of Alzheimer's cases, genetic differences can be identified, but the cause of most cases is still mostly unknown. A number of hypotheses and observations exist. For example, we know that 15% of individuals with Down syndrome who live 40 years or longer develop Alzheimer's disease, and 50 to 70% of those who live to 60 do. Down syndrome is caused by the presence of all or part of a third copy of chromosome 21. We still have a lot to learn, but chromosome 21 is also involved in the plaques found in the brains of people with Alzheimer's. Within this chromosome are the genetic instructions for the production of a protein called amyloid precursor protein, or APP. APP seems to play a role in neural growth and repair. It's found on cells throughout the entire body. It's processed by the body in different ways. Most often, an enzyme called alpha secretase cleaves it into SAPP alpha and C83. Less often, an enzyme called beta secretase snips APP a bit higher up, releasing a smaller fragment called SAPP beta. A third enzyme can then come along, gamma secretase, and cleave AICD away, leaving P3 if alpha secretase acted first, and beta amyloid if beta secretase acted first. The normal function of beta amyloid isn't exactly known yet. It may play an important role in healthy brain function, but if too much is made, or maybe if too little is cleared away too slowly, or if the protein folds in the wrong ways, fragments can stick together, creating oligomers, groups of a few pieces, say 4 or 5. These oligomer gangs can then stick to other oligomers and become larger structures called plaques. The effect oligomers and plaques have on brain cells and brain health is being studied. Oligomers may be more toxic. They may allow unregulated ion flow into neurons, causing their deaths. What we do know is that Alzheimer's disease is associated with these plaques in the brain, as well as another protein-related anomaly, tangles. A protein called tau stabilizes microtubules in brain cells, like railroad ties holding tracks together, the tracks that guide nutrients and other molecules throughout the cell. In many neurodegenerative diseases, tau proteins become abnormally sticky and tangle with other tau proteins, compromising the delivery network. We do know some factors associated with increased or decreased risk, but their exact relationships with cognitive decline aren't all certain. Things associated with a reduced risk for Alzheimer's disease include physical activity, a heart-healthy diet, learning a second language later in life, being social, frequently interacting with people, protecting your head, and intellectual activities like crossword puzzles, playing instruments, reading, board games, education. Such activities may improve overall brain health and cognitive skills, leaving you with a brain more resilient to damage should it come. Whatever the case, there's a lot more we can learn. It is incredible and exciting and a little scary to realize how much more we have to learn about the brain. We know more about the orbital mechanics of distant binary stars than we do about the very mechanisms we use to know about them in the first place. Inner space is as mysterious and deep as outer space. And of course, between the two, one doesn't even care if we exist, while the other is us. The wobbly gel in our heads, no stiffer than a good booger, is fragile and still very much of a scientific frontier. It looks like soft meat, but it can not only think, reason, feel, remember, and lie, it can also care for other people and the goopy wrinkled things inside their skulls. It can be patient with them, see them as people no matter how they change, whether by growing up or growing way up. Supporting research, caregivers, and those diagnosed is something we can all do. So thank you. And as always, thanks for watching. Terry Pratchett famously said that right now the sword that will defeat Alzheimer's is probably made of gold. Donations, resources. For the last few years, Vsauce has donated to and supported the Alzheimer's Association. They are great people, and they help me a lot with this video. I've included links to them in the video's description. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Do you have a best friend who is there for you 24/7, 365? Sorry, that's not really good enough. If your friend truly had your back, they would be there for you 24/0000677365724218191. Also, George Washington was born on February 22nd, 1732. At least, that's what we're told. However, his family Bible says he was born on February 11th, 1731/2. So, which is it, Mr. I cannot tell a lie? Oh, and don't even ask about 1752. In Russia, 1752 looked pretty normal. But check out what the British Empire was up to that year. Nothing really out of the ordinary, except Ember. The second was followed by the 14th. Were 11 days just deleted? Where'd they go? What happened then? It is time to question time and how the Earth moves. Reconciling both of these things has led to some pretty strange things. We all love time-lapse videos of the stars moving across the sky, but really, we are the ones who are moving, tumbling through the universe on a giant, wet rock vehicle called Earth with a windshield called the sky. As viewed from above the North Pole, we spin counterclockwise. West chases east. I always remember this by thinking of the US as a weird, mane-headed animal with Texas and Florida legs running forward. But we don't just spin. We also revolve around the sun on a plane tilted 23.4 degrees relative to our spin. It's kind of nauseating at this scale. But from this perspective, you can see that the sun rising and setting is just the Earth pointing you towards and then away from the sun. This motion causes your sunrise, your noon, the moment when the sun is highest in your sky, before your sunset. To more closely investigate this movement, let's talk about meridians. You are on one at this very moment. Your meridian is just a line from where you are right now, straight towards the north and south poles. It's a line of longitude, as opposed to the horizontal lines that lay flat when north or south is up that we call flatitude, or actually latitude. The sun is highest in the sky to you, your noon, when your meridian is pointed right at the sun. A cool thing happens at this moment. All shadows around you point directly towards one of Earth's poles, unless you're on the subsolar point. The subsolar point is the point on Earth's surface directly below the sun. It's always somewhere. You can check its current location online, links as always in the description. On the subsolar point, shadows fall straight down so they can easily disappear. Twice a year, the subsolar point crosses over Hawaii, the only place in the US where it hits land. And when it does, it is called Lahaina noon, meaning cruel sun. Straight vertical objects look unnatural during this brief time, like they don't belong, as if they were photoshopped in without regard for reality. In Honolulu, a sculpture by Isamu Noguchi called Skygate casts a twisted shadow all day, every day, except during Lahaina noon, when its shadow is a perfect circle. You may not live in a place where the sun ever appears directly overhead, but once every Earth rotation, the subsolar point falls somewhere on your meridian, making it noon for you. The technical name for this noon for you is local apparent solar noon. The clock on your wrist and the clock on your phone don't tell you your local apparent solar time, because long ago we realized that if every meridian had its own time, a person just a few kilometers away, seeing different shadows than you did, would disagree with you on what time it was. So towns adopted their own time. Now later on, this trick was standardized and time zones as we know them today came about. But that's not all we didn't like about shadow-based sundial time. To explore deeper, we have to begin by asking, what's a day? I mean, obviously it's just the time it takes the Earth to turn around once, right? But according to what? Everything else in space is moving in some way too. The universe doesn't include a convenient sheet of graph paper at absolute rest we can trace paths on. The best we can do on that front is to look at very, very far, far, far away stars. So far away, like distant features of the landscape out the window of a moving car, they barely move as Earth does. Now, to them,
a meridian on Earth completes a trip around about once every 23.9 hours. This is called a sidereal day. Sidereal means pertaining to the stars. Even though the sidereal day seems pretty clear, it's not what our calendars and clocks are based on, because there's a nearer star whose position relative to us has a bigger effect on our lives. The sun. Looking down on the North Pole at Earth's counterclockwise spin, the Earth also moves counterclockwise around the sun. After a sidereal day, the Earth has moved a bit along its orbit, so some more rotation is required for the same meridian to point back towards the sun again. This longer definition of one rotation is what the modern calendar and clock is based on. It is called the solar day. But here's the thing. Exactly how long the Earth has to rotate to complete a solar day changes day to day. Our clocks are just based on the average amount of time this takes. So, throughout the year, they fall ahead and behind the sun. This is a solograph, a picture of the sun's path across the sky every single day. If our clocks actually told us local apparent solar time, if you took a picture of the sky every day at noon, you should get a line of suns. But this is what really happens. Over the course of a year, it will appear as though your clock is running slow, and then fast, and then slow again, and then fast again. This problem was known since at least ancient times, even if its cause wasn't. In order to reconcile the two, the equation of time was constructed. In this sense, equation means to reconcile. The equation of time was applied to what a clock said in order to compute the real time, the solar time a sundial would show. Now, some fancy clocks, called equation clocks, were made that would do this for you, but eventually, we gave up. We gave up and just said, no, the real time isn't what the sun says, it's what our inventions say. Now, this transition was a big one. It was humanity growing up. It was like the first time you realize you're stronger than your parents. We realized our timepieces were more regular and turned our backs on the timepieces nature had. But what causes this disagreement in the first place? As it turns out, the answer revolves around revolving, the way the Earth revolves around the sun. If the equator faced the sun all the time and the Earth always orbited at the same speed, the subsolar point would just stay right there on the equator throughout the year, and the amount of extra time spent rotating the Earth needed to do to finish a solar day would always be the same. But those two things aren't the case. First of all, the Earth's orbit is slightly elliptical, so its speed varies throughout the year. When it's moving around the sun faster around the beginning of January, the amount of extra turning time needed to complete the solar day is longer than when it's further away from the sun and moving more slowly. There's more. Because the Earth is tilted, the subsolar point is dragged throughout the year in a circle around Earth that's not the equator, so it changes direction, moving northeast, then leveling out and going southeast, before leveling out and going northeast again. During times of the year when the subsolar point is being dragged by Earth's orbit mostly east, it gains against Earth's spin faster. More time is required for the day to finish. Now, by coincidence, we are alive at a time when both of these phenomena lengthen and shorten days at roughly the same time. So they add up, making September 18th almost a minute shorter than the longest day of the year, December 22nd. For Northern Hemispherians, December has the shortest periods of daylight, but the whole solar day, from sunrise to sunrise, is for everyone on Earth the longest of the year on December 22nd. People in the north just spend most of it in darkness. Earth's tilt, it doesn't just affect how long a day is, it also affects how long a year is. This is because the Earth's tilt is what causes the seasons. For the half of the Earth tilted towards the sun, the same amount of solar radiation is spread across less space than it is on the other half, so there's more heat energy laid down per area. This causes what we call summer and winter for the other half. The amount of time from one of these seasonal orientations of the Earth to its occurrence again is called a solar year, or a tropical year. It's a very useful way to define a year because it contains every single season exactly, since it's based on the very orientations that cause them. But the problem is this: the number of solar days that occur in a solar year is not a whole number. It's almost 365. But after that many solar days, about a quarter of a day more happens before the solar year starts again. This makes designing a calendar more like designing a calendar. If your calendar only ever has 365 days in a year, over time, those dates will drift from the seasonal positions they used to occur during. Unless, this extra quarter of a turn adds up to a full day after 4 years. See, March 1st is coming a day too soon now, so if we just delay March by adding an extra day at the end of February every 4 years, a leap day, we're back on track. Leap days do not add days to your life. You're still going to live the same number of them. They just change what we call them. But really, who cares about being 1 day earlier every 4 years? I mean, 1 day isn't much, you'd hardly notice it. But over time, well, if America's founders had declared not only independence from Britain, but also from leap days, and abolished them from happening, today, 240 years later, their calendar would be a full 2 months ahead of Earth's position, putting America's coldest winter days in April and its hottest summer days in October. Adding a day every 4 years is what the famous Julian calendar does. Introduced in 46 BC by Julius Caesar, it was the de facto standardized Western calendar for a very long time, more than a millennium. But it's not perfect. Look closely. Leap days actually move the calendar just slightly too far each time, because I lied. 365.25 solar days don't occur within 1 solar year. The real number is slightly less and fluctuates year to year based on long-term changes to Earth and the sun's movements, which means adding 1 day every 4 years is just a teensy-weensy too many. By 1582, Julian calendar dates were 10 days behind the seasons compared to where they used to be. Now, that's not bad, 10 days in more than a millennium and a half. But the Catholic Church cared, because they wanted Easter to occur exactly when it used to centuries ago. Astronomers at the time realized that if leap days pushed the calendar too far behind the seasons, we would just need to celebrate fewer of them to fix the problem. Specifically, we would need 3 fewer leap days every 4 centuries. The rule they wrote to achieve this stated that every 4 years would continue to be a leap year, except if it was divisible by 100, unless it was also evenly divisible by 400. This removes 3 every 400 years. On October 4th, Pope Gregory XIII introduced this new calendar. It took his name, the Gregorian calendar. He also undid the drift that had occurred since the early days of the Julian and declared on October 4th that tomorrow would be October 15th. October 5th to the 14th never happened in 1582 in countries that listened to the Pope. It took the rest of the world centuries to hop on board. England and its colonies, like the soon-to-be United States of America, adopted the Gregorian in September of 1752, by which point their Julian dates were off from the seasons by 11 days, hence the disappearing of the 3rd through 13th. When adopted, the first of the year was also moved from March to January 1st. This explains why George Washington's birthday has 2 answers. Although more closely hitched
to the seasons than the Julian, the Gregorian calendar still isn't perfect. Its difference causes dates to become one day off from the seasons every 3,216 years. Other calendars have been proposed, like the one Stand Up Maths calculated that drifts off even more slowly. His video is a great watch, by the way. But enough of all of this. Let's sit back and enjoy Earth's movement without trying to divide it up and name it. As a caveat, keep in mind that Earth's oceans and liquid insides and other celestial bodies are always pulling and tugging and sloshing around, minutely changing Earth's movements. Their effect is measurable, but difficult to notice at big scales and also don't look like much in the short term. Short like the length of a human life. Looking from above the North Pole, the equator spins counterclockwise at about 1670 kilometers per hour. Relative to the sun, Earth orbits counterclockwise at 108,000 kilometers per hour, along a path tilted 23.4 degrees to its spin. Within our local neighborhood of stars, our entire solar system is drifting 70,000 kilometers per hour, roughly in the direction of the bright star Vega in the constellation of Lyra. And our solar system is part of a giant galaxy called the Milky Way. On a plane tilted about 60 degrees, approximately like the windshield of a car, looking from above Earth's North Pole, our entire solar system races clockwise around the galactic center at about 792,000 kilometers per hour. Our whole galaxy is also moving through the universe. We know this because when the universe was very young, it was so hot, electrons and protons jumped around, and photons of light scattered constantly. They couldn't travel very far before scattering again, so the universe was opaque. But then, around 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe cooled just enough for electrons and protons to form hydrogen. Suddenly, abruptly, photons decoupled from this obstacle course and could travel relatively unencumbered. The universe became transparent to light. And since that moment, those early photons have been propagating through space. Every day, ancient photons that last scattered off this opaque fog at the moment of decoupling, a light day further from where Earth currently is, reach us. They are part of the cosmic microwave background radiation. It is visible in every direction. Microwave because although they used to be more energetic, the universe's expansion has redshifted them. Now, some parts of this radiation are more redshifted than others because of our own movement through the universe. Controlling for the movements we've already talked about, relative to this infinite, cooling baby picture of the universe, the first and oldest detectable light, we are headed, riding along in the Milky Way, in the direction that the constellations of Leo and Virgo are to us, at a speed of 2.1 million kilometers per hour, towards a thing we don't fully understand yet, simply called the Great Attractor. This is how you, on Earth's surface, are moving through the universe aboard spaceship Earth. Okay, now stop. This is roughly 100 years of Earth's movement through space. This path we've traced, from where we began here, is the path you will take through the universe in your lifetime. You didn't buy a ticket for this ride. Your parents signed you up without asking. But nonetheless, it is quite literally the ride of your life. And as always, thanks for watching. It is now time for a major Vsauce announcement. You know how for the last couple of years we've released a holiday box? Well, introducing the Curiosity Box by Vsauce. We created this thing
As a quarterly box, this comes to you 4 times a year, and it comes packed with amazing, exclusive Vsauce merchandise and incredible geeky toys picked by myself, Kevin, and Jake. Plus, as always, a portion of the proceeds from this box goes to funding Alzheimer's research. You can get your own by subscribing at thecuriositybox.com. I'm incredibly proud of this. Go check it out. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. What is the biggest number you can think of? A Google? A Googleplex? A milli-nillion Olplex? Well, in reality, the biggest number is 40. Covering more than 12,000 square meters of Earth, this 40, made out of strategically planted trees in Russia, is larger than the battalion markers on Signal Hill in Calgary, the 6 found on the fob and badges in England, even the mile of pie Brady unrolled on number file. 40 is the biggest number on Earth in terms of surface area. But in terms of amount of things, which is normally what we mean by a number being big, 40 probably isn't the biggest. For example, there's 41. And then there's 42, and 43, a billion, a trillion. You know, no matter how big of a number you can think of, you can always go higher. So there is no biggest last number. Except infinity? No. Infinity is not a number. Instead, it's a kind of number. You need infinite numbers to talk about and compare amounts that are unending. But some unending amounts, some infinities, are literally bigger than others. Let's visit some of them and count past them. First things first, when a number refers to how many things there are, it is called a cardinal number. For example, 4 bananas, 12 flags, 20 dots. 20 is the cardinality of this set of dots. Now, 2 sets have the same cardinality when they contain the same number of things. We can demonstrate this equality by pairing each member of one set 1-to-1 with each member of the other. Same cardinality, pretty simple. We use the natural numbers, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, as cardinals whenever we talk about how many things there are. But how many natural numbers are there? It can't be some number in the naturals because there'd always be 1 plus that number after it. Instead, there's a unique name for this amount. Aleph Null. Aleph is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and Aleph Null is the first, smallest infinity. It's how many natural numbers there are. It's also how many even numbers there are, how many odd numbers there are. It's also how many rational numbers, that is, fractions, there are. That may sound surprising, since fractions appear more numerous on the number line, but as Cantor showed, there's a way to arrange every single possible rational such that the naturals can be put into a 1-to-1 correspondence with them. They have the same cardinality. Point is, Aleph Null is a big amount. Bigger than any finite amount. A Googleplex, a Googleplex factorial to the power of a Googleplex to a Googleplex squared times Graham's number? Aleph Null is bigger. But we can count past it. How? Well, let's use our old friend, the supertask. If we draw a bunch of lines and make each next line a fraction of the size and a fraction of the distance from each last line, well, we can fit an unending number of lines into a finite space. The number of lines here is equal to the number of natural numbers that there are. The two can be matched 1-to-1. There's always a next natural, but there's also always a next line. Both sets have the cardinality Aleph Null. But what happens when I do this? Now, how many lines are there? Aleph null plus 1? No. Unending amounts aren't like finite amounts. There are still only Aleph null lines here because I can match the naturals 1 to 1 just like before. I just start here and then continue from the beginning. Clearly, the amount of lines hasn't changed. I can even add 2 more lines, 3 more, 4 more. I always end up with only Aleph null things. I can even add another infinite Aleph null of lines and still not change the quantity. Every even number can pair with these and every odd number with these. There is still a line for every natural. Another cool way to see that these lines don't add to the total is to show that you can make this same sequence without drawing new lines at all. Just take every other line and move them all together to the end. It's the same thing. But hold on a second. This and this may have the same number of things in them, but clearly there's something different about them, right? I mean, if it's not how many things they're made of, what is it? Well, let's go back to having just one line after an Aleph null sized collection. What if, instead of matching the naturals 1 to 1, we insist on numbering each line according to the order it was drawn in? So we have to start here and number left to right. Now, what number does this line get? In the realm of the infinite, labeling things in order is pretty different than counting them. You see, this line doesn't contribute to the total, but in order to label it according to the order it appeared in, well, we need a set of labels of numbers that extends past the naturals. We need ordinal numbers. The first trans-finite ordinal is omega, the lowercase Greek letter omega. This isn't a joke or a trick. It's literally just the next label you'll need after using up the infinite collection of every single counting number first. If you got omegeth place in a race, that would mean that an infinite number of people finished the race, and then you did. After omega comes omega plus 1, which doesn't really look like a number, but it is, just like 2 or 12 or 800. Then comes omega plus 2, omega plus 3. Ordinal numbers label things in order. Ordinals aren't about how many things there are. Instead, they tell us how those things are arranged. Their order type. The order type of a set is just the first ordinal number not needed to label everything in the set in order. So, for finite numbers, cardinality and order type are the same. The order type of all the naturals is omega. The order type of this sequence is omega plus 1, and now it's omega plus 2. No matter how long an arrangement becomes, as long as it's well ordered, as long as every part of it contains a beginning element, the whole thing describes a new ordinal number. Always. This will be very important later on. It should be noted at this point that if you are ever playing a game of who can name the biggest number, and you're considering saying omega plus 1, you should be careful. Your opponents might require the number you name to be a cardinal that refers to an amount. These numbers refer to the same amount of stuff, just arranged differently. Omega plus 1 isn't bigger than omega, it just comes after omega. But Aleph null isn't the end. Why? Well, because it can be shown that there are infinities bigger than Aleph null, that literally contain more things. One of the best ways to do this is with Cantor's diagonal argument. In my episode on the Banach-Tarski paradox, I used it to show that the number of real numbers is larger than the number of natural numbers. But for the purposes of this video, let's focus on another thing bigger than Aleph null, the power set of Aleph null. The power set of a set is the set of all the different subsets you can make from it. For example, from the set of 1 and 2, I can make a set of nothing, or 1, or 2, or 1 and 2. The power set of 1, 2, 3 is the empty set, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 3 and 2 and 3 and 1, 2, 3. As you can see, a power set contains many more members than the original set. 2 to the power of however many members the original set had, to be exact. So, what's the power set of all the naturals? Well, let's see. Imagine a list of every natural number. Cool. Now, the subset of all, say, even numbers would look like this. Yes, no, yes, no, and so on. The subset of all odd numbers would look like this. Here's the subset of just 3, 7, and 12. And how about every number except 5? Or no number except 5? Obviously, this list of subsets is going to be, well, infinite. But imagine matching them all 1 to 1 with a natural. If, even then, there's a way to keep producing new subsets that are clearly not listed anywhere here, we will know that we've got a set with more members than there are natural numbers. A bigger infinity than Aleph Null. The way to do this is to start up here in the first subset and just do the opposite of what we see. 0 is a member of this one, so our new set will not contain 0. Next, move diagonally down to 1's membership in the second subset. 1 is a member of it, so it will not be in our new one. 2 is not in the third subset, so it will be in ours, and so on. As you can see, we are describing a subset that will be, by definition, different in at least one way from every single other subset on this Aleph Null-sized list. Even if we put this new subset back in, diagonalization can still be done. The power set of the naturals will always resist a 1-to-1 correspondence with the naturals. It's an infinity bigger than Aleph Null. Repeated applications of power set will produce sets that can't be put into 1-to-1 correspondence with the last. So, it's a great way to quickly produce bigger and bigger infinities. The point is, there are more cardinals after Aleph Null. Let's try to reach them. Now remember that after omega, ordinals split, and these numbers are no longer cardinals. They don't refer to a greater amount than the last cardinal we reached, but maybe they can take us to one. Wait. What are we doing? Aleph Null? Omega? Come on. We've been using these numbers like there's no problem. But if at any point down here, you can always add 1. Always. Can we really talk about it, this endless process, as a totality and then follow it with something? Of course we can. This is math, not science. The things we assume to be true in math are called axioms. And an axiom we come up with isn't more likely to be true if it better explains or predicts what we observe. Instead, it's true because we say it is. Its consequences just become what we observe. We are not fitting our theories to some physical universe whose behavior and underlying laws would be the same whether we were here or not. We are creating this universe ourselves. If the axioms we declare to be true lead us to contradictions or paradoxes, we can go back and tweak them or just abandon them altogether, or we can just refuse to allow ourselves to do the things that cause the paradoxes. That's it. What's fascinating, though, is that in making sure the axioms we accept don't lead to problems, we've made math into something that is, as the saying goes, unreasonably effective in the natural sciences. So to what extent we're inventing all of this, or discovering it, it's hard to say. All we have to do to get omega is say, let there be omega, and it will be good.
That's what Ernest Zermelo did in 1908 when he included the axiom of infinity in his list of axioms for doing stuff in math. The axiom of infinity is simply the declaration that one infinite set exists, the set of all natural numbers. If you refuse to accept it, that's fine. That makes you a finitist, one who believes only finite things exist. But if you accept it, as most mathematicians do, you can go pretty far, past these and through these. Eventually we get to omega plus omega, except we've reached another ceiling. Going all the way out to omega plus omega would be to create another infinite set. And the axiom of infinity only guarantees that this one exists. Are we going to have to add a new axiom every time we describe Aleph Null more numbers? No. The axiom of replacement can help us here. This assumption states that if you take a set, like say the set of all natural numbers, and replace each element with something else, like say bananas, what you're left with is also a set. That sounds simple, but it's incredibly useful. Try this. Take every ordinal up to omega, and then, instead of bananas, put omega plus in front of each. Now we've reached omega plus omega, or omega times 2. Using replacement, we can make jumps of any size we want, so long as we only use numbers we've already achieved. We can replace every ordinal up to omega with omega times it to reach omega times omega, omega squared. We're cooking now. The axiom of replacement allows us to construct new ordinals without end. Eventually, we get to omega to the omega to the omega to the omega to the omega, and we run out of standard mathematical notation. No problem. This is just called epsilon naught, and we continue from here. But now, think about all of these ordinals, all the different ways to arrange Aleph Null things. Well, these are well ordered, so they have an order type, some ordinal that comes after all of them. In this case, that ordinal is called omega 1. Now, because by definition, omega 1 comes after every single order type of Aleph Null things, it must describe an arrangement of literally more stuff than the last Aleph. I mean, if it didn't, it would be somewhere in here. But it's not. The cardinal number describing the amount of things used to make an arrangement with order type omega 1 is Aleph 1. It's not known where the power set of the naturals falls on this line. It can't be between these cardinals because, well, there aren't cardinals between them. It could be equal to Aleph 1. That belief is called the continuum hypothesis. But it could also be larger. We just don't know. The continuum hypothesis, by the way, is probably the greatest unanswered question in this entire subject. And today, in this video, I will not be solving it, but I will be going higher and higher to bigger and bigger infinities. Now, using the replacement axiom, we can take any ordinal we've already reached, like, say, omega, and jump from Aleph to Aleph all the way out to Aleph omega. Or heck, why not use a bigger ordinal, like omega squared, to construct Aleph omega squared? Aleph omega 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 omega. Our notation only allows me to add countably many omegas here, but replacement doesn't care about whether or not I have a way to write the numbers it reaches. Wherever I land will be a place of even bigger numbers, allowing me to make even bigger and more numerous jumps than before. The whole thing is a wildly accelerating feedback loop of embiggening. We can keep going like this, reaching bigger and bigger infinities from below. Replacement and repeated power sets, which may or may not line up with the Alephs, can keep our climb going forever. So clearly, there's nothing beyond them, right? Not so fast. That's what we said about getting past the finite to omega. Why not accept as an axiom that there exists some next number so big, no amount of replacement or power setting on anything smaller
could ever get you there. Such a number is called an inaccessible cardinal because you can't reach it from below. Now, interestingly, within the numbers we've already reached, a shadow of such a number can be found. Aleph Null. You can't reach this number from below either. All numbers less than it are finite, and a finite number of finite numbers can't be added, multiplied, exponentiated, replaced with finite jumps a finite number of times, or even power set a finite number of times to give you anything but another finite amount. Sure, the power set of a milli-nillion to a googolplex to a googolplex to a googolplex is really big, but it's still just finite, not even close to Aleph Null, the first smallest infinity. For this reason, Aleph Null is often considered an inaccessible number. Some authors don't do this though, saying an inaccessible must also be uncountable, which, okay, makes sense. I mean, we've already accessed Aleph Null. But remember, the only way we could is by straight up declaring its existence axiomatically. We will have to do the same for inaccessible cardinals. It's really hard to get across just how unfathomable the size of an inaccessible cardinal is. I'll just leave it at this. The conceptual jump from nothing to the first infinity is like the jump from the first infinity to an inaccessible. Set theorists have described numbers bigger than inaccessibles, each one requiring a new large cardinal axiom asserting its existence, expanding the height of our universe of numbers. Will there ever come a point where we devise an axiom implying the existence of so many things that it implies contradictory things? Will we someday answer the continuum hypothesis? Maybe not, but there are promising directions. And until then, the amazing fact remains that many of these infinities, perhaps all of them, are so big, it's not exactly clear whether they even truly exist or could be shown to in the physical universe. If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too. That would mean that we have, with this brain, a tiny thing, a septillion times smaller than the tiny planet it lives on, discovered something true outside of the physical realm. Something that applies to the real world, but is also strong enough to go further, past what even the universe itself can contain or show us or be. And as always, thanks for watching. Another interesting fact about transfinite ordinals is that arithmetic with them is a little bit different. Normally, 2 plus 1 is the same as 1 plus 2, but omega plus 1 is not the same as 1 plus omega. 1 plus omega is actually just omega. Think about them as order types. One thing placed before omega just uses up all the naturals and leaves us with order type omega. One thing placed after omega requires every natural number and then omega, leaving us with omega plus 1 as the order type. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. If you rearrange the letters in William Shakespeare, you can spell "here was I" like a psalm. In the King James Bible, in Psalm 46, the 46th word
is shake, and the 46th word from the bottom is spear. William Shakespeare was 46 years old when the King James Bible was completed. Is this just a coincidence? Yes, it is. Given enough searching, enough words, enough data, you can eventually find and should indeed expect all kinds of neat coincidences. It's just probability. Here's another good example. Think of a card. Any card. Value and suit. Okay, got it? Mentally focus on that card. Deliver it to my brain using ESP. Whoa, I got it. Here it is. Amazing, right? Now, think of another card. Are you ready? Okay, it's this one, right? One more time. Think of a card. Really think about it, and there it is. Impressed? Probably not. But approximately 7 of you might be. You see, there are only 52 cards. If each card is equally likely to be thought of, I had a 1 in 52 chance of guessing your card, and about a 1 in every 140,000 chance of doing so 3 times in a row. If, say, 1 million people watch this video and play along, after 3 tries, you could expect about 7 people to be left who had their imagined card pulled by me each time. Except not. More than 7, actually. You see, there's even more magic happening here. And by magic, I mean math. When asked to arbitrarily think of a card, studies have shown that people tend to think of certain cards more often than others. These are the results from a study of a few hundred people. Hearts are named a bit more often than the other suits. The 3 cards I drew are the top 3 most often thought of. But would it be more amazing if it actually was magic? Yes and no. Obviously, magic as a performance is important. It reminds us that being stupefied and curious and humbled is fun. Without a visceral reaction to the unknown, would we care to learn or study or investigate? But yet, explanations don't dull mystery. They empower the mystified. Explanations aren't ends, they're entrances. The start of an ability to use, reassemble, and reimagine new things out of what you now know. Here's a cool fact. If you divide a deck of cards exactly in half, there will always be the same number of red cards in one half as there are black cards in the other, no matter how mixed up the cards were before you began. It's not magic though, it's just math. Think of it this way. Half of the cards in a deck are red, so all the red cards could fit in one deck half. This means that the number of cards in a half that aren't red, that is, are black cards, are necessarily equal in number to the reds that must be in the other half. Knowing this, you can devise an even neater trick, like the really cool trick Matt Parker just showed off on his channel, which you should subscribe to, or like this one. Take an easier to count number of cards, like say 10, and then place another 10 cards on top, but face up. Have a friend shuffle the whole mess however they wish. Cuts, messy cuts, riffle, smooshing, they just can't cause any card to flip over. Then ask them to hand you the pack, and behind your back, even while blindfolded, show them that you can separate the deck into 2 halves with the same number of face-up cards. Every time. Over and over again. All you have to do is count out 10 cards. The number of face-up cards in one hand will equal the number of face-down cards in the other. Flip one of the packs over, and all of its face-down cards will turn into face-up ones. Ta-da! The face-up counts are now equal. Here's another trick that shows off some neat mathematical properties. To help me with this trick, I've brought in Vanessa from the YouTube channel Braincraft. It's an awesome channel. Please go check it out. But first, check out this trick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We've got 10 cards on the table. 5
diamonds and 5 clubs, ace to 5 of each. Go ahead and put the clubs on top of the diamonds.
Face up?
Face up, yep. All right, now, I am going to mix these cards up, all right? And you are going to use your ESP abilities to get the cards paired up at the end. Are you ready? Okay, so I'm going to mix these up, take some off the top, move them to the bottom, take some cards from the bottom, and just like, I'm gonna cut these as well. Let me know where you want to cut them.
Okay. There.
There? Okay, we'll cut the cards there, and then I'm gonna take half of what's here, 5 cards, and deal them down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna set the other 5 right there.
Okay.
Now we have 2 piles, and it is your turn to start swapping. We got 4 swaps you can make, and a swap involves taking the top card and moving it to the bottom.
Okay.
All right? Now, you can divvy up these 4 swaps however you want. You can do 4 here, you can do 2 and 2, 1 and 3, whatever you want.
Okay, I'll do 3 here and 1 here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
You do it.
I'll do it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and then 1 swap here. Good.
Yes.
Now, we're left with these 2 cards on top. I'm going to take them off and set them right here. Now, 3 swaps.
All 3 on this pile.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, it's your choice. 1, 2, 3. And the top 2 cards I will peel off and will set aside. All right, now 2 swaps.
2 here.
2 here. All right, 1, 2. Once again, the cards that are on top get peeled off and set aside. 1 swap.
And 1 here.
1 here. Okay, so I'll take these away, and we're left with 2 cards. Will they be the same? Will they be a match?
Let's find out. What? Okay.
Whoa, don't say okay yet, because things aren't okay. Something magic just happened. We've got all of these cards we set aside, and yet they're all matches. Both aces right there. What are these? Both 5s. You also matched up the 3s and, of course, the 4s.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. But not you, Vanessa. You. Mathematics. Every time, no matter how your friend decided to swap, matching pairs will be together. How? Well, it's all about cycles. If you have some cards in a particular order and you cut them somewhere, doesn't matter where, you will only change the positions of the individual cards, but not the sequence. The next card down will always be the next card in order, with the whole thing wrapping back around. It helps to think of the order not as a tower, but as a clock. Now in the trick we just did, each card's match is always just 5 cards away in the sequence. Because 5 happens to also be the number of cards in half the pack, dividing the pack in half leaves pairs lined up, no matter how we've cut the deck. In the trick, however, we added a bit of extra confusion by dealing the top half down onto the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has the effect of reversing its order. Now, instead of having the same position in each pack, pairs have mirrored positions. The number of cards below any given card in the bottom pack is the number above it in the top pack. This balance means that swapping all the cards above a target in the bottom pack leaves it on top, and swapping the number of cards below it from the other pack leaves its match on the other top. Of course, the number of cards above and below a target card in the bottom pack is just the number of all the other cards in that half, which is the total amount in each pack minus 1. That's why with 5 cards in each pack we started with 4 swaps. Then after each pack had shrunk to 4, we did 3 swaps. As long as the total number of swaps adds up to the pack total minus 1, we'll have matching pairs on top. You can extend these facts about cyclical sequences to other tricks of your own imagining. This is one of my favorite tricks. It comes from Peter McOwen on the STEM Maths Magic channel. Trick time. Once again, I'm joined by Vanessa from Braincraft and ace through 5 of diamonds and ace through 5 of clubs. Vanessa, could you please take the ace through 5 of diamonds and put them on top of the clubs, but flip them over so they're face down?
Yes.
Okay, so we now have a kind of messy little deck here where all of the black cards are face up and the reds are face down. But we're gonna mix these up a lot. We can even riffle shuffle this.
Riffle shuffle?
Riffle shuffle, where you kind of divide it in half like this, and then, well, it's hard to do with few cards, but you know, you do this little like, and then you do a little, you know,
very fancy.
Yeah, thank you. Where would you like me to cut these?
There.
Right there.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, there's another way you can kind of mix up and deal cards. It's called the down-over deal. Goes like this. One card goes down, the next goes over. One goes down, one goes over. Down, over, down, over, down, over, till you're done, okay? But now it's your turn, all right? I'm gonna go two at a time, and you're gonna tell me whether these first two cards should be dealt down or should be turned over.
Okay. Down.
Down. What about these two? Down.
Over.
Over. These two? Down.
Over.
Over. All right. Now, let's go four at a time. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Should these go down or over?
Over.
Over. What about these four?
Down.
Down. And the final two?
Over.
Over. Now, we can do this as often as you want. I can keep doing this. We can do 2. We can do 4 at a time. How do you feel?
Let's do it once more and do 2 at a time.
2 at a time. Okay.
Down.
Down.
Down. Down.
You're getting fast.
Over. Down.
Down. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna make 2 little piles, like a little book. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Now, Vanessa, should I close this book like this or like this?
Like this.
All right. There we go. Now, you had completely free choice here. You made a lot of different decisions, somewhat arbitrarily. But yet, like oil and water, the black and the red cards have separated, and only the reds are face up.
I knew this would happen.
But it's not because of magic. It's because of math. Here's how it works. The red cards all start out face down. The black cards face up. No amount of cutting or riffling will change the fact that reds are face down and blacks are face up. But when you down over deal, you cause every other card to have its original facing direction reversed. Down, over, down, over, down, over, down, over, down, over. This alternating sequence is maintained through any number of cuts because it's cyclical. This is the key to the trick, because when we alternatively deal cards into book halves, one pile will contain cards reversed by the down-over deal, the other cards not reversed. Depending on how you close the book, either all reversed cards are unreversed or all unreversed cards are reversed. Either way, the original division by color comes back. The swaps missed things up by introducing an illusion of control, but in reality, the swaps are what are known as a Hummer deal. A swap flips the facing direction of the cards you flip, but simultaneously moves them to the correct category, preserving the sequence. As long as you swap an even number of cards, the facing direction of all of them is reversed, but the positions they wind up in are still correct according to the sequence. Finally, let's end with something popular that also sounds cool on the surface, until you go deeper, understand it better, and it winds up being, well, even cooler. The number of different ways 52 cards can be arranged. There's obviously a lot. The top card could be any card, so there's 52 different possibilities. Any remaining cards can follow, so there are 51 possibilities for the next card. 50 for the third spot, 49 for the fourth, and so on. Multiplying all of these numbers together gives us how many unique ways 52 cards can be arranged. 52 factorial is a gigantic amount. So large, in fact, every time you shuffle a deck of cards well, smoosh it for a few minutes or riffle it 7 or more times, chances are you have put those playing cards into an order that they have never been in the entire history of cards, or humans, or the universe. Seriously,
This is because 52 factorial is 8.0658 times 10 to the 67th. In comparison, the observable universe is only about 10 to the 18th seconds old. Even if you had been properly shuffling a deck every single second since the universe began 13.7 billion years ago, you still, to this day, wouldn't have even come close to assembling every arrangement possible. But even that doesn't paint the whole picture of just how big 52 factorial is. Scott Cheepiel wrote what, in my opinion, are some of the most mind-boggling visualizations of the size of 52 factorial. Imagine setting a timer to count down 52 factorial seconds. While the timer runs, stand on the equator and wait 1 billion years. After 1 billion years have passed, take a single step forward, and then wait another billion years before taking a second step, and so on. Once you have walked all the way around the Earth, take a single drop of water out of the Pacific Ocean, that's 0.05 of a milliliter, and set it aside. Now continue walking at a rate of 1 step every billion years, removing 1 drop after every journey around the entire Earth, and by the time the Pacific Ocean is completely empty, put a single sheet of paper on the ground. Refill the ocean and keep going until the stack of paper reaches the sun. At that point, how many seconds will be left on the timer? Will it be 0, a few hundred, a few billion? No, there will still be 8 times 10 to the 67 seconds left. You have barely made a dent. If you start all over again and do that whole thing 1,000 more times, you will only be 1/3 of the way done. Luckily, Scott has a great idea for how to pass the rest of the time if you're bored of paper and water and walking. Instead, he says, deal yourself 5 cards every billion years. When you finally deal yourself a royal flush, buy a lottery ticket. If the ticket wins the lottery, throw a single grain of sand into the Grand Canyon. As soon as the Grand Canyon is completely full of sand, remove 1 ounce of rock. That's about 28 grams from Mount Everest. By the time Mount Everest is leveled, take a look at the clock. This is what will be left. Do the whole royal flush, lottery ticket, Grand Canyon, Mount Everest thing 256 more times, and then, and only then, will your timer have reached 0. That is how big 52 factorial is. It's pretty big. But now think about this. The number of possible people, the number of different humans there could be is, well, even larger. What that means is that even though you will probably die, most people, including possibly the smartest or funniest or most annoying possible person, won't even get to die like you do. They won't even get to be born. So, I'm glad you were. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey Vsauce, Michael here. Now, one of my favorite treats of the holiday season is Gabriel's cake. It's a super solid based on Gabriel's horn that you can make right at home, as long as your home is infinitely large. Okay, all right, now the first thing you want to do is bake a cake. I prepared this cake earlier. It's a real beautiful cake. It's a little large, but I bet you I could eat that whole thing in a day if I tried. Am I right? Okay, now the second step is cut the cake in half. Notice that while I cut this cake in half, you don't add or create any new cake, but the surface area of the cake has increased. It used to be completely covered, and now we've got two regions on the inside that aren't covered. The next step is to cut this half, one of the halves, in half. Here we go. Again, the volume of cake on the table is the same as it was in the beginning, but the surface area is going up. As you may be able to guess, the next step is going to be to cut one of these quarters of the original cake in half. Oh yeah, it's getting pretty thin, but all you have to do is keep this up, cutting halves in half and half and half and half forever, and once you've done that, well, you're almost there. When you finish cutting, stack the halves on top of one another in order, like this, to create a beautiful tiered dessert. Because you have an infinite number of thinner and thinner slices, when you're done stacking them, the cake's vertical height will be endless. Such a cake has an interesting mathematical property. Its volume, the amount of cake it contains, is clearly no different than the amount you started with, but its surface area is infinite. It's a cake you can eat, but not frost. You would need an infinite amount of frosting to cover the whole thing with a uniform coat. An object with finite volume, but infinite surface area doesn't need to be endlessly tall, by the way. There are bounded supersolids, like this cube with an infinite number of smaller and smaller circular holes. Of course, building these objects in the real world comes with some obvious difficulties. One is the fact that the amount of steps required to complete the construction of Gabriel's cake or any other supersolid is literally infinitely many. And infinity isn't a number that, you eventually get to. It means unending. There will always be a next step, another piece to slice in half again. By definition, an infinite sequence of tasks has no last task. So you could never finish making a supersolid. Or could you? Enter the super task.
What if, instead of taking the same amount of time to complete each step, we accelerated as we worked and did each step in half the time as the last? For example, let's say you want to make Gabriel's cake in just 2 minutes. Well, that's easy. First, cut the original cake in half and then wait a minute before making the second cut. Wait half a minute before making the third, a quarter of a minute before the fourth, and so on. Always waiting for half of what's left to pass before cutting again. Since you can keep dividing in half forever, there will always be another step. Infinite actions within a finite amount of time is a super task. The strange thing, of course, is that while supertasking, no matter how many steps you've already completed, there will always be an infinite amount of steps ahead. But yet, when time's up, you will have finished all of them. What we've just described is similar to Zeno's famous paradox of the dichotomy, in which the Greek hero Achilles runs a short race that he can clearly finish. I mean, people finish races all the time, but how exactly it's finished is a mystery. Because first, Achilles must cover half of the race's distance, and then half of what's left, and half again, and again, and again. Since there will always be another halfway point to reach, the number of subdivisions is infinite, there is no final destination, after which Achilles' next stop is the finish line. But yet, Achilles obviously can finish. He somehow reaches them all, despite the fact that during his journey he always has an infinite number of steps left to reach. Think about it this way. What if at each halfway step along the way, Achilles is required to hold up a flag? At even steps, a blue flag, and at odd steps, a red flag. Blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, the flags will alternate faster and faster, but when Achilles finishes the race, which flag will he be holding up? To be holding up either flag would seem to suggest that a largest number not only exists, but is either even or odd. Now, to this, it is often suggested that the real problem here is that Achilles isn't actually doing infinitely many things. He's just taking a few strides or whatever. A true super task requires doing infinitely many distinct actions. Fair enough. But even if Achilles ran the race in a staccato fashion, stopping at each halfway point for half as long as he waited at the last one, the scenario would still be sensical and logical and would complete in a finite amount of time. It has even been shown how a staccato runner could move to avoid discontinuous velocities and accelerations. The point is, fine. Infinite, distinct actions are at least logically possible to do in a finite amount of time, but only logically, only as a mathematical abstraction. Super tasks are obviously just products of our imagination, because in the real world, there must be some smallest amount of space and or time that cannot be meaningfully divided in half again. Once you're within one of these distances of the finish line, the only possible next position you can have is the finish line. That certainly seems fair. After all, it's believed that in reality there is a smallest meaningful distance, the Planck length. Any interactions between or observations of particles more accurate than this span make no sense within physics as we understand it today. And the time it would take to travel a Planck length at the fastest speed possible, the speed of light, is the Planck time. So these seem to be the briefest pieces of space and time any known force in the universe could act across, whether that force is gravity or a force from Achilles' leg muscles. But does that resolve the crisis? Or is it just a way of avoiding the problem altogether by saying it doesn't matter because it won't be on the test? As John Earman has complained, it seems to me unattractive to make the truth of mathematical statements depend on the contingencies of space-time structure. Maybe Zeno's dichotomy tells us less about motion and time and space and truth than it does about our impressive abilities to confuse ourselves. And that's what makes super tasks important. They're a contact point, an uneasy handshake of sorts between the universe we live in and the brains inside us. Let's play around with some. They're not all the same. Some converge, like Zeno's dichotomy, others converge, but in ways you may not expect, and still others refuse to cooperate in any way. They diverge.
A great example of a supertask whose behavior diverges is Thomson's lamp, a famous supertask devised by James F. Thomson. Imagine a lamp that can be turned on and off as quickly as you desire. What would happen if you turned such a lamp on and off Zenoianly? Well, let's find out. Just set a timer and turn the lamp on. Then wait 1 minute and turn it off. After half a minute, turn it back on, and then off again after a quarter of a minute. On again after an eighth of a minute, and so on, waiting half as long to flip the switch each time as you previously did. Now, as the number of switchings grows without bound, the total time elapsed approaches just 2 minutes. The lamp will be turned on and off an infinite number of times in just 2 minutes. So after 2 minutes, will the lamp be on or off? Well, by the definition of infinity, there is no last step. There is never a switching not followed by another. So the lamp can't be on because whenever it's turned on, it is immediately turned off in the next step, and it can't be off because whenever it's turned off, it's turned on right afterwards. What's the answer? It's easy to say something about a supertask when its partial sums converge, but when they just oscillate back and forth forever, Xeno-objects do this. Imagine building a meter-high cube. As with all supertasks, you construct at an accelerated pace. First, you put down a green half-meter tall slab, then a quarter-meter tall slab that's orange, then a green 1/8-meter slab, then an orange 1/16 meter slab, and so on, until there are infinitely many layers of alternating color. Now, when you look at the cube from above, what color will you see? Orange? Green? Well, it can't be orange because every orange layer is covered by a green one. And it can't be green because every green layer is blocked by an orange one above it. What if we had a machine display each digit of pi in order at a supertask pace? After its finite runtime, what would be on the screen? The last digit of pi? Well, that's impossible, right? But how could it be anything else? A supertask allows us to exhaust an infinite sequence. Paul Benseroff delivered what is often considered the best response to these confusions. Is Thomson's lamp on or off? Is the cube orange or green? The answer is, we don't know, because these questions are incomplete. Thomson's lamp could be on or off or broken. The cube could appear orange or green or something else, but the supertasks, as stated, don't let us figure out which. I may as well ask you if a lamp hidden in a locked room is on or off. It's definitely one or the other, but I haven't given you enough information to do anything but guess. Supertasks like these describe an endless sequence of tasks and then ask us about the end. But we can't determine an outcome because although there may be an end to their duration, there is no end, no final member of their actions. They must be reworded or coupled with extra assumptions in order to be solved. For example, if we assume that the switch used on Thomson's lamp can only be all the way on or all the way off, we can't determine where it is after the supertask. But if the switch is, say, a bouncing ball that completes the circuit, turning the lamp on each time it bounces on a metal plate, an outcome can be determined. If the physics here are ideal and the ball bounces half as high in half the time as it did on the previous bounce, its sequence of bounce heights will turn the lamp on and off an infinite number of times in a finite amount of time. Although this bouncing ball has no penultimate state, no second to last bounce, it does have an ultimate state, a final one, resting on the plate. The circuit will be complete and the lamp will be on. You can also describe a switch on Thomson's lamp that leaves it off. Sometimes the next state after infinitely many isn't paradoxical because of lack of information, but because of a surprising or non-intuitive discontinuity that occurs there. The Ross-Littlewood paradox is one of the greatest examples. Imagine a giant urn that can hold an unlimited number of balls. Now, imagine that you have an unlimited supply of balls, each with a unique natural number written on it. All natural numbers, in fact, since there's no end to how many balls you have. Now, working at an accelerated Zenoian pace, you move the balls to the urn 10 at a time, but in a weird way. At step 1, you place balls number 1 to 10 in the urn, but remove number 1. At step 2, a minute later, you place balls 11 to 20 in the urn and remove ball number 2. At step 3, you place balls 21 to 30 in the urn and remove ball 3, and so on. Upon the completion of the supertask, how many balls will be in the urn? At first, the answer seems obvious. At each step, you are adding 10 balls and subtracting 1, so a net of 9 balls is added each time. 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 forever. The series grows without end. Infinite nines means infinite balls at the end. But here's the problem. At each step,
the ball with that step's number written on it is removed. Ball 1 is removed at step 1, ball 2 is removed at step 2, ball 12 Google is removed at step 12 Google. Since there are an endless number of steps for any ball number, there is a step number at which it is removed. So although the urn's ball population grows without bound during the task, after the super task, the number drops to 0. It gets weirder. Here's a second, seemingly identical method. Instead of beginning with balls 1 to 10 and then removing 1, begin with balls 1 to 9. Then write 0 after the 1 on ball 1. For step 2, add balls 11 to 19 and draw a 0 on ball 2, making it say 20. For every finite step, both methods result in identical urn contents. But after infinitely many steps, the first leaves us with no balls, and the second leaves us with infinitely many balls written on which are all the natural numbers, each followed by an infinite string of zeros. Both are discontinuous at infinity, but dang, in very different ways. The bigger question now becomes, so what? Who cares? You will never have an infinite number of balls, and you will never have a large enough urn to hold all of them. You will never build a lamp that can turn on and off arbitrarily fast. We cannot investigate time or space past a certain smallness, except when pretending. So what are super tasks but recreational fictions, entertaining riddles? We can ask more questions than we can answer. So what? Well, here's what. Neanderthals. Neanderthals and humans, us, Homo sapiens, lived together in Europe for at least 5,000 years. Neanderthals were strong and clever. They may have even intentionally buried their dead. But for hundreds of thousands of years, Neanderthals barely went anywhere. They pretty much just explored and spread until they reached water or some other obstacle, and then stopped. Homo sapiens, on the other hand, didn't do that. They did things that made no sense, crossing terrain and water without knowing what lay ahead. Svante Pääbo has worked on the Neanderthal genome at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, and he points out that technology alone didn't allow humans to go to Madagascar, to Australia. Neanderthals built boats too. Instead, he says, there's, quote, some madness there. How many people must have sailed out and vanished on the Pacific before you found Easter Island? I mean, it's ridiculous. And why do you do that? Is it for the glory? For immortality? For curiosity? And now we go to Mars. We never stop. It's ridiculous. Foolish? Maybe, but it was the Neanderthals who went extinct, not the humans. Maybe it's only a fool who will perilously journey out to what might not be there. And maybe it's only a fool who will ask about super tasks, about infinity. But if you want to solve problems, you don't just solve the ones that are there, you find more and make more and go after the impossible ones. Fostering a love and obsession with problems is how you solve problems. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry wasn't a mathematician, but his advice fits nicely here. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up people to collect wood and don't assign them tasks and work, but rather teach them to long for the endless immensity of the sea. And as always, thanks for watching. Super tasks are cool, but super gifts are even cooler. That's why I'm excited to announce this year's Vsauce Holiday Box. This thing comes loaded with exclusive Vsauce stuff and science gear, plus all Vsauce proceeds go directly to Alzheimer's research. I'm really proud of this box. You can pick one up at geekfuel.com/Vsauce, link down in the description. There's a limited amount available, so don't hesitate. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. Skeletons are scary and spooky. But you know what else is? Teenagers. Their attitude, the way they dress, and the music they listen to. Can you even call it music? Pfft, kids these days. But what are kids these days? What's with all the concern? And what's a generation? Why do we think that coevals, groups of people of roughly the same age, act so much alike? The sheer number of articles and papers and internet posts published daily comparing then and now, both sincerely and ironically, is astonishing. We can't seem to get enough about kids these days and just how different and awesome it was to be a kid back in the good old days. Generational labels make human history look ordered and discreet instead of scary and messy. They also have a delightfully suspicious tendency to flatter those using them. George Orwell put it well, every generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it, and wiser than the one that comes after it. There's a name for this sentiment: juvenoia. Sociologist David Finkelhor coined the term. It means an exaggerated fear about the things that influence kids these days. Juvenoia is a concerned disappointment that because of iPhones, or the internet, or TV, or rock music, or those pesky horseless carriages, the world just isn't fit for kids like it used to be. Generational conflict really has been going on for that long. After all, honor thy father and thy mother was an ancient commandment for a reason. In the 4th century BC, Aristotle remarked that youth's mistakes are due to excess and vehemence. They think they know everything. Here's an engraving from 1627 admonishing the now compared to the ways of old. In the early 1900s, Romain Rolland complained that the new generation of young people were, quote, passionately in love with pleasure and violent games, easily duped. New people and the direction society is headed in has always been seen with some disapproval. XKCD famously collected a brief history of juicy examples. In 1871, the Sunday magazine published a line that may as well have been written today about texting. Now, we fire off a multitude of rapid and short notes instead of sitting down to have a good talk over a real sheet of paper. And the Journal of Education in 1907 lamented that at a modern family gathering, silent around the fire, each individual has his head buried in his favorite magazine. Point is, there's nothing new under the sun. Not even the sun, in fact. The sun is believed to be a third-generation star. This constant cycle of generation clashing can sometimes sound like a broken record. Are these commentaries really providing insight into the minds of future leaders, or prematurely judging a coeval based on how it acts as teens? Despite the incessant concerns otherwise, the proverbial kids these days seem to be better off than ever before. Drug use is down, exercising is up, math and writing proficiency have increased, crimes committed by young people have decreased, hate comments reported by children have dropped, the number of 9th to 12th graders who have been in fights has dropped, and the number of teens who fear attacks at school has dropped. But still, juvenoia persists. But why? Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, children are the future of a species, so it's reasonable to assume that nature would select for features in a species that cause adult members to prefer the way they were raised and distrust anything different. After all, parents by definition, were a reproductive success for the species. They made new members. So whatever choices and influences brought them to that point must have been good enough. Any deviation from that could be a problem. So worrying about the young may have been naturally selected, just like eyes and fingers and breathing air and pooping. But here's the thing. Our brains don't accurately remember the past or apply memories fairly or rationally. That kind of thinking has a plethora of interesting causes. First, at a social level, concerns for and about the youth are often exaggerated because exaggerating is effective. You'll generate greater mobilization around a cause if you can convince people that we're on the cusp of a crisis here, folks. Also, our increasingly connected world means more potential contact with people outside the family, the tribe, the neighborhood. Even though juvenile problems often involve people the juvenile already knows, stranger danger is a more powerful fear. My kids have good friends who are good influences, so why should I worry? Can be replaced today with, even so, people you don't know are threats, so worry. Other reasons for juvenoia are personal. Often, it's not so much the world that's changed, it's you. Are drivers today really worse than they were when you were young? Or do you simply have new responsibilities and experience that makes you more aware of dangers that were always there? We remember the past abstractly. There just isn't enough room in our brains, or a vital need for complete veracity when recalling things. Thus, we're more likely to remember the general way we felt in the past, without the petty annoyances more salient still for the present. Secondly, loss aversion and the endowment effect. People perceive a loss as greater than an equal gain. In one famous study, when asked how much they would pay for a coffee mug, people gave prices that were significantly lower than what people given the mug first said they'd be willing to sell it for. This may play a role in how we value what we already have, our memories and favorites, over what's new. There's even neuroscience backing up why new stuff seems so bad to you. It's called the reminiscence bump. Storage of autobiographical memories, memories about yourself, increases during times of change. Incidentally, this is why you remember exciting things as lasting longer than they really did, but rarely remember times of boredom in detail. I've discussed before the ways in which this causes us to feel like time slowed down during particularly quick but significant events. Anyway, adolescence and early adulthood, particularly ages 10 to 30, are major times of change. Many important things happen during those years that define your identity. So it's no surprise that, along with things that have happened recently, memories from this bump period are greater in number and more emotional. The books and songs and movies and slang words and behavior you loved and used during this time correlates quite well with what you will, when you're older, remember the most fondly. As we can see, juvenoia is natural. In fact, a healthy dose of it is important. There are plenty of things we should be fired up about improving. What's sometimes lost, though, when explaining that juvenoia occurs in every generation, is the fact that the nature of juvenoia hasn't always been the same. The generation gap of antiquity, or of the 1300s, wasn't the same as it is today. The more rapid speed of change may be one reason, but another is the appearance of a new type of creature around the turn of the last century: the teenager. The word teenager wasn't even used as a stage of life until 1922. John Savage's Teenage is a fantastic read on how human society sort of accidentally invented the teenager. You see, as factories generated new unskilled jobs, young people could acquire something neat: their own money. Suddenly, marketers realized that products could be made for the youth. They were no longer stuck with what their parents decided on. Also, the surge in immigration at the time highlighted for a new generation
The view that identity wasn't something you're stuck with. It's fluid, personal, decided. Furthermore, calls for compulsory education around that time, that is, making it the law that children go to school, further solidified the segmented identity of children by forcing them out of the world at large and into commonplaces surrounded mainly by their coevals. In that environment, they could develop behaviors and opinions and culture shared just with themselves. Compulsory schooling also increased literacy in adolescence, which gave them all the more power to hear stories written for them and about them in books they could buy with their own money. Kids these days suddenly weren't just young humans waiting for life experience. They were separate beings with their own culture and voice, a fact that caused juvenoia to change from the Oedipal skirmishes of the past into the full-fledged panics we know and love today. This brings us to a bigger question, though. Sure, you may say, that makes sense, but even someone who didn't grow up in this society could plainly see that in the old days, culture wasn't as dumbed down as it is today. Things used to be made by the elites, for the elites. Now they're made for the masses, who demand sensational, atavistic pablum instead of rational critical thought like scholars, and, well, me. Those examples sure are convincing, but the plural of anecdote isn't data. You can pick different examples and argue the opposite point. Mozart wrote poems about farts. There is amazing work, and there is simple work made at all times in history. In fact, as Stephen Johnson points out in Everything Bad is Good for You, if anything, when given the chance to buy or participate as they choose, the tendency we find in humans is a preference for more cognitive demands, for smarter entertainment. What it takes to keep up with the increasing density and intricacies of narratives in media these days is impressive. To be fair, of course, beneath the stimulating organization, there's no substance anymore, right? I mean, here's what one noted critic said of today's easy, brainless mass culture. We do not turn over the pages in search of thought, delicate psychological observation, grace of style, charm of composition, but we enjoy them like children at play, laughing and crying at the images before us. Wait, sorry, that's something literary critic G.H. Lewis wrote about Dickens in 1872. Point is, taste is subjective. Art to one person is garbage to another. You may dislike the language or violence or morals depicted on TV today, but there's no denying the fact that entertainment, including popular entertainment, is requiring more and more thinking on the viewer's part than ever before. Johnson created this visual comparing narrative threads in episodes of different TV shows over time. And this shouldn't be surprising. Our brains crave stimulation. A lump that sits and stares into space isn't naturally selected for in the same way as a brain that learns and synthesizes and organizes. Now that entertainment can be made for niche audiences and watched and rewatched on demand and discussed ad nauseum online, that natural desire can be sated by media. Johnson goes so far as to say that reruns have made us smarter. They've enabled entertainment to be made that rewards being watched and thought about over and over again. The names and stories and relationships and dramas people today have to keep straight in their heads to be functioning consumers of modern media are impressive by historical standards and affect more of us than ever before. Johnson points out that in his time, Dickens was only read by 0.25% of his country's population, while today, innovative shows like The West Wing or The Simpsons easily reach 20 times that proportion. Okay, but how about this? Where are the Mozarts and Dostoevskys of today? Well, they're probably here, but the reputation of a Dostoevsky is built by time, something the judgments of contemporary artists haven't had enough of yet. Finally, when it comes to judging works that merely tease the base emotions, let's not forget the quote from Unamuno I've discussed before. More often have I seen a cat reason than laugh
or weep. Cats and humans are curious and can problem solve, but only humans can laugh at fart videos. So what really ought we be treasuring? There's a problem here, though. Although writers like Johnson have been able to put forth convincing arguments that movies and TV have been serving more and more cognitive complexity, they've failed to find the same evidence for pop music. Nearly all studies on the subject have found that unlike other forms of popular media, pop music has in fact become, since the 1950s, less complex in its structure and more homogeneous. Mathematically speaking, more pop songs today sound alike than they used to. What's up with that, music? Well, here's the thing. Pop music is just one type of music being made today, and its role, what its listeners want from it, and who they are much more specific than the wider spectrum of genres a movie theater or Netflix caters to. A pop song needs to provoke quick moods, stick in your head, and fit anticipation and payoff into a fairly regular amount of time. There are only so many ways to do that, so perhaps pop music producers have simply gotten better at scratching the specific itch they're challenged to scratch. I mean, imagine criticizing doctors for using penicillin nowadays. Back in the good old days, treatment was innovative. There were leeches and onion plasters, amputation, and good luck charms. Now it's all just penicillin, penicillin, penicillin. It's all the same. Criticizing popular music for all sounding the same ignores the sameness of every pop song's goal. But what about generations? What are they exactly? I mean, humans don't have babies all at once every 20 years or so. New people just keep showing up, about 4 more every second. But that said, there are biological changes humans go through as they grow and age, roughly creating a few life stages. Alright, now this list of generations goes all the way back to the mid-1400s. It applies mainly to the Western world, especially the US, and is the work of William Strauss and Neil Howe, whose landmark 1991 book, Generations, contains one of the most influential and ambitious generation theories of our time. These are the guys who coined the term millennial, by the way. They set forth and have continued to expand a theory that society follows a predictable cycle of moods, each lasting about 20 years, about how long it takes for everyone in a life stage to move on to the next. The social mood and the common life stage a coeval experiences it during are what distinguishes one generation from the next. Strauss and Howe call each social mood a turning. A turning describes the way society will act by either establishing, accepting, challenging, or fracturing in lieu of established customs. To illustrate the cycle, let's start just after the American Civil War in the so-called Gilded Age. Here, we find American society in the first turning, what they call a high. This is a 20-year period when society is largely in agreement about the direction it wants to go in, because it recently coalesced in the face of a crisis. Institutions are strong, and thus young adults are cautious and conformist. But then, people tire of social discipline and call for reform. A period of awakening occurs. The majority consensus is attacked in the name of greater and broader individual autonomy. The distrust in institutions left in the wake of an awakening leads to the next turning, an unraveling, where in place of broad cultural identity, moral crusades polarize society over what should come next. Finally, a renewed interest in consensus that responds to crisis by banding together occurs. Society's mood shifts to a belief that coalescing and building together are the answer. The cycle then starts again with a high. The majority agrees on society's directions and institutions, strengthened during the crisis, until people tire of this majority structure and an awakening leaves those institutions weak and armed with less public consensus. This is followed by an unraveling where individuals polarize over moral issues and the youth
raised in the previous two atomizing moods feel alienated. Which brings us to, well, today. Strauss-Howe's theory, if true, tells us that this will be an era where society will band together and build institutions from the ground up in the face of crisis. It's not clear what that crisis will be, but if their theory has predictive power, the climax of that crisis will occur in 2025. The whole theory is a great way to learn about US history. Al Gore once even gave a copy of Generations to every member of Congress. But it is unscientific and unfalsifiable. You can find a pattern in anything if you pick and choose the right examples. As for the usefulness of its generalizations, well, Philip Bump points out that the US Census Bureau only recognizes one official distinguishable generation: baby boomers. Do you think you are Generation X? A millennial? Generation Z? Well, that's fine, he says. You can call yourself whatever you want. It's all made up. The baby boomers are a cohort, significant in that no matter where they were born or who they are, their size alone determines a lot about their path. But other population segments based solely on birth year just don't mean much. A more useful way to divide them into cohorts might focus on some other, less age-related trait that correlates better with behavior, wealth, region, sexuality, etc. Regardless of its accuracy, there's one thing generational theory and its critics do at least agree on. People change as they age, and the larger society surrounding people influences the degree to which generations feel conflict. So, generational thinking is a kind of guidance. It's one that helps take us on a journey, manned by an ever-aging and changing crew. Some crews are different than others, for sure, and you need worry and concern to stay safe. But at the end of the day, it's still the same boat and the same waters. Generations and juvenoia are like what Picasso said about art. They are lies that tell the truth. And as always, thanks for watching. Here's a bonus. While doing research, I found a website that will allow you to find what word was first used the year you were born. It's pretty cool. It's also a dong. That's right, something you can do online now, guys. In fact, here's some dong news for you. The shows that you know and love on the Vsauce network now have their own home, where they can flourish and be who they want to be. The channel's name is Dong. Go over there right now to check it out. We've got some cool things from the internet. That's what Dong's all about. It's an internet safari. It's neat things that we all find as we research for these episodes. So I'll see you over there on Dong. And thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. This is Earth as seen from Saturn. That is us right there. And if you look closely, okay, see this little protuberance? That's the moon. This image was taken by the Cassini spacecraft on July 19th, 2013 at 21:27 Coordinated Universal Time. The thing is, NASA gave the public advanced warning of when it would be taken, which means that this image of Earth was the first ever taken from space that some people on Earth were actually posing for. Our planet looks so small, insignificant, fragile. I recently attended the premiere of Sky One's upcoming You, Me, and the Apocalypse with some cool YouTubers, and it got me thinking. In the show, the characters find out that there are only 34 days left before a comet smashes into Earth that's likely to end humanity. They all react in different, interesting ways, but what would I do if I found out that there were only 34 days of human history left. Okay, my first priority would be to get back to America to be with my family. But after that, I don't really have a bucket list, except that is exactly what I would want to spend my last few weeks doing. Making a list to put in a bucket that I would then send far out into space away from Earth's impending vaporization. The list would contain information about us, all Earthlings, so that if libraries and monuments and YouTube videos were all destroyed, a record would still exist somewhere of what and who we were. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the ripples your life causes last long after you vanish. The tree you planted is climbed by future generations. The books you donated inform future readers. But what if it's not just your stone that vanishes, but the entire pond? Perhaps it's arrogance or vanity, but getting cosmic messages in a bottle out there before the end diversifies our archive and gives a better chance for future alien visitors, or whatever is left of humanity, to find out that we were once here, to show what we learned, maybe even to warn future life forms of what we did or what we didn't prepare for. We have already sent some messages about humanity out there beyond Earth, and if Earth is completely destroyed, those messages will be all that's left of us. What are they? Okay, first things first. How do you write something for the future? I mean, the distant future. The message might not be found for millions of years or billions. It might be discovered by an audience that's completely different, not only in language, but in senses. What if they can't see or hear or feel or taste or smell like we do? Or at all? What if their bodies destroy the very material we write the message on? What language do you even write it in? Well, in general, math and physics, which are believed to be the same everywhere in the universe, have been what we write outer space-bound messages in. Like the Arecibo message, written by Frank Drake, Carl Sagan, and others, which was blasted towards the M13 star cluster in 1974. It's composed of a semi-prime number of binary digits conveying some info about us, and it should reach the center-ish of the M13 cluster in about 25,000 years. At which point, if something intelligent lives there and detects it, they can respond, and their response will return to us another 25,000 years later. We won't be around for that, but Earth has also been broadcasting its radio and TV signals into space. Currently, it's about 200 light years in diameter. Compared to the Milky Way, it's about this big. Aliens within that bubble could tune in and listen to programs we sent out through our airwaves, but these signals thin out as the bubble expands. Across very large distances, they may be essentially impossible to tune into. Maybe a physical time capsule would be more permanent, but it can't be buried on Earth if Earth is about to be ravaged. A time capsule in orbit might be smart. Like Lagios 1, a satellite put into orbit in 1976 that allows for very precise laser measurements of positions on Earth, but also contains a plaque designed by Carl Sagan, upon which is written the numbers 1 to 10 in binary, and the arrangement of the Earth's continents 250 million years ago, today, and their estimated arrangement in 8.4 million years, which is how long we believe the satellite's orbit will be stable. Drag caused by the thin atmosphere up where it orbits and influences like solar activity will eventually cause it to fall back down to Earth, but its plaque will serve as a time capsule, a message from us today to whatever happens to be alive or intelligent here on Earth 8 million years in the future. To put that in perspective, the pyramids were only built about 5,000 years ago. 8 million years ago, there weren't even humans on Earth. The latest common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees was around, though. 8 million years from today, when Lagios returns, what will intelligent life on Earth look like? If Earth's surface is barren of life at that point, Lagios 1 will be alone. But what about satellites in geostationary orbits? These orbits are far enough out that they're much safer from atmospheric drag and could remain above Earth much, much longer than satellites like Lagios. These satellites are our pyramids. They're smaller than monuments built by past civilizations, but impervious to anything that might go wrong on the less stable surface of our planet. If alien archaeologists come by in 1 billion years or so, these satellites may be what their alien encyclopedias use as the picture for the humans article. So far, we have erected about 450 of these geostationary monuments. When such a satellite wears down and ceases to be operational, it takes a lot of energy to slow it down so it can move out of the way and fall to Earth to burn up in the atmosphere. So instead, they're usually pushed into what's known as a graveyard orbit, a shell around the planet where they can be parked without interfering with important operational satellites. It's fitting that we call these graveyard orbits because tombs are often the most stunning things we have from previous civilizations. These graveyard orbits are tombs, in a way, not for kings, but for machines. Junkyards that will outexist the very societies and people they so largely define. Luckily, a few contain more than just our craftsmanship, they also contain a record. Like EchoStar 16, a communications satellite launched into geostationary orbit in 2012. Aboard it is a silicon disk created by artist Trevor Paglin containing 100 images of Earth and Earthlings. Now, unlike Lagios, EchoStar 16 will likely remain in orbit for billions of years, safe from discord and change down here. But here's the thing. What if our entire solar system is lost? Or what if life out there doesn't decide to ever visit our system? Well, in that case, we have sent interstellar messages. At this moment, so far, there are 11 distinct human-made things on trajectories out of the solar system into interstellar space. They're all related to 5 probes: Pioneer 10, Pioneer 11, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, and New Horizons, the thing that recently made a Pluto flyby. These objects are our most distant hellos. Over the next 10,000 million billion years, they'll pass close enough to other star systems, maybe even planets, to possibly be discovered by other intelligent life forms. We had the foresight to include special messages on these probes. The Pioneer plaques are attached to Pioneer 10 and 11, which, launched in the early 1970s, were the first human-made objects to ever be sent on a trajectory to not just leave Earth, but to leave the solar system entirely. If discovered by other life out there, these plaques, designed by Frank Drake and Carl Sagan, could be our first chance to say, "Hello, we exist," or, depending on how long humanity lasts, our only chance to say, "Hello, we existed. This is what we were." But will the plaques make sense to aliens? Many human scientists have had trouble deciphering their meaning, but here's what they say. At the bottom is a map of